Chapter 151. Bow. Thanks to the monthly ticket support of Training Pump, neighboring Slang Plague, defend and kill a piece of armor. Ziming has been with the securities company for less than 1 day. According to the current securities company's system, the market is closed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon every day, but generally, the stock price will not fluctuate much after 4:30. As of 4 o'clock, today there is a total of 33 million transactions, and the overall stock market has risen by 20%. In the reception room, Yuan slowly told the overall situation of today's stock market. After listening to Yuan's report, Huashao seemed very happy. He asked Yuan, "According to you, I made 200 a day today." 10,000. Yuan nodded and said yes. Huashao laughed, and he said to Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, you are really capable. You can make a profitable gadget like the stock market. You can earn 2 million a day. You don't have to do anything. It's much easier than making money in any business." Facing Huashao's words, Ziming's face was expressionless. "Huashao, are you satisfied now? Can I go now?" "Of course I'm satisfied," said Huashao, "but Consultant Zhu, you must also understand that I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. It's just that some things should be on the safe side. You can see that I can spend 10 million. It's not easy, right? I'm responsible for such a huge sum of money." Since Huashao said that, I also want to say, I can't sit here every day to ensure you, and I still said that. The stock market is risky and you need to be cautious when entering the market. Although you made 2 million today, but it's impossible to guarantee that you can earn 2 million every day. Maybe you will lose 5 to 10 million in 1 day. Ziming said. Huashao didn't listen to Ziming's words at all. "Counselor Zhu, it's boring that you always scare me with these words." "Don't worry, since I said that this stock was voluntarily speculated by me, it's me, of course, to make a loss or make a profit. The responsibility of one person will not rest on your consultant Zhu. You better remember what you said yourself." Ziming said. Huashao nodded and said, "Of course, it's really unreasonable to have Advisor Zhu stay with me for a day today, or else, I will invite Advisor Zhu to the Nanu Hotel for dinner." "Even if I give Advisor Zhu you apologize?" "No, thanks." Ziming left the reception room directly after speaking and returned to his car. The pager rang again. It was Tang Ran's message. Ziming glanced at it and immediately started the car and came to his nightclub. This is not the first piece of information. In fact, Du Peng and Tang Ran have been calling themselves since they came to the securities company today. After all, their relationship with Huashao is not good, and this time they still have to dig a hole for Huashao. Come here, seeing that they haven't been back for so long, they must be worried, but it is not easy to answer the call in front of Huashao, and they have been waiting for a day. Just now I received a message from Tang Ran that they are here in the nightclub. Ziming drove over directly. There were no people in the nightclub in the afternoon. At most, there were people in the KTV box on the second floor who wanted to sing in the afternoon. Ziming came to the bar box. Before he entered the door, Tang Ran rushed over. "Brother Ming, fine, it's great to worry about me this day." Ziming patted Tang Ran's jade back. "Of course, don't worry, I can't have anything to do. So many people here are watching." Tang Ran then remembered that Du Peng and the nightclub manager Kong Xiaolin were also here. Tang Ran suddenly flushed with shame. Then Ziming took Tang Ran and sat down on the sofa in the box, and Du Peng also hurried up. Question: how about Ziming? The stock hasn't fallen today, right? Of course not, and it has increased by 20%. Huashao made 2 million in 1 day today. He is also very happy, Ziming said. This answer made Du Peng stunned for a moment. It has gone up. What's going on? Ziming, didn't you say that as long as we start to withdraw funds from the stock market, stocks will fall? The Hong Kong reporters who have studied, they all said the same. How come they have risen instead of falling? After we withdrew our funds, the stock price will definitely plummet, but this is not an overnight thing, let alone Huashao suddenly dropped 10 million in today. Do you remember what I told you before? In the stock market, the more money you have, the higher the stock price will be raised. Ziming said, "It's like this now. The sudden inflow of such a large amount of capital is tantamount to giving the stock market a shot in the arm. The stock price must go up." "But Brother Ming, don't you want to cheat that Huashao? Now that the stock price rises, isn't he making money? How can we help such a bad guy make money?" Tang Ran said. Ziming said, "Of course I won't help him make money, but I can't change the law of the market. But this rise is just this period of time. It is a retrospect, and it is impossible to really reverse the situation of the entire market. Wait until next. Look again next week and make sure that Huashao will have nowhere to cry." After talking, Ziming thought about it again and said, "Moreover, the current situation of the stock market is also very helpful to our overall plan, because today I was left in the securities company because Huashao didn't believe my performance. I told you before I went, if today he entered the stock market and fell on the first day, he will not only anger us, but also withdraw the money vigilantly. Then we can't let him put the money in the stock market." Up. Tang Ran clapped his hands happily. "I see. Now it happens that there is this phenomenon of rebirth. That Huashao doesn't understand the stock market at all. He only sees that he is making money. He will believe that. Brother Ming, you are not making a fool of yourself. Be vigilant and continue to put money in the stock market. Once the stock market suddenly plummets at this time, his money will be trapped in the stock market and cannot be taken out. That's the truth. Of course it's really smart," Ziming said. Du Peng also laughed and said, "The fellow Huashao is really too arrogant. If it weren't for Ziming's plan that day, I really wanted to beat him up. I really thought Nanjian was the back garden of his home." Ziming heard the meaning behind Du Peng's words. "What do you mean, Du Peng? Is there any new arrangement in your family?" "Yes, the current secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Luke-san, will be transferred back to the Central Committee. My uncle Chen will take over as secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. According to the arrangement of the Central Committee, this time Uncle Chen will concurrently serve as the executive vice governor, secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee and the mayor of Nanjian!" Du Peng said with a smile. "Once this appointment is finalized, at least we are on the boundary of Nanjian, so we don't have to be afraid of Huashao anymore." "This is really good news," Ziming said. "I was worried that Huashao would play a rogue and make us trouble if he lost millions in the stock market. I have prepared a lot of backhands for him, but now it seems that I can't use it anymore." When Ziming said this, a sulky breath grew in his heart. After all, if he really wants to fight with someone like Huashao, he really has no bottom in his heart. Now there is news that Huashao dare not act rashly. Always good. Chen Yunfei's concurrent post of executive vice governor, secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and mayor is not a superficial position, but an attitude of the central government towards Nanjian City. Imagine that besides Nanjian, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of another city in the whole country is appointed by the executive vice governor, secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and mayor. The governor concurrently. This salary is higher than that of the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of every provincial capital city, which represents the central government's attitude of attaching great importance to Nanjian and Chen Yunfei. Chen Yunfei is a student of Du Peng's grandfather. It is not difficult to imagine that there must be a reason for Du Peng's home operation. First of all, Du Peng is here, and it is impossible for his family to sit idly by no matter what. He always has to cultivate a person with the right to speak here to look at Du Peng. Secondly, Du Peng also made things like the first land auction and the stock market here, under the background of reform and opening up. This is a terrific political bargaining chip. If Du Peng's family doesn't make good use of this, then the political sensitivity of this family is too low. It is better to withdraw from the political circle as soon as possible, so as not to suffer in the future. Ziming was relieved, but Du Peng's eyes widened again. "Ziming, did you just say you still have a back player?" Ziming nodded naturally. "Of course we have to prepare for the next move. We have squandered so much money from Huashao, how can we not prevent him from coming to retaliate?" "My God," Du Peng said. "Ziming, I found out that you are not a person. The biggest mistake of that fellow Huashao is to hit you with you. The result is that you are calculating step by step. Ziming laughed and wanted to say something. At this time, his pager rang. It was news from Chen Yunfei. Ziming found a phone call in the nightclub. It was Chen Yunfei's secretary who answered the call, and then forwarded it to Chen Yunfei. When Chen Yunfei received a call, he said displeased, "Ziming, didn't you say that you want the stock market to slowly fall back to a normal level? Why did it rise by 20% today?" "Mayor Chen, don't worry. This is just a normal reaction before the stock market falls. You can treat this as a phenomenon of the stock market," Ziming said. "I have found a large amount of funds to receive this bubble plate in the stock market. So no matter how the stock market falls in the future, there will be no big problems." Chen Yunfei was very surprised. "Someone pays to pick up this phone plate? What's the matter?" "You don't have to worry about Mayor Chen. Anyway, I didn't steal or cheat or do anything illegal," Ziming said with a smile. "In contrast, I would like to congratulate Mayor Chen. Should I be called Governor Chen or Secretary Chen in the future? In short, congratulations on your promotion." Chen Yunfei was also very happy when he was promoted. He said, "That kid Du Peng told you, right? You people can't do anything else, but these crooked ways are good." "Mayor Chen, you are not right to say that. At least I have done a lot in the construction of the stock market." "You can't kill the donkey." "I will expect Mayor Chen to cover us in the future." Ziming say, "Okay, you don't cry in front of me. As long as you don't do illegal or criminal things, no one can move you, okay?" Chen Yunfei said. "Thank you Governor Chen, Secretary Chen," Ziming said. Chapter 152 Long pain is worse than short pain. Bow, thank you Dancing Wind for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you Empire Flower and Naiba for your monthly ticket support. The 28th is the last Monday in 1987. Originally, this day was just an ordinary day, but it was a painful day for the investors in Nanjing and even the whole country, because this day began when the market opened in the morning. The stocks experienced a continuous plunge. Just 1 hour after the market opened, the entire Nanjing securities market fell by more than 30%, and millions of wealth instantly evaporated. "I want to sell stocks. I don't want all of these stocks. I want to sell them all. I want to sell them at any low price. How could this be? My money." After a while, my money was lost by a few $1,000s. What's wrong with this? All kinds of wailing and shouting in the entire securities company lobby and even in the square inches front of the securities company, some desperately squeezed into the trading floor, yelling impatiently to sell the stock in their hands, some sitting on the ground crying bitterly, and some looking at the declining numbers on the LED display blankly. There was no idea. Anyway, the scene was in chaos. With a sudden bang, someone smashed a piece of glass of a securities company with a brick, and someone shouted, "It's a lie." What kind of stubborn ticket? This is basically the securities company cheating us on the money. If the securities company doesn't return us money, we smashed this broken place together. Many people rushed to the securities company under the shouts of some people, but the securities company was well prepared. Soon after the sirens whistled, more than a dozen police cars drove to the scene and quickly controlled the situation and took the lead. All the troublemakers were arrested. In the office on the second floor of the securities company, Ziming, Du Peng and Liu Han stood by the window and looked down. "My God, how could this be? Are they all going to be counter-revolutionary?" Liu Han muttered, his eyes full of fear, and he was obviously frightened by the following situation, which reminded him of some bad things in the past. Compared with Liu Han, Ziming seems to be much calmer. While observing the following situation, Ziming said to Liu Han, "There is nothing surprising. This happens in almost every stock market crash abroad. Remember, just a few months ago, in the port city on the other side of the Nanu port, I experienced the stock market disaster firsthand. Can you imagine that the whole city is depressed and pessimistic to the extreme? Can you imagine you walking on the street? Can you see people who have lost their lives and lost their souls? And people who are desperate to jump off the building all the time? Luo Han's words shuddered subconsciously. Luo Han turned his head to look at Ziming and asked, then will this happen to us too? But we are fundamentally different from those capitalist countries. Of course it's not the same. After all, the stock market crash was completely expected, and I was prepared in advance to minimize all losses. Ziming sighed at this point. It's just that some things are always inevitable. The stock market should be an investment field, but for most people, this is a speculative field. Since it is speculation, it will always one day of collapse. There is no speculative activity that can continue to prosper, just like the previous land speculation activities. If the speculation is not stopped in time, then the speculation will eventually burst by itself, leaving nothing but a mess. Floor. Luo Han also said helplessly, I understand what you said, Advisor Zhu, and I also know that this is an inevitable trend of the economy, but it has suffered for these ordinary people. Ziming asked, why does Vice President Luo feel that they are very pitiful? Luo Han was stunned for a moment. Aren't they pitiful? Poor, Ziming said. They lost so much at once. Of course they are very poor, but Vice President Luo, you should have heard another sentence, that is, poor people must be hateful. Since a week ago, Du Xiao's Nanjian Securities News and Luo Vice President and your securities company have repeatedly emphasized to everyone that the stock market is risky. You may or may lose money here. Since the last 2 trading days of last weekend, I have asked Xiaodu to publish in the securities news that the stock market will surely plummet in the future, but these people have been fascinated by the money. They just don't believe it or don't withdraw, and now they lose money. But I'm here again to blame the heavens and the others. What can we do about this? Ziming smiled helplessly, and then continued, there is another thing that is the most important. Do you think they are all ordinary people who abide by the law? Luo Han stared at Ziming with wide eyes. He was at a loss. He didn't understand what Ziming meant. He asked Ziming, aren't they? I don't know if Vice President Luo, you still remember some of the things from the time of the previous craze? Ziming pointed at the square inches front of him and said, it is also here. There are also so many people, but they are here, trying to figure out how to open an account to trade in stocks. Some even ask relatives, friends and neighbors to borrow a lot of ID cards in order to increase the probability of being shaken, and then bring all these ID cards with them one by one. Do you think this is something done by ordinary people who abide by the law? Ziming gave the answer and said, absolutely not. I can tell you responsibly, this is speculation. They just saw that the stock can make money, so they want to enter the stock market desperately. Since they have chosen to speculate, they should accept the losses caused by the failure of speculation. But these people obviously do not have this psychological preparation. They simply think that the stock will only make money and not lose money, but they don't think about it at all. It's logical. As a result, now that the stock price has fallen, they have begun to shame the securities company and take responsibility. This is simply unreasonable. Ziming raised another question. And the most important point is that they really lost money. If I remember correctly, since the opening of the stock market, our overall stock price has risen by more than 5 times. Even in the last few trading days of last week, due to the injection of tens of millions of funds from Huaxiao, the stock price skyrocketed again by more than 30%. Ziming said in a passionate tone, in other words, at most they have fallen back to their original position last week. It can be said that the money they lost was originally earned in the stock market, and the money they lost was all my help. They flicked out of Huaxiao, but they took the money that I had worked so hard to get for them as a matter of course. Vice President Luo, what do you say about this group of insatiable speculators? How poor. Listening to Ziming's impassioned speech, Du Peng and Luo Han were shocked, because it was something they had never thought of. They only saw the excitement of the crowd below, but they forgot that it was just a group of insatiable people. Speculators. They are obviously speculation, but they don't accept losses. They clearly don't have a real loss, but they still demand compensation from the securities company. The sharp remarks made by Zhu Ming just now have thoroughly analyzed their shameless and ugly faces. Du Peng and Liu Han were already surprised by Zhu Ming's analysis of the characters and thoughts of the people below, but they never expected Zhu Ming's next words to shock them even more. Look at the police cars over there. Zhu Ming pointed at the dozens of police cars around the square. With so many police forces, it would be impossible to mobilize without the approval of Governor Chen. On the last day of last week, Chen Yunfei was officially appointed as the executive vice governor of Lingnan, the secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, and the mayor of Nanjian. He was the first person in power in Nanjian. Do you know why Governor Chen supports us so much? Zhu Ming asked. Liu Han couldn't keep up with Zhu Ming's thoughts at this time. He shook his head blankly, while Du Peng beside him frowned and meditated. It's because Governor Chen knows that this kind of thing is inevitable. To develop our securities market, we always have to go through various stages of ups and downs. It is impossible that there will always be a bull market, and there will always be a bear market, or even worse than today. The crash occurred. Zhu Ming paused when he said, actually, I think that the continuous rise of our stock market a while ago was not a good thing for these stockholders, because stocks are a completely new issue in our country, and almost everyone does not understand, and the previous continuous rise has sent a false signal to these investors, making them think that the stock will only rise and not fall. I believe many people below think so. Du Peng and Liu Han followed Zhu Ming's words and looked down. As expected, they saw blank or crying faces. Obviously, they just wanted to make money, and never wanted to lose money, just like Zhu Ming said. But it's a pity that there is no stock market that makes a profit without losing money. At least I have never heard of it, Zhu Ming said. So instead of waiting for the bubble to collapse on its own in the future, it is better for me to burst him. Anyway, this sooner or later, they have to go through. The long-term pain is not as good as the short-term pain. For nothing else, it is to let them understand what the stock market is, and let them find a way to understand the principle of the stock market. Zhu Ming's remarks were very strong. As a reborn person, Zhu Ming clearly remembers the detours and the lessons that the domestic securities market took in the past life. Especially not long ago, he also went to Hong Kong City and experienced a real experience. After the stock market crash, he knew nothing but didn't do anything. Zhu Ming felt that he couldn't do such a thing anyway. Counselor Zhu, you are the height of the central leadership. Liu Han's exclamation voice pulled Zhu Ming's thoughts back, and Zhu Ming looked at him in surprise. What is the height of the central leader? Vice President Liu is talking about Zhu Ming, where you stand and the height of your thoughts. Du Peng explained to Liu Han, my grandfather once told me that when an ordinary person walks, he only looks at his feet. A talented person can look up, but a leader, he can often see all situations clearly and make the most calm judgment. This time it was Zhu Ming's turn to be surprised. I just said something, you guys also lifted me up, right? Du Peng shook his head and said, you don't know. In the military parade 2 years ago, I followed my grandfather to the gate of the city. At that time, Mr. Yang spoke with exactly the same expression as you just now. Chapter 153. Bao thanks for the monthly support of Dark Blood. Extinguishes and Jixing wrong. Boom. The door of the office was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Zhu Ming, Du Peng and Liu Han turned around and saw an angry man approaching menacingly. This person was not someone else, it was the Hua Xiao mentioned by Zhu Ming and the others. Zhu Ming, you are so courageous. How dare you design to cheat me? Hua Xiao asked Zhu Ming when he came in and opened his mouth. Hua Xiao, you have to be reasonable as a human being. What did I cheat you on? Zhu Ming asked calmly. What are you talking about? Hua Xiao said as he took out a wad of stocks and said, it's these stocks. You deliberately lied to me to buy these stocks and then let them fall in price. Are you cheating me? Du Peng was very upset and said to Hua Xiao, Hua Xiao, makes no sense for you to say that. You asked to buy this stock yourself. Zhu Ming and I have never forced you to buy it. Moreover, Zhu Ming continued with Du Peng's words, Hua Xiao, Did you have amnesia, whether it was in the box of the Nanu Hotel or the reception room of the securities company last week? I have been persuading you, Hua Xiao, you don't want to buy stocks, but you didn't listen and threatened me. Now that the stocks are losing, you say I cheated you? Don't you think your actions are ridiculous? Hua Xiao's expression was very ugly. Of course, Hua Xiao understood Zhu Ming's words. In fact, it was because of this that Hua Xiao was even more annoyed. For Hua Xiao, if Zhu Ming really framed him deliberately, he would feel better. After all, his anger would always have a direction to vent. As it is now, Zhu Ming has been persuading him not to buy stocks. As a result, if I didn't listen, I was losing money now, and I turned around to trouble the person who advised him not to buy it. This is completely rascal. Of course, Hua Xiao is not an idiot. He also understands that Zhu Ming must have grasped his own psychology and said that deliberately. The purpose is to stimulate himself, knowing that it is impossible to listen to him when the stocks keep rising at that time. It was for this reason that Zhu Ming took the reason. He clearly knew that he was the one who caused the ghost, but he always took care of himself when trying to trouble him. This feeling of power and inability to make people feel depressed and crazy. That was the set you set up. You said that on purpose. Hua Xiao still insisted. Zhu Ming looked at him amusedly and asked, Hua Xiao, don't you think your own statement is ridiculous? In addition, as far as I know, your stock has gone up by 30% last week. If it has fallen by 30%, you have not lost, Hua Xiao, right? It's ridiculous. Your mother, I'm telling you, today you will pay for the $3 million I lost anyway. Hua Xiao said. Hua Xiao, you are unreasonable. How do you say it is a person of identity? Isn't it ugly to slap and roll here? Zhu Ming said. Hua Xiao has obviously made up his mind to shamelessly, fucking your mother. I think it's you who shamelessly, you. Before Hua Xiao had finished speaking, Du Peng couldn't bear to go up and slap him, and directly slapped him back into his stomach. What he wanted to say next. Mom BS. You are still endless. You are stupid and we persuaded you not to listen, but you still depend on us. You obviously didn't lose money, but you still want us to compensate. Your damn thing is also red. Can those who have grown up under the wall be a little bit prosperous, and don't make trouble here unreasonably like the little speculators below? Du Peng cursed at Hua Xiao. In fact, Du Peng has long been very dissatisfied with Hua Xiao. He is also a red child of Yanjing. Hua Xiao has always been in front of him because of the solid foundation of his family in Lingnan. Regarding the posture in his eyes, even in the previous nightclubs and stocks, he threatened himself, although there were some acting elements in it. Du Peng couldn't bear it. Unexpectedly, today this guy actually came to him and rolled around in front of him. He really regarded himself as a soft persimmon. Really, he was afraid of him. Hua Xiao held his face and stood there looking at Du Peng in a daze. Do you dare to hit me? You fucking dare to hit me? Du Peng, you know what this place is? Do you want to fight me? I'm telling you that if it wasn't for Lingnan, I would have wanted to smoke you. Du Peng pointed to Hua Xiao and said, Mom doesn't pee and take pictures of yourself. It's true that you are arrogant all day long. I thought no one in the country could rule you out. Let's try what you want to see who gets down first. But let me remind you that my uncle Chen has now been promoted to executive vice governor and secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee. This news made Hua Xiao's eyes widened. Okay, you were prepared long ago. But don't think that you have won this way. The boss will definitely not let you go. No need to trouble you, Hua Xiao, he'll help you contact Danj. Du Peng said. He picked up the office phone and called a paging in front of Hua Xiao. After a while, he came back. Du Peng drove the hands-free, and a very arrogant voice came from there. Xiaoping, what's the matter? Hearing this voice, Hua Xiao was stunned. Obviously, this is the brother Dan they just said. According to Du Peng, this brother Dan is now the #1 princeling in the 49 city. Not only their family has mastered it, the central authority has the highest right to speak, and at the same time, he himself brought a group of red children to pull up a group of forces all over the country. In the face of Danj, Du Peng was very cautious even on the phone. He said, Tanj is like this, Hua Xiao and I have a little misunderstanding here. Hua Xiao bought the shares of Nanjian Securities Company. Du Peng then briefly introduced the matter to Tanj, and Tan groaned for a while and said to Du Peng, "Okay, Xiaoping, I know, you let Xiaohua answer the phone." Xiaohua is Hua Xiao's nickname, but only people like Tanj dare to call him that way. Du Peng asked Hua Xiao to come over, and Hua Xiao greeted Tanj on the phone. Tanj said, "Over there, little Hua, stop making trouble, go back." But Tanj, this is obviously Du Peng and the others deliberately designed me, and it made me lose millions. This is not a small amount of money. I definitely want them to spit it out. Before Hua Xiao's words were finished, Brother Tan was unhappy over there. "Have you not heard me, Xiaohua? I told you to stop making trouble and go back. Don't be embarrassed here. Others have been persuading you all the time. Don't buy stocks. You are stupid and insisted on buying them. Now that something happens, you still have to rely on others. When did I teach you to be such a rascal?" Although the tone of Tanj was always calm, Hua Xiao shuddered unconsciously when he heard this. He nodded quickly and said, "Okay Tan, leave right away." On the other side of the phone, Tanj gave an acknowledgement and said to Du Peng, "I blame Xiaoping for not teaching the people below me." "Don't take it off," Du Peng said. "Don't say that to Brother Dan. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Dan. You don't know Brother Dan either." Brother Dan smiled, and then said, "Xiaoping, I heard that you did a good job in Nanjian. You know how to use your business actions to help the family. It's a very clever way." Du Peng smiled and thanked Tanj. He also complimented that Tanj was really capable. In the end, the two sides said a few more words before hanging up the phone. After the phone was hung up, Du Peng saw that Hua Xiao was still here, so he deliberately asked him, "Hua Xiao, what else do you want to say now?" Hua Xiao was blue and white on Du Peng's angry face, but with the words of Tanj just now, he didn't dare to make any trouble. He could only gritted his teeth and said to Du Peng, "Well, you Du Peng, this even if I win you for a while, we will calculate this account later." After finishing talking about Hua Xiao, he left the office. Du Peng looked at the back of Hua Xiao leaving, and smiled at Ziming. "Have you seen Ziming? The expression on Hua Xiao's face just now is really wonderful. He threatened for more than a month, and now he can finally get the place back, and asked him to pay us to fill it in the stock market. I'm afraid he will regret it now." Indeed, it is really difficult to do business without political consideration. Ziming sighed. Ziming is indeed very impressed with this point. The reason why Hua Xiao dared to be so arrogant before and dared to threaten himself and Du Peng again and again is because he has a lot of power in Lingnan. Let the deputy secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee help him order his nightclub to be sealed. But when he heard that Chen Yunfei had become the executive vice governor and secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, he fell into disbelief and had to move out of Tanj, who was behind him. The two positions of the mayor and the secretary of the municipal party committee may be two equal opponents in the concept of later generations. However, in this era, the party and government have just been separated not long. Although it is said that they are in charge of each other, they are actually long-term concepts. It is not so easy to change. The secretary still has the highest right to speak, and the mayor is much weaker in comparison. However, after going up to the secretary of the municipal party committee or even the executive vice governor, this position is completely different. This means that Chen Yunfei not only has absolute power in Nanjian, but also has a great say in the province. In this way, even if Hua Xiao and his family are in Lingnan, no matter how powerful they are, facing such a strong figure, they can't help but weigh. Let alone their family can't fight with such a character because of Hua Xiao's breath. In the end, it is conceivable that without Chen Yunfei, Ziming would have a headache even if he had prepared for trouble afterwards facing Hua Xiao. But now with Chen Yunfei, everything would be easily solved. This is the political difference. So Ziming I will have this emotion. But this is also the result of Ziming and Du Peng's hard work in Nanjian. After all, if they hadn't taken the lead in auctioning land and engaging in the securities market, Chen Yunfei would not have been able to improve so quickly. Therefore, the politics and the economy are complementary. But I think so, but compared to Du Peng's ease, Ziming still frowned. But Xiao Du, I think something troublesome is coming. These words made Du Peng very surprised. What is the trouble? Didn't Tanj have solved it just now? If you were scammed by someone 3 million, would you smile generously? Ziming asked rhetorically. Of course not. Du Peng said, but brother Dan just now. That's the phone. Ziming said, if Dan gets angry on the phone, or hangs up directly, I can understand. How can I say that he is also the first brother of Sijiuching? He must be angry, but he is on the phone. This performance is too abnormal. Not only is he out of breath, but also has a polite sentence with Du Peng. Don't you think Du Peng is weird? Du Peng thought for a while and said, it's really weird. This brother Dan is not a good temper. That's it. That's why I said this matter is not over yet. Ziming said. Chapter 154. Bao thanks for the monthly pass support of Dancing Wind, Falling Pain and Green Grass Sky. Today Mooncake Festival, the small square is here to wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Brother Dan, you are always the first brother of our 49 city, and you are so many years older than me. I hope you don't be so careful. Du Peng chanted prayers with his hands folded in his mouth by the window, and even pretended to put a box of cigarettes in front of him, which made Ziming laugh out loud. I think if Dan brother sees you cursing him like this, I guess those who weren't angry will have their lives with you. Fuck off. I said. Ziming, you kid can say something nice. Du Peng said angrily. However, Du Peng's prayers obviously didn't work, because just 10 minutes later, Luo Han received a paging, and then hurriedly made a call. After answering the phone, he said nothing, and the whole person was stunned. When he was there, Ziming and Du Peng asked him a few words before he replied in a daze. Councillor Du Xiao of Zhu, just received news from the municipal party committee that Governor Chen is on his way. Damn. You didn't really give Ziming the crow's mouth, right? Du Peng wailed. Fuck your uncle. The matter hasn't come to fruition yet. Don't bluff here. Ziming slapped Du Peng angrily and said, it's just that Ziming said so, but he was actually very bottomless. After all, he sent away Hua Shikai and talked with Danj. This Bian Chen Yunfei is about to come here, and he is still in such a hurry. You must know that a person like Chen Yunfei usually informs the receptionist where he wants to go. But now he can't even notify him directly. Coming over, it can be seen that it is definitely not a simple matter. Ziming thought about this and asked Luo Han, does the news say why Governor Chen is coming over? I didn't say it specifically, but it must be related to the stock market crash. Luo Han said. It seems like it's not far from 10. Ziming sighed and said to Du Peng, no matter what the reason is for Governor Chen to come, we still have to face what we should face. There is no way, but soldiers will come to cover the water and earth. Du Peng said. The location of the securities company was not far from the municipal party committee. Only a few minutes later, Chen Yunfei's motorcade bypassed the crowd in the square inches front of him and entered the securities company through the side door. Chen Yunfei came to the securities company and walked directly into the office where Ziming and the others were located. Before Ziming and Du Peng came forward to say hello, he waved his hand first. Don't say anything extra. How is the situation here now? Can you control it? Calm down. On the way here, I heard Director Zhao said that more than a dozen people have been arrested. Listening to the series of words by Chen Yunfei entering the door, Ziming and Du Peng raised their hearts. Ziming first asked Luo Han to tell Chen Yunfei about the current situation, and then Ziming asked, Governor Chen, is something wrong? Chen Yunfei didn't get any ink, and directly nodded and said to Ziming, it's very troublesome. Just now, Mr. Yang and several important leaders of the central government have called me and asked about the current situation of the stock market, and asked us to control the situation, to calm the emotions of all investors and do a good job in the ideological work of investors. Once something goes wrong, it will be a very serious political incident. These words made Ziming frown. Chen Yunfei had already spoken to this point, and everything became clear. Obviously, he had guessed right just now. Sure enough, the Sijiuching first brother was not so generous. Otherwise, How could things on the Nanjian side reach the ears of the central leaders so quickly? But this is also normal. After all, this stock market crash will cost you millions there. This amount of money is not a small sum in this era. Ziming doesn't know how powerful the power there is, but Ziming can guess that this is by no means a small number, and it will be hell if you really laugh it over there. As for this, Brother Dan's approach is obviously much more clever than Hua Xiao, directing the situation of the Nanjian stock market to the central government. As the first brother of the imperial city, he understands politics very well. He understands that stability in the country is overwhelming. No matter what you do, stability must be the first element, otherwise it will not be carried out. A few years ago, vigorous nationwide crackdowns. So now Nanjian is engaged in the stock market. But there has been a major event of mass gatherings. Just like Chen Yunfei said, once it is not handled properly, it will be a very serious political event. As a rebirth, Ziming clearly remembers that before the establishment of the previous Securities Regulatory Commission, Nanjian had a major incident. It was because the emotions of hundreds of thousands of investors were not handled properly, which caused the investors to attack government agencies, and the whole country was shocked. Finally, the central government asked when the responsibility came down, from the secretary of the municipal party committee to the mayor. More than a dozen officials at or above the department level were successively removed, and the China Securities Regulatory Commission was established to monitor the national stock market. Now I didn't expect that with his own rebirth, this scene would be staged in Nanjian ahead of time. If it is not handled well, then Chen Yunfei's political status will be in jeopardy, and once Chen Yunfei is unplugged, then Hua Xiao, who is based here, will start to do things. You can have no scruples. It's really a wave of unsettled waves. This Brother Dan is really a good method, and he shot directly on his own life gate. Ziming, do you think the emotions of the investors below will get out of control? Du Peng asked nervously. He also thought of the urgency of this matter. If Chen Yunfei is gone, then they will definitely not be able to stay in Nanjian. Ziming shook his head and said, it's hard to tell. After all, most of the speculators who come to stocks are speculators. The essence of speculators is to look for opportunities. They also know that our party and government agencies are not willing to have trouble. If someone encourages them in the crowd for their own benefit, it is easy to arouse other people and cause tragedies that no one wants to see. Chen Yunfei turned his head and looked at Ziming. Do you think things will be like that? Governor Chen, I think it's very likely. Ziming said, Governor Chen, you heard Director Zhao say just now. The police have arrested more than a dozen people, and they all want to take the lead in making trouble. There are so many people here, how can there be only a dozen people with ulterior motives? Just catching people can never be done, and the police catching people is not omnipotent. If there are too many people caught, it is impossible to guarantee that they will not arouse greater public outrage. Ziming paused here and then said, if it really becomes like that, these angry investors attacked the securities company and the party and government organs, then there is really no way to deal with it. Basically everyone present was from an agency, so after hearing Ziming's words, they subconsciously took a breath of air, and they all understood the seriousness of this matter. As the first vice president of the securities company in the South Development Bank, Liu Han suggested, then ... or else we will find a way to rescue the market. If the South Development Bank can take the lead with 5 million to rescue the market, it will definitely stabilize the stock market. Before he could finish his words, Ziming immediately interrupted. This is definitely not possible. Ziming said to Liu Han, Vice President Liu, as the first vice president of a securities company, you should be very clear that the stock market crash this time is a normal phenomenon after the bubble burst. If we still spend money at this time, entering the stock market is not called stabilizing the market at all, but continues to keep the stock market bubble, and even contributes to the growth of this stock market bubble. Since it is a bubble, there is always a day to explode. If we are stable today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Do we have to spend money to rescue the market every time the bubble explodes? The result can only be let this bubble become bigger and more difficult to deal with. Then when one day we no longer have the ability to save the market, our entire stock market will be ruined. Ziming went on to say, not only that, but also more serious. The previous stock market growth has already conveyed to most investors the misinformation that stocks will only make money and still make big money. Now the stock market bubble is about to explode, and we take money. Come to rescue the market. Don't we continue to convey this wrong message to investors? Our investors have no knowledge of the stock market disaster. Once there is a situation where we can't save the market, then the entire military region can really solve it. Ziming's tone was calm, but his words sounded like the cold wind of the 12th lunar month in other people's ears, which made people feel a biting bitterness. Things that can only be solved by the deployment of the entire military area are truly remarkable. And those who indulge in the development of things will definitely become sinners of the entire country and history. This is a heavy burden no one wants to bear. Otherwise, I will continue to mobilize the police force. Mobilize all the police force in Nanjing City, and dismiss the investors below. As long as they are dispersed and they don't form a group, nothing will happen. I believe that we are on the public security front. Comrades have this ability. Zhao Anmin, Director of the Public Security Bureau, suggested. Ziming shook his head and said, this is a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. I fully believe that Director Zhao and our public security police have this ability, but they are dispelled today. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? You can strengthen the patrol on the street, just like the previous crackdown. If you see a rally causing trouble, you will all be arrested. Zhao Anmin said. Ziming still shook his head. Director Zhao, this is absolutely impossible. The crackdown was because our social security situation was too bad. But now the situation is different. These people are not vicious criminals, nor gangsters. If you want to arrest people, it will aggravate their panic. Under the fragile mentality of the current stock market crash, it is easy to crash and cause more trouble. Zhao Anmin was retired from the army. Although he is now in politics, he still has the straight temper of the army. He said to Ziming, this is not good. That is not good. What did you say to the consultant that week? Hearing Zhao Anmin's question, everyone including Chen Yunfei turned their eyes to Ziming. From their eyes, Ziming could feel that they had the same questions as Zhao Anmin at this time. Under everyone's gaze, Ziming took a deep breath, then turned to ask Chen Yunfei, Governor Chen, let me go out to represent the party and the government, as well as the securities company, and the stock investors below, okay? What? Ziming, you want to go out and persuade the investors below who are on the verge of collapse? Everyone's eyes widened and exclaimed in unison. Chapter 155 chapters? Everyone was shocked by Ziming's words, although they also knew in their hearts that at this moment, if they could persuade the investors below to let them retreat on their own, it would undoubtedly be the best way to solve the immediate crisis. It is based on if. However, due to the crash of the stock market, millions of funds evaporate instantly, and the mentality of the stock investors below has been deviated. They never think that they are speculating, and they are not responsible for making losses. They think that they should not lose. Yes, stocks should be profitable. And now that they have lost money, the state should pay compensation. People who are a little more sane will find this idea very unreasonable. But for these investors, this idea is justified. It is simply unthinkable to persuade these investors who have already reached a dead end. Especially now that these investors are very fragile and cannot be beaten or scolded. If they receive a little stronger stimulation, it will lead to a big conflict, but if it is lighter, they will not listen at all. How can this be persuaded? Du Peng and Liu Han knew that Ziming was very good, but it was a bit too reluctant, and the police chief Zhao Anmin, who didn't know Ziming that much, would think he was joking at all. Of course Ziming understood Du Peng, Liu and their thoughts, but Ziming didn't explain anything. He just looked at Chen Yunfei calmly and waited for Chen Yunfei's answer. After a while, Chen Yunfei asked Ziming, are you sure? Ziming shook his head honestly and said, no, but you will never know the result if you don't try anything. Zhao Anmin and Liu Han took a sigh of relief, because Zhu Ming wanted to say that they were very sure, they could at least have a psychological comfort, but now Zhu Ming directly said that he was not sure. Zhao Anmin stopped doing it at the time. Since consultant Zhu is not sure, don't take this risk. Let me organize the police to disperse these investors. At least I am quite sure of this. What about after the dispersal? Director Zhou, you still can't guarantee to reverse the mentality of investors, can you? Zhu Ming said. The people's mind is like a flood that should be dredged and not blocked. If you simply blindly disperse and arrest, it will only cause greater trouble. Counselor Zhu, you said nicely, but you must be sure to reverse the mentality of investors. Didn't you also say that these investors are also on the verge of collapse? Zhao Anmin was dissatisfied. I'm not sure, but whether I succeed or not, I can at least guarantee that there will be no accidents. Zhu Ming said confidently. Zhao Anmin wanted to say something, but at this time Chen Yunfei made a decision. Well, Zhu Ming, you can go and try it. Compared with Zhu Ming's words, although Chen Yunfei's decision was also surprising, it was not unexpected. Chen Yunfei said to Zhao Anmin, the organization of police forces must protect advisors. Zhao Anmin nodded and said, Zhao Anmin is a straightforward person. Although he did not agree with Zhu Ming's words, he still meticulously implemented Chen Yunfei's orders. He immediately arranged for some of the most capable police officers in the bureau to accompany Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming thanked Chen Yunfei and Zhao Anmin for this. Chen Yunfei nodded and did not speak, but Zhao Anmin said that he was carrying out the order. Afterwards, Zhu Ming walked out of the securities company under the protection of several public security officers. As the stock market plummeted today, the stockholders at their door also had a lot of extreme behaviors. Therefore, the securities company was forced to shut down urgently. Now Zhu Ming walked out of the door and immediately caused the following attention to all investors. Look, someone from the securities company has come out. We must ask them to give us a statement, and they must pay us our money. Our money must not be lied to them so unexplainedly. With these intermittent shouts, all the investors surrounded Zhu Ming as if being pushed by an invisible hand, which made the police guarding Zhu Ming nervous. However, Zhu Ming signaled them to stay calm, and then Zhu Ming stepped forward. Zhu Ming held the microphone in his hand. This was the loudspeaker that Liu Han had prepared for Zhu Ming. It used the original broadcast of the securities company. Speak to everyone. Standing on the steps, Zhu Ming looked at the investors below with angry or blank eyes. He also knew that at this moment, not only in the office on the second floor, but Chen Yunfei and the others were paying attention to him, perhaps in the distant place that he had never been to in his life. Yanqing, there is also a Danj, and so many leaders of the central government, their eyes are also watching here. Since I am standing here, I must do my best. Zhu Ming cheered himself up in his heart. And then Zhu Ming took a deep breath and took the microphone and said, Hello everyone, my name is Zhu Ming. Perhaps some of you have heard of me. I am from Nanjian City Government. Development consultants are also consultants to securities companies. Zhu Ming's voice just fell, and someone immediately shouted below, That's why you let the securities company swindle our money? This person's words immediately resonated with other people. Yes, you hurry up and let the securities company pay us back, or we won't leave here today. Everyone, please stay calm. Don't worry, it's your money, it's yours, no more, no more. Zhu Ming said, but before that, I have a question I want to ask everyone. I hope everyone can give me an answer together. This is something I heard at the farmer's market this morning. Zhu Ming said, there is a shop selling chemical fertilizers. The boss said that his chemical fertilizers are the best in the country and can absorb 2 meters underground. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium can make rice produce 800 gin per mu. Even if there is no 800 gin, at least 700 gin. Then a farmer came to buy chemical fertilizers and fertilized them carefully according to the method. As a result, at the end of the year, his fields were only it was less than 600 catties, So he came to the shop owner and asked the shop owner to compensate him for the loss of more than 200 catties per mew. Ziming put his hands together and asked, "This matter makes me feel very confused, so I hope everyone can help me evaluate it. Do you think this farmer's request is reasonable?" Ziming's question was asked, and someone immediately replied, "The farmer's requirements are definitely unreasonable. How is the rice harvest not determined by chemical fertilizers? How can I find the shop owner to compensate for this? The farmer's behavior, it's a rascal." Listening to the answers given below, Ziming vigorously applauded everyone and said, "You are too right, I want to cheer for you. From your answers, I can know that all of you are very smart, have a strong ability to distinguish right from wrong, and are also good people with kindness and moral bottom line." Ziming praised. "Do you know why I want to tell you this? It is because I have a strong Chinese dream." Ziming said, "You now know that I am a development consultant in Nanjian, but I was actually born in an ordinary worker's family. My parents' wages are very low. In order to provide for me to go to school, the family not only spent all their savings, but even owed a lot of money to relatives and friends. From that moment on, I realized that I must change the status quo of poverty in my family. But how do I change it?" Ziming asked and replied. "At that time, I met a man who was playing chess at a street stall. He said that since I am a college student, since I have such a clever mind, I can be like he puts an impossible endgame there, and finds a support, and then he can deceive the money of those who think they can solve the endgame." Following Ziming's narration, the following thousands of people fell into his story. Everyone forgot to speak. At this time, Ziming suddenly asked out loud, "But can I do this?" "No, absolutely not. It is true that I want to make money and change the poverty in my family, but I cannot do anything to make money, because I am still a person with a conscience and a moral bottom line." Ziming's words spread to everyone on the square through the securities company's broadcast, making them subconsciously shocked, as if their souls were trembling. Someone immediately waved their arms and shouted for Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, you are doing the right thing. You are a human, not a beast. We want to make money, but we must have a moral bottom line. We cannot be shameless or rascal." Hearing the following shouts, Ziming clapped once again. Everyone said very well, and they were right. "I am very pleased to hear everyone's voice here today, because our country may still be very poor, backward. But as long as everyone is so kind and hardworking, I believe that our reform and opening up will definitely make everyone rich. In the future, everyone can watch color TVs at home, and even drive their own cars when they go out. Do you want this kind of life? Yes, everyone below shouted the answer in unison. So in order to make money, everyone, like the farmer, goes to the shop owner to ask for money that shouldn't be their own. And it's okay to make money unscrupulously like the swindler who scams money? Ziming asked again. No, everyone below shouted again, waving their arms. Ziming still asked, why not? Although a little shameless, wouldn't it be great as long as you can make money? We are not land rogues. We have a moral bottom line. Everyone below shouted. Ziming stretched out his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then Ziming said in a deep voice, then, back to the most important issue for all of us today. I know that you all are here today because of the stock market crash, but please take a closer look at the securities. What is written on the sign next to the company? The stock market has risks and you need to be cautious when entering the market. What does this mean? This means that the stock market is an investment market. Since it is an investment, there are risks of investment success and investment failure. No one can guarantee whether you will make money or lose money, so you must proceed with caution if you want to buy stocks. This brand has been hung here since the establishment of the securities company. I don't know how many people actually saw it, but it doesn't matter, because I believe everyone has a moral bottom line. Ziming took a deep breath and finally said, I know you are here today because you have lost money and want to ask for an explanation, but whether we are a stock market or a bank, whether it is a securities company or the city government, we are repeatedly emphasizing the stock market. The concept of losing money, even before the stock market crash, issued a crash warning in the securities newspaper, but you still don't take him seriously. Now that the stock market has really started to collapse, and you have really lost money, you have come to trouble the securities company and the government, asking the securities company and the government to compensate you. Don't you think that your behavior is the same as that of the shop owner? The peasant who compensates is as shameless as the scammer who swindled money out of the scams. Do you guys pat your own breasts and think about it? Do you think there is a moral bottom line in your own way? Ziming tortured sentence after sentence. Chapter 156 Persuasion? Ziming's words echoed in the square like morning bells and evening drums. The entire square was silent. All the people who were still resentful and shouting just now seemed to have been given a body fixation method, standing there, one by one, just staring blankly. Ziming on the steps was speechless. This kind of sudden silence of thousands of people at the same time will bring people a huge mental pressure. On the second floor of the securities company building, Chen Yunfei, Du Peng and Liu Han unconsciously leaned over to the window, and they screamed after breathing. I felt my heart touch my throat, and I looked at the scene below without blinking, waiting for the reaction of all investors. At this moment, no matter what their status is or what their relationship with Ziming is, they are asking the same question repeatedly in their hearts: has he succeeded? Those nervous on the second floor, Ziming, who was standing on the steps, was also very nervous. After all, he didn't know how much blessing he had accumulated before he was reborn this time. How could he fall here so easily? Even if the one shot this time is the first brother of Huang Qing, even if he hits himself and Du Peng's fate as soon as he shot, no matter how rich he is just an ordinary citizen. Even with his true identity, he will never bow your head and admit defeat. Maybe I was not satisfactory in my previous life, but in this life, no matter what, I must fight to the end. But I think so, but some things still have to be resigned to fate. I am only reborn in the end, not possessed by the souls of great men from all walks of life. I just understand something better than others, but it is impossible to master everyone's thoughts. Now, I have done my best, starting from an ordinary fertilizer story, to my Chinese dream, and then to my own means of making a fortune. Through these stories and words, I have mobilized everyone's conscience very well. Of course, the more important thing is that in these plain stories, I have already brought out what I want to say. In the end, the series of questions I asked were even more questioning everyone's conscience. I have to make a detour to do this, because at this time the psychology of the stockholders below is very fragile. If you just say this directly, you will definitely only irritate them and let them attack the securities companies and the party and government agencies, but this is the case. The situation is completely different after a detour. These investors will be tortured by their conscience, which is easier for them to accept than directly, and the silence at this time is the process of their inner struggle in accepting the torture of their conscience. The weather in Nanjing at the end of December was a bit cold, but Ziming stood on the steps, facing the silent thousands of people below, but he felt the sweat on his forehead wafting out. In this way, I don't know how long it has passed. Suddenly there was a cry from the crowd, and someone shouted, "I'm sorry, Consultant Zhu, I was wrong." Ziming finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the first shout, because Ziming knew very well that when everyone's nerves were strained to the limit, as long as one person took the lead, it would be like a spark of fire. The formation of a prairie fire. Sure enough, after this first cry, a lot of confession shouts quickly sounded in the square one after another. Of course, there are not few people here who want to try to resist, and in the crowd want to shout, "Don't believe these bureaucrats, it was to ask the government and securities companies to pay compensation." But these words soon drowned in the shouts of other people, and even some people took the initiative to spurn them, calling them insatiable and shameless. Ziming really let go of his heart at this time. It seems that his estimate is good. Under the psychological pressure just now, I am afraid that even a character like Chen Yunfei will feel heavy pressure. Most people will definitely not be able to withstand such a heavy pressure. Then at this time, once the string in Sumion's head breaks, his emotions will soon be transmitted to other people, and finally achieve the goal of unifying thinking. If you want to say the only difference at this time, it is to see which emotion will erupt in the end under this pressure. It seems that I am still betting right, and most of them are kind-hearted people. Ziming sighed secretly in his heart. Although I don't know if this is the case, at least it doesn't waste the entire chapter that I did before. Ziming was finally able to put his heart back in his stomach at this time, and it was not until then that Ziming realized that his back was covered with cold sweat. It is conceivable that Ziming was under pressure just now, but fortunately he was carrying this. The pressure was worth it. And Ziming finally passed this level again. With a sigh of relief, Ziming raised the microphone again and said, "Dear investors, I know that the stock market crash is bad news for all of us. No one wants to hear such news, but this is the law of the market. It's like the Western countries will never escape the economic crisis. Of course, we are not the same as those in Western countries," Ziming said. "Our securities company has only been established in less than a month, and all the stocks in it have risen from a few dollars and dozens of dollars. Even though our stock market crashed today, if we look at the situation this month, most of our stock investors made a lot of money, didn't they? If that's the case, everyone didn't lose a cent, did they? So since you didn't lose money, isn't it unreasonable that you are asking the securities company and the government for compensation here?" Ziming also said that under Ziming's words, the thousands of stockists below bowed their heads in shame, but Ziming went on to say, "I understand everyone's eagerness to make money. In fact, I also want to make money. Who don't want to make money? But after all, we still have morals and conscience, don't we? We want to make money, but we must pay more attention to methods and methods, not to be snarky or unreasonable, okay? Please rest assured that securities companies will work with the government to solve the problems in the stock market as soon as possible, and the imperfect areas will find ways to improve them as soon as possible, so as not to make everyone lose money." Ziming said, "Now, please contact the police. Under the leadership of the police, can you leave in an orderly manner? Don't make trouble here." Following Ziming's words, the investors below began to leave the square bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Ziming was completely relieved. However, Ziming did not leave the market in a hurry. Instead, he stood on the steps and watched the investors slowly leave their market. He waited until the investors below were almost gone before leaving the market. Walking into the securities company, Ziming returned to the office and came to the door. The door of the office was opened. Du Peng ran out excitedly and hugged Ziming and howled, "Ziming, you guys are simply amazing. Even the thousands of people below can be persuaded, which makes people dissatisfied." Ziming shook off Du Peng and walked into the office. The situation inside was also full of joy. Everyone was as excited as if they had won the lottery. After all, what they had just witnessed was a miracle. But facing Ziming, the protagonist who made this miracle, their eyes were full of worship. Zhao Anmin came to Ziming and said embarrassedly to Ziming, "Counselor Zhu is very sorry, what I said before did not pass through the brain, and I said it a bit more seriously. I hope that Counselor Zhu will not be offended." Ziming said, "It doesn't matter, Director Zhou, I am not so careful. And Director Zhou, you are also trying to solve the problem." I can understand the mood at the time. Zhao Anmin thanked Ziming for his generosity, but Consultant Zhu, you were really amazing just now. The following thousands of investors who are emotionally pacified, you actually said to appease and calm down. You are simply turning the tide. Great man who fell short. Ziming laughed at this and said, "Director Zhao, please don't praise me like that. Compared to what you said, I would rather not have these things happen." "That's right, safety is blessing," Zhao Anmin said. Compared with Zhao Anmin, Liu Han is also excited, but calmer. In other words, he has also witnessed Ziming in the lecture hall of Hong Kong City University, who persuaded hundreds of angry students with a few words, so he would be better than others. Can understand Ziming's talent in speaking, as well as his personality charm. But even so, Liu Han was very excited at the moment. He came to Ziming and said, "Counselor Zhu, you are really amazing. This scene just now can definitely be recorded in the annals of history. Ziming laughed and said, if this scene can be recorded in the annals of history, then you, Vice President Luo, will not be able to escape. Ziming finally came to Chen Yunfei and said, Governor Chen, I did not live up to your trust in me and successfully resolved this matter. Wow, this is really great. Chen Yunfei patted Ziming on the shoulder. Chen Yunfei's action made Secretary Peng, who was beside him, stared. As Chen Yunfei's secretary, he knew very well that Chen Yunfei's action represented Chen Yunfei's excitement at this time. Chen Yunfei couldn't help but get excited, because this matter today is the most important thing for him. He is the party secretary and mayor of Nanjing. Once something goes wrong today, others may be able to figure out a solution, but as the absolute #1 leader, he has no room for change. Of course, due to the particularity of the matter, and if he can do more activities, he will not be dismissed, but will be transferred from Nanjing. But even this is completely unacceptable to him. Imagine that he was transferred from the central government to the local government and had been the second child under Luke Sun for such a long time. Now he has finally made it through, and he is the secretary of the municipal party committee, concurrently serving as the executive vice governor. This is undoubtedly quite promising. If he was finally able to flex his muscles and was transferred from Nanjing because of such an incident, it would definitely be something he regretted for life. Originally, Chen Yunfei had already contacted the armed police squadron and was ready to use some extraordinary means. But he didn't expect Ziming to solve the matter in a few words when he went out. How could he not get excited? At this time, if Chen Yunfei hadn't taken into account his status as the executive vice governor, he would have wanted to give Ziming a call, just because Ziming did something incredible. Governor Chen, I didn't believe you were born in the army before, but now I believe it. Because you are too heavy to act, Ziming deliberately exclaimed. Chen Yunfei and the others laughed. Chapter 157, The Transition Period. Ziming and Tang Ran are sighing about morning tea, which is a traditional custom in Nanjing and the entire Lingnan province. At the tea table, Tang Ran drank pink curd while flipping through the newspaper, and said to Ziming happily, Brother Ming, you are awesome. You read a lot of newspapers talking about you, saying that you are contemporary Luxun, and saying that you are shocking people's heart and soul. You are a great man who takes everyone to open their eyes to see the world. Hearing Tang Ran's adoration of himself, Ziming smiled. Yesterday the stock market crashed and thousands of stockholders gathered in the square at the gate of the securities company. Even the central government was alarmed by such a big event. Of course, there were many other factors in it, but I also want to keep a low cloak and can't get it down. Therefore, the newspapers talked about this all over the place this morning, and the first thing to do was to persuade all investors to dissuade themselves. Ziming pushed the shrimp dumplings that the waiter had just arrived in front of Tang Ran and said, Okay, don't read the nonsense in these newspapers. These reporters themselves meditated in the small dark room. But I think they are really right. Brother Ming, you are amazing, Tang Ran said, suddenly becoming a little depressed. It's just a pity that I was not there at the time and I couldn't see Brother Ming. What is good about you at the scene? This is not about temple fairs, but thousands of angry investors. If someone doesn't deal with it properly but will cause riots, I dare not put you in such a dangerous place. Ziming say. Tang Ran said, I believe Brother Ming. As long as Brother Ming is there, all difficulties can be easily solved. Ziming was stunned for a moment. Faced with Tang Ran's unconditional firm belief, he didn't know what to say, so he turned the subject off and said, Don't talk about this. By the way, your parents both withdrew from the stock market in time, right? Tang Ran nodded and said, Brother Ming, you said that I immediately asked my parents to sell the stocks. At that time, other relatives laughed at us when they saw my parents sell the stocks. Now they all regret it. On the last 2 trading days of last week, Ziming told Tang Ran that the stock market was about to collapse, and asked Tang Ran to persuade his parents to sell all the stocks as soon as possible. At the same time, he also asked Tang Ran to tell their relatives who bought stocks together and let them They also sold the stocks together. However, the stocks rose very well at that time. The relatives in her family, like those stockholders at the gate of the securities company yesterday, did not believe that the stock would fall, so they refused to sell. They even made fun of Tang Ran and her parents. As a result, the stock market opened this week. The city just collapsed, and they all regretted their intestines. As far as Ziming knows, although the securities company was temporarily closed for several hours due to a rally at the door yesterday, the entire stock market plunged by more than 40% yesterday. It can be said that just yesterday, nearly half of the value of the stock in everyone's hands was born. Even if it is known that this value has risen during the initial period of the stock craze, it still makes people feel that the price drops so suddenly. It hurts. Ziming rubbed Tang Ran's little head indulgently and said, "They don't sell because they don't understand. The stocks were so profitable last week. Who wants to sell? So don't laugh at them either." Tang Ran shook his head and said, "I didn't laugh at them. Very good. That's good. But I also have to give you a task." Ziming said, "Brother Ming, you say, I promise to work hard to complete the task." Tang Ran put down his chopsticks and sat up straight and said firmly. Seeing Tang Ran's words, Ziming smiled helplessly. Ziming understood Tang Ran's thoughts. She always felt that she was her girlfriend, but she had not given herself any help. Now she suddenly heard that she had a task for her. Of course, very happy. It's like this. Later, you can go to the securities newspaper to get some of the latest stock introduction newspapers, and show them to your parents and other relatives and friends. There will be basic rules for the stock market and basic introduction to stocks on it. Ziming saw that Tang Ran seemed a little unhappy, so he continued, "Of course, don't underestimate this task. This is the first step to change everyone's understanding of stocks, and it is also a very important step." Ziming's words didn't flicker Tang Ran. After this stock market crash, everyone's positioning of the stock market must go through a period of re-understanding. During this period, everyone's mind is relatively clear. As long as you can grasp this period, the mentality of domestic investors can gradually become normal and mature. However, this process is certainly not enough to rely on the publicity of securities companies and the government, and more depends on word of mouth. Therefore, if we can use Tang Ran to start from her side, we can spread the knowledge of stocks and spread 10 times. By spreading it to 100, you can slowly make everyone more sensible. After Ziming's explanation, Tang Ran nodded and said, "Good brother Ming, I promise to complete the task." "Of course, I believe me." "Then we will eat now, and I will send you to the securities newspaper later, and I will also go to the municipal party committee," Ziming said. After eating as quickly as possible, Ziming and Tang Ran left the tea house. Ziming first sent Tang Ran to the newspaper office to get a newspaper, and then Ziming drove to the municipal party committee by himself. Still the same as before, Chen Yunfei's secretary was waiting for Ziming at the door, and when he saw Ziming coming, Secretary Peng came up to say hello to Ziming, and praised Ziming. "Councillor Zhu, you are now one of the first-class celebrities in Nanjing. You dominate all the headlines in the newspaper." Secretary Peng, "Don't say that." Yesterday, without the help of other comrades from the public security and securities companies, there was nothing I could do with my mouth. If nothing else, I just said that there were no police officers there. I might just show up. Those angry investors will come up and tear me to pieces. So where do I have a chance to speak? Ziming said. Councillor Zhu is still as humble as always, said Secretary Peng. Anyway, if you don't have Councillor Zhu, yesterday's matter would not be solved so easily. Governor Chen praised you wildly. Secretary Peng, don't praise me. I will be really proud, Ziming said. By the way, Secretary Peng, I received a paging this morning saying that there are new arrangements for today's meeting. Secretary Peng nodded and said, yes, there was such a big thing yesterday. Today, the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government must hold a meeting to summarize the gains and losses in the construction of the stock market. However, this morning the Central Party suddenly called and talked about Mr. Yang and Dong. The chairman is coming to listen to the work report. Due to the time conflict, The original meeting had to be postponed, and the conference call with Yang Lao started first. Lao Yang and Chairman Dong's conference call, Ziming said in surprise. He couldn't help but be surprised. In fact, these two characters are too big. Needless to say, Lao Yang is the chief designer of reform and opening up. Now the country, the actual leadership core of the People's Republic of China, and Chairman Dong is the president of the state, the number one figure in the name of the Central Committee. One is the nominal supreme leader, and the other is the actual supreme leader. Even if Ziming doesn't understand politics, he can still think that these are definitely the two giants of the central government. Then these two figures held a conference call together. It is also destined that this meeting will not be simple. While chatting, Ziming followed Secretary Peng to the reception room. Secretary Peng said to Ziming, "Preparations for the conference call are going on in the conference room. Consultant Zhu, please take a break here and wait until I'm ready. Come and invite you again." Ziming is not a member of the agency, but through some understanding, he also knows that all teleconferences with central leaders of this level must be encrypted, and the line must be unblocked, and other aspects of debugging must be coordinated with the central government, leaders' schedules, etc. In short, it's not like ordinary people just dial a number and talk directly. Pushing the door open and walking into the reception room, Ziming saw that there was another person waiting here. This person was Liu Han, the first vice president of the securities company. When Liu Han saw Ziming coming in, he immediately got up and greeted Ziming. Ziming nodded and then let him sit down. Ziming walked over and sat down. He turned to Liu Han and said, "Unexpectedly, you even invited Vice President Liu to participate." It seems that the central government has really attached great importance to the construction of the securities market. You need to get the most detailed information about the stock market crash through Vice President Liu. Yes, when Secretary Peng called me this morning, he asked me to prepare detailed information about yesterday's stock market crash, including some data and other documents, Liu Han said. Ziming looked at Liu Han and asked him, "Vice President Liu, you seem to be nervous." Liu Han was a little embarrassed and said to Ziming, "I am not afraid of a joke from advisors. This is the first time I have participated in a meeting of this level. People talk. I feel very nervous." "It's nothing to be embarrassed," Ziming said. "Even if it's just a telephone conference, not everyone has the opportunity to talk to national leaders. I have only participated in such a meeting before. My situation was not comparable at the time. How good are you? How can I laugh at you?" Ziming then patted Liu Han on the shoulder and said, "But you can't be so nervous, just relax. Otherwise if you say the wrong thing in front of the leader later, you will be in trouble." "Yes, Consultant Zhu, you are right. I can't be nervous and have to relax." Liu Han said this, and desperately inhaled and exhaled. Ziming knew that he was relaxing, but in his eyes, Ziming felt that he seemed to be a little more nervous. Ziming shook his head helplessly. Just let him. After all, he was going to participate in the conference call of national leaders. It is impossible to relax so easily. Whether it is an official or a common citizen, the level of classification in the bones is not so easy. Overcome, even if you have passed so many years in your previous life. When you first participated in the conference call of Mr. Yang, was it not the same? After only 10 minutes in the reception room, Secretary Peng came over and knocked on the door to tell them that the meeting was ready and they could pass. Chapter 158. Old Yang and Chairman Dong. Ziming and Liu Han followed Secretary Peng to the meeting room. After they waited in the meeting room for a while, the other municipal party committee officials came in turn. Ziming and Liu Han took the initiative to stand at the door and greet each official. These officials also greeted Ziming enthusiastically and praised Ziming. Councillor Zhu is really an amazing person. In such a situation, he can retire thousands of investors. It is also thanks to Councillor Zhu that this matter can be resolved so steadily. It's not that advisors have calmed down the emotions of the majority of investors. Then something big will happen to us in Nanjian. Advisor Zhu is really a hero who stabilizes our Nanjian. Every official praised Ziming from the bottom of his heart, because they knew that if it weren't for Ziming's speech, if it really caused the emotions of those investors to explode, whether it was an impact on securities companies or party and government agencies, it would be a big headache. When the time comes, they will be held accountable, and the city committee officials will be thrown out for guilt. This is something no one wants to see. Now that Ziming can give a speech to appease the irritable investors, it is definitely the best for them. Good result. Especially Ziming is not a member of the officialdom. No matter how much he has done, he will be counted on them in the end, which makes them even more excited. It is precisely because of this that they are willing to use any language to praise Ziming at this moment. As the secretary of the municipal party committee and mayor, Chen Yunfei was the last to enter the venue. After he sat down, he first nodded to Ziming, and then was called by the secretary general of the municipal party committee as usual. After confirming that the people were gathered, Chen Yunfei said, "Comrades, we were originally today. We are going to have a meeting to discuss the gains and losses of our securities market, but I received a call from the central government this morning, and Mr. Yang and Chairman Dong are going to hold a conference call to listen to the results of our securities work." At this time, Secretary Peng reminded Chen Yunfei in a low voice that the central signal was received. Chen Yunfei stopped talking, and then the voice of the phone opened. After a while, Mr. Yang's distinctive accent came out. "Hello, comrades from Nanjing. Here, Chen Yunfei took the lead to greet Lao Yang and Chairman Dong. Lao Yang did not go around and asked directly, "Comrade Yunfei, how did you deal with the stock market crash yesterday? Has the investors' emotions been soothed?" Chen Yunfei immediately replied, "Fortunately, the situation was very serious yesterday, and even the emotions of shareholders were on the verge of collapse. However, thanks to the collective efforts of all the comrades of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee and government, the situation was controlled. All of shareholders have been persuaded to return home. Now the neighborhood committees of various jurisdictions are actively cooperating with the police in various districts to do a good job of comforting the emotions of all investors. The emotions of all investors have been well communicated, and the emotions of most of the investors have been well communicated. We have also instructed to closely monitor a very small number of extreme investors." Yang Lian said, "Comrade Yunfei has handled this matter very well. There are other comrades from Nanjing who are worthy of praise. But even though the situation has been brought under control, you still cannot relax your vigilance. In this critical period, we must ensure social stability. Only stability can create space for development." Lao Yang said that we must remember Yang Lao's teachings and put stable development first in all party and government work. Chen Yunfei said. Mr. Yang also said, "Comrade Yunfei, although stable work is very important, we cannot relax in economic development. I still said at the beginning that only stability can develop and development can ensure stability. We are engaged in reform and opening up. It must be hard to grasp with both hands. But you can't grasp one hand and let go of the other hand, and the hard hand is soft with the other hand. The result can only be that both hands cannot be grasped well." Here Chen Yunfei nodded and said yes, and Mr. Yang asked again, "How is the situation in the stock market now?" Chen Yunfei replied, "Lao Yang, the stock market dropped by nearly half of the price yesterday. As this was a normal result of the stock price bubble, although the stock price is still falling after the market opened today, the securities company took after a series of measures. The decline has been effectively controlled, and the plunge like yesterday will not happen again." "What about the loss?" Chairman Dong suddenly interjected and asked over there. "Even if it is a normal decline, as the people's government, we cannot make the people lose money." Hearing Chairman Dong's words, Ziming's heart jumped and he was a little surprised, because it was strange that he suddenly intervened when Yang Lao was talking with Chen Yunfei. "You know, Mr. Yang is now the core of the country's true leadership. Even if Chairman Dong is the #1 leader of the country in name, he is still a bit short of Mr. Yang. How could he rush to speak?" It's like at a meeting of the municipal party committee. How can the mayor rush to speak before the secretary of the municipal party committee has finished speaking? This is the most basic rule of officialdom. This rule is understood even by people who have not worked in an agency for a day. Chairman Dong is the president of the country, and he shouldn't understand it. If this is the case, then there is only one possibility. Chairman Dong is dissatisfied with his current position, not commensurate with his position, and he wants to challenge the authority of old Yang. As a rebirth, Ziming has a certain understanding of the high-level political struggles in Zongnanhai in this era through deciphered documents and other channels, especially the struggle between Lao Yang and Chairman Dong. For this reason, he has made a lot of trouble. Although most of the news is blocked, there will still be a lot of news leaked out in the face of the pervasive network of later generations. It seems that Chairman Dong's dissatisfaction with Yang Lao, who helped him to the top, has now been put on the table. Ziming said in his heart that Ziming was not surprised by this speculation. After all, Chairman Dong has already reached this position. If he does not want to completely control power, it will make people unable to understand. It is strange to say that a person in the number one position cannot control all the power of the real number one position, and has to be lower than the other. This situation is very strange, but it can happen under certain special political circumstances. But no matter what political environment produces such a result, the person in the number one position will not be willing to lower his head. This is the case with Chairman Dong. It's just that Chairman Dong's political wisdom is obviously a bit too tender compared to Mr. Yang. He openly challenged Mr. Yang's authority so early and was so anxious, and Mr. Yang over there would have to be a lot more stable and face Chairman Dong. He didn't pay attention to the provocations at all, but silently endured it, slowly accumulating strength, and a year later, he directly blasted the disobedient Chairman Dong from the stage. Of course, there was an accident in that matter, but it was more that Chairman Dong's political wisdom and political skills were far behind Yang Lao. As for whether Chairman Dong will do this because his self-confidence has swelled after becoming chairman, or for other reasons, Ziming does not know and does not want to know. For Ziming, he just wants to make money quietly and act in a local manner. A capitalist does not want to participate in any political activities. It's just that Ziming at this time didn't think that he, who didn't want to participate in any political struggle, would become an important factor affecting the political balance of the central government in the future. Ziming was thinking about the central government's affairs, while Chen Yunfei over there replied, Chairman Dong can rest assured that the securities company has done everything possible to reduce the losses of shareholders. According to the data from the securities company, it is extremely large. Most stockholders have no loss in their principal, and what they lose is only a portion of the money earned by the appreciation of the stock. Ziming glanced at Chen Yunfei. His answer was obviously just a simple answer, completely unaware of rushing to Chairman Dong. Ziming laughed at this heartily. It seems that Governor Chen is a wise man, and it is better not to participate in a fight with gods like Mr. Yang and Chairman Dong. Regardless of whether he is the executive vice governor and mayor of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, he is in charge of a city's power, but in the face of the power struggle at the top of the pyramid, he still can't touch it when he jumps up, so he still pretends to be honest. Good to know. After hearing Chen Yunfei's answer, Chairman Dong said, This is not enough, Comrade Yunfei. You must remember that our purpose of reform and opening up is to make the people of the country prosperous. Yunanjiang is a window of reform and opening up. It is a national model, so you can't take it seriously if you look at the money as the value of stocks. After all, it is also earned by the people reasonably and legally. As party members and cadres, we should help the people protect this money. I understand, Chairman Dong. I will instruct the securities companies to find ways to curb the stock market as soon as possible, and keep the people's money as much as possible, Chen Yunfei said. Chairman Dong laughed and said, That's great. As party members and cadres, we can't half-hearted or half-hearted. We must serve the people wholeheartedly. Chen Yunfei said, I remembered it. And then Chairman Dong said, Comrade Yunfei, I heard that when the securities company was established, many comrades had visited Hong Kong City for inspections, But our stock market construction did not follow Hong Kong do it like that in the city, isn't it? Chen Yanfei nodded and said, this is Chairman Dong. When we were building the securities market, we considered our own environment. Our system here is completely different from that of Hong Kong City, so we can only choose a little bit. Attempt to introduce the basic rules and systems first, combine our own characteristics to do it first, and then adjust the others slowly. After hearing this, Chairman Dong said, Comrade Yunf, I am going to criticize you. Originally, reform and opening up requires boldness and courage. Comrade Yunf, as the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, you have to be the vanguard of reform. How can we move slowly like a woman with little feet? If we miss the opportunity for development, how can we explain it to the people of the whole country? I understand, Chairman Dong, I will pay attention next time, Chen Yanfei said. Chapter 159, Sorry, I just want to make money. I heard that this time the biggest credit for dealing with investor sentiment is a young comrade named Ziming, right? He was alone in comforting those investors with emotion and reason. Chairman Dong suddenly asked on the phone. Ziming felt that the eyes of the entire conference room were all attracted to him. This made Ziming a little unexpected. After all, this happened only yesterday, and Chairman Dong is here today. I named my name at the meeting. It seems that no matter what kind of people they belong to, they all attach great importance to the construction of the securities market. But this is also normal. After all, from a global perspective, the securities market is a place where a large amount of capital is concentrated. If this market can be activated, it will not only revitalize a country's economy, but also contribute tremendously to the country every day. Amount of fiscal revenue. Ziming still remembered that in later generations, he heard that the stock market alone could contribute more than 100 million yuan in tax revenue to the country in a day. No matter who heard such a large amount, it would be astounding. Now the domestic securities market has just started, and the daily trading volume is still very small. But as long as the discerning person can see the infinite potential of this market, it is no wonder that in the past life, when the stock market went wrong, the central government immediately adopted measures to establish the Securities Regulatory Commission. Took some power back to the central government. Chen Yanfei replied yes, and Chairman Dong said, then this little comrade is here now, right? I want to hear his thoughts. Chairman Dong's words surprised the meeting room again. Everyone looked at Ziming jealously. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did Chairman Dong call Ziming's name last time by Mr. Yang? What kind of magic does he have? Amid the envy, jealousy and hatred of everyone, Ziming said nonchalantly into the microphone, hello, Chairman Dong, I am Ziming. In the face of Ziming, Chairman Dong was not polite and asked him directly, I heard that you are the development consultant of the Nanjing city government or the main founder of a securities company. What are your thoughts on this stock market crash? Chairman Dong, my personal opinion is the same as that of Governor Chen just now. I also think that this stock market crash was due to the fact that the general public did not understand the stock market and kept buying stocks, which caused the normal reaction of the stock market bubble to its peak. Just like the stock market crash that spread from the opening of the US market to the world not long ago, it is an inevitable result of the market. Ziming replied. Chairman Dong pondered for a while and said, even if it is a market result, I think that through some rules and regulations, the loss of the masses can be reduced technically. Ziming said, this is Chairman Dong. In fact, I and Vice President Liu of Nanjing Securities have been discussing adding some new regulations to the future securities market. Oh? What are the rules? Chairman Dong came over there with interest. It is to implement the stock limit and limit system, Ziming said. Simply put, it is to limit the daily increase and decrease of stocks through the system, so that excessive speculation in the stock market can be well restricted, and excessive speculation in the stock market can be effectively avoided. When the stock market crash comes, ordinary stockholders lose too much, because the maximum decline in stocks is capped. Ordinary stockholders can completely sell the stocks in their hands after discovering a large-scale decline in stocks without losing too much. After talking, Ziming thought for a while and said, "Of course, if such a system is implemented, the growth of the stock market will be constrained within a certain range. Simply put, if a stock company in a certain industry is suddenly in a good situation, this company nor can the market's price be immediately reflected in his stock. Where there are homes, there are gains, and if there is gains, there must be losses." Chairman Dong said over there, "I think this kind of limit up and limit down system is very good. Although it will limit the speed of economic development to a certain extent, it will be in the long run. From the point of view, this is a kind of protection for the market. After all, if speculation is allowed to develop, if there is a stock market crash like this every once in a while, it will be very bad, and it will be exhausted. The system of limit up and limit down is very good. But in what range should it be controlled?" Chairman Dong asked again. "We temporarily set a limit of 10%. If there are companies with financial or other conditions, the limit will be halved," Ziming replied. "This increase is compared to the closing price of the previous trading day. It was calculated by my comrades from the securities company. This range is a relatively good aid. It can effectively control the stock market crash and will not cause too much impact on economic development." Chairman Dong said happily, "This approach is very good. It is neither standing still nor advancing." "Is this also the absorption of advanced foreign experience?" Ziming replied, "Yes, Chairman Dong. In the early days when their securities markets were immature, foreign countries also implemented a limit up and limit up system for a long time. It has been proven to be an effective system for dealing with speculative behavior." "Very good," Chairman Dong said. "So what about the limit up and limit down system? Are there other systems?" Ziming thought for a while and said, "We have also prepared a T+1 trading system. T refers to the trading registration date. Simply put, stock spot today must be placed in our hands, at least until the next trading day, to sell it." "Why is this?" Chairman Dong asked curiously. "This is also to prevent speculation," Ziming said. "After analyzing the trading during the previous stock craze, we found that many stockholders were speculating. They often bought this morning, and then waited until the stock price reached its peak. When the stock price drops or there are other movements, they will sell it again and buy it back immediately." Ziming said, "I think this is very unfair to most stockholders, because not every stockholder will squat at the door of a securities company to watch the market without anything to do every day. Most stockholders still have their own jobs. If these investors are allowed to squat in the securities company every day to watch the market, this will not only cause them to lose their jobs, but also cause serious security risks." Ziming said, "For example, yesterday's events have already well illustrated these speculations. The mood of stockholders is very irritable, so we must find a way to solve this problem. We think the best way to solve it is to launch this T+1 trading system. If you buy it today, you can sell it tomorrow at least, so that it can effectively reduce speculation. Can't be sold today anyway. And most investors don't have to watch the market at the door of the securities company all the time." Chairman Dong immediately clapped his hands and applauded Ziming. "You little comrade has a very good idea. He is very active in thinking and can be in line with international standards. Reform and opening up needs talents like you." Listening to Chairman Dong's praise, Ziming was actually a little embarrassed. After all, these ideas that he said were not his own creativity, but came from the stock market system that everyone knows in later generations. At that time, the domestic stock market was already growing, mature. These systems have also been explored by generations of securities brokers, and they are certainly the most suitable for domestic conditions. However, the next sentence of Chairman Dong made Ziming's heart jump. Chairman Dong said, "Then Comrade Ziming, are you interested in working for the State Council?" The State Council plans to set up a special organization to overall control the development of the national securities market. Chairman Dong's words caused an uproar in the conference room. No one thought that it was such a remark. Chairman Dong actually invited Ziming to go directly to the State Council. This is a good thing in one step. Regardless of the final appointment, it is the institution that controls the national power market, and it will not go far. More importantly, as long as he comes again, he will be imperial. It would be ecstatic to put this matter on other people, but Ziming felt that he was very troubled when he heard this. There is no reason for him. Ziming knows very well that Chairman Dong has been in the center for 2 years, following the normal historical trajectory. Didn't he follow him in search of death? So Ziming said to Chairman Dong, "Chairman Dong, is this ... not good?" I am very grateful to Chairman Dong for his affirmation and trust in me, but now I have a company under my hand. If I have an official position, I will be very easy. I will make the mistake of using power for personal gain. Governor Chen often criticizes me as a capitalist who only knows how to make money. So I think it would be better for me to be a company with peace of mind and not to pollute party and government units. If Chairman Dong's recruitment of Ziming just made everyone unexpected, then Ziming's answer at this moment is simply unimaginable. Ziming rejected Chairman Dong? How could he refuse? Why refuse? Doesn't he know what a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this is? Everyone was going crazy at this time. They couldn't figure out how Ziming would refuse such an opportunity. These people think this way because they can't see the situation clearly. If they are invited by other leaders, Ziming will think about it. After all, red-top businessmen are inherently more advantageous than ordinary people, especially in the domestic environment. But Chairman Dong, then forget it. Although Chairman Dong is the chairman of the country, Ziming really does not have any expectations of him. First of all, the historical results are there, and secondly, from the feeling after contacting Chairman Dong just now, Ziming is not optimistic about him. Don't say anything else. Just say that when the call just now came down, Chairman Dong robbed Yang Lao of the limelight. As the actual core leadership of the Central Committee, Yang Lao didn't say a word. Isn't this situation like that? Don't you feel that your back spine is getting cold? Still talking endlessly here. Do you really think that you have already suppressed old Yang? I really don't understand what Chairman Dong thinks. It stands to reason that if he can sit in this position, he shouldn't be an impetuous person, but how could he be? Ziming doesn't understand this, but there is a more important point. Judging from Chairman Dong's words just now, he has the meaning of westernization. This is obviously inconsistent with the pace set by Yang Lao and even the whole party. He is to abandon a lot of things. It is impossible to get too much support. These are the foreshadowing of his final failure. Of course, Chairman Dong's final defeat is also a year later. Now he is still the country's #1 leader. Ziming can't have any conflict with him, so he can only speak cautiously. Chapter 160, Chairman Dong's mind. Yang Laos means today's meeting will end here. Everyone must firmly follow the general policy of reform and opening up in the conference call just now. The reform of the securities market must be grasped, and there should be no slack in the work of appeasing all shareholders. After Chen Yunfei finished speaking his final concluding statement, the meeting was declared adjourned. The other municipal party committee officials and Liu Han walked out of the meeting room in turn. It is said that although Liu Han was allowed to participate in this meeting today, he actually did not have the right to speak. The whole meeting came down. He didn't say a few words, but provided Ziming and Chen Yunfei with data from the securities company. This situation sounds like a pity, but for Yuan, he is qualified to sit here today. Even if he doesn't say a word, he is already very satisfied. These people were gone, but Ziming was left behind. Seeing that everyone was gone, Ziming knew that Chen Yunfei must have something to tell himself, so he sat next to Chen Yunfei. Looking at Ziming's appearance, Chen Yunfei smiled and cursed, "You kid, it's very quick to think about people." Ziming chuckled and said, "Governor Chen must have kept me down to discuss something important. If the kid doesn't see this, it's better to roll back home and sell sweet potatoes as soon as possible." Chen Yunfei knew that Ziming's mind was not too verbose, and said directly to him, "What you put forward in front of Chairman Dong today about the stock limit and the T+1 trading system can really effectively restrain the image." Did the stock market crash yesterday happen? It is impossible to say that. It is impossible to completely suppress it. After all, the stock market crash is also an operating law of the market economy. but these systems can effectively reduce the impact of the stock market crash on the economy on ordinary shareholders. Ziming said. That's good, said Chen Yunfei, but if I remember correctly, Ziming, you already thought of these systems before the establishment of the securities company. Why didn't they implement them at that time? Ziming thought for a while and replied, because it is not yet time to introduce these policies, Governor Chen. You know that due to the long-term planned economy in our country, most people have no idea about stocks. The shares of South Development Bank cannot be sold at all, let alone the securities market. We must use electricity to open the market faster, and I think there is no better way than money. Chen Yunfei understood what Ziming meant, so if you didn't introduce these systems at that time, you just wanted to allow stocks to rise without limits. In this way, stockholders would desperately buy stocks when they saw a profit, and as long as the stock market became popular. Now, all shareholders have also realized the value of stocks and will come to understand the stock market spontaneously. Then the subsequent construction of the securities market will be easy to operate, right? Ziming spread his hands and said, Mayor Chen, there is nothing I can do about it. After all, there are some things that I have to experience. Chen Yunfei knew that Ziming would say this because he was worried that he would ask him why he didn't introduce these systems in the first place, and even let the stockholders gather in the square at the entrance of the securities company, which almost caused a catastrophe. You kid, don't worry, I didn't mean to blame you. I just want to ask if we launch these systems now? Chen Yunfei asked. I dare not pack this up, but at least after the baptism of this stock market crash, our majority of stockholders must be a little more cautious about investing in stocks. In addition, securities companies and organizations in various districts will go down to publicize and do ideological work. It will make the minds of the majority of stockholders mature quickly. Ziming said, as long as there are psychologically mature stockholders, at this time, we will take advantage of the trend to introduce this stock system, and it will be easy to bring the stock market on track. Chen Yunfei nodded and said, that's fine. As long as the stock market can be brought on track, reform and opening up is to keep everything on track. After speaking, Chen Yunfei thought for a while, and then said to Ziming, there is another question. Why did you reject Chairman Dong's invitation just now? Although Chen Yunfei tried to relax his tone as much as possible when asking this question, Ziming responded immediately. In fact, Ziming has been waiting for this question, and he also understands that this question is what Chen Yunfei keeps himself today. The question I want to ask most here. Ziming hesitated for a moment, and asked what he had prepared a long time ago. I have heard such a sentence, called Chairman Dong's Mind and Yang Lao's method. I don't know what Governor Chen you think of this sentence. Chen Yunfei was a little surprised at this, because he was obviously asking Ziming, but he didn't expect Ziming to ask him the other way around. Lao Yang and Chairman Dong are both the central leadership core. They are also very visionary and very courageous people. If you want to compare them, I think it is very disrespectful. Chen Yunfei said. This sentence is simply bullshit. However, Ziming and Chen Yunfei were prepared for this answer. He then asked, Governor Chen, if Mr. Yang and Chairman Dong fight, who do you think will win? Chen Yunfei widened his eyes and looked at Ziming. You brave brat, but you can just say this in front of me. Don't say it outside, not even a word. Ziming said with a smile, Governor Chen, don't worry, I still have this sense of measure. Now because we are the only two of us, I dare to ask you this way. If it's an ordinary person, just talk about this question. But as the newly appointed executive vice governor and mayor of Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, Chen Yunfei still asked Ziming very cautiously, then who do you think will win? Ziming was not surprised by Chen Yunfei's way of kicking the ball back. He just answered honestly, for me, Chairman Dong has no chance of winning in front of Mr. Yang. A look of surprise flashed through Chen Yunfei's eyes. Oh, why do you think so? First of all, I think that since Chairman Dong's Mind and Yang Lao's methods came out, there must be other reasons. My interpretation of the meaning of this sentence is that Chairman Dong is very clever, but Yang Lao's methods are more powerful. Ziming went on to say, I didn't make a guess at all when I said this. You can see some clues from the conference call just now. Chen Yunfei asked Ziming to continue to say, originally, there was Lao Yang. This kind of conference call should have been hosted by him. It was indeed like this at the beginning, but then Chairman Dong suddenly intervened to grab the right to speak. This it shouldn't be. I don't know if Chairman Dong did this to deliberately provoke or what, but Mr. Yang's reaction is the strangest. Ziming paused at this point, and then asked Chen Yunfei, Governor Chen, if you were in a meeting and the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee or the executive deputy mayor intervened, what would you do? I will criticize him severely. This is very rude and disrespect of the discipline of the meeting. Chen Yunfei replied. That's right. I think most leaders will do the same. But Mr. Yang did not. If you remember Governor Chen, Mr. Yang has basically not said anything after Chairman Dong intervened. Just like he by default, Chairman Dong has grabbed the right to speak. Don't you think Governor Chen is surprised at this situation? Or do you think that Mr. Yang is indeed a head lower than Chairman Dong? Ziming said. This question obviously does not need to be answered. Even though Mr. Yang did not reach the number one position, it is always Mr. Yang when it comes to the core of national leadership. No one has ever said that Chairman Dong is the core of national leadership. No leader is willing to be robbed of power by others, especially if he is still demonstrating openly in front of him like this. Now Yang Lao is indifferent. I think there is only one possibility, that is, he is accumulating his strength and waiting for the opportunity to remove Chairman Dong in one fell swoop. Ziming said. Chen Yunfei thought for a while and nodded and said, what you said is very reasonable. But you have no experience working in an agency, so you don't know. Politics is not the life and death you imagine, but more a compromise between each other. Just like when I was the mayor before and the municipal party committee secretary Luke Sun. Although I had many conflicts with him because of my position, no one really wanted to win someone. After all, everyone can sit in this position. No one is a fool. If you don't win in the end, the situation will become difficult to deal with. This is something no one wants to see. This is the next question I want to talk about. Ziming said, it is Chairman Dong's philosophy, or the line he represents. What's wrong with the route? Chen Yunfei was surprised. Ziming said, Governor Chen, you should still remember the policy that the central government has always adhered to since the reform and opening up was proposed. That is, to uphold social stability, uphold the leadership of the party, and finally uphold reform and opening up. Just as Lao Yang always said, stability is the overriding element. But what about Chairman Dong? I don't have much contact with Chairman Dong, but judging from his performance on the conference call just now, he is obviously a very radical reformist who advocates stride reforms, even directly in front of so many people. Asking me to join the State Council is completely ruining the rules, and if we continue to do this for him, there will definitely be problems. Ziming said, I have never been to the Central Committee, but I don't know. But I think that since Mr. Yang can become the core of the leadership of the Central Committee, there are still many senior leaders who support him. Then, how can Chairman Dong, whose original line has been deviated, cheating against old Yang? Ziming finally concluded, going back to my question, since Chairman Dong can't challenge Yang Lao, then if I agree to him, I really don't know how to write dead words. After listening to Ziming's words, Chen Yunfei was already speechless in surprise. He looked at Ziming, and his shock was beyond renewed. This Ziming, who is he? As an official from the central government, it is impossible for Chen Yunfei to understand the situation of the high-level fighting. It is because of this that Chen Yunfei feels even more unbelievable, only because Ziming's guess is exactly the same as he knows. Ziming, it's a pity that you are not an official, Chen Yunfei said to Ziming with emotion. Ziming smiled at this. Governor Chen, please don't say that. The officialdom is too dangerous. I still earn my money quietly. It is better to be my capitalist in a low manner. Chapter 161 President Cao? After talking with Chen Yunfei, Ziming left the meeting room and came to the stairs to see Luo Han waiting here. Luo Han saw Ziming walking over, and he stepped forward with excitement and bowed deeply to Ziming. "Thank you, Consultant Zhu, for making me unexpectedly. I have no regrets in this life for the opportunity to participate in this level of conference call." Ziming smiled at this and waved his hand and said, "What are you thanking me for?" "Strictly speaking, this has nothing to do with me. It is because of your outstanding work in the securities company that Governor Chen will invite you to join today. This meeting," Ziming went on to say, "and you will have no regrets in this life." "That is too early? Or do you no longer plan to improve the work and system of securities companies in the future?" Luo Han quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not. I was fortunate to attend this meeting today and listened to the teachings of the two state leaders, Yang La and Chairman Dong. I will definitely work harder to repay the encouragement of the central leadership and trust." Although it was broadcast over the phone today, to me, Lao Yang and Chairman Dong are like in front of me. Seeing Liu Yuan's eyes shining, his body tight and excited, it was as if a flat-headed civilian on the TV suddenly received the Emperor's summons. However, Ziming did not laugh at him, because Ziming knew that everyone had different ideas and concepts, especially people of this age. Under the influence of their parents' ideas, they had some feudal hierarchical concepts. "This time I will participate." The conference call of national leaders, this opportunity is not available to everyone. He is naturally excited to death. "Well, since Vice President Luo, you think this meeting is very difficult to participate in today, then you should improve the securities companies system and minimize the situation of stock market crashes in the future," Ziming said to Luo Han. Luo Han immediately raised his chest and said to Ziming, "Please don't worry, Consultant Zhu, I will do my best in my work." Vice Luo is always the first person in Nanjiang Securities. "Of course, this work attitude is okay." Ziming patted Luo Han on the shoulder and said that this action should originally be the performance when the leader praised the subordinates, and should not appear in Zhu Ming and Luo Han's body. But Ziming's actions were very normal at this time. Even Luo Han did not have any wrong reactions. Everything was very natural. "But what's the matter with Vice President Luo waiting for me here?" Ziming asked Luo Han suddenly. "Vice President Luo is very busy. You won't be here to express your inner excitement to me, right?" Luo Han first froze for a moment and then said, "Advisor Zhu has passed the award. Advisor Zhu is a great figure valued by both national leaders. I should wait for Advisor Zhu here. And how can I be busy? All my work can only be completed with your guidance from Advisor Zhu. Once there is something, you must ask Advisor Zhu to solve it. You should be the one who is really busy." Ziming waved his hand and said to Luo Han, "Vice President Luo, there is no need to be polite between us. If you have anything to do, just tell me." Luo Han smiled awkwardly by Ziming's words, then nodded his head and said, "Okay. Council Zhu is like this. I don't know if you have time tonight. We are the chairman of the South Development Bank and the general manager of the securities company. He wants to invite you to have a meal." "You mean the Cao Jianing Cao?" Ziming asked. Luo Han replied that it was him. This answer surprised Ziming. Speaking of this Cao Jianing, Ziming knew it, but Ziming's knowledge was limited to knowing the name, because this person has always been a dragon. The beginning and the end. Ziming don't talk about dealing with him. He understands his character, but he hasn't even seen him once. This can't be said to be a legend. Although he is the top leader of both the South Development Bank and the securities company, no matter whether it was a visit to Hong Kong City at the beginning or so many things happened later, this person never came forward. Luo Han, the first vice president, was doing it alone. Even Ziming has memories of later generations. In most of the records of this era in later generations, only Luo Han, the first vice president, was mentioned, but Cao Jianing was hardly mentioned, so that people doubted the truth. Is there such a person as Cao Jianing? But just such a person who has never appeared before, but he is firmly seated at the top of the South Development Bank and the securities company. Even if Ziming is reborn and changed so many things, He even let the securities company come out early. This Cao Jianing is actually the general manager. Zhu Ming couldn't help but be surprised that such a person who had always had only one name asked to have dinner by himself. Luo Han of course also understood Zhu Ming's surprise. He explained to Zhu Ming, "Counselor Zhu, I know you don't know this President Cao. In fact, I don't know much about him. Only one point is the most important. This President Cao, he is Cao Yinghua's youngest son." Hearing the name Cao Yinghua, Zhu Ming suddenly took a breath, because the name was so loud that he could not be bypassed as long as he talked about the history of New China. Cao Yinghua was once awarded the highest rank of marshal in the country, and even Yang Lao, the actual core of the country's current leadership, said that when he mentioned Cao Yinghua, he said that he was as kind as a mountain. It can be said that if Cao Yinghua did not help during the crisis, or that it was not Cao Yinghua later, behind him, he strongly supported Yang Lao. Let alone in charge of power, Yang Lao might find it difficult to return to the central government. Not only that, Cao Yinghua is also a big reason for the formulation of national policies such as the use of Lingnan as the window of reform and opening up and the establishment of a special economic zone here in Nanjing, because Cao Yinghua is a native of Lingnan. Knowing this, then many questions suddenly become clear. First of all, I must say that the first family of Lingnan is definitely the Cao family. The Cao family not only has high prestige in the central government, but also directly controls the military and political power in Lingnan province. It is the people of Huashao. If you meet the direct children of the Cao family, they can only be honest, and don't dare to make mistakes a little bit. Regardless of whether the Cao family's development in Lingnan is involved in some political transactions, the Cao family's influence in Lingnan is beyond doubt. In that case, Cao Jianing, as Cao Yinghua's youngest son, was influenced by the family in the second generation of Red. The manifestation on the body is much more intuitive than those of the later generations of the Red 3. In this way, Cao Jianing firmly holds the top spot on both sides of the South Development Bank and the Securities Company, and there is no problem. Thinking of this, Zhu Ming said to Luo Han, "Vice President Luo, you are not doing it authentically. We have such a powerful head of the South Development Bank and Securities Company. Why have I never heard you introduce him?" Luo Han quickly apologized to Zhu Ming. "I'm sorry, Advisor Zhu, but President Cao didn't let me say this." Of course, Zhu Ming didn't really blame Luan. After all, Zhu Ming also had a certain understanding of these Red families. He knew that most of these Red families were not willing to be exposed to the world, so they would block many things about their family through family operations. Yuan also came out of the agency's news. He understood the agency's discipline and some rules. He had to keep his mouth tight on Cao Jianing's affairs. But today, because Cao Jianing took the initiative to invite Zhu Ming to dinner, the two sides were going to meet, and Luo Han told Zhu Ming the news. "It's okay, Vice President Luo, don't be so nervous, I don't blame you." Zhu Ming calmed Luo Han with a few words, and then left the city government building. Zhu Ming contacted Du Peng and asked him to go to the tea house for tea. When I arrived at the tea house and saw Du Peng, Zhu Ming opened his mouth and asked, "Du Peng, do you know Cao Jianing?" "I know, he is the youngest son of Grandpa Cao Yinghua." Du Peng nodded and said, "Why are you asking about this, Zhu Ming?" Zhu Ming smiled and said, "Remember that we used to wonder why Luo Han is always the first vice president, because the general manager is Cao Jianing." "Huh? No?" Du Peng said in surprise. Looking at Du Peng's surprised expression, Zhu Ming understood that the Cao family had done a good job of protecting themselves, and the Cao family was really loc, and they didn't even know Du Peng, who was the Red family. No wonder Luo Han can only be the first vice president no matter how hard he works. It turns out that the general manager is Uncle Cao. Du Peng suddenly realized, Cao's family in Lingnan has absolute influence. Du Peng did not tell you at home when you came to Lingnan, nor did Governor Chen tell you? Zhu Ming asked him. Du Peng shook his head and said, no. Perhaps Du Peng's family felt that the Cao family had always been loc, and Du Peng might not be able to run into it. or perhaps they felt that Du Peng should be allowed to break things on their own. Ziming couldn't really guess what Du Peng's family thought, but one thing Ziming was certain was that Du Peng really didn't know. Then Du Peng, do you know Cao Jianing? Do you know what kind of person he is? Ziming asked again. Du Peng also shook his head. I don't know. Uncle Cao is one generation older than me. Basically, I only met him a few times during the New Year greetings. After the reform and opening up, the Cao family went south. I didn't. I have seen them. Ziming nodded. Du Peng's answer was what he expected. After all, Cao Jianing, as the second generation of Red, is more than 10 years older than Du Peng, and went south to Lingnan very early. In this case, unless there is a family relationship, the relationship is very close, otherwise it is difficult to have a deep understanding. Why, Ziming, you suddenly asked me what this is for? Du Peng asked curiously. Because you, Uncle Cao, invited me to dinner tonight, Ziming replied. Du Peng's eyes widened. What? Uncle Cao invited you to dinner? Why? Didn't he never care about things? Ziming shook his head and said, I don't know. I can only understand if I go tonight. Chapter 162. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ziming drove Luo Han to the East Gate Hotel and parked the car in the parking lot at the entrance. Ziming and Luo Han got off the car and arrived at the hotel entrance, and they saw a calm young man standing there. Here, he also saw Ziming and Luo Han approaching the door. He showed Ziming with a faint smile. Luo Han introduced to Ziming that it was Cao Jianing. Ziming then raised his head and looked at Cao Jianing more. The marshal's little son didn't see anything special. He was of medium build, not short, not fat, or thin. He was dressed in a blue-gray tunic suit and had short, capable hair. If there must be anything different, only his eyes, a kind of innate arrogance and indifference to seeing everything. According to the news he heard from Du Peng, Ziming knew that Cao Jianing was only 35 years old this year. If he wants to come to the old marshal, Lei has a son, he must be very fond of him, but his temperament does not seem to be spoiled. The taste of Sizhou. While thinking, Ziming walked quickly over to greet him and greeted him actively. Since he can figure out the other party's temper, it is always right to be polite at least. Over there, Cao Jianing also nodded and smiled at Ziming. He didn't say much. His attitude was just right, and then he took Ziming and Luo Han into the hotel box he had already decided. When he came to sit down in the box, Cao Jianing wanted to pour the wine for Ziming. Ziming hurriedly said that he couldn't do it. Luo Han immediately took over the wine and the cup to start the pouring work, and Cao Jianing did not force it. After pouring the wine, Cao Jianing first toasted and had a drink with Ziming Luan. Although it is the first time that I met with Advisor Zhu today, the name of Advisor Zhu is very impressive to me. Advisor Zhu, you knock the first hammer in the land auction and persuade all the banks to resist the land speculation together, even Nanjian Securities. The market was also helped by Advisor Zhu. When the stock market crashed recently, one person calmed all excited investors. Cao Jianing admired Ziming and said, everything is done by a hero. Whenever I heard from Advisor Zhu, I would unconsciously applaud Advisor Zhu. Advisor Zhu, you are really great. When Cao Jianing spoke, he gave Ziming a thumbs up, while Ziming said, I'm embarrassed by what you said, President Cao. I'm not afraid that you will laugh at President Cao. I'm just a businessman. My purpose for doing this is to say, in the end, it means that I have more channels to make money. I believe Mr. Cao, you should also know that my first pot of gold earned through the stock market is the Hong Kong city side. I want to say that President Cao is really amazing. When Nanjian was first identified as a special economic zone, President Cao came here. At that time, Nanjian was just an ordinary small county town. It was President Cao that you started through trade in military products. The first batch of enterprises has brought to life the entire Nanjian economy. It can be said that Nanjian's achievements today are inseparable from Mr. Cao. Ziming also complimented Cao Jianing. Cao Jianing waved his hand and said, I have been blessed by the family. The things I did by myself are incomparable to those of consultant Zhu. Mr. Cow is humble. I think Mr. Cow is not anxious despite his good background. Instead, he uses his family's strength to contribute to the development of the motherland. This is commendable. I think Mr. Cow wins from the blue. Yulan, Ziming said. In this way, Ziming and Cao Jianing complement each other for a while. This is the normal way to open a meal. At the meal, everyone always has to drink more wine and chat for a while, and then talk about business after the atmosphere is harmonious. As a red-top businessman, Cao Jianing has worked hard at Nanjian Shopping Center for several years, and he is naturally familiar with this process. As Ziming didn't know what Cao Jianing's purpose was, he should play more with him. In his previous life, plus a 50-year-old person in this life, wouldn't it be possible to play with patience? But you can't be a 35-year-old guy. An hour passed by Ziming and Cao Jianing. Cao Jianing suddenly asked Ziming, I heard that advisors had a little trouble with Xiaohua recently. Xiaohua is Hua Xiao's nickname. Ziming knew it on the day of the call with Danj. Ziming nodded and said, yes, there was a bit of misunderstanding due to land speculation. Later, I joined Du Xiao on the day his dance hall opened. Originally, I was going to celebrate, but unfortunately something went wrong again. This misunderstanding deepened. Later, he wanted to buy stocks. I advised him not to buy them. He wanted to buy 10 million stocks, and ended up losing money. Ziming sighed at this point, and Cao Jianing smiled and said, it seems that Xiaohua is also a face-saving person, and some of his ideas are obviously a bit too extreme, but this is also related to their habit of going smoothly. So he was extremely unhappy, especially when Lingnan was still his hometown, so he put his face more important than anything else. Cao Jianing paused after talking about it, and then continued, then why did you get into Xiaotan afterwards? Ziming understood that the little Tan mentioned by Cao Jianing was the brother Tan mentioned by Du Peng, but because the identities of the two parties were different, the name was different. Tan is still because of Hua Xiao, Ziming said. After all, 10 million yuan this year is not a small sum. The money Hua Xiao took out must be of Danj. Then since Danj, if he loses, he must find us to retaliate. It turned out to be so. It seems you are really unlucky. Cao Jianing waved his hand and said, well, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's talk about other things. Cao Jianing circled his fingers and asked Ziming, this Dongmen Hotel is a very old high-end hotel in Nanjian. Do you know his origin? Ziming shook his head and said that he didn't know. Cao Jianing said, in fact, speaking of the history of this Dongmen Hotel, it can be regarded as a landmark of our Nanjian development. Consultant Zhu, you also know that Nanjian was originally a poor county here. How could it be possible in a poor county? What upscale hotel is there? At that time, after it was established as a special economic zone, many foreigners came to Nanjian to do business, but they found that there was no decent place to stay here. At that time, the city committee guest house was already the best place to stay here, but in those foreigners' eyes are still too crude. Cao Jianing said, later, my elder brother came to be governor of the province. He was unhappy when he saw this situation. He thought this was a window for the country's reform and opening up. How could this be? Nanjian built this hotel as soon as the office patted the desk. It seems that Governor Cao is also very vigorous and resolute. Ziming said this, while tasting the taste behind his words in his heart. Cao Jianing had different thoughts. Councillor Zhu is right to be quick and resolute, but from my point of view, my eldest brother is actually a violent temper. He does what he thinks of. Therefore, after working for the past few years, Lingnan has developed so much and saved. The people in the committee have to be changed, and he is still a governor. This is just to say that Governor Cao has a straight temper, and that Governor Cao has been in Lingnan in the past few years with the fastest development in Lingnan, which shows that Governor Cao is very capable. Ziming said, don't say anything else. As for the establishment of the Dongmen Hotel, Governor Cao's decision to start construction immediately is also very remarkable. It shows that the leading cadres of Nanjing City are very supportive of Governor Cao's decision. It also shows that Governor Cao is in Lingnan province. Among the officials, they have high prestige. Of course, my father is from Lingnan. Even though he went to Yanjing after a revolution, he still had contact with the old folks here. Cao Jianing said proudly. Isn't it? Marshal Cao is a well-known big man, and he has unparalleled prestige here in Lingnan. Ziming said. Cao Jianing smiled and said, Councillor Zhu still speaks carefully. Actually, I understand what you mean. Don't you just want to say that my Cao family has deep roots in Lingnan and is the first family in Lingnan? There is nothing that can't be done, right? President Cao, forgive me. For some things I'm an outsider after all, so it's hard to comment on. Ziming said. Don't say that, Consultant Zhu. Although our Cao family has a great influence in Lingnan, we never bully others like Xiaohua. We have our rules. At least our friends, we will try to help. When Cao Jianing finished speaking, he looked at Ziming, and facing Cao Jianing's gaze, Ziming did not rush to speak, but was silent for a long time before asking him, if Cao has anything to say, please speak directly. I am a person. Stupid, no political IQ, some dumb riddles I really can't guess. Cao Jianing shook his head and said, Councillor Zhu said you are cautious and you are really cautious. Since you can ask this sentence, why can't you guess what I mean? Also ask Mr. Cao to make it clear. Ziming said. Cao Jianing sighed, okay. Let me just say it. Advisor Zhu heard that because of the stock market crash this time, the Nanjing city government is planning to establish a supervisory committee, right? Yes, in order to avoid similar bad things in the future, an institution like the Securities Regulatory Commission must be established. Ziming replied, of course. Based on Mr. Cao's qualifications in the South Development Bank and Securities Company, I believe that the first chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission will definitely be yours, Mr. Cao. Cao Jianing shook his hand and said, Councillor Zhu, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I'm not a fan of officialdom. I can't bear so many official positions on my body for no reason. Hearing what Cao Jianing said, Ziming not only didn't have the slightest relaxed expression on his face, but he became more serious. Mr. Cao didn't want to be the first chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission. What did Mr. Cao mean? Cao Jianing still did not answer Ziming directly, but asked Ziming another question. Consultant Zhu, since you said that this stock market is here in Nanjing, and the country's first listed stock also appeared in Nanjing, then what do you think? Is this China Securities Regulatory Commission located here in Lingnan province and insisting on self-examination and self-correction will be more convenient than some macro supervision and control? These words caused Ziming to take a breath. I didn't expect that Cao Jianing had been around for such a long time, and that was what he meant. Chapter 163. From politics to shopping malls. Circling the bend is a must-have skill for everyone. Many people have the feeling of being in a cloud, but some people can accurately grasp the true meaning of it. Ziming is like this. Just like Cao Jianing said, Ziming had indeed heard something. The previous compliments did not count. When Cao Jianing suddenly asked about the conflict between himself and Hua Xiao, Ziming had already noticed. After that, I went to the back of the misunderstanding with Tanj, and talked about the origin of this Dongmen Hotel, and finally it was the influence of their Cao family on the entire Lingnan. These sound like ordinary small talk. If it is a few ordinary people, then this is indeed a boast of each other, but this time it is Cao Jianing, Marshal Cao's youngest son, who takes the initiative to invite himself to dinner, which may not be necessary. Cao Jianing said this in front of Ziming. It was actually a psychological method. First, he talked about the contradiction between Ziming, Tanj and Hua Xiao, and then talked about the influence of his family in Lingnan, which is to imply that Ziming can be very relaxed. He helped Ziming solve the problem. At this time, as long as Ziming really offered to ask Cao Jianing for help, he would give the initiative to him. This is a very roundabout strategy, a way to influence people in a subtle way. If ordinary people don't pay attention, they will be taken away by him, but Ziming noticed the problem in the first place. However, Ziming did not expect that Cao Jianning's invitation to dinner today would be the purpose. Cao Jianning said that letting the China Securities Regulatory Commission put it in Lingnan province for self-examination and self-correction. This means that Lingnan province will control the securities market by itself. Simply put, the Cao family wants to turn this securities market into its own private property. The idea of turning the entire securities market into a family-controlled thing sounds incredible, but it is actually feasible. After all, the Cao family has unparalleled influence in Lingnan, and the securities market is developed in Lingnan. This gave the Cao family a chance to get a good start. After observing the securities market during this period of time, the Cao family also discovered the huge potential of the securities market, and they wanted to use their brains. The last and most important point is that the reform and opening up at this time is actually a history of competition between the central and local governments for power. This sounds unbelievable, but it is true. In Ziming's memory, the Nanjian securities market in the previous life was really a product of Lingnan province at first. Whether it is from policy operation or supervision, Lingnan province was arranged by itself. Until later, things went crazy because of stocks and a lot of anger. The shareholders attacked Nanjian government agencies, and the central government took advantage of the trend and established the Securities Regulatory Commission to bring the Nanjian securities market under the supervision of the State Council. Ziming has no way of knowing whether the Nanjian securities market in the previous life was also operated by the Cao family, but the power struggle between the central and local governments does exist. In particular, the Cao family is still a red family with such great authority and influence from the central to the local. The central government is even more difficult to deal with. I didn't expect that in this life, due to my own sake, Nanjiang's securities market would take shape 4 years ahead of schedule. Although there is no real stock exchange yet, the various functions of this securities company are almost the same. So the Cao family found themselves, and let them, who knows the most about securities, fall to their side, and they will have the greatest capital to contend with the central government. Thinking of this, Ziming felt a little helpless. He hid himself, just wanting to make money quietly and be a low capitalist. I didn't expect that this kind of political power struggle would still come to my door. But I am not fat. Why can't hide it? I am not bald, so why is it so dazzling? Cao Jianning looked at Ziming, took a sip of tea calmly, and said, "Consultant Zhu, I think you should understand the truth. A small boat can easily capsize on the sea, but if the boat gets on top of another with a huge ship, the situation is different. The boat can follow the huge ship without any effort, and there is no need to worry about any wind and waves on the sea. What do you think?" "Actually, I think it is the safest to stay on shore to avoid all wind and waves," Ziming said. Ziming understood Cao Jianning's analogy, and he wanted to tell Ziming that as long as Ziming nodded his head today, he would be a member of the Cao family in the future, and he would never sit idly by, no matter what happened to the Cao family. Cao Jianning looked up at Ziming and asked, listening to what advisor Zhu said, "It seems that advisors are rejected my proposal." Ziming shook his head and said, "I am not rejecting, but I have my own ideas. If you can get the asylum of the Cao family, Ziming can be considered. After all, the protection of a red family is very beneficial in many aspects. This has been well reflected after I met Dupeng. But the key is this matter of competing with the central government for power." Ziming really dare not accompany it casually, because Ziming knew that this was a way of no return. Politics is a kind of mutual compromise. With the support of large families, the local government does have the opportunity to compete with the central government for power. However, under a centralized system, unless rebellious, there will be no good results. In fact, Ziming remembers that in the 1990s, the central government was reducing local power bit by bit, and finally passed the reform of the tax-sharing system, which completely disrupted the local backbone financially. Since then, no matter how powerful the local government is, officials and families no longer have the ability to compete with the central government for power. At that time, The tax-sharing reform was a decisive battle between the local and the central government. At that time, an iron-fisted prime minister of later generations stepped up and led the team to run across the country. Finally, they unified their thinking and smoothly implemented the tax-sharing reform. This is a blatant statement, but zooming is not difficult to imagine how many knives the central government has laid in it, how many families have been destroyed, and many of them are even comparable to the Cao family. It is with these lessons learned that Ziming would stay away from Cao Jianning's invitation. However, Cao Jianning was obviously not satisfied with Ziming's answer. He said, "Councillor Zhu has something to say." Ziming thought for a while and said, "Since President Cao said so, then I won't go around with President Cao. I have one question, President Cao. Do you really think you can grab power in the hands of the Central Committee?" Cao Jianning froze for a moment. Although he said something to Ziming, he didn't expect Ziming to say it. After all, there are many things you can do directly, but it's best not to say it. Cao Jianning's calm face asked, "Councillor Zhu, what do you mean?" "Just tell the truth," Ziming said. "Whether you understand or not, Mr. Cao, I will only talk about one thing. I believe Mr. Cao should have heard of the stock market crash yesterday. As long as one is not dealt with properly, it will lead to major events. Then if Lingnan province or the Cao family is responsible for all this stock market, if such things happen again in the future, I think you should be able to think of the consequences, Mr. Cao." Cao Jianning's expression became serious. Of course he could think of the consequences, Ziming said. It was nothing more than the central government's use of things to regain power, and by the way, suppress local families, and maybe even cut a knife. The central government already has absolute authority, and this kind of thing is easy to do. That's why Consultant Zhu is important to you, Cao Jianning said. Ziming shook his head and said, "Mr. Cao, some things are economic laws and are inevitable. You see, Western countries have been more than 100 years old. It stands to reason that their securities markets are already very mature, right? But economic crises still continue. Once, just a few months ago in the global stock market crash, I don't know how many billions of funds were evaporated. How can I change this pattern?" "So it seems that advisors are still rejected my kindness?" Cao Jianning asked. Unexpectedly, after saying this for a long time, he still said something like this in the end. Ziming murmured in his heart, and then replied, "Mr. Cao, I am not rejecting, but there are some things that can be done, and some things need to be done in another way." Cao Jianning's eyes lit up. "Change another way? What does Consultant Zhu mean?" "It's very simple. Do you think stocks are very profitable, Mr. Cao? Then why don't you set up a company by yourself and also trade in securities companies to support the construction of the stock market? Or you can set up a special account for ordinary people to open stocks. What about the company that specializes in securities trading? I believe this should not be a problem for the Cao family at all." Ziming went on to say, "And most importantly, these are purely commercial activities. No one will ever interfere. It's safe." Ziming's words gave Cao Jianning a feeling of enlightenment. He said to Ziming, "It's no wonder that even Lao Yang and Chairman Dong pay so much attention to advisor Zhu, and even Chairman Dong actively invites advisors to work in the State Council. I really listen to Zhu." A word from the consultant, better than 10 years of reading. "Mr. Cao overrated. I just said it casually," Ziming said. Facing Cao Jianning's praise, Ziming was really embarrassed, because what he said was actually the memory of his previous life. In the previous life when Nanjian had an accident, the Central Committee established the China Securities Regulatory Commission and took back its power. The Cao family's response strategy was to establish the joint stock company does it by itself. "How can you say that the central government will not let me be in power, so you can't even let it do business? Now am I just told ahead what the Cao family will do in the future?" But Cao Jianning didn't think so. From his point of view, Ziming was amazing, because the method he said was exactly the same as the strategy laid down by the father. So Cao Jianning gave Ziming a thumbs up and said, "No, Consultant Zhu, you must not be arrogant, you are really amazing. If you really say it casually, you will be even more amazing." At this time, They all forgot that there was Liu Han next to him, and Liu Han was also completely speechless there. He couldn't imagine what kind of monsters Ming and Cao Jianing were. Just now, he couldn't hear what Liu Li said at all, and he didn't react suddenly until Ming began to obscure later. But they always said that. It is understandable that Cao Jianing is so great because of his family's reasons. But what's the situation with Ming this time? He is only in his 20s, how can he understand such a bend? This is too weird, right? Liu Han felt that he was going to be compared with Ming, and he couldn't even compare with him at all. Chapter 164 ? It was already 9:30 when Ming came out of the Dongmen Hotel. Ming and Liu Han went to the parking lot and got in the car together. Liu Han said to Ming, "Consultant Zhu, you are really amazing. What happened to you? Everything is like a big movie." "How do you say?" Ming asked curiously. "Who was starting the car?" "It's incredible," Liu Han said. "No matter how difficult it is in the eyes of others, no matter how difficult it is to solve, but you can solve it easily. No matter what kind of person, you have a way to deal with it. It's as if there is nothing impossible with you, just like the omnipotent gods in myths." "Actually, it's not as godlike as Vice President Liu Yu said. It's just that the planned economic system for a long time has constrained your thoughts. I just walked out of campus, and I was suffocating in my heart, so I dared to think more than you. I dared to do a little bit more," Ming said with emotion. He didn't know if he was talking about people like Liu Han in this era, or regretting himself in this era in his previous life. Ming mobilized the car to send Liu Han back, and then Ming came to his Nanjian nightclub. When he got out of the car, Ming looked at the various cars in the parking lot, and the music and noise constantly coming from the nightclub. Ming could feel the pulse of this Nanjian nightclub. The nightclub has been in business for more than a month today. As the first nightclub in Nanjian and even in the country, Ming's Nanjian nightclub is very prosperous. At the same time, the general manager of the nightclub Kong Xilin used her own management method to teach her, plus her with my own business philosophy. Nanjian nightclub has now become a landmark in Nanjian city, and many people from other places will come here. Lights are on in the police booth at the entrance of the nightclub, and the policemen on duty inside are paying attention to the situation of the nightclub. The policeman on duty here will give a certain subsidy to the nightclub. Because of this, even though many gangsters will make trouble in the first few days of the nightclub, or use alcohol to molest girls, after being taught by the police for a few days, no one dares to make trouble here anymore. It also made the Nanjian nightclub's sign even louder. Nowadays, in addition to young people who come here to seek excitement, there are also many business people who come here for recreation. This can be seen from the cars parked at the door. However, Ming came here not to go to a bar to drink, but to a tea house. After the nightclub developed, Kong Xilin took a few places next to him and set up a music tea house. The tea house has band performances every day, and there are the same things as the tea house. Ordinary seats. There are also cubicles with curtains on the side, and elegant seats that are not disturbed like private boxes. Ming walked into an elegant seat of the tea house. Du Peng, Tang Ran and Kong Xilin were waiting here. Seeing Ming coming in, Du Peng quickly asked Ming how he was doing. Kong Xilin nodded and smiled at Ming, while Tang Ran lay down in Kong Xilin's arms. Fell asleep. Ming sat down and had time to take a sip of tea. Du Peng couldn't wait to open his mouth and asked, "How are you talking to Uncle Cao, Ming?" "What on earth did Uncle Cao ask for?" "He wanted to get the idea of the China Securities Regulatory Commission," Ming said. "He should have come to win me on behalf of the Cao family." What the Cao family meant was that they wanted to control the entire securities market in their hands. "So what did you say, Ming? You didn't quarrel with him, did you?" Du Peng asked anxiously. Ming couldn't help but smile when he looked at Du Peng's nervous look. "I said, Du Xiao, why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I really won't fight him in the box?" "I'm not afraid of this. I know that Ming, you are well measured, but some things are hard to say, and Kou's family is no better than Huashou's side. Although Huashou's side is based in Lingnan, but because there is no such thing as Grandpa Cow in the center, the character sits in town, and the influence is still much weaker than that. Du Peng said, in short, we can live a little bit if we provoke Hua, but if we want to provoke the Cow family, then we only have to leave. It's over. How can you make me not worry? Ziming patted Du Peng on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I also want to develop in Nanjing, and I won't conflict with him, but I didn't agree to his kind of localism. I just told him if he wanted to make money, their family can set up a joint stock company and trade in the securities company, so that they can make a lot of money even without mastering the entire securities market. What did Uncle Cow say? Du Peng asked again. He is very sensible and didn't make things difficult. He is very happy with the way I helped him, Ziming replied. Du Peng let out a sigh of relief. Ziming looked at Du Peng and slapped him with a slap in the face. Du Peng, what is your expression? Do you think I am as anxious as you? That's not the case. I'm just worried. After all, he came to ask Ziming for a meal. If the most important task is not achieved, God knows if he will turn his face. Du Peng said. Ziming's eyes lit up, and Du Peng's words reminded him that others in the Cow family did not say it, but Cao Jianing probably disagrees with the local and central authorities' struggle for power, but sometimes the same thing is in one person and one family. The way of thinking is completely different. A person can hold back the interests, but a family will definitely roll in the direction of their own family's interests and will never look back. In this way, later generations of Lingnan held the power of the securities market and were unwilling to let go. It was not necessarily the will of the old martial Cow or the children of the Cow family, but the entire Lingnan bureaucratic group that belonged to the Cow family was pushing. The movement of Ziming and Du Peng's talk caused Tang Ran to wake up. Tang Ran rubbed her eyes in a daze. She opened her eyes and saw Ziming very happy, and then fell asleep in Ziming's arms again. Ziming couldn't laugh or cry. He asked Kongxilin, of course, what's going on? Is it tired? Kongxilin nodded and said, I heard that her unit has had a lot of affairs recently, and it seems that there have been many foreign-related incidents. Ziming thought for a while, as if there were no large-scale foreign-related incidents in his memory this year, so Ziming guessed, with the development of Nanjing, this place serves as a bridge for foreign exchanges. These things will only increase in the future, especially after our stock market is really up. Many people from abroad will come to us with money to invest. No, will there really be foreigners who will send us money? Du Peng felt a little incredulous. Ziming didn't explain much to Du Peng. After all, Du Peng has just figured out the stock market now. If he talks to him about foreign hot money coming in and shorting China, he probably doesn't understand it. At this time, Kongxilin said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, I want to ask you about something. Manager Kong don't need to be so polite, you can just say anything if you want. Ziming said. That's it. Now Ananjian nightclub is a very good business, but the place is so big and it can't receive too many customers. It's overcrowded every night. I think Jinping Limited has made a lot of money in the stock market, isn't it? Can one more branch be opened? Kongxilin asked. Faced with this question, Ziming was not anxious to answer, but instead asked Kongxilin, does Manager Kong think it is appropriate to open the branch now? I mean, the sign of our nightclub is loud enough, or we have enough staff. Is it reserved? Kongxilin froze for a moment. Obviously these were things she didn't expect. She hesitated and replied, I am preparing for these. I just think that nightclubs are very popular here in Nanjing. I heard that many black dance halls are full of people. I think if we open a store now, it will definitely be popular. I don't deny it, Ziming said, but Manager Kong, I have a question for you, such as the provincial capital Baiyan City, Manhai City, and the capital Yanjing City. These places are also big cities that are not inferior to Nanjing. There is no nightclub. We can definitely make money by opening the store. Then, Manager Kong, do you think it is appropriate for us to open the store now? Kongxilin shook her head and said, it's not appropriate. Why? Is it because we don't have enough money? Or Manager Kong, are you not optimistic about the market there? Ziming asked again. Kongxilin still shook her head and said, neither. because we are not ready. We are going to be a brand. If we open a store without any preparation, we will smash our own sign in case something goes wrong. That's right, Ziming said. Mr. Kong, I know that the market for nightclubs is very good now. That's because the real big nightclub is only our family. I also know where to build a nightclub at this time as long as we go around where we can make money, but if the stall is so big, we can't take care of so many night market business at all. And the night market itself is very prone to accidents. If this is not handled properly, it will be trouble everywhere. Ziming comforted Kong Xilin and said, I can understand your feelings very well, but you have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to walk step by step. If you step forward, it will be easy to pull legs. Our nightclubs also have to step by step. 5 years and 10 years later, when people all over the country mentioned nightclubs, the first thing they could think of was an Anjian nightclub. Then we were successful. What do you think of Manager Kong? The scene Ziming painted for Kong Xilin made her heart surging. Although she is only a nightclub general manager now, she has a courageous heart. Otherwise she would not quit her work and start by herself. The opportunity to become the general manager of a large national enterprise. That scene made Kong Xilin very excited to think about it. But what made Kong Xilin more excited was that she followed a very visionary boss. After all, following the current situation, there are too many people who dare to fight and break through, but there are very few who can recognize the situation without being enthusiastic at the critical moment. I understand. I will be patient and slowly cultivate branch managers and other middle-level managers, Kong Xilin said. Ziming nodded and said, that's it. Ordinary waiters can be recruited at any time, but managers who agree with us and embed our corporate concept in their bones are not always available. As long as our people and funds are sufficient, when the time comes, don't you open as many stores as you want. More importantly, the waiters in each of our stores have the motivation to work harder, don't they? Kong Xilin clasped her powder fist tightly and said, yes, that's it. Chapter 165. In the morning, Ziming went to Chen Yunfei as usual to perform his duties as Nanjian development consultant, and met Secretary Peng in the corridor, and Secretary Peng greeted Ziming happily. As Chen Yunfei's secretary, Secretary Peng is the same as Qiao Weijiang's Secretary Jiang Heng. The quality of the official road is all dependent on the leadership, which can be said to be the best portrayal of both prosperity and loss. Before Chen Yunfei was promoted to Executive Vice Governor and Secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, Secretary Peng's status also skyrocketed. But then the stock market crashed and the central government asked him to question him. Secretary Peng was also frightened. Secretary Peng has been on a psychological roller coaster during this period of time because of these changes. He also saw that Ziming, a development consultant, is a very important help for the development and construction of Nanjiang as well as for Chen Yunfei. Therefore, Peng the secretary also became more polite to Ziming, feeling a little bit as a leader to treat him. Talking to Secretary Peng and walking into Chen Yunfei's office, Ziming greeted Chen Yunfei. Chen Yunfei motioned to Ziming to sit down, and then asked, I heard that Marshal Cao Ying's youngest son Cao Jianing had dinner with you yesterday. What did you talk about? Ziming knew that it was impossible to hide this matter from Chen Yunfei, and directly replied, the Cao family is very interested in the securities market built by Anjian Xin. Mr. Cao asked me yesterday to help them together and strive to build the securities market. Both development and supervision rights remain in Lingnan province. They are serious local protectionism. The construction of the securities market should benefit the whole country, and it is an important market that drives the development of the country. How can it be controlled by a province and a family alone? This is very selfish behavior, Chen Yunfei said. After he broke the Cao family's thoughts, he looked at Ziming and asked, what about you, Ziming? How did you answer him? I told him that under the centralized system, unless the local governments rebelled, they would basically have no capital to compete with the central government for power. Ziming answered honestly. Ziming's answer made Chen Yunfei dumbfounded at the time. He didn't expect Ziming to answer this way. You must know that when he said this thing, He was also very tactful. Why did Zhu Ming say it so directly? Governor Chen, don't think of me that way. I'm very honest, Zhu Ming said. What then? Chen Yunfei knew that Zhu Ming hadn't played according to the routine for a long time. He calmly said, he promised you. Did you even tell him that he could form a joint stock company and use the method of participation? Use the stock market to make money? The question of Chen Yunfei surprised Zhu Ming. Governor Chen, do you know all this? Chen Yunfei took out a document to Zhu Ming. Just look at it. Zhu Ming took the document. It was a document that Zhuoli Company applied for restructuring into a joint stock company. Zhu Ming was taken aback for a moment. Then Zhu Ming opened the document and found the column of legal representative and chairman. The name on it was Cao Jianing. Governor Chen, when was this delivered to you? Zhu Ming asked. This morning. About half an hour before you came. Chen Yunfei's answer was concise and clear. So fast. This was Zhu Ming's first reaction. But immediately after, Zhu Ming felt that the problem was wrong, because he only said this to Cao Jianing last night. Even if Cao Jianing figured it out at the time, he finished the meal with him. It was already 9:30 in the night, so he wouldn't call someone back to work overtime in the middle of the night to get this file out. Right? Not to mention whether there is enough time for one night to get this kind of documents out of work. Just talking about the importance of shareholding system reform cannot be decided in one night. We must know that Cao Jianing's Zhuoli Company was originally a state-owned enterprise dealing in military products, and there are even more problems involved. In this way, there is only one possibility. That is, there are some people in the Cao family who can understand the situation, and they are not willing to challenge the central government directly. They just want to make money safely. Cao Jianing is one of them. I am afraid that he had already completed this share reform document. It was just because of some pressure that he could not submit it. However, after a long talk with himself yesterday, he went back and discussed it with others. Maybe an important person in the Cao family made a decision, and he would pass the document directly to Chen Yunfei through the Cao family's relationship this morning. This is the most likely possibility. Recall that after the central government used certain things to suppress the establishment of the Securities Regulatory Commission in the past, Cao Jianing immediately restructured his company and acquired another listed company for joint listing. I am afraid this is also the reason. At first it was Cao's protection that had the upper hand, but Cao Jianing and the others silently endured it without knowing why. But forbearance did not mean that they gave up. They kept quietly preparing until after the accident. They immediately jumped out. But in this life, because of their own appearance, they gave up the forbearance, and directly handed the shareholding reform documents to the municipal party committee. Thinking of this, Zhu Ming rubbed his temples a little irritated and said, this is not my cause again, is it? Why can the relationship between me and the Cao family be incapable of being able to become the key? Chen Yunfei smiled and said, there is no way. Who makes your kid the most powerful person in the Nanjian securities market? I just hope that I don't get involved in the internal struggle of Cao's family inexplicably, otherwise I would be too wronged. Zhu Ming said. It shouldn't be, Chen Yunfei said. As far as I know, Marshal Cao Yingwe should also be on Cao Jianing's side. Leaving Chen Yunfei's office, Zhu Ming ran into Jiang Hen, who had come to report to Chen Yunfei. Jiang Hen respectfully greeted Zhu Ming, and Zhu Ming nodded to him. With the continuous development of the Nanjian securities market, his position as the deputy director of the office of the leading group for the construction of the securities market has also risen. Now something has happened in the securities market. Nanjian City is preparing for the establishment of the Provisional Securities Regulatory Commission. He, the veteran of the securities market, naturally still the leader. Jiang Heng understands that he can have today because of Zhu Ming's blessing, so he respects Zhu Ming very much. The Securities Regulatory Commission is a good place, although our Nanjian Securities Regulatory Commission is only a temporary institution. The securities market will continue to develop in the future. The importance of the Securities Regulatory Commission will only increase. To strengthen central control, a China Securities Regulatory Commission must be established in the State Council, and you, an old comrade with work experience, can rise to the sky in one step. Ziming said to Jiang Heng. Thank you, Consultant Zhu, for your reminder. I will definitely remember to work hard in my heart. Jiang Heng said. By the way, you are in the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Has anyone approached you recently, such as those from the Cao family? Ziming asked. Jiang Heng shook his head and said, no. Why did you ask, Consultant Zhu? Suddenly? Nothing. I just want to remind you that the securities market will eventually go to the whole country in the future. It will never be able to maintain one province and one place. No matter what you encounter, you must keep a clear mind. Understand? Ziming said. Jiang Heng nodded heavily and said, thank you, Advisor Zhu, I understand. After leaving the Municipal Party Committee building, Ziming came to the securities company. After the stock market crash, there were still many people in the square at the door of the securities company, but there were already a lot less than before. There were still many police cars on standby. The police will come out to deal with the matter immediately. Entering the securities company from the side door, the first Vice President Luo Han immediately came out with a document and said to Ziming, Consultant Zhu, look at this. Ziming took the file and raised his brows when he saw the cover. What a quick action. Ziming's remarks were sent out because of the document that Zhuoli Company applied to list and trade stocks in a securities company. I saw the application documents for shareholding restructuring from Chen Yunfei the first time, and then I saw the documents for the listing application at the securities company. Even if Ziming thought that Cao Jianing had prepared for it, his hands and feet were still too fast up. In fact, this operation of Cao Jianing is not in compliance with the rules. How can the company carry out share reform and application for listing at the same time? But at this time the rules are not strict, and in front of the forces, the rules only have to bow their heads obediently. There are indeed other sets of rules for some things in the country. The Cao family also has absolute influence in Lingnan, so although this is a bit out of the ordinary, it is reasonable. What makes Ziming wonder is why Cao Jianing is so anxious. I just finished talking yesterday, and I can't wait to do these things today. Why can't I be a few days later? Ziming thought about it and asked Luo Han, who gave you this document? Did Mr. Cao come to the securities company? Luo Han shook his head and said, Mr. Cao didn't come to the securities company. This document was brought by the vice president of Zhuoli Company. After talking, Luo Han looked at Ziming's face and couldn't help asking him, Counselor Zhu. Is there any problem with this? Ziming shook his head and said no. Luo Han asked again, then what should I do with the materials for Zhuoli Company's application for listing? Ziming didn't answer, but instead asked Luo Han, what should I do if we follow the normal situation? Zhuoli Company has not yet completed its shareholding reform, and the city's documents have not yet come down. According to regulations, Zhuoli Company cannot be listed for trading. Luo Han said. That's not it. Even the city hasn't decided yet. What are you anxious for? You can just wait for the city to make a decision, Ziming said. Luo Han is still not at ease. But it's not easy to explain to President Cao like this. Ziming knew that Luo Han was not a very courageous person, so after thinking about it, he said, otherwise, you can make a record for Zhuoli Company in the securities company, which is to list first and wait until the market after the documents are approved, the transaction will be launched. This made Luo Han's eyes light up, and he happily said to Ziming, good idea. Advisor Zhu, you are really amazing. As long as I'm listed, I won't lose the face of President Cao, and no deal is not counted. It's the best of both worlds if the rules are broken. Ziming just shook his head helplessly for Yuan's praise. This method is only needed in the domestic environment. Otherwise, if you want to be able to act according to the rules, where do you need to use your brain? However, what makes Ziming more puzzled than here is what happened to the Cao family. Chapter 166 Chapter Arrangements to Return to Lin Yang? Recently, Chinese President Dong Zhen came to the Military General Hospital to visit the former state leader Cao Yingwe, who was recuperating here. Comrade Cao Yingwe was hospitalized for pneumonia a few days ago. Dong Zhen came to the bed and asked about Cao Yinghua's condition. Cao Yinghua said that it was not a major problem. During this period, Cao Yinghua took Dong Zhen's hand and asked about reform and opening up, and said, "Reform and opening up is an important national policy. Our motherland and nation have suffered too much. When we followed the chairman to make a revolution, there was only one belief, and that was to let the people of the whole country live a good life." Dong Zhen was very moved by Cao Yinghua's concern for the country's major policies during his illness, and was very moved by Cao Yinghua's concern for the country and the people. Dong Zhen immediately gave instructions to the hospital. Comrade Cao Yinghua is a great revolutionary and politician, and is the creation of the People's Army. One of them is an outstanding leader who has held important positions in the party and the country for a long time. He has made immortal feats for the party and the people in his life, and asked the military general hospital to heal veteran comrades at all costs. This is a propaganda bulletin issued by the central government to others. This piece of news is nothing more than ordinary news for state leaders to condolences to old revolutionary comrades, but in Ziming's view, it is a very remarkable thing, because Ziming remembered one thing, that is, the date of Cao Yinghua's death. Ziming can't remember the exact time, but Ziming can definitely be the past 2 years. Of course, the death of Cao Yinghua did not have much to do with Ziming, but Ziming suddenly understood why Cao Jianing was eager to engage in share reform and listing transactions. It was nothing more than his biggest support here was Marshal Cao. Once Cao the old marshal passed away, and it would be very difficult for him to want to do these things again. For this reason, when the old Marshal Cao fell ill and was hospitalized, Cao Jianing couldn't determine how long the old man could last. So he could only race against the clock while the old man was still alive, and do some things first. Thinking of this, Ziming took a sigh of relief. It seems that every family has sutras that are difficult to recite. Although Ziming can't really understand what's going on in Cao's family, watching Cao Jianing's anxious work, it's not much better to think about it. After all, born in a political family, there are always many constraints. It's not what you want to do. What can you do? What surprised Ziming was that in this matter, he actually played a very important role in this life. I really don't know whether the changes that he has brought to the Cao family by breaking in suddenly are good or bad. However, for better or worse, he is still a long way from the top giants of the Cao family, and will not affect this for the time being. Ziming put down the newspaper in his hand and glanced at the receding scenery outside the window. Ziming is now on the train bound for Lianyang. Now that everything on the Nanjing side is basically arranged, Ziming is also going home. The first is the securities market in Nanjing. After that round of stock market crash, under Ziming's operation, except for some technical imitations of this era, the operation of the entire securities market has basically been changed to that of the securities market in Ziming's impression of later generations. Way out. The trading system of daily limit and T+1 has also been officially implemented. If the stock market system is suddenly adjusted in a big way in peacetime, it will definitely encounter great resistance, but this time under the influence of the stock market crash, it will not. There was no objection. A few days before I left Nanjing, the China Securities Regulatory Commission had been established. The first chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission was Cao Jianing, and his Juoli company had received approval from the city to begin its shareholding reform, and it was already in a securities company. Start trading. This thing is very unruly. But at this stage when everything is still in its infancy, anything can happen. However, although the frame of the China Securities Regulatory Commission was temporarily set up, even the chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission Cao Jianing is the chairman of 2 listed companies. He is also the general manager of a securities company. It seems strange to monitor his own situation, but it is good. Now that Ziming is here, Ziming, using his concept of leading the times for more than 20 years, still allows the CSRC to set the functions of the CSRC where he should be. With the maturity of the rules of securities companies and the establishment of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, the stock market has slowly returned to a normal level and began to correctly reflect the development of various listed companies. Ziming brought the stock market up, and of course his own company did not fall. The Jinping Company, which was co-founded with Du Peng, used to make millions in the stock market with the madness of the stock market, but now it is catching up again. After Cao Jianning's line, after his Duoli company went public, Ziming asked him to cooperate and start the business of signal construction and promotion of mobile phones. Of course, the mobile phone at this time is as cumbersome as a brick. He has a very domineering name called Big Brother. Although this thing will cost more than 30,000 yuan to buy a signal to enter the network, and the signal is often not good. Ziming, however, he predicted to Cao Jianning that it will be popular all over the country in the future, and the prospect of mobile phones will definitely be bigger than the stock market, because not everyone will sell the stocks, but mobile phones will definitely be owned by one in the future. Cao Jianning has some doubts about this. He admits the convenience of mobile phones, but this thing is too expensive after all, more expensive than a commercial house. How can ordinary people afford it? Ziming said, from the perspective of the development of the United States, the future era will be an information age. In this information age, instant messaging is the most important component. The development of science and technology is now fast. This is beyond our imagination. Maybe in the future mobile phones will become very small, you can put them in any pocket on your body, or you can have some functions that computers have. What Ziming said was the situation 20 years later. But at this time Cao Jianning heard it like science fiction. Although Cao Jianning still doesn't believe it, he is unwilling to let go of this business. He is still actively expanding the mobile phone business and the construction of mobile phone signals with Ziming's Jinping Company. Finally, Ziming will not forget his Nanjing nightclub. Before he left, the second branch in Nanjing and the chain store in Baiyun City, the provincial capital, were already under renovation. In order to establish the brand, the managers of these two chain stores are also actively training, because the trained managers are selected from the most active and outstanding employees in the main store, and the concept and working attitude of the nightclub are all it is deeply imprinted in their minds, so that letting them go out will naturally be able to do the job right away. Taking advantage of this opportunity to open a chain store, Ziming gave another lesson to all the nightclub employees, telling them that as long as they work hard, opening a chain store in the future is their chance for promotion and salary increase. It was precisely after all this was arranged that Ziming left Nanjing. When he left, Ziming did not ask Tang Ran to send it away, because Ziming knew that Tang Ran would definitely cry out loud when he was going. That was not what Ziming wanted to see. So Du Peng went, and Tang Ran let Kong Xilin stay with her. Thinking of Kong Xilin, this woman is definitely a piece of treasure she picked up. The nightclub has developed into a landmark in the downtown area of Nanjing in her hands. It can be said that she is walking on Nanjing Commercial Street. If anyone does not know Nanjing nightclub, then this is definitely the first time I have come to Nanjing. Kong Xilin is smart and capable. The development of Nanjing nightclub is basically due to her alone. This makes Ziming, who has always been the shopkeeper, a bit embarrassed, but her loyalty is more important. This made Ziming a little embarrassed. I still remember the first time I saw her at the Nanu Hotel. I used MLM brainwashing to persuade a group of presidents to admire me very much. Later, I dug her out by myself. After other contacts, she admired herself even more, reminding Ziming of the later generations of star fans who worshipped Korean stars. But in fact, the truths I talked to her are nothing more than bad things for later generations. Maybe anyone on the road can tell you a few words. If you tell her yourself, I don't know if she will be angry. Kill yourself. Once settled on the Nanjing side, Ziming will naturally go home. After all, neither his parents nor Suhan have any management experience. After he bought the 760 factory, he gave it to them and acted as the shopkeeper. They are fundamental. I don't know how to manage. My father still wanted to work in the workshop when I was there, and my mother wanted to accompany his father. Such a leader would definitely not work. Ziming left Lin Yang, but the contact with the factory was not broken. Basically, he would call back every day, sometimes to his parents, sometimes to Suhan, and sometimes to Jang. There was no problem when I first left, but after a long period of time, something happened. This is why Zuming couldn't wait to return to Lin Yang after he arranged things on the Nanjiang side. Thinking of this, Zuming couldn't help but sighed in his heart. It seems that the pace is better to be steady. If you step too much, it is easy to be a firefighter. This is not to be a firefighter. At the beginning of the Nanjiang real estate speculation trend, get up and go to fight the fire. Now that something has happened in the factory, I can only come back and fight the fire. Zuming shook his head and laughed at himself. He picked up the cup to drink tea, but there was not much water in the cup. Zuming got up to get hot water, but saw several people sitting in the aisle seats chatting. Zuming was sitting in a sleeping berth, and the aisle was originally not very spacious. As long as someone was sitting on a seat in the aisle and the lower berth on the other side sat opposite, the aisle was immediately blocked. It's normal for people on the train to gather around and brag and chat. Even after generations of mobile phones and laptops, this situation is not uncommon on the train, let alone now. Zuming has been sitting so many times. This situation has been seen a lot in the second train. So Zuming didn't care at first, but when Zuming approached and heard the content of their chat, he stopped because these people were talking about themselves. Chapter 167 Legend of Zuming? Tell you, the development of Nanjiang in the past month has been so big that you can't imagine it at all, especially the securities company that was set up in December. As long as you have the ability to open an account and trade stocks in it, you can become a 10,000 yuan household in a few days. A middle-aged man sitting in the aisle was talking loudly, and the person next to him immediately echoed, "Yes, I also know the stock you mentioned." It was just like the newspaper said. It was crazy. I remember I once passing by the entrance of the securities company. I used to remember that the square was so big, but I used to see that it was crowded with people that day. There are less than 1 or 2,000 people. 1 or 2,000? The middle-aged man said contemptuously, "You too underestimate the stocks. You only see the people on the outermost layer. I tell you to check the market at the securities company every day and wait to open an account to buy. At the very least, there must be tens of thousands of people in stocks." During the craziest period of time, even the roads were full of people. Maybe there were 100,000 people there. No, there will be so many people. The person next to him looked very surprised. Why not? Think about it. What can you do in a few days can turn you into a 10,000 yuan household. Stocks are fine. Then people should grab them if they are not crazy. I'm telling you, this is still done by the securities company. Many restrictions make it impossible for many people to buy stocks. Otherwise, there are millions of people from all over the country who come here to open accounts. The middle-aged man said. Everyone nearby took a sigh of relief when they heard this. Someone said, "But speaking of this stock, the Vice President Liu turned over." I remember that he used to be the Vice President of South Development Bank, and he took people everywhere to sell the bank every day. Now that he has created the gadget of a securities company, he suddenly became popular because of the madness. I know that hundreds of people block him on his way off work every day, and I want to link him to stocks. The middle-aged man disdainfully said, "What is Vice President Liu? What is Vice President Liu? I tell you that Vice President Liu is just what the Nanjiang government put on the table to show you. Actually, Vice President Liu, it is of no use. The real person in charge of this securities company is a person named Zuming." Zuming? The person next to him didn't expect. I remember I saw this name in the newspaper. But isn't he a consultant? Not only the people over there didn't expect it, even Zuming, who came here, didn't expect it himself. Zuming knew that many people on the train liked to chat nonsense. They also liked to talk about important national events or anecdotes of certain leaders, and some gods. He talked about imaginary things, but he never thought that someone would talk about himself on the train. This made Zuming feel a little strange, so Zuming sat down in the next seat and listened to how they would talk about themselves. "Consultant?" I said that it was just something on the surface. Actually, This Zuming is not simple. He is the grandson of a core leader of the founding country. He returned from studying in the United States. When he returned, he was besieged by American secret agents. Zuming was drinking tea at this time, and it spewed out when he heard him say this. When the middle-aged man heard Zuming's movement, he suddenly asked unhappy, "Why don't you believe it?" Zuming smiled bitterly and said, "I think Zuming should actually be an ordinary person. Don't he have any special status?" "You are really ignorant." The middle-aged man said, "How could Zuming be an ordinary person this time? How could he create such a magical place as a securities company if he was an ordinary person? And I also heard that Nanjiang nightclub is also there. Is one thing you may not know about his industry. He was besieged by hundreds of people in Hong Kong City. Because of his identity, he was going to steal stock information from Western countries. As a result, he was in Baiyun City. All the troops were dispatched, airplanes and submarines, and many underground parties. This saved Zuming. Zuming was stunned when he heard this. Zuming wanted to ask, "When did I have this kind of experience like an American blockbuster movie?" But this is just thinking about it. After all, this kind of chat on the train is bragging. If you take it seriously, you will lose. And Zuming also knows that once a person becomes famous, people like to make up some weird legends for him. It is as if this person could not be famous without these legends. For example, the three-part world Zhu Liang, the unification of Jiangshan Liu Bowen and other legends, as well as the anecdotes of many national leaders, and celebrities' gossip, are not all people who have made up their own brains. It's just that now maybe a stock market legend Zuming should be added. Zuming shook his head helplessly. This attitude of Zuming was seen by a middle-aged person, and he was not happy again. He said to Zuming, "Why don't you, little comrade, believe it?" "Then I will tell you one more thing. You should know about the stock market crash at the end of last month. That crash almost destroyed all investors. Tens of thousands of stockholders gathered in the square and attacked the securities company. Hundreds of armed police and public security officers could not stop the city. The glass at the entrance of the securities company was smashed, and it was useless even to shoot." Listening to the middle-aged man, the person next to him asked him, "I know about the stock market crash, but it was so serious that day. Isn't this going to be a rebellion?" "Rebellion is not enough, but this is still light. You think that if you lose tens of thousands of dollars a day, everyone will collapse," said the middle-aged man. "Then how did this matter in the end be solved?" "I read the newspaper and it seemed to be solved in one day." Someone asked again. "This is the credit of Zuming." The middle-aged man said, "At that time, no one in Nanjiang City, from the municipal party committee to the armed police force, had anything to do. They even had to contact the province to send troops to suppress it. But at this time, it was Zuming stepped up. This time, it was he who blocked the face of all investors, calmed the emotions of all investors, and persuaded them to go home." This answer made everyone unbelievable. Someone immediately doubted, "Isn't it impossible? That's tens of thousands of people. Even the police and the armed police can't stop him. How could he be able to stop him alone?" "That's his power," said the middle-aged man. "You don't know that what he says has a deceptive power, and everyone can't help but listen to him." "Does he really have this ability?" someone asked. The middle-aged man slammed his chest. "Of course, you haven't seen it. I was there at the time." Tens of thousands of people surrounded the securities company and saw Zuming walk out of the securities company alone. The tens of thousands of stockists who had been irritable saw him and immediately calmed down. He didn't need to speak when he stood there, just smiled, and everyone would be condemned by their own conscience and felt how wrong they were doing. In the end, Zuming severely criticized these troublemakers, and they retreated by themselves. After hearing the words of the middle-aged man, not only the people next to him felt excited, but even Zuming himself was fascinated, because Zuming never knew that what he did could be as exciting as romance. So he didn't dare to do it. "I believe that I did those things myself." The middle-aged man turned his eyes on Zuming. "Young man, you should believe it now, right?" Zuming nodded hurriedly and said, "Believe it. Others believe it or not. I just believed it anyway. Then Ziming stood up and asked them to let them in. They walked across the aisle and went to the middle of the carriage to pick up the hot water. When they came to the boiling water place, Ziming turned on the faucet and continued hot water while thinking about what he had just heard. What was besieged by hundreds of people in Hong Kong? It was just that Xiao Weijiang stabbed out of the basket and gave a speech to help him wipe his butt. Where could there be any army to rescue him? It was the same to persuade those investors. At that time, there were only a few thousand investors in the square. Only the public security in the city was maintaining order. If you could persuade those investors, there was also a police force. Plus a little luck. He is so exaggerated, with the magic power that confuses people's hearts. Isn't you a god? Thinking of this, Ziming let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he wanted to be just like what he said. What happened to the grandson of the founding leader? The military region sent troops to rescue him, then he didn't have to work so hard to do this. Things are up. Just looking back and thinking about it, rebirth is inherently incredible. So it doesn't seem to matter how incredible it is to them. Ziming thought this way. At this time, the water in the cup was ready. He turned off the faucet and turned his head to go back to his seat, but he turned around but was suddenly shocked, because behind him, he didn't know when he was shocked. There stood a group of people. These people were not others, they were the people who were talking about themselves just now, and now they are standing here. Their eyes full of surprise and excitement. What's the matter? Ziming asked. Those people didn't answer for the first time, and it wasn't until a long time later that someone asked out aloud, Are you Ziming? This question made Ziming stunned for a moment, because they didn't recognize him after sitting there for a long time. So why did they recognize it now? Ziming's question was quickly answered. Only one person took out a newspaper. Ziming saw that there was a picture of himself on it. Ziming knew that it was someone who just happened to see his picture up. Is this the picture of Ziming you just mentioned? It looks like me. Ziming pretended to be surprised. Ziming didn't dare to admit it. Looking at their excited expressions, if they admit to pointing, maybe this train will not be able to sit down safely. You aren't Ziming? The man asked again. Of course not. If I am Ziming, then I should have a special plane to pick me up. I am the grandson of the core leader of the country. Don't you think? Ziming asked deliberately. Although these people have some doubts after hearing this, they can only choose to believe it. Ziming was smiling bitterly in his heart at this time. And now he believes that the celebrities of later generations have to disguise themselves when they go out. It would be really troublesome if they were recognized. Chapter 168. What's the situation? After more than 10 hours of long-distance turbulence, Ziming finally returned to Lianyang City. Although Ziming had not taken a train for the first time since his rebirth, he still felt very uncomfortable every time and missed the high-speed rail of future generations. If there is a high-speed rail, it will be there in less than 3 hours. As for airplanes, Ziming is not unable to afford air tickets, but it is generally better to travel long distances. It is not far from Nanjian to Lianyang, and Lianyang does not have an airport, so it is more troublesome to go back and forth. You can only choose the train. Walking out of the exit, there were many people around the exit. From a distance, Ziming saw a pretty figure standing on tiptoe in the crowd and looking anxiously at this place. She was Su-han. Ziming walked over with his luggage on his back. Su-han saw Ziming and immediately pushed aside the crowd and rushed towards Ziming and threw himself into Ziming's arms. Ziming, I miss you so much. Su-han whispered. Didn't I come back here? Ziming hugged Su-han's body, patted her jade back and said, Okay, Xiao-han, so many people here are looking at us. Su-han stiffened obviously when she heard this, but she did not let go. She just buried her head in Ziming's arms and kept shaking. Even though she was behind the thick clothes, Ziming could still feel it. When her pretty face was red and hot, Su-han was indeed shy, but she missed Ziming even more and was unwilling to let go. Ziming understood Su-han's mood and didn't say anything to make her hold it. It took a while for Su-han to raise her head, Ziming. Take her out of the exit and go to the parking lot in front of the train station. Suhan came by car. The last time Ziming came back, he already felt the inconvenience of not having a car. So Suhan learned to drive. Suhan was very smart and quickly learned it. He also got his driver's license. Now he is in the 760 factory. The general manager of received the news that he came to the train station to pick him up. Of course he had to drive. Only when Ziming followed Suhan and found her car, Ziming frowned. Is this the car you drove? In front of Ziming and Suhan, there was a boxy car that looked a bit like a jeep but was not a jeep. This was a small car imported from Poland. Due to its color and shape, it was loved by others. Called Little Potatoes. If this car is put in later generations, it will definitely be given to others for nothing, and no one may be embarrassed to ask for a broken car. But now that this Western car has not been introduced on a large scale, it is the first civilian car that has swept the country. However, Ziming's frown is not for this reason. Ziming does not dislike low-end cars, but Ziming remembers that the factory fleet is not without other cars. Before he left, there was another car with Suhan that was known as the high-end of this era. The Toyota Crown represented by luxury cars. Why doesn't that car drive? Suhan could see Ziming's thoughts. She lowered her head and replied to Ziming, I'm sorry, the Crown is for Director Ki now. Ziming had already guessed this answer. After all, this was the reason why he came back hurriedly. Ziming took Suhan's soft little hand and gently patted her twice to comfort her and said, it doesn't matter, I can open the little potatoes as well. No matter what, let's go back to the factory and talk about it. Speaking of Ziming, Suhan got into the car. Ziming drove the car back to the 760 factory. In the car, Suhan also told Ziming what had happened in the factory for more than a month. In fact, this matter is nothing special when it comes to it. Ziming already knew about the general matter through the phone when he was in Nanjing. It was nothing more than that after he left, Ki Zongxian, the only deputy director left, was in the factory. Relying on his wide network in the factory, Ma Jianjun, who can suppress him, has been arrested, and Suhan and his parents do not know much about management. He holds all kinds of powers in his hands, and he decides all the big and small things in the factory, which puts Suhan and his parents in the air. Ziming, I'm sorry. I failed to help you look at the factory. Ki Zongxian succeeded. Now the entire factory only recognizes him as the deputy director. Both my uncles and aunts and I have only left a vacant position. Suhan said. In the end they cried. This time Ziming was taken aback. Ziming hurriedly comforted Suhan and said, Xion, it's none of your business. After all, neither you nor my parents have experience in leadership. Ki Zongxian is an old fried dough stick in the factory again. Wasn't Ma Jianjun unable to suppress him when he was there? And if you hear Ki Zongxian's name, you know that he must be the same as the 9,000-year-old man in history. He is a man of conspiracy. How can you beat him? Ziming's comfort did not make Suhan any better. Suhan still shook his head and cried, No, it's all my fault. I'm sorry for you. Xion, please don't say that. Why are you sorry for me? The only thing you are really sorry for is that you have another relationship. Ziming said this originally because he wanted to make a joke with Suhan to make her have fun. If the later generations were more open-minded, the girl would shyly make fun of Ziming. But Suhan was suddenly stunned when she heard this. She was stunned. Looking at Ziming blankly, his eyes scattered, his mouth muttered to Ziming, What did you say, Ziming? Why do you think of me that way? Am I just such a woman in your eyes? Although Ziming didn't understand women, he could see that Suhan was a little nervous after being stimulated. So Ziming hurriedly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road, turned his head and said to Suhan, Xiaohan, I didn't mean that, Before Ziming finished speaking, Suhan's tears burst over there. She said to Ziming, Ziming, why would you not believe me? Is it that I am a scumbag who attracts bees and butterflies in your eyes? Woman, why do you say that to me? Don't even you believe me? Since you don't believe me, so then I don't want to live anymore. Suhan stretched out his hand to pull the car door. Of course Ziming would not let her get out of the car. He hurriedly pulled her back and said to her, Xion, calm down, I didn't mean it. Of course I believe you very much. But Suhan couldn't listen at all at this time. She just shook her head helplessly and said, I am innocent, I am not such a woman, I am not sorry for you, Ziming. Don't believe me? Seeing Suhan being a little hysterical, Ziming felt very distressed. He really didn't know what to do. In the end, Ziming couldn't help but held Suhan's pretty face with both hands and kissed her on the lips. Well, with her lips touching, Suhan's eyes widened. She twisted and struggled more intensely in Ziming's arms, pushing her hands hard against Ziming's chest, and opening her lips, biting Ziming fiercely. A moment, and then shouted, Get out! You rascal, don't want to touch me, I am Ziming's person. Ziming left Suhan's lips painfully, but still grabbed Suhan's body and said to her eyes, Xiaohan, calm down, you can see clearly, it's me, I'm Ziming. Suhan stopped struggling, a pair of beautiful apricot eyes looked at Ziming, reached out his hand to stroke Ziming's cheek, and said blankly, Are you really Ziming? Of course it's me, like a fake replacement, don't you even know me? Ziming said. Suhan threw himself into Ziming's arms and started crying, Ziming, you are finally back. I miss you. I think about you every day, but I'm so sorry for you. I didn't help you to take good care of the factory. I failed. Because of your trust in me, I'm so afraid that the factory will be taken away by other bad guys. I'm so afraid that your hard work will be wasted. I really don't know what to do. Don't be afraid or not. Am I back? Xion, don't worry, this factory is ours and no one can take it away. Ziming gently touched Suhan's soft king's eye and comforted her. After comforting for a while, Suhan stopped her tears. She raised her head to look at Ziming's face, and said in surprise, Ziming, your lips. Ziming subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched it. A lot of blood shed. Ziming apologized and said to Suhan, I really don't know what to do when I saw you just now, so I just kissed you on my own terms. You come back to your senses, but this is my retribution. Suhan shook his head and said distressedly to help Ziming wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sorry Ziming, I didn't know it was you just now. If I knew it was you, I would never be like this. Ziming wanted to say, I was angry if you really accepted it just now, but he was afraid of irritating Suhan again, so he said, Xion, don't say sorry, I don't want to hear you say these 3 words. It's also because I didn't think about it myself. I forgot the ancestral training of not kissing or not driving, so Xion, if you do this, you can be considered a way of doing things for the sky. Ziming, don't talk nonsense, how can there be such an ancestral precept? Suhan said. Ziming smiled, stretched out his hand and rubbed Suhan's little head and said, in fact, it doesn't matter whether you have these diseases, as long as you sit here obediently, it's more important than anything. Suhan also remembered her hysterical gaffe just now. She opened her mouth and was about to say something to Ziming, but Ziming first said, don't say sorry. Suhan was taken aback for a moment, but still sat there obediently. Seeing Suhan look like this, Ziming said, this is good. However, Ziming said so, but the heart is even more raised, because Suhan's emotions must be abnormal just now. Although Suhan's temperament looks very weak, Ziming knows that her heart is very strong. She was already ruining her reputation in the factory, but she had long since broken down. But she persisted silently, and opened a small restaurant in the factory, even if Huang Zheng asked the factory security office to find trouble every few days. Such a strong girl does not say that she can bear everything, but at least she will never become so excited because of a joke. Of course, Suhan is also a very conservative girl who values her innocence very seriously. This can be seen from the fact that she kissed her forcibly just now and she bit herself. Perhaps it was she who took her joke seriously just now to behave so fiercely, but the point is that Suhan is not a hard-hearted person, Why suddenly she took the joke seriously, so seriously? There must be something inside that I don't know. Chapter 169. An hour later, Ziming drove back to the factory and drove directly to the door. Because of some reasons in the factory, his parents are now at home. At this point, Ziming had a chat with Suhan on the phone before. Ziming, do I know? Stop the car. Ziming awakened Suhan in the co-pilot. After he started the car again, Suhan fell asleep. Ziming knew that this was because she was tired after venting hysterical, so Ziming asked her to stay. I slept in the car for a while. Looking at her sleepy and haggard face, Ziming felt a little distressed. I don't know how much pressure she put on in the factory. Are you there? After Suhan woke up, she saw Ziming's home with dim sleepy eyes, and immediately said to Ziming, since I'm here, I will go to the factory first. Saying that, Suhan was about to pull the door and get out of the car. Ziming grabbed her and asked, what are you doing in such a hurry? Don't you go to my house? Suhan shook his head and was about to explain something. Ziming's parents heard the sound of the car engine outside and hurried out. Ziming got out of the car and greeted his parents. His mother Wang Fengqin came over and grabbed Ziming's hand. Just come back. Just come back. Then his parents saw Suhan walking out of the car. Wang Fengqin felt like seeing a devil. He pulled Ziming behind him nervously, looked at Suhan with a vigilant expression, and pointed at Suhan. Strictly said, why do you still have the face to come to our house? I tell you, stay away from Ziming. You will never want to enter our house. Suhan's tears rolled in his eyes, and Ziming asked Wang Fengqin, Mom, what's the matter? Today I asked Xiaohan to drive to the train station to pick me up. Wang Fengqin said, if you ask what she has done, you will understand. If you don't learn well at a young age, you can think of some crooked things. Ziming will be a promising person in the future, and you must not destroy it in your hands. Auntie, believe me, I'm really innocent. I haven't done anything. Suhan said to Wang Fengqin anxiously. Ziming was confused when he heard it next to him. Mom, Xiaohan, can you tell me what happened first? Wang Fengqin snorted and said, I don't want to mention her disgusting things. Ziming, let me talk about it. Suhan said, and then she said the matter as it was. In fact, there is nothing new about the matter when it comes to it. In the final analysis, it is just 2 words, spreading rumors. A month ago, when Ziming left the factory to go to Nanjian, Ziming arranged for his parents to be the director and deputy director of the factory and Suhan as the general manager. After Ziming left the factory, rumors gradually spread, saying that Suhan became the general manager. She approached Ziming. At first, Suhan and her parents didn't bother it. They thought it was just some people who were unbalanced behind the scenes. But this thing became more and more outrageous. Later, someone dug up Suhan's previous affairs with Huang Zheng and worked together, saying that Suhan is a very slutty woman. She just goes with whomever she sees, and even has a lot of people in private. In order to get the support of the deputy director Ki Zongxian, she also used the 9,000-year-old bed. In less than half a month, this incident spread through the entire factory like wings, and it still had noses and eyes, as if I had seen it on the spot at the time. In the factory, people often point to their parents, saying that Ziming is a shui picker who is so fascinated by Suhan that he can't find him anymore. He wants any woman. Maybe Suhan gave them one back. Free son or something. The old couple are both honest and friendly people. Wherever they can bear such rumors, they are reluctant to go to the factory and stay home. That's the way it is. Suhan lowered his head after speaking, and didn't explain much, because she had explained enough in the past half-month. After hearing the whole thing, Ziming had made a decision at the time. He said to Wang Fengqin, Mom, this is obviously a rumor that someone is making Xion, in order to disturb you, and then he will usurp power. What Wang Fengqin wanted to say, Ziming immediately said again, Mom, think about it. Did Ki Zongxian's power become more and more powerful when this rumor started in our factory? This made Wang Fengqin stunned for a moment, and Ziming immediately asked, Mom, think about it again. is it true that after your second elder left the factory and went home, Kai Zongxian started to control all the leadership in the factory? It seems ... It's like this. Wang Fengqin said. That's right, Ziming said. Obviously this is the trick that Kai Zongxian did. He just wants to use this thing to make you feel overwhelmed and have no time to take care of him, so he can take advantage of this gap to gain power. But it's spreading in this factory. Wang Fengqin wanted to say something, but Ziming also said, what other people say may not be true. Many people have no sense of responsibility. They like to talk blindly behind their backs. They don't care if they are true or not. What influence is caused by others? Just like when I was on a train, I heard people talking about me, the descendant of what national leader I am, and how amazing I am. Can this be taken seriously? That's true, Wang Fengqin said. But why would anyone on the train talk about you? Ziming remembered that information was far less advanced than later generations at this time. His parents didn't know about his own affairs in Nanjian. Ziming said, Mom, this is not important. You just remember that these rumors spread by others are unreliable. We just believe in yourself. Speaking of this, Ziming thought for a while and said, and Xiaoan has lived in our house for so many days. Don't you know what kind of person Xiaoan is? Is she like the rumor said? Yes, Wang Fengqin said. So, I misunderstood her. But the rumors in this factory. Mom, don't worry, I will solve this matter. I will settle the account with the person behind the scenes slowly, Ziming said. Ziming accompanied his parents and chatted at the door for a while, and first put his luggage back home. In fact, there was no luggage, just some changes of clothes, cups for drinking tea, and lunch boxes for meals. After doing this, Ziming took Suhan into the car to the 760 factory and parked the car in front of the factory office building. Jangle waited at the door. Seeing Ziming and Suhan coming, he immediately ran over and said, Ziming, you can count back, you don't know how much Xiaoan has suffered during your absence. Before Jangle finished speaking, Suhan interrupted him and said, Wang, don't say these things. Ziming put Suhan's hand on his palm, and said to Jangle, Wang, I already know all the things in the factory, and I know all the grievances of Xiaohan. I will come back today. I must seek justice for Xiaoan. Jangle also nodded and said, I can rest assured that you are here with Ziming. You have been the smartest since you were a child. You can't be troubled by anything. So what are you going to do now? Go ahead and talk about it. You can't always stand at the door, Ziming said. Ziming and Suhan and Jangle walked into the building and ran into a few people at the corner of the stairs. They were obviously surprised when they saw Ziming and Suhan. Ziming hadn't paid attention to them, but Ziming couldn't help but pay attention to them. Did you see it? Then Suhan is here again. Why is she embarrassed to come here now? Why is she so shameless? All the disgusting things she did made Lao Zu and her husband angry. Why did she still have the face? He was still with Ziming. It seems that Ziming was really fascinated by her this time. This bitch's sped skills seem to be really amazing. A person whispered. Another person persuaded him. SHHH. Keep your voice down. You didn't see Ziming was there? What if you let him hear it? The man said indifferently. What can he hear? Isn't it illegal to speak? And him helping Ziming by saying that. He was so fascinated by Suhan that bitch. Help him. Is it wrong to say a few words? But now he is the real boss of our 760 factory. You never heard that he made a lot of money back in Hong Kong City before. This time I went to Nanjian to do some big business. You have to give it to me. He will not let you go if he hears it. So what? He can still take care of me in business. I don't steal or rob or break the law. What can he do to me? I already got the weaving system. If it doesn't help, he will move me. No matter what the post, can he still fire me or not? What's the fear of him? Ziming didn't go upstairs. They heard the whispered talk about Ziming over there. Ziming clenched his fists tightly and was about to go back to find the two people, but at this time he was caught by Suhan. Suhan shook his head to Ziming and said, Ziming, Don't go find them. It's useless if you find them. Then Suhan lowered his head. They are not the only ones talking in the factory. Amused to it, Ziming turned his head to look at Jangle, and saw Jangle's expression of indignation but a little helpless. Ziming knew that Suhan was telling the truth, so Ziming reached out and hugged Suhan and said to her in her ear, "Don't worry, Xion. With me here, I will believe you and will help you. One of these people who speak ill of you behind your back will count them. I will definitely ask them to calculate this account." Suhan nodded firmly. "Well, Ziming, I believe in you." Then Ziming took Suhan and Jangle upstairs to the factory director's office. Ziming reached out to push the door, but Suhan stopped them. Facing Ziming's surprised look, Suhan replied in a low voice, "This is K.I. Zongxian's office now." When Ziming heard this answer, there was an unknown fire. "Mother, this K.I. Zongxian really turned the sky upside down." This factory director's office was originally reserved for Suhan and his parents, but he had only left for a month. K.I. Zongxian not only made the rumor of Suhan in the factory, but now also drove both his parents and Suhan out of this office, and he has taken over here. "Okay, you K.I. Zongxian, you are so kind." Ziming gritted his teeth, then raised his foot and kicked directly on the door of the office. As soon as he heard a bang, Ziming kicked the door of the office open, and an angry shout came from inside. "Which bastard of Mombi is so impolite?" Chapter 170. Director K.I. seems to have a big temper today. Ziming Kai ignored K.I. Zongxian's anger, and walked in directly after kicking the door open. He saw K.I. Zongxian behind the desk with his belt back to the door, and a special smell filled the air. He thought it should be himself. What good has just been ruined? And maybe it is still at a critical moment. So this factory director K.I., who has always been proud of his self-cultivation, swears swearly and such angrily. However, Ziming didn't see other people here. He thought he ran away through another door of the office. After all, this kind of thing was not visible. He hurriedly fastened his pants. K.I. Zongxian turned around and saw Ziming and smiled. It turns out that Boss Zhu is back. Boss Zhu has been out for more than a month and worked hard, but why doesn't Boss Zhu notify me when he comes back? "He'll send a car to pick you up." Boss Zhu. Ziming laughed, and did not answer K.I. Zongxian's words. Instead, he looked around the entire office, and finally turned his eyes on K.I. Zongxian and said, "Director K.I. seems to work very comfortably here. Occasionally in the office, we can also engage in some special entertainment activities." K.I. Zongxian laughed twice and said, "Boss Zhu can really make a joke. I am here to deal with some things in the factory. I can't leave the office here." "Boss Zhu, are you right?" "You lied. Obviously it was the office where you called people to change." Neither uncles, aunts nor I agreed. Suhan pointed to K.I. Zongxian and said. Facing Suhan's accusation, K.I. Zongxian didn't rush. "Manager Su, this speech is about evidence. You can't just talk nonsense." Suhan wanted to say something, but Ziming raised his hand to signal her not to say it, because Ziming understood very well that if he could persuade K.I. Zongxian with his mouth, it would not be possible for the matter to develop to this point. So Ziming said to K.I. Zongxian, "Director K.I., it doesn't matter which office you are in." "Then I just returned to the factory today. I want to call all the factory leaders for a meeting. I wonder if Director K.I. can help." "What? Of course, no problem. Boss Zhu, you are the big boss of our 760 factory." K.I. Zongxian picked up the phone on the desk and called to the office. After the call, K.I. Zongxian raised his head very earnestly and said to Suhan, "Manager Su, it's not that I said you, in terms of dealing with people, talking and doing things. You should really learn from Boss Zhu. Be steadfast, don't think about it all day long. Or do you think that Boss Zhu will support you and make you act nonsense?" Naive. Ziming frowned, but still didn't say anything. He just said to K.I. Zongxian, "Director K.I., since you have asked the office to notify the meeting of the meeting, I will go to the meeting room and wait." K.I. Zongxian nodded and said, "Okay Boss Zhu, I'll go over as soon as I finish some things here." Ziming didn't say anything, just took Suhan's hand and walked to the meeting room. The door of the conference room was not locked today. Ziming pulled Suhan in and sat down. Watching Suhan's angrily look, Ziming gently stroked her beautiful flower-like face, and said distressedly, "Little Han, these days have really hurt you." Hearing Ziming's sudden words, Suhan was taken aback at first, and then she knew it was Ziming who really understood herself. Her eye sockets were suddenly moist, and she desperately shook her head and said, "It's not bitter, as long as you do anything for Ziming." "Not bitter, fool," Ziming said, holding Suhan in his arms. Ziming really felt sorry for Suhan. Although it was impossible to understand all of the things he had gone through for more than a month, it was not difficult for Ziming to imagine from those things just now. The first is the attitude of his mother after returning home. Ziming is very clear that her mother is by no means an unreasonable person, but today she pointed at Suhan and scolded her, not listening to Suhan's explanation at all. It must have been affected by the rumor, and this rumor also caused a lot of trouble to the parents, which made their two elders so unwilling to see Suhan. Then when I came to the factory, I walked up the stairs and met two people, and I could hear them talking behind the scenes. It was obvious that the rumor had already spread. In addition, Suhan is also the general manager of the factory and the leader who manages all the affairs of the factory, so these people still dare to talk. Obviously they have not taken Suhan seriously. In the end, it was Ki Zongxian. Neither his parents nor Suhan told him that they all kicked out their parents. Suhan. He was sitting in the factory director's office alone, and he dared to engage in women in the office. This is obviously lawless. Has regarded the entire 760 factory as the rhythm of his private property. If this is the case, it is not difficult to imagine Suhan's situation. On the one hand, Ki Zongxian is pressing harder, and on the other hand, her parents and the whole factory are pointing to her, but she still insists on here. Later, my parents couldn't stand the pressure and gave up the factory and went home to stay, but Suhan still wanted to stick to her promise to herself in the factory. But she was a 20-year-old girl like Ki Zongxian, the opponent of the old institution that has been in the factory for half a lifetime. As a result, she could only watch as the other party formed a gang and slowly raised her up, leaving her no voice in the factory, and even drove her out of the office of the factory director and general manager in the end. She hated it. She annoys her and even feels desperate, but she can't do anything about it. Judging from the performance just now, Ki Zongxian did not put Suhan in his eyes at all, and he did not even put himself in his eyes. Otherwise he would not say Suhan in front of his own face, and those people would not dare to do it by themselves. Here, they dare to talk about Suhan behind their backs. In other words, this is the case for yourself here, so what if you are not here? Didn't they do more excessively? Thinking of this, Ziming held Suhan tighter, and it was not until this time that Ziming understood why Suhan was so hysterical in the car. Because in this month, Suhan has endured many pains and grievances. I'm afraid she would secretly wipe her tears on the bed when she sleeps alone, right? Girls are not like men, they are usually more fragile, and like Suhan's situation, I am afraid that no girl can bear it. Even the mature and stable Lin Muking could not stand the rumors of the unit at the beginning. Did you take the initiative to request that it be transferred to this broken factory TV station? Even Lin Muking is like this, let alone other people, but Suhan silently endured it, because she promised herself that she would help herself watch this 760 factory. Today she saw herself at the station. She was very excited. She even threw herself in her arms regardless of the number of people at the entrance of the station. Ziming understood that she finally found her support, but then she was out of place in the car. Played such a joke on her. Although that sentence seemed to Ziming himself to be just a joke, Suhan, who had just lifted his psychological burden at that time, was the most vulnerable, thinking about the instructions given to her by the factory staff every day for the past month. With the misunderstanding of her parents, so many grievances and sorrows all rushed to her heart. At the same time, the string that had been tense in her heart suddenly loosened, and her spirit naturally collapsed and became hysterical. Knowing this, Ziming couldn't help but blame herself a bit. The girl Suhan was so single-minded to herself, even for her own words. She was willing to face the rumors of thousands of people in the factory, and was willing to walk on the road, pointing. She was willing to suffer so many grievances, but never complained to herself. Such a good girl, but she made such a joke with her, even if it was just an unintentional mistake. It shouldn't be too much. Ziming, don't blame yourself. These are what I am willing to do for you. Suhan's voice came in her ears. Thinking it was Bingsu who was clever, she guessed her current thoughts, and wanted to comfort herself. Ziming thought about it, released his hand, looked at Suhan's big black eyes and said, I blame myself more because you are willing. In fact, you don't have to do this. The things in the factory do whatever he wants. You just need to protect yourself. I will take care of other things when I come back. But Kai Zongxian has already mastered a lot of power. The cadres of many departments in the factory only recognize him. Without him, no order can be carried out. Before Suhan finished speaking, Ziming shook his head and interrupted her. Ziming said to her, Xion, it seems that you still don't understand the restructuring of our 760 factory and what it means to be the owner of the 760 factory. Suhan blinked a pair of beautiful big eyes, looking at Ziming very puzzled and at a loss. What else does this mean? Are you not the biggest leader in the factory? Can the former director be different and be prestigious? Afterwards, it was not that you could not hold down the director of Mama. I know Ziming. You are very smart and powerful, but Kai Zongxian has been in the factory for so many years. If you can't beat him, you will suffer. We can think more. Ziming smiled and said to Suhan, that's why I said you don't understand. I am the big boss of the 760 factory, and indeed the biggest leader in the factory. But my leader is different from all the previous factory leaders. Oh, what's the difference? Suhan didn't understand. Suddenly she realized something. Did you get some news from Ziming? Is someone in the county trying to deal with Kai Zongxian? Or did you catch his handle? Ziming shook his head and said, Kai Zongxian is just a deputy director of the factory. I really don't need to use so many methods to deal with him. Suhan wanted to ask anything else, but Jangle suddenly came in and said, Ziming Xion, Kai Zongxian is here. It turns out that Jangle did not enter the meeting room on the initiative to create a solitary environment for Ziming and Suhan. This made Suhan blush, and Jangle laughed when he saw this. Said, Xion, don't be shy. In fact, I've longed for you and Ziming to be good. I think you two are a natural match for men and women. Don't talk nonsense, you kid. Come and sit down quickly. Ziming said this to Jangle, and Jangle promised to come and sit down. At this time, Ziming turned his head and said to Suhan, you will see what I do later in this meeting. I will tell you that I am the previous factory. What's the difference between the top leaders of the country? I will also teach you the correct way to open a boss. Chapter 171. Are you kidding me? Bow. Thanks to Haruichi and Talent J for their support. Yo, how come you haven't even noticed it for so long? Kai Zongxian walked in and looked at the empty meeting room and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Ziming immediately realized what Kai Zongxian said when he heard Kai Zongxian's words. He raised his head and asked Kai Zongxian, Director Kai, what do you mean by that? Kai Zongxian looked at Ziming and said, it's not interesting. It's just that there are some things in the factory. Maybe you don't know about Boss Zu. Boss Zu, you have been away for too long, and your parents and manager Su are unwilling to manage the factory. Over time, comrades, they all have big opinions on you, Boss Zu. So today, when they heard Boss Zu you came back for a meeting, they procrastinated. But they are not like this normally. Ziming smiled and nodded and said, I see. It seems that Director Ki, you are trying to give me a slap in the face. What did Boss Zu say? Why would I want to give Boss Zu offensive? I just have to tell the truth. Kai Zongxian said. Well, this question is not important. So can factory manager Ki help me invite the leaders of all departments to come to the meeting? Ziming asked. Boss Zhu is serious. I'm going to call. Ki Zongxian went to call as he said. Seeing Ki Zongxian's back on the phone, Su Han whispered to Ziming, "It must be this guy." He deliberately prevented those people from coming to the meeting. He just wanted to give Ziming a disarm. Now all the cadres in the factory listened to it. He said no one would dare to say to. Really? It seems that this director Ki is still a bit capable. But it's a pity that he used this cleverness in the wrong place. I will tell him today that the current 760 factory is no longer the original 760 factory, Ziming said. Seeing Ziming's completely indifferent expression to Ki Zongxian, Su Han said anxiously, "Don't underestimate him. Now he controls all the power in the factory. Everyone will only recognize him. If there is no him nothing can be done in that factory. Don't worry, it's okay." Ziming still comforted Su Han. Su Han wanted to say something, but after Ki Zongxian's phone call, the cadres of various departments in the factory had already arrived in the conference room one after another, so Su Han couldn't say more. After everyone was almost there, Ki Zongxian finally walked into the conference room. He came to Ziming and pointed at Jiang and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, your friend seems to be in the wrong position." "Yes, he is sitting here. It is you who want to sit down," Ziming said. Ki Zongxian smiled. "Boss Zhu, I thought you would be smarter. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. It seems that you have not figured out the current situation. In the tradition of our factory, everyone is in a very good position. Importantly, it represents the identity of this person. I can let Boss Zhu sit in the position of the highest leader, but if I can't sit here, I'm afraid I will agree, and the cadres of the various departments here will not agree." Here, Ki Zongxian's words fell, and someone immediately shouted, "We recognize Director Ki, and Director Ki is the leader of our 760 factory." Ziming looked down and said to Ki Zongxian, "It seems that Director Ki has done a lot of things during this period." "Ashamed. Boss Zhu, you are still young so you don't understand. This is the voice of the masses. I think if I really can't sit in this position, many things in the factory can't be done." Ki Zongxian said. "Director Ki, are you threatening me?" Ziming asked. "What do you understand, Boss Zhu?" Ki Zongxian said lightly, and lit a cigarette. "I know, Boss Zhu, you made a lot of money outside. If you have more money, you can do nothing. But our 760 factory, the situation is different. Our cadres have firm convictions, and they will not care how much money you have. If you are not capable, they will also spit on you." Ki Zongxian said and deliberately turned round and asked, "You are right?" Someone immediately responded, "Yes, Director Ki is the leader of our 760 factory. We only listen to the command of Director Ki." Ziming rolled down. With the first person taking the lead, everyone else followed up and shouted, "Ziming, get out! Get out!" Facing this exciting scene, Ziming squinted his eyes. Su Han and Jiang beside him suddenly became nervous. Su Han said to Ziming, "Why don't we think of something next time, Ziming? His influence in the factory is too great, and the cadres of all departments are against him. Let's not talk about contending with him. Even if we speak, no one will listen to him." Ziming said indifferently, "I'm afraid now, Xion, I tell you that there is no need to be afraid. Today I want to resist his most arrogant time and give him his arrogance." Next, Ki Zongxian gestured to silence the others, and then said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, did you hear that? This is the voice of the crowd. Does this voice still make you confused? Of course I don't want to sit in your seat, but please also face the reality. If you are so obsessed, then no wonder I really want to convene a factory workers meeting to blast you away." Director Ki, I don't think it's you who have not figured out the situation, Ziming said. "Originally, if you were your deputy director and worked in the factory with peace of mind, I would treat you kindly. But I didn't want to. You still embarked on this road of no return." Ki Zongxian and other factory officials laughed loudly. Ki Zongxian pointed to Ziming and said, Boss Zhu, are you stupid? Why do you still have such naive ideas now? Do you know how childish what you said just now? Both Suhan and Jangle felt uneasy for Ziming, but Ziming was still indifferent, and just spit out a faint sentence. Director Ki, starting today, you have been fired. I am here to officially announce that you will cancel your 760 factory. The deputy director and all other duties will be immediately dismissed from the factory. This made Ki Zongxian and the others stunned for a moment, and then they laughed even harder. Ki Zongxian said, "Oh, my stomach hurts because of laughter." Ziming said, "You are naive, and you are really naive. You can fire me if you say you expel me. Do you think you are the secretary of the county party committee? Let me tell you that even when Director Wang was there, his prestige could not expel me. Just you, stinky kid. Can you stop teasing me? Other people are all jokes that you say to me. Boss Xiaozu is too good at telling this joke. How can there be such a stupid person? I don't have any power in my hands, just rely on the mouth. I just want to fire Director Ki. How could there be such a naive person? Is he still wearing open crotch pants, thinking that the personnel arrangement in this factory is that he played the house?" Faced with the laughter below, Ziming remained indifferent. After their laughter faded, he asked, "Do you think it's wrong with the arrangement I made just now?" Before Zhu Ming's words fell, the director of the factory's office immediately said, "What is wrong?" "I think, Mr. Zhu, what you said is a fantasy. You are making an international joke." The director of the financial department of the factory also said, "I think, Mr. Zhu, you should go to the city hospital for a neurology department to see if there is any problem with your brain. Don't get meningitis and still show your ugliness here." Lost it. Ziming waited silently for them to finish, and then also clicked on the names of the speakers just now. "You guys have also been fired." The director of the office heard Zhu Ming's words and cried out, "Oh, what should I do if Boss Xiaozu wants to fire me? I'm so scared. What if I'm afraid of your mother?" Ki Zongxian said, "It seems that our boss Zhu is very sick, and he is starting to talk nonsense here. I think that for the healthy development and future of our 760 factory, we propose to hold a staff meeting immediately to dismiss Ziming. Everyone. How does it look?" After Ki Zongxian finished speaking, someone echoed, "I agree. People like Boss Xiaozu are not capable of leading our 760 factory. Not only does he know nothing, but he is also a bit neurotic. Such a person is just like in our factory. The huge scourge should be blasted away soon." Listening to the condemnation of the cadres from the various departments below, Ziming slowly stood up and said, "It seems that you don't want to leave by yourself, so there is no way." Ziming turned his head and said to Su-Han, "Xion, call the police right away, saying that someone in the factory is gathering a crowd to make trouble." Su-Han didn't understand what kind of medicine Ziming was selling in the horde, but she obediently went to the next room and called the police. This situation caused Ki Zongxian and the others to be taken aback for a moment, and then a hissing sounded. "Boss Xiaozu will call the police." "What if we are afraid of the police when the police come?" "We also call the police, Director Ki, saying that Ziming is making trouble here. Let the police arrest him." After a while, Su-Han called the police and came back. She stood tightly beside Ziming, holding Ziming's hand. Su-Han is not very courageous. Now facing the condemnation of more than a dozen factory cadres in the entire conference room, even Zhang, who is 1.8 meters tall, can't help sweating under this pressure, let alone Su-Han. She was terribly scared in her heart, and after this month, Su-Han also knew very well that Ki Zongxian had already covered the sky in the factory. All the cadres in the factory only listened to him. It can be said that Ki Zongxian can do whatever he wants. How? Just like now, it is obvious that Ziming is the boss, but at this time, the people in the conference room unanimously want to support Ki Zongxian, and even enthusiastically want to kick Ziming out. Under such circumstances, Su-Han really couldn't imagine how Ziming could regain power from Ki Zongxian. Is it really useful to call the police, or did Ziming prepare something for him? Su-Han didn't know, but she had deep confidence in Ziming in her heart. She knew that Ziming had a way to do it. With this insistence, Su-Han accompanied Ziming and waited here for a while. Suddenly the buzzer of the head of the factory security department rang. He took out the buzzer and his expression changed. He immediately said to K.I. Zongxian, "K.I. the director is not good. The communication office said that a lot of police cars have just arrived and they are coming here." K.I. Zongxian's expression also changed. He immediately looked back at Ziming. "Is this a good thing you did?" Ziming smiled disdainfully. "Director K.I., are you blind or deaf? Didn't I ask Xion to call the police just now?" Chapter 172 The Emperor of the 760 Factory. A dozen policemen rushed into the conference room in a short time. The county bureau chief Go was leading the team. The last time Mayor Chen Die came to the factory to hold a 1,000-person workers meeting, he was in charge of the mayor's safety, so most of them here everyone knows him. When Director Go came in, Ziming stepped forward and said to him, "Hello, Director Go. It is the police I called. These are these people. They are here to make trouble and disrupt the normal production and work order in the factory. I hope Director Go can help these people out." Before Ziming spoke, K.I. Zongxian and others were immediately unhappy. They immediately gathered around and talked to Director Go and said, "Director Go, don't listen to him talking nonsense here. We have no problem at all. It's just in a normal meeting. It's Ziming who is unreasonably making trouble. We are about to convene a factory staff meeting to expel him. Please also ask Director Go to help us get all three of them out of the factory." The chaotic words made Director Go feel as if there were 100 donkeys calling in his ears. He slapped the table fiercely. "What are you doing? Get back quietly." Director Go became angry and caused these factory officials to shrink their necks subconsciously and take a step back. Then Director Go turned around and asked Ziming, "Boss Zu, what is going on here? Please tell me in detail." Ziming nodded and said, "This is the Director Go. I just fired the Deputy Director K.I. Zongxian and the Chief of the Financial Department of the office. They have a big idea of revenge, and they are making trouble here." Here Ziming's voice fell, and the K.I. Zongxian immediately said, "Director Go, listen to what he said, and openly expel important leading cadres in the factory without going through the factory workers' meeting or the county's approval. Who gave him the power? He is simply dictating a dictatorship in the factory. I will suggest that the factory convene a factory workers' meeting to expel Ziming. So I also ask Director Go to arrest him first." Ziming said to Director Go, "Director Go, this is what happened now, so let's ask Director Go to invite them out first." "Boss Zu, who are you actually expelling? Which ones are causing trouble here?" Director Go asked. "Deputy Director K.I. Zongxian, this is taking the lead in making trouble, and there are several other people, including the director of the office and the chief of the financial department." Ziming gave Director Go a circle of people, and then Director Go waved his hand, and the police behind him went up and took them all down. K.I. Zongxian and those people were all stunned. They were struggling by the police and shouted, "What law did we commit? Why did we arrest us?" "So you are a group. I'm going to the county party committee to sue you." Hearing the strange screams of these people, Ziming sneered, and waited until they were taken in front of him by the police, and said, "You really don't understand anything. Do you think the current 760 factory is still the same as before? Do you think you are iron rice bowls? Tell you, since the factory accepted the restructuring and I spent money to buy the factory, this factory is my own. I can do whatever I want. I will expel whoever I want to expel." "Impossible!" K.I. Zongxian yelled immediately. "This factory is owned by our workers. How could you be alone? You must be involved." "I'm going to the county, and I'm going to the county party secretary to sue you!" Ask for justice for all the employees of our factory. You really don't cry if you don't see the coffin. Since you want to be fair, then I will give you a chance to be fair. We also have a phone in this conference room. Let's dial the number of secretary of the county party committee to let you understand. After saying that, Ziming winked at Zhang. He ran to pick up the phone in another room. and then connected to the conference room's broadcast. Ziming dialed a number in front of everyone, and the call was quick. After being connected, a calm voice came through the radio. "Hello, this is Gaping." The county party secretary's voice is familiar to everyone, and can often be heard on the broadcast in the factory, so they heard it right away. Ki Zongxian immediately cried into the phone, "Secretary Gu, you have to call us the shots. This Ziming is now engaged in a dictatorship in our 760 factory. He will expel the factory's leading cadres without passing through the county. This is simply lawless." "Is it Comrade Ki Zongxian?" Gaping asked calmly. Hearing Gaping's question, Ki Zongxian nodded and said yes, like a drowning man desperately grasping the last straw. But Ki Zongxian did, knowing that the straw he was holding was not to save his life. "Hello, Comrade Ki Zongxian, I probably already know what happened to your 760 factory." This is the case. In response to the central government's call for reform and opening up, the city decided to carry out a pilot restructuring of the 760 factory, which was not profitable. It is to break the old collective property rights system and establish a new enterprise system that conforms to the laws of the market. Gaping said, in short, after this restructuring, the 760 factory is no longer under the management of the county, and it is appointed by Comrade Ziming. Comrade Ziming is also responsible for the new leader, all matters of the 760 factory, including all personnel appointments and removals. Finally, Gaping specially emphasized such a sentence before saying, "Okay, is there any problem with Comrade Ki Zongxian?" At this time, Ki Zongxian was already surprised and speechless. He just mumbled and watched the phone and kept repeating a sentence. How could this be? Ziming picked up the phone and said, "Secretary Gu, thank you very much for your explanation. Because Ki Zongxian and many other people don't understand the purpose of the restructuring in the factory, so I have to call Secretary Gu to trouble you." Gaping said, "Over there, Boss Zhu is polite." The restructuring of the 760 factory is not just a matter of the 760 factory. This is a new measure that even the city attaches importance to. It is normal for some comrades not to understand. As the county party secretary, I also have an obligation to explain and do ideological work for these comrades. Ziming and Gaping were more polite and hung up the phone. Then Ziming turned around and said to Ki Zongxian, "How does Mr. Ki understand?" "I think Secretary Gu of the County Party Committee has explained it very clearly just now. Since the 760 factory was restructured, I have been in charge of all matters, including the appointment and removal of all positions including the factory director and general manager. I don't need to be responsible to anyone, nor do I need to find any reason, as long as I am happy." Then you won't be the emperor of our 760 factory? The financial director of the factory wondered. "You can understand it this way," Ziming said. This answer caused an uproar for everyone on the scene. The boss of the company has absolute right to speak in the appointment and removal of personnel. This is a normal thing for private companies in later generations. But for those who are accustomed to collective ownership and accustomed to iron rice bowls, it is impossible to imagine. You know that in the past, even the secretary of the county party committee could not expel a formal employee from the factory at will. Even if the employee only cleaned the toilets, how could this Ziming, who didn't know where he came from, be expelled? Just expelled, don't need to find any reason. Looking at the blank eyes in front of him, Ziming said, "Otherwise, what do you think I spent millions to buy this factory for? Do you want to be Ilfeng?" "Sorry, I am not that great." Ziming said to Ki Zongxian, "Director Ki, you are indeed very capable. I have only gone for more than a month. You can control all the department leaders of the entire factory in your hands and let them. You are only obedient to you. You think you succeeded. But you have overlooked the most important point, that is, whose factory is this 760 factory? Do you think this factory is in charge of the county, and just put my name on it? Do you think the factory is still the same as before? As long as you play a little trick and climb up the position, this factory will become yours." Ziming shook his head and said, "You call me innocent, but I think the real innocence is actually you. Ki Zongxian was stunned for a while before he said to Ziming, "I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, I was wrong. I beg you to give me another chance." Ki Zongxian cried and confessed to Ziming for mercy, while struggling to kneel down for Ziming. With Ki Zongxian taking the lead, everyone else followed Ziming and begged for mercy. In a flash, the entire conference room, the crying sounded in one piece. Looking at these people in front of him, Ziming shook his head in his heart. If he is in a later life, it would not be a big deal to be expelled from the company. Even if the establishment of a public institution is cancelled, it is not necessary. But for people of this age, they have lived in this factory all their lives. The factory is their heaven. They never thought about what they could do after leaving the factory. It is precisely because of this that when the old large-scale state-owned enterprise restructuring and large-scale layoffs arrive, many people are at a loss and feel at a loss as to what to do. We must know that the central government was propagating the restructuring every day, and the development of reform and opening up was ready for large-scale restructuring. It was still like that, not to mention that many people had never heard of the restructuring and laid off of state-owned enterprises. The new term, let alone understand its connotation. Ordinary workers are like this, and these factory cadres are even more so. They have enjoyed various treatments in the factory all their lives. Their status and their livelihoods are dependent on the factory. If they are to be fired suddenly now, they will not be at all know what to do. These are not what he cares about. Ziming only cares about the people he loves. So Ziming turned around and asked Suhan, "Xion, you are the general manager of the 760 factory. What do you think should be done?" Hearing Ziming suddenly turning his head to ask himself, Suhan was stunned for the first time, and Ki Zongxian and the others immediately pleaded for mercy to Suhan when they heard this. "Manager Su, we are wrong, please, my lord. A lot. Don't be familiar with us. Just let us go this time." Where did Suhan have experienced this battle? The leaders of the various key departments in the factory are all in front of him. Now they have no bones to kneel here and beg for mercy. Suhan was blinded at the time. However, Suhan then saw Ziming's encouraging and firm eyes, and Suhan finally settled. She gritted her silver teeth and said, "Expelled, all expelled." Chapter 173. Simple use. After sending away Director Go and the comrades from the Public Security Bureau, Ziming turned his head and came back, facing a dozen pairs of eyes full of fear and panic and a little blank in the conference room. They have to panic or be afraid. In this month, with Ki Zongxian's activities, he has established absolute authority in the factory. The cadres of all departments in the factory are obedient to him. Even the director of the factory. The deputy directors Lazu and his wife and general manager Suhan were also easily emptied by him. But just now, it was such a person who had no ability to resist in front of Ziming. Ziming would be expelled if he said he was expelled, and he would be taken away if he said he was taken away. In addition, the words of Gaping, the secretary of the county party committee, had a huge impact on them. How come this collective 760 factory is really going to become Ziming's private? He is the emperor of the 760 factory. Does everyone have to rely on him to make a living? The sudden change from public to private makes them unacceptable, but what happened just now makes them have to accept it. After all, even Ki Zongxian has been taken down so easily. What else can they make? Ziming took Suhan and Jangle back to the seats, stretched out his hand to let everyone sit down, and said, "I believe everyone has seen what happened just now, so I won't say any more. As long as everyone I'm doing things well in the factory, and I won't treat you badly. Of course, if anyone wants to do things here, then I won't let him go. Do you understand?" Ziming didn't deliberately threaten these words, but everyone on the scene shuddered involuntarily when they heard them. They nodded desperately to Ziming and said that they would never make a mistake or anything. Ziming was very satisfied with this situation, but he also understood that what happened today is beyond everyone's psychological tolerance. "I am afraid that everyone will not be in the mood to open this meeting." Therefore, Ziming had to ask everyone to submit some report documents, and the personnel department would select a new list of cadres as soon as possible. And then the meeting ended. Everyone left the meeting room one after another. Jangle went back to the factory TV station, and Zuming took Suhan back to her general manager's office. Zuming took Suhan and sat on the sofa. Zuming said to Suhan, "Is it fun to expel so many cadres by myself today?" Suhan shook his head lightly and said, "As long as the 760 factory is still Zuming, this is better than anything. If the factory is really taken away by K.I. Zonxian, I really don't know how to face you." "Fool, don't think about this impossible thing." Zuming rubbed Suhan's little head and said. Zuming looked at her with a hesitant expression. Zuming smiled and asked her, "Is it strange why I don't support K.I. Zonxian with all these everyone is expelled?" Suhan nodded, and Zuming went on to say, "In fact, the reason is very simple. These people are old cadres in the factory. They are most familiar with everything in the factory. I still need them to do things for me. If you turn them on all at once. Besides, it is also quite troublesome. In addition, there are actually only a few people who truly support K.I. Zonxian. Most of them follow the crowd. If K.I. Zonxian falls, they are no longer a threat." Zuming thought for a while and continued. "The most important thing is that K.I. Zonxian was fired in front of them today. This will also give them a great deterrent. They will only do things for me tremblingly and dare not engage in other things." Famous. Suhan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he clapped his hands happily and said, "Yeah, Zuming, you are not doing your work better than doing it." "How can I use it?" "I'm just using it," Zuming said. "Because all the cadres in our factory came out of the old system, and they all have similar concepts. If you really want to do things, you will use everyone the same. So it's better to just use these people, at least after these people have gone through today's things, they have to think about what they want to use." Zuming, you are really smart. I couldn't think of this at the time. I just wanted to get rid of all the bad guys who wanted to rob Zuming from your factory. Suhan said angrily. "You are angry for me, it is excusable, but as a leader, you can't do things like this." Zuming said, "And I will tell you today why I left these people, and I hope if you can have ideas, you can become a qualified leader in the future." But Suhan said unconfidently, "Can I ... can do it?" "You have to believe in yourself, you can definitely do it." Zuming said, "Xion, if you can't do it, you have to do it. After all, I won't stay in the factory for the rest of my life. Should I run back and forth?" Suhan nodded firmly and said, "I understand, Zuming, don't worry, I will definitely work hard." Zuming nodded for her. At this moment, the pager on Zuming's body rang. It was Du Peng's message. Zuming sat at his desk and picked up the phone to call Du Peng. The phone was quickly connected. Du Peng. He opened his mouth and asked Zuming how things are going on. Zuming replied, "Of course it's okay. You, Du Xiao, have arranged this, so what are the problems?" "Today, of course, Zuming had arranged all this before he returned. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Suhan to call the police here, and the police there would immediately rush in. It is impossible that a Tangtang County Party secretary would be waiting for Zuming's call in the office. In addition, it is also because in this era that private people are used to eating big pots of rice, and they don't have the concept of private property. If you are alone, even if you are the owner of the 760 factory, it may not be necessary for everyone to follow K.I. Zonxian's orders. What can be negotiated? This matter becomes more troublesome as it drags on, so Zuming can only act decisively and use the fastest and most concise means to solve this matter. "You Du Xiao will not specifically call today to ask me if I touched a nail at home, right?" Zuming asked. Du Peng laughed and said, "Actually, I think, it's just that Zuming, you guy, even Hua Xiao and Tanj can't ask you for it. I don't believe anyone else can make you cripple." After some teasing, Du Peng said, "But Zuming, it's not good news that I called you today." Zuming had already expected this. "You said it." "Tan brother, do you remember? After the last stock market crash, he directly stabbed the news to the central government. As a result, Zuming, You calmed down and solved the matter perfectly. Tan brother was very upset, and he asked you for trouble again. Du Peng said, I heard that this time he found the 760 factory you bought in Lianyang. He seems to have an idea to hit your factory. Be careful. Really? But Xiao Du, you seem to be a little late, Ziming said. Du Peng was very surprised by Ziming's words. What's wrong? Ziming didn't rush to answer, but first asked Du Peng, I'll ask you, is it possible for Brother Tan to cancel all cooperation with the factory in the name of enterprise restructuring, and let the factory fend for itself? Go with? Du Peng was even more surprised. Yes, I heard that this is the case. He wants to make Ziming you lose a few million for fun. But how did you know Ziming about this? Because Tanj has already started. Ziming looked at a document on the desk and said, now there is a document on my desk, which was issued by the County Party Committee, saying that it is to better promote the restructuring of the enterprise. In the pilot, the city will cancel the qualification of the designated production unit of the 760 factory, which means that there will be no more orders for the factory in the city and the county in the future. Du Peng jumped up as soon as he heard it. Damn. Tanj started so quickly over there. I think it was not that he started quickly, but that we were slow to get the news. Ziming said, if I guessed correctly, Du Peng, you can know the news. Maybe it was Tanj deliberately let it go to you. It just hit me off guard and made me feel desperate about this. Tan is too ruthless. Is there any problem with you? I heard that when you bought the 760 factory, the efficiency of your factory was very poor and you could not pay wages. It was completely dependent on it. The order given by the county can only be hung there. Now if the county and city don't even give the order, will your factory be dead? Du Peng exclaimed. It's almost like that. Ziming smiled bitterly. Du Peng thought for a while and said, why don't I call Uncle Xung and see if they can think of something? Yes, but I don't think it's useful. Ziming said, since Tan dared to make this move, it proves that he must be prepared. Just like the last stock market crash, Governor Xung is just an ordinary vice governor. If he rushes in, it might even hurt him, which is not good. Otherwise, Ziming, isn't your factory a metalworking workshop? Uncle Chen said that the central government has already negotiated with Audi and will transfer the production of Audi cars in China this year. The province has already secured a project to Lingnan, discussing the establishment of the factory, or I will ask Uncle Chen to give your factory some orders for the processing of auto parts. This job should be completed in your factory, right? Du Peng asked. Ziming nodded and said, this is okay. It's just that the road from Jingchu to Lingnan is too long, and our factory is not a particularly big factory, and the cost will be very uneconomical. But I think it can be like this. The workers here are directly transferred to the factories over there. This is easy to say. I should be able to ask Uncle Chen to mention it. I heard that this Audi car factory will be very big, and it will definitely need a lot of workers. Du Peng said, it's just that Ziming, you just solve your factory. What can your factory do about the work of the workers here? I have other considerations for this, and I will talk to you when the time comes. Ziming said, okay, no problem. Just call my mobile phone if you have anything to do. Although this thing is a bit bigger, it's still really convenient. You can call at any time. Du Peng said. Ziming said yes, and then hung up the phone. After he hung up, he saw Suhan standing in front of him with worry written on his face. Obviously she heard the phone call between herself and Du Peng just now, and guessed what might have happened. It's just that the county cancelled the qualification of our 760 factory as the designated unit. This is expected. It's not a big deal. Go and ask Director Yuan and Director Li to come here, Ziming said. Chapter 174, Creating the Miracle of the 760 Factory. Bao, thank you Dongfeng Xiaobai for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you very much. Li Huanju and Zigang are the directors of the production department and the sales department of the 760 factory respectively. Although both of them are factory cadres who have been able to get right after Ma Jianjun and Huang Zheng were arrested, They are also veteran cadres who have worked in the factory for half a lifetime. Usually they are arrogant, but today they rushed all the way to the general manager's office. Everyone who saw Li Huanjuanzigang felt that the 760 factory had indeed changed. When Li Huanjuanzigang arrived at the general manager's office, they were a little panting. Ziming sat on the sofa and looked at the two men. Ziming knew why they were like this. It was nothing more than seeing that they cleaned up Ki Zongxian today. I had no bottom in my heart. When I heard myself calling them, they were afraid that there would be something big, so they didn't dare to delay and ran over. Ziming patted the sofa and asked them to sit down. Then Ziming threw a document on the coffee table. Look at this document first. Although this document was sent directly to the office, Yuan Zigang also got the news in advance. Therefore, he only read the beginning and knew what document it was. Yuan Zigang immediately said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, I already have this document. I have read it. It is a document from the city and county on the restructuring of the factory and the designated production enterprise, but because of time, it has not had time to report to you." Ziming nodded and asked him, "So what does Director Yuan think about this document?" Yuan Zigang was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. It was not until Ziming encouraged him again that he cautiously said, "This is the boss Zhu. I think we should try to fight for the county again, because our factory in recent years, the benefits have been very bad. We can only maintain production by relying on the qualifications of designated production enterprises in the city and the county, and relying on the orders given by the city and the county. I know this situation. I am also a factory kid from the 760 factory." Ziming said. Yuan Zigang only remembered Ziming's identity, but before he could speak, Ziming asked Li Hua on the other side, "Has Director Li finished reading? Any thoughts?" Li Hua put the documents on the coffee table and said, "Boss Zhu, I have the same opinion as Director Yuan. We must fight for the county again. Now our 760 factory has carried out a restructuring trial in accordance with the overall deployment of the city, but the county can't just leave us alone like this." While listening, Ziming poured 2 cups of tea for Li Huanjuanzigang, and then said, "It seems that you all feel that once we are no longer the designated production enterprises in the city and the county, we will lose the order designated by the government agency. The factory can no longer be maintained, right?" Li Huanjuanzigang took the teacup from Ziming in panic. They nodded in agreement with Ziming's words, but Ziming shook his head and said, "It seems that none of you understand the true meaning of this reform." True meaning? Li Huanjuanzigang looked at each other. Obviously they didn't understand what Ziming was talking about. Ziming had to explain, "The so-called restructuring is not as simple as selling the factory to me, but to achieve the separation of government and enterprise, the factory must be self-reliant, rely on its own strength to continue, not rely on party and government agencies, and no longer eat financial food. To put it simply, all our money must be earned on our own. If we don't have production or orders, we won't have wages," Ziming said. Ziming's words will look normal in later generations. Isn't that the case for most companies? But in this era before large-scale state-owned enterprise restructuring, it is impossible for enterprises to completely separate from the organization and rely on their own development. Li Huanjuanzigang were dumbfounded when they heard this. How could this be? Did our 760 factory be abandoned to the county like this? Abandoned? You can understand it this way, Ziming said. But this is not the point. The point is how we can maintain this factory. Ziming turned his gaze to Yuan Zigang. "Director Yuan, you are the director of the sales office. It can be said that most of the economic sources in our factory come from you. What are your thoughts?" Yuan Zigang shook his head blankly and said, "I don't know, Boss Zhu. I really don't know. We used to produce whatever orders came from the city and the county. Now the county suddenly ignores us. I really don't know what to do." "It's done." "Is there no private order?" Ziming asked. "Now we are no longer a state unit, so we must encourage and promote private activities." Yuan Zigang still shook his head and said, "Private orders are only occasionally a little bit, but not only the quantity required is small, but it is also difficult to collect payments. So we basically rely on the city and the county to specify the order. I understand, Ziming said to Yuan Zigang. Director Yuan, you always have to remember one thing, that is, our 760 factory has been restructured, and we can no longer return to the original state. You must also realize from a public company in the future, after the transformation to a private enterprise, the maintenance of our factory in the future will depend on these private orders, and the number of these private orders is something that your sales office should bother with. But our sales office has never made such a private order in the past. We are all public businesses, and we don't know what to do. Yuan Zigang explained. Director Yuan, you are the sales director. This is something you should consider instead of complaining to me. After Ziming emphasized this sentence, regardless of Yuan Zigang turning around and asking Li Hua, you are the director of the production department. You should be clear about the situation of the workers in the factory. I want to ask you whether the workers in our factory can process auto parts. Would you like to go south to Lingnan to do things? Li Hua thought for a while and replied, our factory has already done a batch of auto parts processing tasks. As long as they are not particularly precise parts, there should be no problem. As for the need to leave the country to work in Lingnan, I am afraid that this has to be done. Jobs. What about canned food? Can the factory do it? Ziming asked again. Canned food? What canned food? Li Hua was stunned. He stared at Ziming with wide eyes. He felt that his head was a little confused, and he didn't understand why Ziming's thinking jumped so much. Wasn't he still talking about it just now? Auto parts. Why did you jump on top of some cans this time? Is there any connection between this can and auto parts? Ziming knew that Li Hua didn't react at once, and explained to him, it's the kind of food cans, probably the kind of cans that can be held by one hand, probably a little higher than this teacup. As Ziming said, he gestured to Li Hua with the teacup on the coffee table. Li Hua nodded and said, yes, there is a workshop in this factory that can produce the kind of canned box you mentioned, boss. Why do you want to produce it? Canned food? It's still not sure, but our factory has been engaged in mechanical processing for so many years, so we should always change the pattern. Otherwise we will always sit here and wait for the city or county to send us tasks. What's the difference between that and cumbersome? So we are now going to get rid of this burden and move forward lightly and use facts to prove our own excellence, Ziming said. Ziming is full of confidence, but Li Hua and Yuan Zigang obviously lack confidence. But, Boss Zhu, can we really do it? Of course you can. A man can say anything, but he must never say he can't, Ziming said. Li Hua and Yuan Zigang were taken aback for a moment, and then they laughed. Ziming went on to say, the times are progressing and society is developing. Nothing is set in stone. You have not been to Nanjian, so you don't know. There are many companies over there. It's been so self-reliant for a long time. As for those foreign companies, they have always developed their own ways. So, Ziming said at last, since our 760 factory has been selected as a pilot unit for the restructuring of state-owned enterprises, we must seize this opportunity and create a miracle belonging to our 760 factory with our own hands. With both hands to create our own wealth, take the 760 factory to create a new era, let Nanhui County, Lianyang City, let the girls from Jingcha province be proud of marrying our 760 factory, and let our children and grandchildren we are all proud of us. Director Li, Director Yuan, do you think it's okay? Ziming said sentence by sentence, and in the end they raised their arms high and shouted. Li Hua and Yuan Zigang felt excited by these words, and the two said in unison, okay. But Ziming was obviously not satisfied. He raised his tone and asked, well? Li Hua and Yuan Zigang also raised their arms and shouted like Ziming, okay. Ziming immediately asked again. This time Li Hua and Yuan Zigang both stood up from the sofa. They raised their arms and shouted hello 3 times in their loudest voices. Ziming nodded in satisfaction. He said to Li Hua and Yuan Zigang, very good. I believe you will work hard for it. And I also believe that the 760 factory is waving to us tomorrow. Okay, let's all go back to work and think about the future development direction of the factory. Ziming sent Li Huanjuanzigang out of the office, turned his head back, and saw Su-Han standing there pretty, his beautiful little face flushed, a pair of small pink fists clenched in front of his chest, and a pair of big black eyes staring like stars. He looked at himself. Ziming, is what you said is true? Our 760 factory is really developing very well. Can we really create the miracle that belongs to our 760 factory? Of course you can, but compared to this, Xion, you still have to correct your own mentality. You are the general manager of our 760 factory, as Ziming said. He walked over and scratched Su-Han's little Kyung nose. I'm sorry, it's Ziming that your words are too inflammatory. People can't help but follow you. Su-Han grumbled with a small mouth. Well, I didn't blame you, Ziming said. Of course, Ziming also understood how provocative the MLM tactics he learned from later generations. At the beginning of the Anu Hotel Gangqing University, at the gate of the securities company, so many people were driven away by themselves. There were even a few bank presidents, let alone Su-Han. But Su-Han, you must remember that what I did just now was actually a management technique. You see, Li Huanjuanzigang, I didn't give them any benefit, they became very motivated, right? I don't ask you for this routine. You can learn and use it right away, but you must understand, because you are the general manager of the 760 factory, and you will definitely come in handy in the future. Ziming said. Su-Han nodded firmly and said, I know, I will remember it. Good, Ziming said with a smile. Chapter 175. Xiling Cannery Part 1. In the office of the general manager of the 760 factory, Ziming sat at his desk to deal with documents. Su-Han moved a stool and sat beside him to lay hands with Ziming. After all the main documents were processed, Su-Han watched Ziming writing the 8 treasure porridge. The plan of the factory and the approval documents for the county could not help but ask him curiously, Ziming, do you really want to build an 8 treasure porridge factory here? I can't say it's rebuilding, right? Director Lee didn't say it just now. We already have a workshop that can produce canned food. I only need to introduce a production line for 8 treasure porridge, Ziming said. But this 8 treasure porridge is made by almost every household in our rural areas. Will anyone buy this thing? Su-Han worried. Of course there will be people buying it. Some people do it in the countryside, but some people do it in the city. There are very few things on the market now. As long as we make it, someone will buy it. I saw it in Hong Kong. 8 treasure porridge is on sale, and the sales volume is very good, Ziming said. What Ziming said is the truth. Everyone knows the 8 treasure porridge. Many people make this thing at home. It is precisely because this thing is ordinary that no one sees his commercial value. There was no one until 1992. Taiwanese funded enterprises began to try to sell 8 treasure porridge, but the results were out of control. Many other companies followed up with the 8 treasure porridge project until it became one of the most sold foods on the market in the mid-20s. There are still a few years before the Taiwanese funded enterprise enters the mainland. By launching its own brand of 8 treasure kanji, it will be the first to seize this market. In addition, the production process of the 8 treasure porridge is not complicated. If you have a canned food workshop, you only need to introduce a canned production line. The only headache is to constantly test the taste of the 8 treasure porridge. But this is good. Su-Han is a girl with a great talent for cooking. Ziming once set her porridge, as long as she quantified the various recipes. If Ziming is really determined to make 8 treasure porridge, there is a fruit canning factory in my hometown. I wonder if it's useful? Su-Han asked. It's useful. Of course it's useful, Ziming said. After all, our 760 factory mainly produces molds and metal processing. It can only produce cans. There is no way to actually produce cans. So if we can directly buy a cans production line, it would be great. It would be even better if they had a research and development department there. I just don't know how effective the cannery is, whether they are willing to sell their production lines. Suhan thought for a while and replied, "It should be sold. I heard that the factory's current efficiency is very poor, and it has not been paid for half a year. Although this is a bit gloating, I still want to say this is really good news. Only the worse they are, the greater our chances will be." Ziming said, "Then we will visit your hometown tomorrow." "Look." Suhan nodded. 1 day passed quickly, and the treatment of Ki Zongxian's group of people did not bring any turbulence to the factory. This also made Zuming feel gratified, because it shows that the factory system is very perfect, not brought by a few leaders. After get-off work, Zuming and Suhan came home from get-off work together, but Suhan was not going to Zuming's house. She also rented a house not far away. Zuming also felt that she and Suhan were not married. She wanted to be honest. Living in her own home all day long was bad for her reputation, and because her mother had never liked her, Zuming sent her home first, and then went home by herself. When Zuming returned home, his mother Wang Fengqin hurried up and asked, "Ziming, I saw a lot of police cars go to the factory this morning. I heard that Ki Zongxian was arrested, isn't it?" Before going out this morning, Ziming told his parents that he was okay. The parents were afraid of causing trouble to themselves, so they kept not going to the factory. Now that Ziming came back, he naturally asked in a hurry, "Mom, those are all rumors. The police car was just going to the factory to maintain order, and no one was arrested, but Ki Zongxian has been fired from the factory. We don't need to be afraid of him in the future." Ziming said. "Expulsion?" Wang Fengqin looked very surprised. "Director Ki is the deputy director of the factory." "Ziming, if you say that you are expelled, will you be expelled?" Ziming nodded and said, "Of course. Didn't I tell you, Mum, earlier? The entire 760 factory has been bought by me. Of course, I am expelling whoever I want to expel." "That's great," Wang Fengqin said. "I'm also afraid that Ziming will suffer from Director Ki. It would be great if he can be fired now." "Mom, let me tell you this. Now the entire 760 factory is private to our family, and our family is the emperor of the entire factory." "Mom, you are the Empress Dowager Cixi in the factory, Lafayette," Ziming said. "You just coax me not to study much, and the Empress Dowager Cixi Lafayette has all come out." Wang Fengqin gave Zuming a white look, and said angrily. Ziming laughed. He did not explain to his mother too carefully, because Ziming knew that his parents were also from the old system in the past, and their ideas were the same as the others in the factory, and they couldn't accept it at once. The transformation of a factory from public to private, but it does not matter, as long as the parents can be happy, that is enough. In the evening, Ziming and his parents happily ate dinner at home. After dinner, Ziming accompanied his parents to enjoy the cool and chat at the door. At this time, he saw Ki Zongxian coming with his family. Seeing Ki Zongxian coming over, his mother Wang Fengqin stood up and asked, "Director Ki, what do you want to do when you come to my house this night?" Ki Zongxian hurriedly explained, "Do not misunderstand Mr. Wang, Boss Zhu, I am here to plead your case." "Negative Jing. Please." Ziming's parents looked at each other and didn't understand what Ki Zongxian meant, but Ziming already understood. Ziming asked his parents not to worry. He stepped forward and said to Ki Zongxian, "It's okay if you are guilty. Since I said that I want to expel you, I must expel you. You don't need to talk about other things." "Boss Zhu, I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong." Ki Zongxian said to Ziming, "I was a temporary obsession before, so I will have those delusions that shouldn't be there. Today, Boss Zhu, you gave me one lesson. I really know that I was wrong. Please be kind to Mr. Zhu. Don't care about me. I beg you. Just treat me as a fart. I'm begging you. I'll kneel for you. It's down." As Ki Zongxian said over there, he dragged his family to kneel down to Ziming. Looking at these people kneeling in front of them, Ziming's parents hurriedly picked them up and said, "Director Ki, what are you doing? Don't do this." "What can you say? Why do you want to do this?" Ki Zongxian really couldn't get up on his knees. He slapped himself and said, I'm damned. I'm sorry for Boss Zhao's trust. Ziming looked down at Ki Zongxian and said, Director Ki, before you used your brain, you should have thought of the end of today. I said that if you want to expel you, you will definitely be expelled. If you continue to make trouble here, then don't blame me for expelling all your relatives and friends. These words made Ki Zongxian stunned for a moment. He looked at Ziming blankly and said, Boss Zhu, are you really trying to kill him? Hurry up and kill. Are you too embarrassed to say this in front of me? Ziming said, why didn't you think about killing all while you were walking in the factory when Xiao and rumored? Why didn't you force my parents to leave the factory? Ever wanted to kill him? Why didn't you think about killing him when you drove Xiao and out of the general manager's office and asked all the factory officials to dismiss me? Now you are unlucky, knowing to complain about me. Why don't you think about why you did this thing? I know it was wrong. Before Ki Zongxian finished speaking, Ziming said, if you know that you are wrong, it will be fine. Then I will tell you something that I know that I was wrong. Can you please stop bothering me? You are such a big person. Since you have the courage to do this, you should have the responsibility to shoulder this responsibility. Don't come to slap your mother if something happens. Let me tell you, it's useless with me. Ziming said, if you make trouble here again, I will really expel all your relatives and friends from the factory. And I will let the Public Security Bureau arrest you. You believe me, I will do what I say. Don't challenge my patience. Hearing Ziming's words, Ki Zongxian sat there paralyzed as if he had lost his marriage, and had no idea at all. The next morning, Ziming drove Suhan to Xiling Township in the north of Lianyang in the luxury crown car in the factory. Because Suhan said that there was a cannery in her hometown, Ziming came to see the situation today. In the car, Suhan asked Ziming, I heard that Ki Zongxian took his family to your house last night. Are you okay? Ziming shook his head and said, what can happen then? His wife and his relatives are all still working in the factory. What dare you really do? Suhan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm really afraid that he will do something irrational. He doesn't want to be rational, but there are a dozen people in his family. There will always be calm. What's more, his child is still in school and needs money. As long as his mind is still normal, he can only hold it back for me. Ziming looked at Suhan and asked, why does Xiao and think I have done too much? There is no way. The best way to deal with such a person is to kill him. Otherwise, if he is given a chance, he will return. Mountain, and people should take responsibility for their mistakes when they make mistakes. Compared with Ki Zongxian, let's think about our preparation to produce a treasure porridge. That is the way out for our factory in the future. Suhan nodded. She also understood that the city had already cancelled the qualification of the designated production enterprise of the 760 factory and lost the public order. They must find a way to survive. The cannery is the fork in the road ahead. Suhan said to Ziming, looking at the road. Ziming drove the car over, and soon saw the fence of the factory from a distance, but when Ziming drove closer, he was a little surprised. Xiaoan, are you sure this is the cannery? Chapter 176 Xiling Cannery Part 2 At the end of the road is a row of red brick walls with slogans like Long Live the Invincible Class Revolution and Many Years Ago. Next to the factory is a small river, and there is a row of small bungalows not far away. In the staff dormitory, there were a few children squatting at the door, wearing very shabby clothes. They ran over when they heard the sound of the car, and screamed and ran along the roadside behind Ziming's car. Ziming drove to the entrance of the factory. A wooden sign with the words Xiling Cannery was hung beside it. The iron door was open, and there was a communication room next to it. The window was open there, and the broken glass below seemed to be it was the glass on the window that broke. This situation caused Ziming to frown. Then Ziming drove into the factory. The situation inside was not much better. There was a straight concrete road, and the roadside was covered with weeds. Obviously no one has taken care of it for a long time. Ziming drove the car along the road to a two-story building. Ziming and Suhan got out of the car. Ziming looked at the small building and turned his head and said to Suhan, "Xiaohan, are you sure here? Is it the cannery? How do I feel that I have come to a world after the disappearance of mankind?" Ziming said this with feelings, because from the look of the style, this two-story building should obviously be an administrative building, but it is still as dilapidated as the communication room at the door, and the walls are painted hard to do a good job of production. The slogan, "but including the door and all the windows of the office that Ziming can see, almost no glass in that place is good, and there are even many windows with paper paste." Looking at the gate of the factory building not far from the side, it was closed tightly, and grass grew from the door to the cracks in the road. One can imagine how long there has been no one here. The whole factory gave Ziming the feeling that it was run down and depression, as if it had been abandoned for 10 years. "I don't know how to be like this. Since I went to school at the 760 factory, I rarely go back to my hometown. I visited this cannery several times when I was a kid, and I never came again. I just remember this canned food. The factory is still there, so I don't know how it became like this." Suhan said to Ziming, "Okay, I see. It seems that this cannery is really broken. Let's go to the staff dormitory of the cannery outside and ask," Ziming said to Suhan, and then they got in the car and drove the factory. At the door of the factory, they saw a few people approaching here. They seemed to be carders in the factory. They came to have a look when they heard a car coming. Situation. So Ziming simply parked the car at the gate of the factory and waited. Soon these people came over. Ziming was about to say hello, but the leader walked up 2 steps quickly to hold Ziming's hand with the snot and tears. "Good leadership, our Xiling cannery, looking forward to the stars and looking forward to the moon, finally brought the comrades from the county to Pan, and I knew that the county would not leave us alone." When the person in the lead spoke, several people who followed began to cry, which made Ziming a little embarrassed. Ziming said, "This comrade, I am not from the county." "Not from the county?" They were all stunned when they heard Ziming's words. They looked at the car that Ziming had driven and the clothes on them. Obviously they were a little puzzled. In this era, especially for people from this remote country, it seems that if you wear good clothes and can drive a car, there will be no other people besides the leaders of the county. Suhan suddenly spoke, and she said to the leader, "Uncle Wang, do you still recognize me?" "I'm Xiaohan, from the store next to me. My third uncle also worked in the cannery. When I was young, I came to the factory to play. Uncle Wang, you even took canned food for me to eat." Hearing what Suhan said, Ziming knew that the man in front of him was Wang Chen, the director of the Xiling cannery. Wang Chen looked at Suhan carefully, and then he suddenly said, "You are Xion, you are really Suhan. Oh, I didn't expect this to be a female big 18 change. You are really getting more and more beautiful. Where are you now?" "For development. I remember that you went to Nanhui County with your dad." "Did you go to work in that county?" "It's amazing that you all drove in a car." Suhan shyly said thank you, and then explained to Wang Chen, "Uncle Wang, we really don't work in the county. I'm still at the 760 factory." "This is Ziming, the current first leader of our 760 factory." Wang Chen hurriedly shook Ziming's hand and said, "Hello, Director Zhu. I'm the director of Xiling Cannery, and my name is Wang Chen." "Don't you know what happened to Director Zhu this time?" Ziming didn't care about this title, because in Wang Chen's view, the top leader of a factory can only be the factory manager. Ziming nodded and said, "It's like this. Because of Xion's relationship, I know that Link Cannery's efficiency is not good. It happened that our factory had a project that needed the cannery's production equipment. So I wanted to talk about cooperation." "Cooperation? Does Director Zhu want to buy the production equipment of our cannery?" Wang Chen asked. "If Manager Wang wants to sell, I can also consider buying it, but it's better to have workers who can use these equipment proficiently," Ziming said after turning to the front. "It's just that this factory is ruined like this. Do you have equipment?" Wang Chen nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, The equipment of our Xiling cannery has been kept here, and I have been keeping people doing maintenance for the equipment. It can be used at any time. It will definitely be no problem. The director does not believe that I can swear to Director Zhu as a party member. Ziming took a deep look at Wang Chen. His words would be a bullshit 20 years later, but in this era, especially in such remote rural areas, this kind of party members are really advanced in thinking and true. They have a lot of faith, so they will take this oath, which is also a real expression of determination. Ziming thought for a while and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder and said, Director Wang, I believe you. Since you said it can be used, it will definitely work. But how could this Xiling cannery become like this? Han said that the canned food here is not very tasty. A few years ago, wasn't it still a good company well known in Xiling Township? Why can't I see it alone today? Faced with Ziming's question, Wang Chen and the people behind him were silent for a while. After a while, Wang Chen sighed and said, this is because my factory manager failed to do a good job and couldn't open the product. In terms of sales, the factory will get worse and worse. I am not afraid that Director Zhu will make a joke. Our cannery has not paid wages normally for 5 consecutive years, and this year has not paid wages for more than half a year. Following Wang Chen's words, the leaders of several cannery factories lowered their heads in shame, and Wang Chen continued, Director Zhu, you also entered the factory just now. There is the result of the factory workers and their family members coming to make trouble. With no wages and no one coming to work, the factory is getting more and more broken. Ziming understands this very well. The workers' lives in the factory depend on this wage. If they are not paid in time, there will definitely be problems with the workers' lives. This is still not a normal wage payment for 5 consecutive years, and no wages have been paid in the past half a year. After the salary, it would be strange that the employees didn't make trouble in the factory. Director Wang, don't you have to sell the things in the factory to pay the employees to alleviate the urgent need? Ziming asked. Upon hearing Ziming's question, Wang Chen and a few others blushed. Wang Chen said, don't hide from you, Director Zhu. Our cannery factory has so many houses. The factory is still there. Here, in fact, the things in it can be sold long ago and it's almost the same. What about the production line? Ziming asked again. The production line is the lifeblood of our cannery. How can it be sold? What's more, if there are any more production tasks in the organization, we have to take this production line to complete the task. Wang Chen said. Wang Chen's statement was the normal idea of many worker leaders in the past. In their view, working in the factory was just a task assigned by the organization and a very glorious revolutionary mission. This idea doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong, it's just a product of an era, but in Ziming's view, it's a good way to help him keep the production line of the cannery. Otherwise, if the factory manager Wang had been trying to pay the employees, he would have a brainstorm. If you sell everything in the factory clean, you will have to go for nothing today. But now I just want this canned food production line, what should I do? Ziming asked. Wang Chen was taken aback at this question, and then gritted his teeth and said, if directors can promise me to help me make up all the wages owed by the employees in the factory, I will sell this production line to you. I can sit down for you. I understand now that we can no longer cling to this factory. I must find a way out for the factory staff. If there is a fight or shooting, I will carry it. Ziming raised his eyebrows. Wang Chen's may sound ridiculous in later generations, but for people whose thoughts and ways of thinking are still stuck in the previous era, it is natural, otherwise there will be no one. The crime was called egging a corner of socialism, and Wang Chen's practice was the crime in that era. But sympathy belongs to sympathy, but the person who should ask has to ask, then how much wages did you owe in the Wang factory? Wang Chen hesitated for a while before replying, it may be more than 100,000. More than 100,000? Uncle Wang, don't I remember that your factory has only about 100 employees? Why do you owe so much? Haven't paid wages for 1 or 2 years? Suhan next to him was surprised. Wang Chen and the others blushed and lowered their heads, and said embarrassingly, Yes, it's been more than a year in total intermittently. There is nothing wrong with this money, but the key is that you have been owed wages for so long. Are the employees in the factory still there? Can you guarantee that I can start work directly after I buy the production line? Ziming asked again. Ziming's words made Wang Chen's eyes light up. He originally wanted to pay more than 100,000 yuan, which is a lot of money. His request was very excessive, but he didn't think that the young man in front of him even wanted to agree directly. It seems that the benefits of the 760 factory are really good. Thinking of this, Wang Chen hurriedly nodded and promised, "Yes, our factory employees are still there. Although they have not paid their wages for so long, they have all gone to the production team next door to work. But as long as they can send out 80% a month, with a salary of RMB, they will be able to do a good job and make the best canned food." Chapter 177 The Death of the Times. Director Wang, do you think those people are the employees of your Xiling cannery? Ziming asked, very surprised. Standing in front of Ziming was a group of people dressed in grey and linen cloths, all tattered and dirty. They were tall and short, but all of them had yellow and thin faces, and their eyes looked a little dull and boring, and they didn't feel angry. Ziming couldn't believe this sight. Ziming and Wang Chen, the director of Xiling Cannery, had a chat at the entrance of the factory for a while, and then the director Wang invited Ziming to sit with him. The workers called for Ziming to take a look. Ziming thought that he would need these workers to operate the machines in the future. It's always good to get to know them at first sight. But he didn't want to wait for factory manager Wang to call in the workers. This is actually such a picture. Ziming can be sure that if he met such a group of people on the road, he would only think that they were a group of beggars, and would never think of which factory workers they were. You must know that before the reform, workers have always been the masters of the party and the country. They are a group with advanced ideas and actions, able to guarantee income from droughts and floods, and are the iron rice bowl of an era. Although Ziming also knew about the Xiling cannery, the effectiveness of the past few years has not been good, but no matter how bad the effectiveness is, it will not be like this. Faced with Ziming and Suhan's surprise, Wang Chen nodded and said with great shame and pain, "Yes, they are the employees of our factory." It really made Boss Zhu and Manager Su laugh. "These are my factory directors. Incompetent. There is no way to lead the employees of our factory on the road to wealth. These employees can only go to the production team next door to do things, and it turns out to be like this. I am guilty. I am a sinner at the Xiling cannery." In the previous chat, Ziming had explained to him the identity of himself and Suhan, so he changed his address. Seeing Wang Chen like this, the soft-hearted Suhan persuaded him, "Uncle Wang, don't do that. It's not that the factory is not profitable, and the township and county did not give you production tasks. You can't help it, can you? Isn't Boss Zhu coming over to talk to you about cooperation?" Wang Chen raised his head and said to Ziming and Suhan, "Yes, that's right. Fortunately, Boss Zhu and Manager Su are here. I beg you to save our Xiling cannery. You are the only one of us, hope." Ziming stretched out his hand and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Director Wang, since we are here, we will definitely do something. The employees in your factory are here. Let's go and take a look." After talking, Ziming and Suhan and Wang Chen went to the group of people. They just took a long look. Ziming felt that this group of people looked like beggars. When they came closer, the situation of these people was even more shocking. They were dressed in ragged clothes, with a hole on the left and a hole on the right. The cotton in some places was exposed, and they barely applied a patch to it. Compared with what they wear, their mental condition is even more shocking. They all stood there expressionlessly. Their faces, hands and bodies were covered with mud stains that had not been washed for a long time. Anyway, looking at this group of people, they didn't feel angry at all, as if they had lost their souls and were like walking corpses. "Whoosy, aren't you a little tiger? Shouldn't you be in school now? Why did you also go to the production team to work?" Suhan suddenly found a familiar face in the crowd and cried out in surprise. It was a very short and thin person with a childish look. He could see that he was only 12 or 3 years old at most. but now he is in harmony with him. The others were just as blank and lifeless. Ziming, this is a tiger, a child from my third aunt's family. Suhan explained to Ziming, but why didn't you see the third aunt? At this time, Wang Chen came over and said to Suhan, Manager Su, that Hughes's father went to work this summer. He was tired and rested next to him for a while, but he never woke up again. Originally the factory should help. He raised Hughesy, but you have also seen the situation in our cannery. There is no way at all, so Hughesy has to go to the production team with other people to work. Before Wang Chen finished speaking, Suhan shouted at him, but he should go to school now. Wang Chen was so scolded by Suhan that he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Suhan walked over and pulled Hughesy out of the crowd. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face and said, Hughesy is not afraid. There is a cousin here. My cousin will take you to eat later. Food for you to go to school. After Suhan finished speaking, Hughes's stomach screamed. Hughesy looked at the beautiful and unspoken cousin in front of him and said, Cousin, I'm hungry. This made Zuming frowned. Zuming asked Wang Chen, Director Wang, what's the matter? You didn't mean that they were working in the production team next door. Did the production team provide food for them? Wang Chen sighed and replied, the production team did provide food for them, but we are not members of the production team after all. We went to work temporarily. The production team also knows the situation of our cannery and knows that we have nowhere to go. They bullied us and asked them to do the heaviest work, but only gave them white rice porridge and pickles, and they couldn't get enough to eat. How can this be? The production team is too shameful. Suhan said indignantly. Ziming took out 500 yuan and gave it to Wang Chen and said, Director Wang, you take this money and let everyone have a full meal first. Wang Chen didn't dare to accept such a large amount of money at all. Boss Zhu doesn't need so much, just 100 is enough. Ziming insisted on handing over 500 to Wang Chen's hands and said, Director Wang, this money is not for you to provide food and clothing today, but for you to not have to worry about food these days. What you regain your nutrition and strength is to make you human again. Listening to Ziming's words, Wang Chen was stunned, and the others were also stunned. Then Wang Chen and the others all puffed and knelt down to Ziming, crying and kowtowed out to Ziming. Thank you Boss Zhu. Thank you Boss Zhu too much. You are the savior sent to us by God. Director Wang and everyone, get up quickly, this can't be done. What are you doing? Ziming and Suhan went to help them up as they talked. But these people knelt there very hard, even Ziming couldn't pull it up. Ziming didn't dare to use too much force for fear that they hadn't eaten for too long. Their weak physiques trained them. Boss Zhu, Manager Su, you are our great benefactors. Apart from kowtow to you, I really can't think of any other way to thank you. Wang Chen cried and said to Ziming and Suhan, Boss Zhu, Manager Su, you don't know what kind of life we have been in the past few years. The factory has not been able to pay wages normally for 5 consecutive years. All the things that can be sold in the factory have been sold. Everyone has gone to work in the production team. Those peasants bullied us, and we are not as good as pigs and dogs. It has been a long time since no one regards us as human beings. There is only Manager Su, the boss of Zhu, and only you. Wang Chen said, only you come to see us today and are willing to give us money to feed us. You are the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva who saves suffering, and you are the heaven and earth. Looking at the group of people kneeling in front of this, Ziming also felt sore in his nose, and Suhan next to him was already crying. Ziming said to him, Director Wang, I understand your feelings, but no matter how much you want to thank you, it's not too late to fill your stomachs first. After Ziming's reminder, Wang Chen suddenly thought about it. Then he immediately got up and took the money to a person next to him, asking him to take someone to the production team to buy meat and cook. And with Wang Chen's arrangement, other people took action immediately. Some of them went to clean the large kitchen again, but they also took out all the spatulas and chopsticks that had been left for so long, and some went to pick them up and dry them. Firewood and straw came back to make a fire. In this way, Ziming and Suhan had a hearty lunch with them. Ziming and Wang Chen talked about the transfer of factory equipment. Ziming and Suhan drove back in the afternoon. On the way, Suhan remembered the situation at the cannery just now. Suhan felt a little sympathetic again. She turned around and said to Ziming, "Who's he and the workers at the Xiling cannery? Ziming, will you help them, right?" "Of course, Xiaohan. Did you forget that we went to this factory this time to help them?" Ziming said with a comforting smile to Suhan. "When the time comes, we will transfer the equipment from this factory. These workers are all picked up and resettled to our 760 factory to eat the food in the big canteen of our factory. I believe they will recover soon." "It's just," Suhan hesitated, and then made up his mind to say to Ziming, "I just asked about it while eating. Actually, the cannery has owed more than 300,000 wages over the past 5 years." Ziming said, "This is all small money, let alone 300,000 salary. I can get 3 million, and this is also the money that employees should get." "Thank you, Ziming, thank you," Suhan said to Ziming, choked up. "Silly girl, tell me what to do with this," Ziming said. Ziming said this, but Ziming understood Suhan's thoughts very well in his heart. Seeing the appearance of those people, let alone Suhan, he felt a little flustered in his heart. Ziming had no way to imagine what would happen to them if he didn't come today and didn't see the situation at the Xiling cannery. "I'm afraid it will be like Suhan's third uncle, who would pass away if he didn't pay attention to work one day." In addition, in this era, the Xiling cannery may be just an example, but who can say that this does not represent the sadness of an era? Even if the situation of other factories is not so bad, it is not much better. Just like the 760 factory where you are working, before you took over, wouldn't it be impossible to pay wages for several months? Ziming tried his best to get rid of these thoughts, and then said to Suhan, "Okay, Xion, let's go to your county later." Before that, Factory manager Wang said that the equipment in the factory is to be transferred, and the county needs to nod. "Is it? So you have to quickly adjust your mentality. If you still cry like this when you get to the county, it won't look like that." Suhan took out his handkerchief and wiped his tears, nodded vigorously and said, "Yeah, I will adjust my mentality." Chapter 178 Director of Poor County. Ziming drove Suhan to the Yangbai County government. This is the poorest county seat in Lianyang. It is located in a mountainous area and is very remote. Ziming remembers that even after more than 20 years, it is still a city. A well-known poor county in Yang City. Park the car in the parking lot at the entrance of the county government. Ziming and Suhan got off the car. Suhan looked up at the majestic county government building in front of him, and couldn't help but said angrily, "Why does this government building look like it has just been renovated?" The Ling cannery is so poor that they don't care, but there is money to renovate the government building. This is too shameful. Ziming just smiled at this. This is also a normal phenomenon. There are more luxurious government buildings in impoverished counties in later generations. What is this? I don't know how many officials use state subsidies to raise lovers. Ziming didn't say much about this issue. He took Suhan directly into the county government, and found the county government office in the building. A director surnamed Deng received them. Facing Director Deng, Ziming and Suhan first introduced themselves. When Director Deng heard that they were from the 760 factory, he was immediately happy and said, "It turns out to be a comrade from the 760 factory. Hello, hello. I know about the 760 factory. That's a well-known factory in Lianyang, and the benefits are very good. There are many people working in the 760 factory in Yangbai County. Don't know what is going on with you today?" "That's Director Deng," said Ziming. "Our 760 factory is preparing to launch a new project recently. We need to introduce a set of canning production equipment. I know that there is a canning factory in Xiling Township, Yangbai County. Complete canning production equipment. So I hope to cooperate with this canning factory for production." I heard that Director Deng is the responsible leader of this canning factory, so I came to Director Deng to ask about it. It turned out to be like this. Director Deng said, I am indeed responsible for the canning factory, and recently the efficiency of the canning factory is indeed not good. Boss Zhu, if you want to cooperate in production, it is also necessary to move the canning production equipment. Yes, Director Deng's opening made Suhan's joy, but his next words made people indignation. However, this cannery is an important enterprise in Yangbai County. Should your 760 factory give us some compensation? Director Deng said. It should be, and we will pay in full according to the value of the cannery's equipment. Ziming said. Director Deng shook his head and said, Boss Zhu, you don't seem to understand what I mean. I'm not only talking about the value of the cannery's equipment, but also some other compensations. Do you understand, Boss Zhu? What other compensation? Director Deng, can you tell me more specifically? Suhan asked in confusion. Director Deng said, this can't be specific, but I think Boss Zhu already understands what I mean. Ziming did understand. He quietly told Suhan the answer in Suhan's ear. Suhan immediately widened his eyes. Bribery? Manager Su, you are overly talking. How can this be a bribe? This is compensation. It is just a compensation for the cannery after the cannery is moved. Director Deng can correct Suhan, and then explain slowly, Mr. Su, think about it. Originally, this Xiling cannery was an important enterprise in Yangbai County. Now you are suddenly moving away. Shouldn't you give us a little compensation? Should I help you do this and don't have to work up and down? A moment. Shameless. Suhan gritted his teeth with anger. Director Deng, you are too much. Do you know what is going on at the Xiling cannery? Do you know that the workers in that factory have to go to the production team, doing the hardest and most tiring work every day? Don't you have enough to eat? Do you know that they are hungry like beggars? As a party member and cadre, now you don't want to help the cannery develop, but you do. Just let us ask for bribes. How can we have a cadre like you in Yangbai County? How can you be a party member and cadre? Suhan was very excited about what she said. Since she had just come out of the cannery, she saw the tragic situation of the workers in the cannery. Seeing that her third aunt and children were young, she had to go to the production team to work, and she was skinny and hungry. But now that the official in Yangbai County has such an ugly face, how can she not make her angry? Director Deng said over there, what Manager Su said is wrong. I kindly helped you figure out a solution and also helped you do things. Do you just say that to me? In contrast, Ziming was much calmer. After all, Ziming lived more than 20 years longer than Suhan. And in later generations, Ziming saw officials on the internet who were more shameless than Director Deng. Not greedy. The civil service system has not yet been implemented. Many government officials have come in with mixed relationships, and their quality is uneven. Especially in remote places like Yangbai County, it is not surprising that there are such officials. So Ziming pulled Suhan and wanted to talk to Director Deng again. But what Director Deng said next made him very upset. Boss Zhu, Manager Su, do you know that just what you just said is enough to slander my reputation, and I can ask the police to come in and arrest you? Director Deng said. Ziming frowned. Director Deng, are you threatening us? Director Deng laughed and said, I am a party member and cadre, so how can I threaten people casually? I just see that Boss Zhu and Manager Su are too young. So I will help your parents teach you how to behave. If you don't even understand the rules today, I advise you to roll back into your womb as soon as possible, but don't be embarrassed outside. You are too much. Suhan pointed to Director Deng and said. Director Deng's nasty words made Suhan tremble with anger. Ziming took Suhan's hand to relieve her, and then said to Director Deng, Director Deng, you are also a party member and cadre. I hope you apologize for what happened just now. Apologize? Director Deng seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. I said you haven't woken up yet? Tell you if you don't have money, you can get out, or I will call the police and arrest you. Ziming nodded and said, okay. Director Deng, would you dare to let me make a call? Director Deng immediately took out a phone from his drawer and put it in front of Ziming. He arrogantly said to Ziming, call me, but I advise you to think about it first. My uncle is the secretary of the county party committee. If you don't have this phone, it's a good call, so don't blame me for making a call later. Ziming picked up the phone without saying a word and dialed the office of Lin Yang Mayor Chen Da. Chen Da happened to be in the office, and the phone was quickly connected. Ziming immediately said, "Hello Mayor Chen, no, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm in Yangbai County now. I want to report something to you." Then Ziming repeated what he had just said with Director Deng on the phone. After listening to that, Chen Da on the phone pondered for a while and said, "Okay, I get it. You can wait there." Ziming thanked Chen Da and hung up the phone. Director Deng looked at Ziming meaningfully and asked, "Don't you know that you still know the phone number of Mayor Chen Da? If you are afraid, there is still time to change your mind." Suhan said. Director Deng laughed loudly. "A child is a child. Just tell you that you are serious. Don't think I can't tell. You didn't call that all, right? Pretend to think that when I played your tricks in the early years, you are still wearing open pants." Facing Director Deng's ridicule, Suhan was very annoyed, while Ziming said calmly, "It seems that Director Deng is very confident in himself. But it's great that your uncle is the secretary of the county party committee. I just hope you will pay back later." "I can laugh out. I think this sentence is right for me," Director Deng said. "You finished the call just now. Now it's my turn. I hope you don't run away in a hurry after I call the police." Director Deng reached out for the phone as he said it, but when he hadn't touched the phone, his phone rang suddenly. Director Deng was taken aback for a moment, and then connected to the phone. At this time, Lian Ziming came on the phone. A roar that can be heard by Suhan. This was a call from Director Deng's uncle of the county party committee secretary. Ziming couldn't hear exactly what Ziming said, but it's definitely not a good thing to think about it. After waiting quietly for Director Deng to finish the call, Director Deng immediately made Ziming a smiling face, and said to Ziming to please, "Boss Zu, look at you. But I didn't say you won't do this for you. Why did you call Mayor Chen? You see, Mayor Chen manages everything every day, and it's not good to trouble him with such a small matter." Seeing Director Deng's nasty appearance, Suhan became angry. She said to Director Deng, "Didn't Director Deng suspect that we didn't make a call just now? Why would I doubt this? Boss Zu and Manager Su are not ordinary people at first glance. It is reasonable to know Mayor Chen. I just made a joke with you," Director Deng said with a smile. "Okay, I won't say much about the previous things. Then what about the introduction of production equipment from the Xiling cannery in our 760 factory?" Ziming asked. "Of course there is no problem. This is a great thing for us in Yangbai County or for the Xiling cannery," Director Deng said. "Boss Zu, don't you know, this Xiling cannery is due to its production. The system is rigid, and the results have been very bad in recent years. It has always been a problem for our Yangbai County Party Committee and government. Now that you have come to lead the cannery again, Boss Zu, then we must raise our hands in favor. Then please ask Director Deng to help us type out the documents and approve it first," Ziming said. Director Deng nodded and said okay, then got up and ran out of the office to help Ziming and the others run the file. Seeing Director Deng running out, Suhan curled his mouth and said, "What kind of person is this?" Ziming rubbed Suhan's little head and said, "Don't bother him." This is the case with officials in such remote and poor counties, especially his uncle who is also the secretary of the county party committee. He must have been accustomed to dominating the king here in Yangbai County. I thought he was the boss on the site of Yangbai County, but it didn't matter. As long as he can handle our affairs well, it doesn't matter what he should do. Suhan nodded obediently, and she also understood that it was in Yangbai County after all, and it was not a good thing to have an excessive conflict with Director Deng. Chapter 179 New Project? Bao, thanks 6 Medical Sword is me and Dongfeng Bai Hao for their support. It is already night for Ziming and Suhan to return to the 760 factory. On the one hand, the reason why they are so late is because the current traffic is not as developed as later generations. In particular, Yangbai County is still in a remote mountainous area and the roads are more difficult to walk. It is also necessary to wait for Director Deng to prepare the documents of the Xiling cannery. Thinking of what happened to the Yangbai County government, Suhan was very upset, The director Deng was really a snob. He didn't agree with what we said at the beginning. He even asked us for bribes. Afterwards, Mayor Chen called. Everything will be done. Ziming sees this thoroughly. The current agency cadres are like this. They are all iron rice bowls, and they are all things that have no interest in them. Otherwise, the agency is difficult to enter. Ugly, 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 and ugly. How to do it? Generally speaking, the poorer the place, the more the cadres of the poorer family, the more greedy. Those who are poor and afraid of it, of course have to make money if they have the opportunity. It's just that Director Deng never dreamed that Ziming, you are not an ordinary person, even the mayor can invite you, so amazing. Suhan said to Ziming in an admiring tone, as long as he thinks of how diligent he was later, you feel that he is very dog-legged. At the last moment, he still asked Ziming to call Mayor Chen. That look is really disgusting. Actually, I want to say that he really thinks too much. I always have to call Mayor Chen back when this matter has ended, and I have no reason to fix him just because of this matter. Ziming said so, and in fact it is true. When Ziming got the documents from Director Deng, he immediately called Mayor Chen Da, saying that the matter in Yangbai County was settled. Express thankfulness. The next day, Ziming came to the factory very early. The first thing after Ziming came was to ask the office to send a meeting notice to each department. After a while, when Ziming and Suhan came to the meeting room, the cadres of all departments are already sitting here in danger. This made Suhan looked at Ziming with great admiration, because just 2 days ago, when Ziming had just returned from Nanjing, he also notified the meeting, but at that time they waited in the conference room for a long time and no one came to the meeting. It really forms a sharp contrast with the present. These people not only came to the meeting now, but they even came to the meeting very seriously. This is the result of Ziming's mission. Thinking of this, Suhan admired Ziming even more. After Ziming and Suhan sat down, they were called by the office as usual, and then Ziming said, "This meeting is to be held today. There is something that needs to be discussed with everyone. Everyone here is the cadre of the 760 factory. I believe you already know that. Recently, Lianyang City and Nanhui County have issued documents to cancel the qualifications of our factory's designated production enterprises. That is to say, from now on, we the 760 factory has to be responsible for its own profits and losses. Whether everyone can get the salary or not is all up to us," Ziming said. Although everyone already knew the news, when they heard Ziming say this, they still took a breath of air conditioning. After all, it is still difficult for them to change from a public company to a private company. So in order to maintain the normal production of our 760 factory, I decided to launch a new project in the factory, which is the production of a treasure porridge. At present, I have contacted a cannery in Yangbai County. Relocation of the canned food production equipment to us. While talking, Ziming asked the office to send documents to everyone present. This was written overnight after Ziming came back from Yangbai County yesterday. Seeing this document, everyone below frowned. They looked at each other but no one dared to speak. Ziming knew that this was because the fact that he fired Kai Zongxian had allowed him to establish absolute authority in their hearts, so now they naturally did not dare to question the decision they made. Don't be restrained, I can see that you seem to have some opinions, so you might as well speak out and listen. Director Yuan, you are the director of our factory's sales office. You can take the lead and speak first. Ziming directly called by name. Yuan Zigang, who was named, thought about it with some embarrassment and said, after the counties and cities cancelled the qualifications of our factory's designated production enterprises, our factory lost its largest source of income. Should we launch some new projects? Without innovation, it would be difficult for us to survive. Director Yuan's words are very reasonable, Ziming said after turning to the front. However, we have this meeting today to discuss issues. If you have any questions, Director Yuan can talk about it. Yuan Zigang was taken aback for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "This is the boss Zhu. I just looked at the information about the Xiling cannery you mentioned. It seems that it is a very inefficient enterprise. not to mention their production process. As far as sales are concerned, they may not be as good as ours, and our 760 factory has always been a gold factory, and has never done food sales. Now they have rashly introduced their equipment to produce the treasure porridge. I am very worried that there will be problems with the sales. Director Yuan raised this question very well. We are a gold factory and have never sold food. This is difficult. Ziming applauded Yuan Zigang and said, but since our 760 factory has been restructured and separated from government finances, we have faced market problems. So I think no matter what we do now, it will be difficult. If we want to survive and grow, we must make adjustments to change our concept. We can't say that we dare not try if we haven't done it before. Only the courage to innovate is the way out for our 760 factory in the future. After Zuming finished speaking, there was enthusiastic applause in the conference room. Ziming raised his hand to be quiet and said, Director Yuan, I know that from metalworking to food, this span is too big. You will have difficulties, but I believe you can solve it. Of course, I will not put all the burden on you. I will also find a way to contact CCTV to advertise our factory and various products, so as to increase our visibility and your sales. It will be relatively easy, Ziming said. In addition, I will contact Lingnan, which is the forefront of reform and opening up. The consumer concept is relatively advanced, and it will be easy to sell our products there. Hearing what Ziming said, Yuan Zigang stood up and said to Ziming, Good boss Zhu, I will definitely urge the sales office to make adjustments as soon as possible to complete the sales tasks in the factory. Ziming nodded and said, Director Yuan, your sales office can also carry out salary reforms. You can use the basic salary plus commission and provide travel subsidies at the same time. This can increase the enthusiasm of your sales office. Don't always put the burden on yourself. Well, Yuan Zigang agreed to say yes. Ziming said, since it has been decided to launch a new project, the production department and logistics must also be prepared. Director Li, you have to separate the workshop that can produce cans, and select more. It's not a requirement for workers who can do canned food, but they must be of good quality. Ziming turned to the other side. The logistics side is to prepare for the relocation of the canning production equipment. In addition, since our factory does not have workers who can use the canning production equipment, I will also take in the workers from the Xiling canning factory. Come here. The logistics side must do a good job of resettlement. After Zuming finished speaking, Li Hua, the director of the production department, and the logistics director also nodded and pledged to complete the task. Very good. Then with the introduction of canning production equipment and the launch of the 8 Treasure Kanji project, I believe that our 760 factory will enter a new era, and the benefits of our 760 factory will get better and better. Ziming finally said such a sentence, and then announced the adjournment of the meeting. After the meeting, Suhan followed Ziming back to the office. Seeing Suhan hesitating, Ziming smiled and asked her, Xion, just say whatever you want. Are you as afraid of me as those department directors? You can't be expelled. Suhan gave Ziming a white look, then thought for a while and said, Ziming, I think what Director Yuan Zigang said was right. Our 760 factory was originally a metalworking unit, and suddenly we are going to produce food. Their sales office is already very difficult. Now if you give them such a task, I am afraid that he only promised Ziming to you on the surface, but in reality he will not be able to complete the task at all. Ziming smiled and rubbed Suhan's little head. Ziming was very pleased with Suhan's words, not because she made comments, but because she learned to think for herself through this matter. This is a trait that a business leader must possess. Ziming could not stay in the factory all the time. Ziming asked Suhan to be the general manager of the 760 factory. When she was away, she had to stand up and lead. She must find a way to do things. The incident with Ki Zongxian had already sounded the alarm. Even if the factory was gone, it wouldn't hurt myself, but it was very unhappy in the end. Suhan understands this, so Suhan has been trying to think independently these days. On the surface, she is still very dependent on herself. But it is only due to her personality. In fact, she is already thinking of ways to think independently and become strong. Xion, what you said is right. If we just put the sales task on him, it would be impossible to kill him. After all, the situation of our sales office is really not optimistic. Ziming said, this is why I will propose to do salary reform for the sales department today. Ziming is very clear about the situation of the sales office in the factory. Since the factory was a public company in the past, all production was the production task of the county and city. There were no sales problems at all, so the people in the sales office also, it doesn't matter if they eat, drink, and have fun with the government's money, but if they are still like this now, it will be very troublesome. But all of this is okay. Yuan Zigang will definitely do something for the position under his ass. Ziming continued, in addition, I will not put the pressure on him. Xiao Han, you forgot about me. Have you ever said you want to advertise on CCTV? But does that advertisement really have such a good effect? Su Han was still a little worried. The absolute effect is superb. Ziming said, Xiao is not bragging with you. This advertisement of mine is not an ordinary advertisement. As long as it is posted, it will definitely be impressed by the people of the whole country. Su Han's eyes widened. So powerful? That's amazing, Ziming affirmed. Chapter 180, Great Benefactor, Great Hero? Bao thanks for the monthly ticket support of Dancing Wind. In the morning, in the office of the general manager of the 760 factory, Ziming was reading the newspaper. Director Wang of the metalworking workshop knocked on the door and came in. He came to Ziming's desk and reported to Ziming respectfully, Boss Zhu, the situation in the metalworking workshop very well. The comrades in the workshop also welcome your parents back to work in the workshop. Ziming nodded. Since Ki Zongxian was dealt with, of course his parents have returned to work in the factory. People in their era were very motivated, and they couldn't take it easy if they wanted them to be at home every day. Of course, due to Ki Zongxian's affairs before, Ziming was worried that there would be some changes in the factory, so he asked Director Wang to take more care and report to himself every day. In addition, there were questions about Su Han's rumors, but in comparison, this is okay. After all, this rumor was inspired by Ki Zongxian. As long as the source is pinched, and the cadres of each unit pay attention to it, no one will pass it soon. Director Wang troubles you. There are a lot of things in the factory recently, and I don't have so much time to go to the workshop. My parents and my mum will ask you to take care of them, Ziming said. Director Wang said, Boss Zhu, I also understand that the factory has now been disqualified as a designated production enterprise. Boss Zhu, you need to find another way out for the factory, that is, to find wages for all the employees of the factory. I must cooperate, support you. Moreover, Director Zhu and I have known each other for so many years, and he has also helped me a lot. Even if you don't tell me, I will do the same. Ziming asked Director Wang a few more words. Director Wang left the office. At this time, the pager on Ziming's body rang. Ziming took it out and looked at it. It was Du Peng's message. So Ziming picked up the phone on the desk and dialed Du Peng. Du Peng was quickly connected. I will be back to Yanjing in the next few days. I remember Ziming, you told me before. Yes, want to find an official from CCTV? Yes, you also know the situation of my factory here. I want to advertise on CCTV and increase my visibility. Can you help me contact the leaders of CCTV? Ziming asked. This is a trivial matter. I have many acquaintances on the publicity portal. Du Peng said. That's good. You give me a call when you arrive at Yanjing, and he'll be there right away, Ziming said. Du Peng promised a good word, and then Ziming asked about the situation in Nanjing. Du Peng replied that the situation there was not bad. Needless to say, nightclubs, the stock market, since the implementation of the new regulations, the situation has changed. It has basically stabilized. Although the overall situation is still growing, it will rise and fall every day. It is no longer just the same as before. The stockholders in Nanjing also understand the nature of the stock through the securities newspaper. and the stocks are more rational. After hanging up Du Peng's phone, Suhan walked over and asked, "Is it okay for Yanjing to find the CCTV leader?" Ziming nodded and said, "There should be no problem." Du Peng's father is Du Zongyuan, the next president of the country. The president of the country is nominally the highest leader of the country. It is an existence that everyone needs to look up to. It's nothing to see or hear on TV and newspapers, but if you hear that you can really meet someone in your family to become the leader of the country, it's very exciting, surprising. Suhan is no exception. Hearing Ziming's words, Suhan immediately took a breath. President of the country? That's amazing, isn't it true? Of course. It's just to wait until the next session, Ziming said confidently. In Ziming's memory, his previous life was this year, and Du Peng's grandfather was elected as the president of the country. Well, let's not talk about it, Ziming said, waving his hand. By the way, Xion, how is the relocation situation at the cannery? Suhan replied, "I'm here to tell you about this situation to Ziming." Now the relocation of the canning factory has been completed. All the production equipment was moved over yesterday. Today, according to Ziming's request, I will take the cans. The original factory employees have also taken over. Is it all the employees? Ziming asked again. Suhan shook his head and said, "This is not true. I just took over the operators of those equipment. I gave them a sum of money for the other workers and they were dismissed." Suhan said that he did not dare to look at Ziming. "Is it bad for me to do this, Ziming?" Ziming lifted Suhan's pretty face, looked into her eyes and said, "No, I think Xiaohan is the best for you to do this." Ziming said that, not to comfort Suhan, but to really feel that she was doing it right. Because the reason was simple, his 760 factory didn't need so many people at all. The situation at Xiling Cannery is indeed very miserable, but this is not caused by Ziming and Suhan. Now I can buy the equipment of the cannery, and can arrange these workers who have been poor for several years and help canned food. The factory pays reimbursements and severance pay to those who do not need employees. It can be said that the benevolence has been exhausted. If you insist on taking those employees to yourself, it is not kindness and sympathy, but a problem with your brain. Ziming glanced at the time and said, "Look at the time. The workers in the cannery should be eating in the cafeteria. Let's go and take a look." Suhan nodded and said yes. So Ziming got up and took Suhan out of the office to the factory staff canteen. When he came to the factory's staff canteen, Ziming saw a cadre from the factory's logistics office taking the cannery's staff with the uniform lunchbox sent in the factory to line up for a meal. Several of the staff who prepared the meal first had already sat down and started. Have eaten. Ziming and Suhan walked over and greeted Wang Chen, the director of the canning factory, who was keeping order. But before they could say anything, Wang Chen poked and knelt down and said to them, "Thank you very much, Boss Zhu and Manager Su. You will never forget the great kindness you gave to all the employees of my Xiling Cannery." What's going on? Ziming and Suhan were stunned for the first time, but before they could respond, the workers at the cannery who had been queuing for food also knelt in front of them like Wang Chen, and kowtowed to Ziming and Suhan, said, "Thank you, Boss Zhu and Manager Su." Director Wang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Let's talk slowly if you have something to say. As Ziming and Suhan were talking, they went to help Wang Chen get up, but Wang Chen just couldn't get up. He raised his head and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, I don't know how to thank you anymore except for this." "No, you don't know. Since meeting you, our Xiling Cannery has over 100 employees. For the first time in the past 5 years, I feel that I still have hope of alive." Wang Chen burst into tears. "Boss Zhu, we really didn't accept anything. We couldn't eat a full meal in 3 days. We could only rely on working in the production team to fill our stomachs. We were not at that time. In order to live, we are all waiting for the king to come to accept us. Only the boss you come. Let us eat for the first time there is hope for life. I also heard that the boss, you made a riot in the county government for us. Boss Zhu, you are so kind to us. If you don't let us kowtow to you, our heart will be more uncomfortable than death." Wang Chen's words shocked Ziming. Ziming looked at the workers in the canning factory who were kneeling in front of him. Ziming could clearly see the hope in their eyes. Compared with the first time he saw them, they were already very angry. Seeing that they are more like walking dead, then now they are more like living people, and finally there is a look in their eyes. Of course, it's not difficult to understand what they are thinking about. They had such a bitter life at the beginning. They did the most bitter and tiring work in the production team, but they could only have a bowl of rice porridge that was not full. Even if they died in the production team, no one cares. But now, I give them money, let them eat, and give them work for them. There is almost hope for a new life. This made Ziming feel full of emotion. To be honest, Ziming has always wanted to make money quietly, be a capitalist in a low manner, not harm people, but never think of himself as noble. The task of saving the world is for non-humans like Ultraman. It's not your turn to do it. Introducing the cannery is only a business need. It is also moral to help these workers, but I didn't expect that for them. This is to bring them from the dark hell to heaven. As for his own trouble with the county government, I'm afraid it was the result of infinitely expanding the matter because they were grateful to them. Thinking of this, Ziming Cheng let out a sigh of relief. After a while, he said to Wang Chen and the other cannery workers, I can understand everyone's feelings, and I also know what kind of life you had in the past. But that is not yours. The reason now is that it's time to eat. People are hungry if they don't eat a meal. So I hope you will stand up immediately. Shall we eat? First, when Ziming finished speaking, seeing everyone looking at each other, Ziming went on to say, you have now arrived at my 760 factory, which means that you are already employees of my 760 factory. And you all know that I am the boss of the 760 factory. Then if you really want to thank you and want to repay me, then please have a good meal and work harder in the future, okay? Then Ziming bowed his head and said to Wang Chen, Director Wang, you are the old leader of the cannery, so you can say a few words. Do you really want you to kneel here with everyone? Wang Chen stood up with tears in his eyes. He turned around and shouted to other employees, Comrades, Boss Zhu is right. We are workers. The best way for us to thank Boss Zhu is to work hard and create more for Boss Zhu. Many better products come out. So now, everyone get up, let's eat. Hearing what Wang Chen said, all the employees of the cannery got up from the ground one by one, and then they lined up to eat there with tears in their eyes. Su Han was already crying because of this scene. Su Han said to Ziming, Ziming, you are really their great benefactor and hero. Chapter 181 Who wants face? Bow and thank Pigs in Love with Apple for their support. A crown parked at the gate of Lianyang railway station, and the car stopped. The driver driving in front immediately jumped out of the car and ran to the back to help the person in the back seat open the door. Boss Zhu, Manager Su, we are at the train station. The people in the car were Ziming and Su Han. They got out of the car, and the driver went to the back and opened the trunk of the car and helped Ziming to take out the luggage. Boss Zhu, or I will buy a platform ticket to enter the station and get you on the bus. I'm not disabled, what do I need you to give me a luggage? Ziming smiled and took the luggage from the driver and asked the driver to go back first. The driver said to Ziming, Boss Zhu, you are the most outstanding advanced leader of our 760 factory and the greatest person I have ever seen. So I believe you will achieve very good results in Yanjing this time. Ziming nodded and said thank you, and then walked into the train station with Su Han. I'll just say Ziming, you are a great hero. Now everyone in our factory respects you very much. Su Han said to Ziming. Of course, Ziming also knew this. After all, the 760 factory was so big, and the entire factory's staff and family members would add just a few thousand people. That time in an open place like the cafeteria, the workers of the Xiling cannery kneeled themselves like that. So shocking. The scene naturally spread quickly. A few days later, the entire 760 factory knew that Ziming had rioted in the Yangbai county government and saved hundreds of workers at the Xiling cannery. Not only this matter, Everyone also knows that Ziming introduced equipment from the cannery to launch new projects and to create better benefits for the factory. Therefore, everyone respects Ziming very much. Ziming walks on the road every day. Many people would greet him with respect, and even many children educated at home would say that they should follow Ziming as an example. Actually, I just did what I was supposed to do. Director Wang and the others were too excited. Ziming said, "It's just Xiao Han, don't take me too mythologically." Su Han shook his head slightly. "No, I only think that meeting Ziming in this life is my greatest fortune." "Me too, but let's find our waiting hall first." Ziming said that he took Su Han to look for his waiting hall in front of the sign. They were here to take the train to Yanjing today. This was Ziming's plan a long time ago. Now the staff and equipment of the Xiling cannery have been received from the factory. After many tests, the formula has been confirmed and the production of the 8 treasure porridge has begun. There is a workshop that can produce canned boxes in the factory. It can be said that the factory everything has been arranged here. Du Peng will also return to Yanjing's house for the new year. Ziming went to buy train tickets immediately after receiving Du Peng's call. When he came to the waiting hall to sit down and put his luggage on the ground, Ziming glanced at the people in the waiting hall and couldn't help feeling, it's almost a year since there are still so many people. Maybe they just went home to celebrate the new year. After all, our Lianyang is also a very well-developed city, and there are many people from other places who come here to work. Su Han said, she saw people around eating. What did she think of asking Ziming? By the way, Ziming, are you hungry without breakfast? It's still a while before the car drives, or I will soak the rice for you first. In this era, the domestic economy has just started. There are few things on the market, especially in the inland provinces. If you want to travel in later generations, you can prepare a bunch of instant noodles and day treasure porridge, but at this time most of the things you eat on the train are all it was prepared at home. For example, Su Han cooked the rice at home, wrapped it in a lunchbox, and took it off the train and soaked it in hot water. Ziming shook his head and said, let's talk about it in the car, but Xion, have you noticed the superiority of our new 8 treasure porridge? Su Han nodded and said, that's right, Ziming, your idea is very good. It's good to bring a bottle or two on the way to people who are going out. In fact, it's not just for traveling, when you usually work overtime and don't have time to cook, or it's good to eat as snacks when there's nothing to do. How can I say that we don't have many snacks on the market now? And the recipe you gave Xion, the taste is very good. Didn't you see the kids in our factory who tried to eat them and want to eat them again? Ziming added, so, I believe that our treasure porridge will definitely sell well in the future. Su Han said firmly, well, as long as it is Ziming, I believe it will happen. Ziming and Su Han were discussing the prospects of the 8 treasure porridge, and suddenly a voice came from beside. Su Han? Are you not Su Han? Ziming and Su Han turned their heads and saw a man and a woman standing next to them. The women were dressed in fashion. The man was holding a briefcase, and the two were carrying a small travel bag. It was the woman who was talking. Seeing Su Han's confusion, the woman immediately said, Xion is me, Jiang Li. Su Han just remembered. She immediately stood up and said happily, it turns out to be Xie Li. Hello, I haven't seen you getting more and more beautiful for so many years, I can't recognize it anymore. Xion, you really know how to talk. I just have a better life. I dress up a little bit. What's beautiful? Xion, you are still as beautiful as before. Jiang Li immediately introduced Su Han to the man next to her. Xion, this is my husband Li Hu, he is in the Yangtze company in the city. Unexpectedly, you have been married without seeing Xie Li for so many years. And the Yangtze company is a very good company. I heard that it is the most profitable company in Lianyang. Xie Li, you are really blessed. Su Han said. That's not it. I tell you Xion, the Yangtze company is not only the best in our Lianyang, but also one of the few companies with good returns in the whole province. My big tiger is a big leader in the unit, and I bought it this year. A small car. Jiang Li said proudly. Su Han and Li Hu nodded and asked hello. Then Jiang Li said again, Xion, where are you going by train? Are you going back to your hometown? Suhan shook his head and said, Xiao Li, you forgot that my hometown is in Yangbai County. Where do I go back to my hometown by train? I'm going to Yanjing. Zhang Li was surprised. It's almost New Year. Xiao Han, do you still go to Yanjing to work? Why don't you go again after a few years? And I remember you didn't work in the 760 factory. Why the 760 factory's efficiency is very poor. Well, maybe you come to the Yangtze company. My big tiger can speak in the unit. How can we say that the elementary school is also in the same class? And it's a matter of one sentence to help you arrange a position. Thank you. No need, Suhan said. I am still working in the factory. This time I went to Yanjing to discuss business. This is Ziming, the owner of our 760 factory. This made Zhang Li even more surprised. What, Xion, you said this is the boss of your factory? What kind of position is this? Is he the leader of which department? You two go out like this. Facing Zhang Li's look up and down, Ziming said, Hello Xiali, Xion and I are talking about someone. Zhang Li nodded suddenly, and she immediately said to Ziming, Hello, but I am not talking about you. Since you are talking with someone, you should talk about it. Why don't you go to Yanjing to work together before you get married? And the Chinese New Year is coming soon, can't you wait for the Chinese New Year to go out again? We really didn't go to Yanjing to work, but to discuss business there. Ziming explained. Part-time work is part-time work. Xion and I are elementary school classmates. It's not a joke of you. Moreover, Yanjing is the capital. It is normal for you to go there to work. Zhang Li said, obviously not believing Ziming's words. Ziming touched his nose helplessly. Why do you look like a migrant worker? But Ziming didn't say much. After all, she had already explained it. She didn't believe that she had nothing to say. On the contrary, the more she explained, the more she might think she was covering up. It's better to think about what she wants, because I don't know her anyway, and I just happened to ran into it in the waiting room today. Then Zhang Li sat next to Suhan and chatted with Suhan. It's a coincidence that Xion, we are also going to Yanjing. I didn't expect to meet you on the road. Now that the New Year's Eve is approaching, you must have not bought a seat. Huh? My big tiger bought a seat after a lot of relationships. Then let's take turns to sit together. It's also a good companion on the road. Zhang Li, who was talking, looked very proud, but it's no wonder that this era is not like later generations, and there are very few trains themselves, especially now that the New Year's Day is approaching. Even if the train is bound for Yanjing, it will get on and off on the road. There are also a lot of people. It is not easy to buy a seat if you are not at the starting point, and it is indeed a proud place for ordinary people. Isn't it necessary? Suhan said. However, Zhang Li waved his big hand very boldly. What's the matter? We are classmates, and my current development is better than you. It should be taken care of you. Suhan wanted to say something. At this time, he listened to the station's radio, saying that the train to Yanjing was about to enter the station, and they had to check in and get on the train. Hearing the broadcast, Ziming and Suhan picked up their luggage and followed the team to check in. After arriving at the platform, Ziming and Suhan were about to go to the sleeping car, but Zhang Li immediately called them. Xion, where are you going? Let's go. Our car is here. Have you never taken a train? I said that we can sit together or we can sit together. It's rare to get a seat. Thank you, but I don't really need it. We are sleeping berth tickets. Let's talk when we get to Yanjing. Suhan and Zuming went to the sleeper compartment with their luggage after talking. Zhang Li and Li Hu were left in a daze. After a long time, Zhang Li said, can they actually buy a sleeper? I guess they said that deliberately. Do you think they're like people who can afford sleepers? Li Hu said, I haven't been to the 760 factory. I'm so poor that I haven't had it for several months this year. The wages are paid. Even the manager of such a broken factory may not be able to sit in the sleeper when they go out, let alone them. Maybe they are trying to save face and suffer. So they secretly ran back to our side and got on the car. Zhang Li also nodded and said, yes, I didn't expect them to save face so much. Really? Chapter 182. The first entry to Yanjing? The final result was very disappointing for Jiang Li and Li Hu. They deliberately waited on the platform until they were about to drive and did not see Zhu Ming and Su Han coming over. Of course, they couldn't come over because they were real. After buying a sleeper ticket, why go to the hard seat when there is a sleeper? It's just that Jiang Li and Li Hu didn't know about this situation. Do Xiao and won't they really buy sleeper tickets, right? Jiang Li asked Li Hu incredulously. Impossible. I can't buy sleeper tickets with so many relationships. How can they get them? And sleeper tickets are more than twice as expensive as ordinary tickets. They would be willing to buy them, Li Hu said disdainfully. The one from the 760 factory. It's not that I don't know the place. A gold factory in a county sounds good, but in fact, it's a common occurrence that wages cannot be paid there. Not long ago, the city also cancelled their qualifications for designated production enterprises. Even more ruined. Li Hu finally concluded, so I think they are desperate to save face. And we don't pay attention to which carriage we got on. I see too many such bunkers. Let's leave them alone. Okay. But Xiaoan is also true. There are seats for her instead of taking turns. She deserves to go to other carriages to stand and suffer. Jiang Li said so and then went on the train with Li Hu. Compared with their obsession with Zhu Ming and Su Han, Zhu Ming and Su Han were much more plain to him. They only found their berth in the car and put their luggage. Zhu Ming asked Su Han, "You and that Jiang Li, are you familiar?" Su Han shook his head and replied, "It's just a classmate from elementary school. I haven't been in contact for more than 10 years. I wouldn't recognize her unless she took the initiative to say hello to me today. What you said is about to make others sad. But others recognize you at a glance in the waiting room." Zhu Ming smiled. Su Han curled his lips and said witty, "That deserves it. Who told her to say that we went to work in Yanjing?" Zhu Ming could only smile at Su Han's carelessness. As for Jiang Li, he didn't care, and even if he didn't ask Su Han, it could be seen from the attitude they met just now that Su Han did. No contact with Jiang Li. Today is just an accident. Just forget it in the past. Zhu Ming thought so at this time, but he hadn't thought of it at this time. Although it was only an accident that they met Jiang Li today, they went to Yanjing together, but there was still time to meet again. After more than 30 hours of long-distance turbulence, the train that Zhu Ming and the others were on finally arrived at Yanjing Station. Zhu Ming and Su Han got off the train with their luggage, and soon saw Du Peng and Du Peng who were coming to pick up the station. When they came up, Zhu Ming came to a bear hug. Zhu Ming threw his luggage directly to him, first introduced him to Su Han. Du Peng first greeted Su Han, and then winked at Zhu Ming. Of course, Zhu Ming understood what the third generation of red meant and explained to him very formally. Xiaoan and I have a very pure comradeship. I understand, you are definitely the purest comradeship, Du Peng said, but his cheeks were so unbelievable. Su Hanbing was smart and understood what Du Peng meant, and his pretty face flushed with shame. Upon seeing this, Zhu Ming had to change the subject and said, "But Xiao Du, it's really not easy for me to visit the capital." Du Peng was puzzled about this. He did not understand why Zhu Ming had such emotions. Zhu Ming explained to him that they had waited at an unknown station for almost 3 hours before entering Yanjing Station. Drive again into Yanjing Station. Du Peng laughed loudly after hearing this. It's so difficult to enter Beijing than to go to the sky. No way. Who makes Yanjing the capital? Trains all over the country are going here, and there must be a line in. Otherwise there is nowhere to stop when you come in all at once. Zhu Ming certainly understood this. At this time, Yanjing West Station had not yet been built, and almost all the trains entering Beijing were at the Yanjing Station. It must be too busy. Just as a rebirth person, there is really no way to complement the train of this era. Not only is the speed slow and the conditions on the train are poor, now it is really uncomfortable to wait for such a long time even to enter the station. So I think Du Xiaoyu, the third generation of celebrities, have to make a good suggestion to your grandfather that for the convenience of our people, speeding up the train must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Zhu Ming said. Du Peng said, "Don't even mention Ziming that my father and Yang have actually considered this aspect, but because the internal stability is not stable, some measures are still difficult to implement." The answer Du Peng gave Ziming didn't think about it, because Ziming originally just said it casually. In Ziming's memory, the train speed increase was a matter of 10 years later, but he didn't think that the central government really thought about it now. After this incident, it's right to think about it. The central leader is not blind, so how could he not see some things? But because of various reasons, some things have been stranded. Forget it. Let him follow the normal trajectory for some things. I am not a jack of all trades, Ziming said. Later, Ziming and Suhan followed Du Peng out of the station to the parking lot. Du Peng drove out a red flag car. Ziming quipped him, "Du Peng, you kid won't really drive your old man's car. Is it out? I really want to. But then you can only see me in the military hospital tomorrow." Du Peng said, "This car is another car in my family." Although Du Peng said it was light, Ziming knew that this car should not be simple, because Ziming saw several documents through the glass. It should be the documents for entering and exiting some important institutions such as Zongnanhai. Those places are for ordinary people. It is very mysterious and almost inaccessible. But for them, it is just the place where their parents work. In addition, these documents are also a kind of identity mark. As red descendants, they always have a bit of privilege. With these documents, as long as they don't commit any major incidents, the public security traffic police will know what to do without asking their superiors. This can be regarded as a kind of unspoken rule. After all, if these dignitaries always move back to Taiwan every time they commit a crime, their fathers really don't have so much thought to deal with these bad things. After getting on the bus, Du Peng sent them directly to the Yanjing Hotel, a hotel with a very long history. By all accounts, this hotel's years in Yanjing is even twice as long as the establishment of the People's Republic of China. Standing in front of the Yanjing Hotel, Suhan looked up at the tall building in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, what a magnificent hotel. Was this hotel like this more than 80 years ago?" Of course it's impossible. In fact, the Yanjing Hotel was just a tavern opened by two foreigners at the beginning, Ziming said. Du Peng also nodded and said, "Almost, but after a lot of expansion and repairs, it has its current scale." In order to meet the needs of reform and opening up and modernization, Yanjing Hotel only went through an internal rest last year. It is now basically the same as the Nanu Hotel in Nanjing. It's a great. There's nothing to say. As our imperial capital, Yanjing would be ashamed if it didn't have a hotel of this grade. Ziming said, "I remember that 7 years ago, the richest Chinese man in the world did not come to Yanjing. The imperial capital couldn't find a good hotel to arrange him. It was embarrassing." Unexpectedly, "You know all about this?" Du Peng was a little surprised. "Of course, don't I like to talk about national affairs when the ordinary people are fine?" Ziming laughed. But at this time Suhan said, "Then Ziming, you also stayed in the Yanjing Hotel today. Doesn't that mean that Ziming, you will also become the richest Chinese in the world?" "I think Ziming has this potential," Du Peng said. Ziming and Du Peng walked into the Yanjing Hotel, talking and laughing. Du Peng took the key from the front desk to Ziming and Suhan. "Your room is already open. This is your room key, your room. It's next door." I can't help but say that although Du Peng doesn't have a proper shape, he did a good job of this matter. He could guess the ambiguous relationship between Ziming and Suhan, but he still opened 2 rooms. After all, if he guessed wrong, or the relationship has not yet reached this point, or the girl is too thin-skinned, and she is embarrassed if she does not want to live in a room. Compared with this, it is better to open 1 more room, and it will not be his business how to allocate it. Anyway, 1 more room, not much more money. This matter is not a big deal, but it can also be seen that Du Peng is still very alive. Du Peng accompanied Ziming and the others upstairs, came to the room, and asked how Ziming was feeling. Ziming smiled and said, "These are the best hotels in Yanjing now. If I am not satisfied, I will pay for it." Du Peng spread his hands together. "That's hard to say, You guys are very difficult to serve. Then if the room is okay, Ziming, you should have a good rest first, and I will come to you to invite you to dinner in the evening." Ziming nodded and said yes, and then asked, "Then the CCTV leader has you made an appointment?" "Don't worry, I can forget everything else, and I don't dare to forget about your Ziming." Du Peng said, "I helped you make an appointment with a deputy director of CCTV. Is that enough?" Ziming nodded sensibly and said, "The deputy director is very good, but it would be even better if he could make an appointment with the director." Du Peng cursed angrily, "Damn, Ziming, you guy is still a capitalist's greedy face. It's not bad to have this deputy director. This deputy director also has a great say in the station. You want to talk about it. He can basically call the shots about things. And the director of the station is really not that easy to make appointments." Of course Ziming also understood this. He only said this deliberately. After all, the director is the number one. However, the situation of CCTV is also different. The director is a provincial-level leader, and the deputy director is a department-level leader. Don't think of it as a deputy or deputy, but from the perspective of the level, it is a big gap. For Du Peng's powerful children, the general department-level cadres need to give them face, but when they reach the provincial level, they can't play well. Then Du Peng left the room. Ziming took his luggage to the next room, took a hot bath, and fell asleep after a while. At this time, Ziming didn't expect to be with the deputy director tomorrow. There will be an unexpected episode in his dinner. Chapter 183, One Director. Ziming slept right into the afternoon and didn't get up until it was almost dark. Of course, this is also related to the early dark time in Yanjing than in the south. In the evening, Du Peng set up a table for Ziming at the Yanjing Hotel to pick up the dust for Ziming. Du Peng also brought a few friends to Ziming at the dinner. Although they were all powerful in the 14 city circle, they didn't care. Ziming is not familiar with their names or the names of their parents, but this is normal. After all, some things have passed for so many years. Except for the names often mentioned in some textbooks, how many other central leaders can remember all? Not to mention ordinary ministerial deputy state-level cadres, even a few chairmen in the 1980s, many people may not speak up. At the dinner table, Du Peng solemnly introduced Ziming. "This is the Ziming I often mention to you, and that is his friend Suhan." You all know that Du Peng originally earned some munitions in Yanjing. A little money, but until I got to know Ziming, I didn't realize that the little money I made was not worth mentioning. At that time, we might only make tens of thousands of dollars after pouring goods for a year, and we might even lose money if we were unlucky. Following Ziming, sometimes I can make millions in a day. And I made tens of millions in just a few months when I went to Nanjing. Du Peng's words made everyone gasp. Du Peng continued, "I have never served anyone in Du Peng's life, but I really convinced Ziming." He didn't have to say to his friends, "It's my most important friend, his business is mine." After introducing Ziming, Du Peng took his gang of powerful children to Ziming toast. Ziming laughed at him and scolded him. This was not to pick him up, or deliberately want to drink him. Of course, this is just a joke, because there will be dinner tomorrow. Du Peng will not really feel it, he has mastered the degree. The next day, Ziming slept in the morning, and only got up just before noon. He and Suhan had lunch. In the afternoon, the two went shopping along Chainan Avenue in Wangfujing. Because there was a heavy snowfall last night, the entire Yanjing was covered in silver, and stepped on the snow that could barely touch the soles of the feet, walking under the Red City Wall as high as 5 or 6 people. Looking at one side, there was a constant stream of cars and bicycles. On one side of Chainan Avenue is the old city wall that retains its quaint flavors, but it does not have a sense of crossing between time and space. Suhan was jumping on the road, happy like a child. And Ziming could not help but feel young when watching Suhan from behind, so happy. Unlike himself, although he has a young body, his mentality has long been old. In the evening, Ziming and Suhan went back to the room to take a shower and rest for a while. and then went downstairs after 6 o'clock. According to Du Peng's arrangement, he would invite a deputy director of CCTV to come over for dinner in the evening. When they arrived in the hotel lobby, Zuming and Suhan suddenly saw two familiar figures. Aren't they Xili and her husband? Suhan said to Zuming. Zuming also saw it. It was Suhan's classmate Zhang Li and her husband Li who he met at the station. Now that he saw them, Zuming went to say hello to Suhan. Seeing Zuming and Suhan, Zhang Li and Li Hu were both very surprised. Zhang Li stared at the two with wide eyes. Why are you here? Xiaohan, are you working here? Of course not. We invited a leader of CCTV to have a meal here and talk about something. Suhan said. This answer made Zhang Li feel unbelievable. She looked at Zuming and Suhan up and down, and couldn't help but mutter, why is Yanjing developing so well? Can even part-time workers eat in this kind of restaurant? But on the other side, Li Hu heard the point, and he asked Suhan, have you booked a box in this hotel? Suhan felt very surprised. Of course I booked it. How can I invite someone to dinner if I haven't booked a box? That's great, you can give us the box, Li Hu said. Li Hu's thoughtless words made Zuming and Suhan stunned at the time. Li Hu then explained, that's it. I came to Yanjing this time to talk about a cooperation project with CCTV on behalf of the unit. After running for a day today, I finally got in touch with the CCTV leader. He also promised to talk to us. We wanted to invite him to eat here, but we didn't think that there would be no boxes when we got here. The boxes of the Yanjing Hotel are really tense. Ziming said so, but he felt like Mingjing. As the best restaurant in the capital, the Yanjing Hotel is indeed very popular every day, but this is only for ordinary people, because in places like the capital, the Yanjing Hotel is daily. Some boxes are set aside for emergencies. Most people can't book these boxes, and only people with identities can book them. Li Hu and Zhang Li didn't look like they had anything to do in the capital. Now they come to the Yanjing Hotel to book a box. Of course, there is only one answer, that is, number. Yes, I'm too nervous, it's really the weather in the capital. Li Hu said again, so since you have booked in advance, please let us give the boxes to us. Of course, I won't let you give up in vain. Can I give you 1,000 yuan transfer fee? As Li Hu was talking, he was about to pay from his briefcase, which made Zuming frown at the time. This is not so good. This box was finally booked by my friend of Yanjing. Without waiting for Zuming to finish, Li Hu immediately said again, I understand. Then I will give you 2,000 yuan. And you will give me the box. Zuming looked at Li Hu and said, you don't seem to understand what I am saying. This box is really useful to me. It is for business talks. Then I'll give you 5,000 yuan, which is all right. Li Hu said, 5,000 yuan is a lot. These are the salaries of the 760 factory for several years. I know that the 760 factory is not profitable now. 5,000 yuan is a lot of money. And your business is the same wherever you talk. I know there are also several good hotels in Wangfujing and Xidan. You can take this money and ask for several more meals over there. Up. It is Zuming who has a good temper. After listening to Li Hu's repeated words, he can't bear it anymore. I said you are sick? I said that my box is useful, not transferable. Why don't you understand it? What? After that, Zuming ignored Li Hu and took Suhan to the sofa next to him and sat down, but he didn't want Li Hu and Zhang Li to follow along. Li Hu said to Zuming, brother, I know you were early. I just booked the box here. It's a bit unethical for me to let you transfer it, but I can't help it. If you make a price, I can accept it as long as it's not too outrageous. How about I owe you a favor? I can cover everything you have in the 760 factory in the future. Ziming is really annoyed. Can you please go elsewhere? And I don't like your little money at all. At this time, Zhang Li said to Suhan, Xion, please help persuade him. My big tiger invited a director of CCTV this time. That's a great leader, and it will be delegated to Lin Yang, a person at the first level of the county party committee secretary. I heard that he is still a descendant of the revolutionary ancestor. Here in Yanjing City, Stomping and Stomping can be shocked. If you give us this box, I can also introduce you to it. Okay, Xiali, it's not that we don't help you, but our box is really useful. We are also the leaders of CCTV, Suhan said. Li Hu smiled disdainfully when he heard the words, "You guys are boring like this. Everyone is from Lianyang. You should help each other when you go out. Don't I know what your broken 760 factory looks like? I was willing to give you money just now. Your transfer is already giving you a lot of face. What are you still pretending to be in front of me? Tell you, the leader I invite to come later, you are going to provoke him. Everyone has no good life. It's Xion. You also think about your hometown being so poor. Don't you want to live a good life? What's the point of following this poor and awkward person?" Zhang Li also helped Li Hu persuade Suhan. "I said, where do you go, cool?" "Okay," Ziming said angrily. "I really don't understand where your confidence is superior here. Don't you understand? Then I will tell you that it is because I am in the Yangtze company, because my unit is better than your 760 factory. That is, I have more money in my hand than you, and it is a problem like yours. The concept is not suitable for this era." Li Hu told Zuming that at this time he heard a car coming outside the door. He glanced at the license plate number outside and immediately said to Zuming, "I'm telling you, the leader I hired is here. It's the Santana. Haven't you seen him? You know he is not easy when he is so young and can afford Santana, so I told you to keep me back. If you provoke him, your 760 factory will be ruined by then." Li Hu's voice just fell. Another car drove up outside. This time it was a red flag sedan. Then a fat middle-aged man walked down. The director of CCTV on Santana saw the middle-aged man and immediately fought. Diane Pidian ran over to say hello to the middle-aged man. Seeing this picture, Li Hu was stunned at the time, but he immediately reacted, turning his head and saying to Ziming, "Do you know who that is? He is the deputy director of CCTV Liang Gang. I am at CCTV. I saw his photo at the time. You see that the director has invited the deputy director. Do you believe me now? So you quickly let out your box. I can give you 10,000 yuan. Can I give you 10,000 yuan to eat shit?" Ziming said to Li Hu, then stood up and walked outside the door. Li Hu was so annoyed at Ziming's words that he saw Ziming walking towards the door. He quickly followed, and walked in front of Ziming, and said to the two CCTV cadres, "Hello, Director Liang, Director Hu, I am Li Hu from Yangtze Company. I welcome you very much. Your presence makes me shine." Liang Gang was stunned when he saw Li Hu who suddenly appeared. Li Hu almost ran all the way to shake hands with Liang Gang, but at this moment, Liang Gang did something he couldn't think of. Just as Li Hu trot past, Liang Gang suddenly saw Zuming behind him. He bypassed Li Hu and shook hands with Zuming directly. "Boss Zu, it's nice to meet you." Chapter 184 Prime time for advertising. Boss Zu, nice to meet you. This was a very ordinary greeting, but it was like a thunderstorm in Li Hu's ears at this moment. He was stunned. His eyes were just looking at Liang Gang and Ziming shaking hands, and the inside of his head was blank. He couldn't believe everything in front of him. In his opinion, shouldn't Ziming and Suhan be the poor of Lianyang 760 factory? How could they know the Yanjing people, and why even Liang Gang, the deputy director of CCTV, took the initiative to greet him by shaking hands? What do you call him, Boss Zu? Can someone who is a ruined place like the 760 factory be called a boss? This is incredible. But if this scene only shocked him, then the next development of the matter made him feel that the world was not right. Du Xiao, I don't know what wind is blowing. Du Xiao, I am so lucky to be able to meet Du Xiao here. There was a voice behind him. Li Hu looked back and saw that another young man got off the red flag car where Liang had just sat there. The director who he invited went up and greeted him very diligently. But Xiao Du was just nodded coldly at him. Li Hu couldn't believe it was true. You must know that director who took a lot of effort to invite him out. It is said that he is also a descendant of a powerful family in the central government, and he usually committed something on the streets of Yanjing. No one dared to care about it. Just such a person, How could he be so respectful to another person younger than him? What made Li Hu even more puzzled was that the man actually didn't want to pay attention to him. This young man is obviously Du Peng, and Du Peng ignored Li Hu, who was stunned like a wax figure. He came directly to Ziming and greeted Ziming like Director Liang. Director Hu came over and asked Li Hu at this time, "Director Li, how do you know Du Xiao?" And Director Liang, faced with the question of Director Hu, Li Hu didn't know how to answer, so he could only ask, "Director Hu, who is Xiao Du? Don't you know Du Xiao?" Director Hu was a little surprised. That was the grandson of the central leader Du Zongyuan, so you didn't see us. Director Liang, who was polite to him. But a man and a woman don't know him anymore. Seeing that Du Xiao is so polite to him, his identity will not be simple. Director Hu's speculation is tantamount to 5 thunderstorms for Li Hu. Although Li Hu had speculated when he first heard Director Hu call him Du Xiao, he did not dare to think about it at all. Now from Director Hu this confirmed the news here, especially after hearing Director Hu's guess about Ziming's identity. He felt that God had made a big joke with himself. Or he hadn't woken up yet. How can it be? Isn't Ziming poor from the 760 factory? Why did you become Yan Jing's powerful son in a blink of an eye? Even the deputy director of CCTV has to be polite to him. That is the deputy director of CCTV, a figure with a higher status than the secretary of the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee. And even if the secretary of the Lianyang Municipal Party Committee came to Beijing to meet him, he would salute like a subordinate. When Li Hu felt abnormal, Director Hu asked him, "I saw you talking together just now, why aren't you together?" Hearing this question from Director Hu, Li Hu's face twitched unnaturally. Because he was talking to Ziming just now, Li Hu wanted to find a hole in the ground and never come out as long as he remembered it. He also gave Ziming $1,000 or $2,000 to let him make a box for himself. He also said that he had hired a CCTV leader. He was not worth mentioning in front of him. Now that I think of it, he is just a joke. But Director Hu still had to answer his question. Li Hu smiled and said to Director Hu, "Boss Zhu and I are both from Lianyang. I naturally have to talk a few words when we see it." However, Li Hu just finished speaking, and the opposite voice immediately came from there. After a greeting between Ziming Suhan and Director Liang, Gang Liang pointed to Director Li Hu and asked Ziming, "Boss Zhu, there is a little girl over there. Who and that young comrade, were you invited to join him?" Ziming simply shook his head and said, "No." Snapped. Li Hu felt Ziming's words slap his face like a loud slap, facing Director Hu's gaze. He felt ashamed of himself. But if Ziming's answer was only to slap Li Hu in the face, then Ziming and their next actions directly made him have the urge to vomit blood. Later, Ziming and Du Xiaoliang went upstairs without saying a word to him. This made Li Hu feel shocked, because it was a performance of not taking himself seriously. If Ziming was in front of Director Liang mentioned the matter just now, this can be said to be his revenge, but now Ziming hasn't said the matter just now. This is completely Hongguo's ignorance. At this time, Li Hu wanted to rush up to ask Ziming why he didn't mention what he had just done, even if he slapped him because of this. It really made him feel aggrieved by ignoring him like this. Of course, Li Hu didn't do this in the end. No matter how much he was a normal linking person, if he did this, it would be really cheap. Li Hu felt aggrieved here, while Ziming didn't care about that. Just now Li Hu and Jiang Li said they both left and right in front of themselves, and Suhan really annoyed him, but Ziming wouldn't be because of this. Director Liang put them together in front of them. This is Ziming's generosity, Ziming's ignorance of Li Hu, but more importantly, they are not qualified for Ziming's revenge. Ziming's idea is very simple. You are walking on the road and a dog barks at you. Is it possible that you have to bark at the dog again? Normal thinking people would not do this. It is conceivable that if Li Hu could read the mind and know Ziming's true thoughts at this time, he would definitely rush forward and fight Ziming desperately. Ziming must use other means to retaliate against him, and even beat him up to his heart. Ziming, Suhan and Du Peng Liangan came to sit down in the box. Du Peng asked the waiter to serve the wine and food immediately. The wine was Mao Tai. After Du Peng asked the waiter to open the box, a strong aroma of wine spread immediately. After coming out, Liang Gang immediately gave a thumbs up and praised, "This Mao Tai is worthy of our founding wedding wine. This tastes good. I drank it once in the Great Hall of the People a long time ago. It is really memorable." Seeing Liang Gang's intoxicated look, Ziming said to him, "If Mr. Liang likes it so much, then I just need a few more bottles for Mr. Liang to take home, so Mr. Liang can taste it slowly at home." Liang Gang shook his hand and said, "Although Mao Tai is good, you can't be greedy. I like to drink, but I also occasionally adjust it. If I drink it every day, then my body can't hold it." Hearing what Liang Gang said, Ziming didn't say much. After all, this time is no better than later generations. It has only been a few years since the crackdown has passed. Officials in various positions are still cautious. If Mao Tai is so expensive, if you really accept it, if you go back, maybe you can't even sleep well. Unlike 20 years later, I'm afraid that officials at the level of deputy director of CCTV like Liang Gang can sleep with Mao Tai every day. Boss Zhu, I have heard Du Xiao talk about your situation. The first piece of land in the country was sold in Nanjing, and a stock market that can make millions in a day. That's really amazing. Liang Gang praised Ziming said, "Taiwan Liang has won the award. I will put it on the capitalist who was screamed and beaten by individuals 20 years ago. How can I be praised by the director Liang? But I think it is really amazing. I sit on CCTV and help the central government. The national news release is the mouthpiece of the party, which we can't compare to." Ziming also complimented Mr. Liang with a few words, and then entered the subject. Ziming said, "Mr. Liang took the liberty to ask you out today. In fact, I want you to do me a favor." Liang Gang was prepared for this and nodded to Ziming and said, "Boss Zhu said it's okay." "That's the case. I have a pilot state-owned enterprise restructuring in Lianyang. I bought a factory. Now I am preparing to launch a new project to produce a kind of a treasure porridge. I want to promote it to the whole country through CCTV and gain popularity." Ziming said, "This is a good thing." Liang Gang clapped his hands and said, "I am very familiar with the treasure porridge. This is the traditional food of our country and nation. Boss Zhu can think of producing this. It is to promote the traditional culture of our country and nation. It is worthy of encouragement and support." CCTV will readjust the TV commercials after the Spring Festival. At that time, I will leave you a 2-minute at time for Boss Zhu. Can you watch it? Of course it's good, Ziming said. But I want the advertisement to be played more frequently from 6 to 7 in the morning, and from 6 to 10 in the evening, and I can be arranged at any other time. No objection. Do you think this is okay, Director Liang? Liang Gang asked with some doubts. Why does Boss Zhu choose these times? Ziming didn't answer and asked, "It's very simple. When do you usually go to and from get off work, Director Liang?" "Of course I go to work at 8 in the morning and leave at 5:30 in the afternoon." Liang Gang replied without thinking, but Liang Gang is also a smart person. He immediately understood Ziming's meaning when he said this. "Boss Zhu, I feel that the most people watch TV in front of the TV during this period, so the best results will be received by advertising during this period, right?" Ziming nodded and said yes. Liang Gang sighed and said, "Boss Zhu is really good. I didn't expect that the research on TV is more thorough than my deputy director of the TV station. It is really ashamed." Ziming laughed and said that he had awarded prizes. In fact, Ziming has thrown out a concept of prime time, and TV prime time is completely common sense in later generations, but in this era, even TV sets are considered a luxury. There are not many electrical appliances and TV commercials, let alone prime time. No one has this concept at all. Of course, the most important point is that there is no concept of prime time in this era, and there are no rules for different advertising charges in various time periods. Then Ziming only needs to spend the same money as others to advertise in prime time. This is the face of capitalists like us. Ziming ridiculed himself, and then asked Liang Gang, I don't know if I have such an arrangement. Is there any difficulty with Chief Liang? No. Liang Gang waved his generous hand. I can promise you Boss Zhu now. During these periods after the Spring Festival, I will arrange Boss Zhu's ads. Is it still 2 minutes? Zhu Ming asked again. Liang Gang replied affirmatively. Of course it is 2 minutes. Zhu Ming only breathed a sigh of relief. If in later generations, a brand would broadcast a 2-minute advertisement on CCTV's prime time, it would be unimaginable. It's not that the company can't afford the money, but that it's impossible to arrange it. This advertisement did not receive much attention in the age, but it was normal. It was normal until Zhu Ming couldn't help but want to see if this time could be wrapped up, and then sold when everyone started to pay attention to the prime time period. Chapter 185 Exclusive Named Spring Festival Gala? On behalf of all the staff and family members of our 760 factory, I would like to thank Director Liang for his support, and I offer a drink to Director Liang. Zhu Ming and Su Han toast to Liang Gang. This matter was discussed very smoothly, but this is also normal. After all, Liang Gang came to participate in this dinner today and basically showed his attitude. As long as there is no problem of principle, he can live it. Otherwise it will be paid if someone comes. Getting entangled in trivial matters, or asking for bribes like Director Deng in Yangbai County, would only look down upon people. After drinking this glass of wine, Liang Gang said to Zhu Ming, I know that Boss Zhu is a rare business genius in China, but I also have to say that the advertisements to be broadcast on CCTV are of very high standards. The boss does not have a good filming unit, so CCTV can also help. You shoot and you put it. Director Liang is taking all the benefits to your unit, Zhu Ming said with a smile. Liang Gang said with a blushing face, there is no way. Now in the great era of reform and opening up, we are innovating in all aspects, and CCTV must not fall behind. We must find ways to generate income. Zhu Ming nodded and expressed his understanding that TVs have not been popularized in this era, and the influence of CCTV is far less than that of later generations. Therefore, the income of all aspects is not high. Liang Gang, as the deputy director, really needs to help the unit generate income. No problem. Since Director Liang opened this up, then I must also support the development of CCTV. Zhu Ming nodded and said, thank you very much, Boss Zhu. On behalf of all the family members of our CCTV employees, I also offer you a drink to Boss Zhu. Liang Gang toasted Zhu Ming and returned Zhu Ming's previous words. After drinking, Liang Gang said, Boss Zhu, although I know I have troubled Boss Zhu a lot, I still have a ruthless please. Director Liang, you should know that I am a capitalist, but not a philanthropist, Zhu Ming said. But Director Liang, you can talk about what it is, and I will consider it later. Liang Gang hurriedly nodded and said, in fact, it is not a big thing. It is also related to your advertisement of Boss Zhu. I think Boss Zhu should know that we are hosting the Spring Festival Gala, right? I just want to discuss with Boss Zhu. Let's see, Mr. Zhu, can you also advertise on our Spring Festival Gala? Or we can give you an exclusive title on the Spring Festival Gala. Hearing Liang Gang's relentless pleas, Zhu Ming was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Su Han, and saw the accident in the other's eyes, because they actually came to Liang Gang today to talk about what happened before. Advertising is one aspect, but more importantly, it's about their exclusive naming of the Spring Festival Gala. Now I don't think I haven't spoken yet. Liang Gang actually took the initiative to propose it. This is really nowhere to be found. Come here without any effort. Originally, Zhu Ming hadn't mentioned this matter just now because he didn't know how to speak. After all, as a rebirth, Zhu Ming's impression of the Spring Festival Gala was too deep for him. The influence of the Big Mac on the Spring Festival Gala in later generations could not be eliminated. On the other hand, the Spring Festival Gala in this era is still a political task. God knows if they can name and advertise these commercial activities, so Zhu Ming can't help but be cautious. It's alright now. Since Liang Gang has just opened his mouth first, then he can let go of his hanging heart and fully grasp the initiative. Thinking of this, Zhu Ming leaned back in his chair and asked Liang Gang, Chairman Liang, I know about the Spring Festival Gala, and as far as I know, the CCTV Spring Festival Gala is very well organized, and isn't it still the central political task? How can Director Liang dare to find an exclusive naming? Are you afraid of trouble? Liang Gang sighed and said, Boss Zhu, you don't know anything about it. We have been hosting this Spring Festival Gala for 5 years now. Although the format is very good, it is also very popular among the people. However, the support of the company is gradually declining. Last year we invited a few Hong Kong and Taiwan stars to come. The funds were stretched, and even the salaries of many cast and crew members could not be paid. This year's funds have shrunk even further. Several of our directors, in order to complete the tasks and requirements of the Spring Festival Gala, every day I was so worried that I had to pull my hair out. As for the trouble, please don't worry, Boss Zhu, it will definitely not happen. Liang Gang promised. I asked some central leaders before, and they told me clearly that the Spring Festival Gala can be commercialized. So today, Boss Zhu, you are going to talk about advertising, so I just want to mention it. Liang Gang's words made Zhu Ming stunned for a moment. Zhu Ming really didn't expect that there would be such a bitter past behind the Spring Festival Gala, which is well known in later generations. But it is true after thinking about it. In addition to last year's Spring Festival Gala, A Fire in the Winter, The Cloud of My Hometown, and a few shows that I will remember more than 20 years later, the following shows I really didn't have any impression of the Spring Festival Gala, and I didn't invite famous Hong Kong and Taiwan stars to come. Was it because I didn't have any money? Thinking of this, Zhu Ming asked curiously, Chairman Liang, CCTV is also an important mouthpiece department of the party and the country. At any rate, the Spring Festival Gala is also to respond to the party's call and enrich the people's Spring Festival life. It is a kind of gathering people's hearts. The method, isn't it so miserable, right? Faced with Zhu Ming's question, Liang Gang sighed and said, Boss Zhu, you don't know anything about it. Although the Spring Festival Gala is very good, but this thing is held every year, so you don't pay much attention to it. During the Spring Festival Gala, we were instructed by our superiors to do it as a political task. At that time, together with the money that the superiors gave us and put together ourselves, it was only 100,000 plus 1 yuan. The CCTV Spring Festival Gala is more than 100,000, which is impossible to imagine in later generations. At that time, the Spring Festival Gala randomly implanted an advertisement for several million, and it was an investment of at least hundreds of millions of dollars to be named. Seeing Zhu Ming's surprised expression, Liang Gang hurriedly explained, Boss Zhu, I don't mean to fool you. Our Spring Festival Gala crew is really not doing well. This year our budget is only more than 300,000 yuan. After fixing the clothing space, there is not much left. So please help Boss Zhu. We will definitely make a huge billboard for Boss Zhu during the Spring Festival Gala. The camera will shoot repeatedly. I understand, it is not impossible for me to invest in the Spring Festival Gala, but the Spring Festival Gala must be exciting and the people must remember it deeply. Before Zhu Ming's words fell, Liang Gang said hurriedly, Boss Zhu, you can rest assured that our Spring Festival Gala shows are carefully selected to ensure that they are wonderful. Let me see the program first, Zhu Ming said. Zhu Ming said that on the one hand, he really wanted to determine how exciting the show was. After all, he really didn't remember the Spring Festival Gala this year. On the other hand, Zhu Ming also wanted to satisfy his own evil interest in exploring the Spring Festival Gala. CCTV Spring Festival Gala has always had a tradition of confidentiality, but it is also for the media and the general public, and for everyone else, it is the same as the lady who collects money. It is completely undefended. After Liang Gang heard Zhu Ming's words, he immediately asked the box attendant to bring paper and pens and write a program list to Zhu Ming. Liang Gang said, this is just a general program. the specific sequence and program. It's not completely determined yet. Ziming took the program and watched the long list of programs that he was completely unfamiliar with. Ziming shook his head. It doesn't seem to be interesting. Of course you can't see any effect just by looking at the name, but these programs are actually quite good. Liang Gang said. Boss Zhu, look at this Naluan love song, a very nice song. And this Kaigong performance. The concerts with the band songs are also very exciting. They are all art forms that have not been on the Spring Festival Gala stage before. And these sketches are also very funny. Liang Gang was still indifferent when he saw Ziming. He went on to say, why don't you take the time to visit the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal, Boss Zhu? I promise Boss Zhu you will like it. Ziming laughed. He thought about the media who tried their best to enter the Spring Festival Gala crew after more than 20 years, and the ordinary netizens who guessed the news on the internet every day. But he did not think that he would be the deputy director of CCTV now. Please go to the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal site to see. It is really incomparable with people. Ziming thought of this and said, I must go to the rehearsal, but these programs really can't interest me. Director Liang, you know that last year's Spring Festival Gala was very successful, mainly because of the fire in the winter. Dynamic songs are more enjoyable. Boss Zhu, do you mean to invite some Hong Kong and Taiwan stars to sing this Spring Festival Gala? Liang Gang asked. Of course, I am not saying that domestic songs are not good, but that everyone is tired of listening. We need to introduce some new things from outside. Ziming said, talk about something that happened to me. I opened a nightclub in Anjian with Xiaodu. There is a dance hall and business is very prosperous. Do you know why? It's because there is a dance hall, which constantly plays disco's rhythmic and dynamic songs, which is very interesting. Like, okay, when I go back, I will ask the Spring Festival Gala crew to contact Hong Kong and Taiwan immediately and invite some stars over to participate in the Spring Festival Gala performance. Liang Gang said. Ziming waved his hand and said, it should be. But don't ask for it. I have been to Hong Kong City. I also have a certain understanding of the entertainment industry there. So let's help contact a band. If time is time, let them go to the Spring Festival Gala. You guys have to do some more beautiful and magical tricks. And there are cross-talk sketches that must be amused. You know? Liang Gang hurriedly nodded and said okay. He suddenly thought of these requirements of Ziming. He asked Ziming, Boss Zhu, what do you mean? If you can do it well, this Spring Festival Gala, I will invest in exclusive naming. Ziming said. Although Liang Gang guessed it when he asked, Liang Gang still felt ecstatic when he heard Ziming really say this answer. He said to Ziming, thank you, Boss Zhu. I represent the Spring Festival Gala crew on behalf of all of us on CCTV staff. Thank Boss Zhu for his great support to our Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 186, No Lack of Business Opportunities, Lack of Discovery. Chairman Liang, don't be too happy, because my main focus is still on the advertisements after the Spring Festival. Therefore, for the naming of this Spring Festival Gala, I will only pay up to 200,000 exclusive naming fees, and my naming contract for the Spring Festival Gala for the next 5 years must be based on the current contract. I don't know if Director Liang has any opinions? Ziming asked. Liang Gang hurriedly shook his head and said, no, absolutely nothing. Boss Zhu, you are so righteous. The 200,000 exclusive naming fee you gave is a gift for our Spring Festival Gala crew. Thank you so much. I have no objection to ask. Hearing Liang Gang's excited words, Ziming almost couldn't help laughing. As a rebirth, he exclusively named the CCTV Spring Festival Gala for only 200,000 yuan. This is simply a good thing to lose pie in the sky. This will be placed 20 years later. Whoever wins this honor will have to wake up in dreams. However, in this era, everyone did not even pay attention to TV advertising. The Spring Festival Gala really became a Big Mac in the 1990s. Things are going to happen in the future, so this so-called exclusive naming right, naturally, no one pays attention to it, and it will give Ziming this bargain. Even if the current Spring Festival Gala hasn't grown up to the future generations, But in this era when TV shows are scarce, his influence is not lost to future generations at all. Of course, compared to this, Ziming was even more delighted that he obviously picked up the bargain, and Liang Gang looked excited and thankful, as if he really saved the Spring Festival Gala from the water and fire. If what Liang Gang said before is true, then he can be regarded as the person who saved this year's Spring Festival Gala. Although Ziming was very happy, he still maintained a very serious attitude on the surface. He still frowned and said to Liang Gang, "Chairman Liang, since I promised you to invest in the exclusive naming of the Spring Festival Gala, then shouldn't I say something?" Ziming asked this deliberately. Anyway, Liang Gang doesn't know the brand value of the Spring Festival Gala. You have already sold the exclusive naming rights for the Spring Festival Gala at a price of 200,000 yuan. Based on the principle of being cheap and not taking the bastard, Ziming, if you don't ask for more, you will despise yourself later. Sure enough, facing Ziming's request, Liang Gang nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, Boss Zhu. Do you think this is good? I will find the best team in the station to help you complete the advertisement for your 8 treasure porridge, and all the productions, all the fees are paid by our station. The actors you want to contact, as long as we have a relationship, we will definitely find ways to help you contact you for advertising. What do you think?" I have to say that Liang Gang can be considered a very sensible person. Ziming was waiting for his words. Just to be on the safe side, Ziming asked him, "Maybe Director Liang has a number of words?" Liang Gang immediately slapped his chest and assured him, "Boss Zhu, please rest assured. Although Liang Gang is only the deputy director of CCTV, I can still do it, and I believe that even if it is the director or the leader of the general administration above, will also agree." Hearing this promise, Ziming nodded in satisfaction. Ziming knew very well that Du Peng was here and Liang Gang did not dare to fool them. So Ziming picked up the glass and said to Liang Gang, "In this case, this matter, that's it, Director Liang, I suggest that we should toast to our cooperation today. Maybe looking back 10 years later, our cooperation today is a milestone cooperation." Good Boss Zhu, I wish us success in our cooperation, and even more success in this Spring Festival Gala. In the common blessings of everyone drank the wine in their glass. But when Liang had just finished drinking his own wine, his heart jumped for no reason. At this time, he did not understand why. It wasn't until many years later that he realized that this was completely cheated by Ziming today, and he picked up a big deal from himself. After the dinner, Ziming and Suhan followed Du Peng to a tea house nearby, but Liang Gang did not ask them to send it. After ordering soba tea and snacks, they came to the box and sat down. Du Peng taught Ziming and Suhan to use tofu skin-wrapped roast duck as a dipping sauce. Suhan asked Ziming while eating the roast duck, "Are you sure what the Spring Festival Gala title is? Is it really that useful?" Why do I look at Liang Gang's performance as if he can't wait to finally sell the Spring Festival Gala? Although 200,000 is not too much, but don't suffer. Don't worry, you won't suffer. Let alone 200,000 exclusive naming of the Spring Festival Gala. Even if I only spend 200,000 to advertise on the Spring Festival Gala, I would be 120 willing, because you want to. The night of the 30th year people all over the country eat the New Year's Eve dinner. As long as there is a TV at home, what else can you watch besides the Spring Festival Gala when you turn on the TV? So the ads for the Spring Festival Gala are incomparable to any time period advertisement. Ziming said, as for the reason why the director Liang is like this, he just didn't see the value of the Spring Festival Gala, and he will regret it when he understands it later. Du Peng was very confident in Ziming about this. He said, "Sister Xion, don't worry, Ziming has never done anything wrong." Damn. Ziming scolded him angrily, "Du Peng, you guys really can't speak. I have a little idea of supporting the development of the Spring Festival Gala in it. Otherwise, why would I get 200,000 yuan? I guess that even if it's 100,000, that Director Liang will be very happy. That is, The organization of the Spring Festival Gala this year is really not very good. No one except us will invest money for the Spring Festival Gala. The funds that CCTV can solve by itself are also very limited. Du Peng counted what he had learned. Suddenly Du Peng remembered something. He asked Ziming, "By the way, you said you want to invite a band over to play in Hong Kong City, and you have to guide the rehearsal of the Spring Festival Gala. What do you think?" "Of course it is to make the Spring Festival Gala better," Ziming answered naturally. This answer surprised Du Peng. "No, Ziming, you guy knows art so well, or is it not a human?" Ziming replied, "I don't know much about art, but it's good for me to understand business. I still understand what attracts people and what is trendy. That is to say, if the Spring Festival Gala is organized like this, it will definitely be hot?" Du Peng asked. "I dare not say this, but I am sure it will be much better than the original show." "I can't imagine the original show." "What are they all?" Ziming said. "And this band, I have heard some of them. The songs and melody are very nice. Although they are not in Mandarin, I am sure that this band can lead an entire era or even longer in the future. So if this band can be invited to the Spring Festival Gala, the effect will be better." Ziming is very confident about this. Maybe it's still very early now. Songs like Glory Years and Really Love You have not yet been released, but Cold Rainy Night has several other songs that he likes very much. The songs have been released a long time ago, and they are not sure that they have actually created the songs, but they have not been released. But in any case, this band is a brilliant era. Ziming believes that their songs have their own charm. In addition, the reason why Ziming wanted the band to go to the Spring Festival Gala, from another aspect, was to make up for a regret. After all, in the previous life, the band had an accident at its most glorious time, and then it fell silent. "From the beginning to the end, I didn't make it to the stage of the Spring Festival Gala." This is a pity for Ziming himself or for many people in this era. After returning to his senses, Ziming saw that Suhan and Du Peng both looked at him in astonishment. Ziming realized that his emotions were a little overwhelming just now, so Ziming smiled and said, "What are you doing looking at me like this? I am also a fan of that band. And of course I have personal emotions to mention my idol." Ziming's remarks weren't a lie. He was really a fan of them in his previous life. Hearing Ziming's answer, Du Peng had an expression of seeing a ghost, and Suhan said that she had to listen to their songs if she found an opportunity. "Xion, you don't have to look for opportunities anymore. Since Tai Changliang agrees with the Spring Evening Band, I will definitely ask Sister Mu King for help. As long as they agree, I must send the tape first. Then you can listen to it. I promise you will fall in love with their songs," Ziming said. Suhan nodded vigorously, but at this time Du Peng suddenly said, "Or we should also organize a group to travel around the spring evening. As long as you think we are not going to be embarrassed by the Spring Festival Gala, I can write a sketch or something to make sure to be amused," Ziming said. "Furthermore, Mr. Liang is also easy to talk about. If it is great, I will invest more than 102 million. That's it. Anyway, this little money is really nothing to you, Du Xiao." Du Peng's eyes lit up first, but then he went frustrated again. "Forget it. I think I'm going to really perform a skit on the Spring Festival Gala. When I go back, my old man will definitely interrupt my legs and say that I'm out of business." Du Peng's remarks surprised Ziming. After all, it's not an ugly thing to perform on the Spring Festival Gala, but thinking that the Spring Festival Gala is still a political task, perhaps it is because of the powerful families like them that have some other considerations. Ziming thought about it, and then said, "So instead of going on a show on a Spring Festival Gala, it's useful for you to find ways to start a business, right? What you said is light and handy. How can it be so easy to start a business? If it is so simple, I won't have to run around the country to be a bad master before I met you, Ziming." Du Peng said. "It's just that you have too high a vision and lack of discovery," Ziming said, picking up a snack from the plate on the table and asking Du Peng, "This thing is called shakima, right?" Du Peng nodded subconsciously, and then immediately understood what Ziming meant. "Ziming, do you mean to promote this?" "Of course, I think this thing is very delicious. If you create a brand for shakenma and name it with my treasure porridge in the spring evening, you might be a hit," Ziming said. Du Peng took a deep breath and stared at Ziming with an incredible pair of eyes, and said, "Ziming, you guy is really a dumb business genius. I even think there is no way for the word business genius to describe you, because in your hands, it seems that everything can make a fortune. You are simply the ability to turn stones into gold." So this story taught us that there is never a lack of ways to make a fortune in this world. What is lacking is just brain and discovery, Ziming said. Chapter 187, Guiding the Spring Festival Gala. At 10 o'clock in the morning, two cars were driving on Fuxing Road and came to the CCTV building next to the military museum. Ziming, Suhan and Du Peng got out of the car. "Boss Zhu, this is our new CCTV building. Just a few years after we moved here, we used to be on the radio station. Later, under the care of superior leaders, we built this new building for us. There is a better working environment." CCTV Deputy Director Liang Gang introduced Ziming. After listening to Liang Gang's introduction, Ziming looked up at the CCTV building that had just been completed a few years ago. Compared with the Pants building familiar to later generations, Ziming still feels that this old building has a heavy sense of CCTV. Boss Du Shazu, our CCTV studio is next to it. Every day the Spring Festival Gala crew will be there for rehearsals of various programs from 9 a.m. And today will be a joint rehearsal of all the programs in Studio 1. "Let's start. I'll take the three of them over," Liang Gang said as he led Ziming and the three of them to the studio. Today Liang Gang is going to take them to see the Spring Festival Gala rehearsal, because the 200,000 exclusive naming contract is an astronomical figure in this era when the per capita income is only more than 100, but it is not like a deposit. In the past, just sign a word. It's over, so Liang Gang asked the Spring Festival Gala crew to line up once today in order for Ziming and the others to sign the contract as soon as possible, so that the funds can be in place as soon as possible. He brought Ziming over to have a look. He followed Liang Gang to the legendary CCTV Studio 1. Although this is the new CCTV site not long after its completion, it is ultimately limited by the times. At this time, Studio 1 cannot reach the scale of the Spring Festival Gala of later generations. Ming seems to be about the same size as the club in his factory. On the main stage of the studio, there are many girls dancing, but they are not wearing costumes. In addition, Ziming has no impression of this year's Spring Festival Gala, so he can't tell which show it is. In the middle of the front row of the auditorium below, there are a dozen people sitting, which must be the director group of this Spring Festival Gala. Liang Gang led the three of Ziming over. The directors of the Spring Festival Gala immediately got up to say hello to Liang Gang. Liang Gang nodded, and then introduced Ziming to each other. "Boss Du Shazu, this is the director of this year's Spring Festival Gala, Xiao Deng. This is what I told you about Du Shao and Zhu boss." Director Deng immediately greeted Ziming and Du Peng. Ziming looked up and down this very capable female director. He knew that she was the first-generation director of the Spring Festival Gala. She was ordered to make the first CCTV Spring Festival Gala 5 years ago. Xiao Deng, how is the rehearsal of the program now? Du Shao and Boss Zhu took the time to see our Spring Festival Gala rehearsal today. Liang Gang asked. Liang Gang was a little short of breath in front of Zhu Ming and Du Peng. That was because of Du Peng's identity and Zhu Ming's wealth, and the TV people in this era had not yet reached the height of later generations. In addition, here in the capital, high-ranking officials gathered. A department-level cadre is really nothing. But that was only in front of Ziming and Du Peng. But on the side of Director Deng, he was still the deputy director of CCTV, who held the heavyweights, and was the superior leader. Director Liang, our rehearsal is going very smoothly now. What we are rehearsing now is a large-scale dance, Yanko dance, which reflects the hard work of the working people. Director Deng said. Liang Ganjin said, Director Xiao Deng, I believe that you and the cast and crew are dedicated, but today Du Shao and Boss Zhu made a special trip to watch the rehearsal. I ask you to bring your fullest mental state to the rehearsal. The best effect of color discharge, understand? Director Deng replied firmly, guaranteed to complete the task. Then she said a few words to the assistant director next to her, and the assistant director ran to the back of the station and ordered to go. Here Liang Gang asked Ziming, Du Peng and Su Han to sit down. Liang Gang asked Director Deng again, Xiao Deng, what show is next? Director Deng replied, the next program to be rehearsed is a concert of film and television songs played by the ballet orchestra. Listen to our director. Liang said that Du Shao and Zhu Boss like more dynamic music. I believe you will like it. Director Deng, what you said is wrong. It's not that we like it, but the people like it. If the people don't like it, it's useless if we like it anymore. Are you right? Ziming corrected her. Director Den nodded hurriedly and said, Boss Zhu said that only what the people like is the best. Just when Zhu Ming was talking to Director Deng, the film and television song concert on the stage had already begun. While listening to the song concert, Director Deng explained to Zhu Ming, Boss Du Shazhu, this concert is actually a new form. It's called Music Guess. Before we play, we don't tell the audience the song, but let the audience guess for themselves. We won't reveal the answer until the end of the show. Of course, we are also playing songs that everyone knows well. Ziming nodded and said, it doesn't matter if you guess it or not. If everyone can hear it, the most important thing is that the tune must be a little innovative. I don't mean to change the melody, but to add something new. For example, say that this ballet orchestra is a bit of a symphony orchestra, so now this piece is played in the way of a symphony orchestra. Isn't it more three-dimensional than it is now? After Zhu Ming finished speaking, Director Deng suddenly realized that he shot his forehead and said, yes, Boss Zhu, you are too right. Since it is an old song and a new one, you should play something new. Your opinion is so amazing. I am refreshed. Director Deng rushed to the stage as he said that. Seeing Director Deng's hurried appearance, Liang Gang asked Ziming, so Boss Zhu also has such a high knowledge of art? Where do I know art? I just said it bluntly. Ziming said. Ziming is telling the truth. He really doesn't know any art. But no matter what, as a rebirth, he has more than 20 years of memory in later generations, and his views and cognition of many things are very advanced. For example, this new performance of the old song is almost a lousy thing in later generations, but now, it is a very big innovation. Boss Zhu is too modest. Director Xiao Deng is very familiar with me. She grew up in the army and has a very rigorous work style, but she also has a high pursuit of art. I rarely see her. There was such a gaffy performance just now, which shows that what you said just now, Boss Zhu, really give her a lot of inspiration. Liang Gang said. While talking, Director Deng had already returned from the back of the channel, and then the show on the stage began to play again. When the song was finished, Director Deng turned his head and asked Ziming, Boss Zhu, what do you think of this time? This time it's better, but it still lacks a sense of rhythm. Director Deng, you have to consider that the audience in front of the TV is not a professional audience. Most of them are just playing fun, and this kind of rhythmic thing can make everyone better. Put in, the stronger the sense of rhythm, the better. Ziming said. Director Deng nodded and said, okay, I will let them improve. Ziming waved his hand and said, Director Deng doesn't have to be so troublesome. Just let them practice more in private. Today is all the show lineups, not just their show. Director Deng reacted, I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, you see that I forgot when I was excited. I'm really embarrassed. Ziming shook his head and said that it was okay. Director Deng then introduced to Ziming, the next show is Crosstalk, which I think is the best of all language programs. He satirizes some of the bad habits of ingenious institutions that eat public funds. In Director Deng's introduction, two Crosstalk actors stepped onto the stage and began to perform. With their performances, Du Peng and Su Han burst into laughter from time to time, especially Du Peng, who laughed forward and backward. In contrast, Ziming is much calmer here, which makes Liang Gang and Director Deng a little nervous. After the show ended, Director Deng asked the two Crosstalk actors to come down and asked Ziming cautiously, Boss Zu, how do you watch this show? This show is very good. It satisfactorily satirizes some of the bad styles in the organization, and the baggage inside is also very good, especially the leading colon. I believe that it may become the mantra of the society in the next few years. Ziming said. Liang Gang and director Deng were about to breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Ziming's comment, but Ziming's next words suspended their hearts. Ziming said, "But I don't know if it's the relationship between today's rehearsal or what. It doesn't matter if you have not described the section chief's kind of villainy and bureaucratic style, or you can exaggerate a little bit more. After all, this is just a crosstalk, and the main purpose is to make everyone happy." After Zuming finished speaking, he thought about it for a while, and then continued, "In addition, for this crosstalk, I think that when the section chief does the final check, I can add a baggage, and then add the leader colon. But Boss Zu, as the saying goes, there are no more than 3 things." This sentence has been mentioned 3 times before the leader colon, and will it be a little bad if it is added a 4th time? A crosstalk actor asked. "No, I think Boss Zu's suggestion is quite good." Director Deng said, "It is precisely because everyone thinks that this sentence has been mentioned 3 times before, and there will be no 4th time. At this time, we suddenly added it again. You will receive an miraculous effect." Speaking of this, Director Deng turned his head and looked at Ziming in reverence and said, "Boss Zu, you are so amazing. I didn't expect you to have such a high artistic talent. I was still worried about your coming to the Spring Festival Gala crew. You will point your fingers. I sincerely apologize to you here. I'm sorry. I believe that if this Spring Festival Gala is directed by you, it will be even more exciting." Ziming smiled and said, "Director Deng passed the award. I am a businessman and I only know how to make money. But I don't know any art. Art should be the expertise of artists like you. If you let me do it, the Spring Festival Gala would be a smell of copper." Director Deng said, "No, I think Mr. Zu, your thinking is right. We are all too conservative. If you can, I really hope you can give us more advice." At this time Liang Gang was very unhappy and criticized her. "What's the matter with you, Xiao Deng? Boss Zu is the big boss. It is rare to spare time to see your rehearsal today. Why do you have to make an inch?" Ziming waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, since today is here anyway. Let's see the bottom line." Chapter 188 Artist Ziming. Zitao is a small voice actor who is intern at CCTV, who specializes in dubbing for various CCTV films. After she recorded the show in the recording studio that day, she walked out of the recording studio and said to the older sister who proofreaded her outside, "Sister Ping, I heard that today's Spring Festival Gala is doing the first row in Studio 1, and all the shows will be performed. Would you take me to see it?" Sister Ping ignored her until Zitao went up to pull her hand and begged again. Sister Ping reluctantly took off her earphones. "Don't make trouble, Totao, I'm doing proofreading. The material will be used tomorrow, and that there is nothing good about the townhouse. Today is not a dress rehearsal with makeup. I just went through all the shows. I heard that it was for a big capitalist who invested in the Spring Festival Gala. What are you going to do?" "I'm going to watch the show," Zitao said with her hands folded. "That's the Spring Festival Gala show this year. By the Lunar New Year's Eve, many people all over the country will gather in front of the TV to watch." Sister Ping, you think you have to take care of so many people? The show must be rich and colorful, and I think it's really amazing that our director Deng can guide these shows. Director Deng is indeed one of the few very talented directors in the station. Her experience in the army has given her a good understanding of various art forms, so directing the Spring Festival Gala will be more attractive. Sister Ping then changed the conversation and continued. "But to say how good looking is not as exaggerated as you think. If our Spring Festival Gala is so good, why should Director Liang go out to find those bosses to make money?" But Zitao didn't think so. "But the Spring Festival Gala is really beautiful. I still remember last year's Spring Festival Gala, that song You Are Like That Fire, The blazing flame burned me, but it sounds good. I think this year there will definitely be more exciting shows in the Spring Festival Gala. Now that I know that the studio is in the row, my heart is itchy. I really want to know quickly. Sister Ping, you can take me to see it. I promise, only can't speak. Faced with Zito's big, jewel-like eyes, Sister Ping finally sighed helplessly and said, I see, I can take you there after proofreading. Zitao jumped up happily. Sister Ping, you are so kind, I love you to death. After that, Zitao was here to help Sister Ping quickly complete the proofreading. Sister Ping brought Zitao to the studio area. Zitao held Sister Ping's hand very nervously. Sister Ping turned her head and smiled and enlightened her and said, Tao Tao, you are timid. What's so scary about? But it's just a party. Haven't you also held a cultural party in your school? I remember you are still the host of your party. How can it be the same? This is CCTV's Spring Festival Gala. How can my school's art gala compare? Zitao said. Why can't it be compared? In my opinion, it's almost the same. But our CCTV Spring Festival Gala scene is bigger and more professional, and the broadcast platform is wider. Sister Ping said, but in fact, they are all the same in nature. So smart. Maybe you can be the host of the CCTV Spring Festival Gala in the future. Sister Ping will make fun of me. If you want me to be the host of the CCTV Spring Festival Gala, you must be the first to join Ping, Zitao said with a small mouth. Sister Ping and Zitao were talking and laughing in the hallway. At this moment, there was a burst of warm applause from the studio. Sister Ping was taken aback when she heard the applause. What's the situation? Why such enthusiastic applause? Zito's eyes flashed with stars and said, Sister Ping, I said there will be a good show, right? Listen to this applause. This must be a good show that amazes everyone. Let's go watch it. After Zitao finished speaking, she hurriedly pulled Sister Ping towards Studio 1, but when they opened the door of Studio 1, the scene in the studio was something they couldn't think of anyway. On the main stage of Studio 1, all the cast and crew stood there and applauded desperately. Their eyes were very excited, as if they had heard some incredible news. Sister Ping, do you know the program list for today's rehearsal? What program is this? Zitao asked confusedly. Sister Ping shook her head and said, this shouldn't be a show. But who? They applaud spontaneously, as if to prove Sister Ping's judgment. When her voice came down here, Director Deng said, Boss Zhu's comments just now are really wonderful. They almost pointed out the problem with our program. And the suggestions he gave us are very enlightening. I think whether it is for this Spring Festival Gala or for ourselves, we should all thank Boss Zhu. When Director Deng finished speaking, he turned and bowed deeply to the young man beside her. Thank you, Boss Zhu. With the lead of the chief director, all the cast and crew on the stage also bowed to the audience. Thank you, Boss Zhu. On the stage, dozens of literary and artistic seniors bowed and thanked a young boss together. This scene brought a huge impact to the young Zitao. She couldn't believe it. She turned her head and asked Sister Ping, that's what you said about Ping? What kind of investment boss? Why is everyone thanking him? And Director Deng praised him like that just now, saying that his comments gave Director Deng a lot of inspiration. Is the applause just now because of that young boss comment? Sister Ping was also stunned here. Although she was 10 years older than Zitao and many years before Zitao entered CCTV, she had never seen such a scene. This is not to say that there is no cast and crew thanking the boss for the investment, but it is just a form of thanking him for the money. But now Ping's sister can feel it, whether it is Director Deng in the audience or the dozens of actors and actresses on stage. They all sincerely thank him, and they admire him even more. How could this be? Those so-called rich bosses, aren't they all vulgar? Or are they simply rascals who took advantage of the policy loopholes? They are not so much watching art as they are beautiful women watching performing arts. They are full of thoughts about how to coax girls into bed. How do these disgusting people know art? But what's going on now? Sister Ping shook her head completely incomprehensible and said, I don't know. It seems that this young boss has some artistic skills. At this time, Ziming, the young boss who had a bit of artistic touch in Sister Ping's mouth, stood up and took the microphone and said, "Director Deng and everyone are too polite. I really dare not be it. I just said a little bit about myself. It's just an idea. You can't get on the stage before you. Boss Zhu, you are really too modest," said Director Deng. "Your evaluation just now gave us a spur of inspiration. It made our whole thinking suddenly open up. If it weren't for Director Liang to introduce you to as a business person, I must have thought that you are a great artist who has returned from studying abroad." Ziming scratched his head shyly, feeling very embarrassed, because Ziming knew very well that he did not have any artistic cells. As for the comment just now, it was just that he had watched a lot of talent shows in his previous life, and I still remember the judges in it. Some words, coupled with a little bit of my own thoughts, are said, but I don't know that these artists will have such a big reaction after listening. However, the attitude of everyone on the scene also relieved Zuming. Their attitude shows that they are really pursuing art, unlike the so-called artists of later generations who bluff and deceive under the banner of art. Thinking of this, Zuming was determined in his heart, and he said again, "Since Director Deng said so, I can only recognize it. If I say more, I feel that I am a little too proud." Ziming's words caused a lot of laughter at the scene. Ziming then changed his words and said, "But I can only say so much. After all, I'm just a layman. Maybe I can say something by chance, but it's true. If you are careful, you still have to rely on you professional art workers. Can this year's Spring Festival Gala surpass the previous ones? This burden still has to be placed on you. Do you have confidence?" All the cast members on the stage said in unison, "Yes." Ziming smiled and said, "I believe you all have it. So I ask you all for the excitement of this year's Spring Festival Gala. Come on, everyone. I have something to do, so I won't accompany you." After Ziming's words were finished, everyone on the stage said in one word and another words to express their determination to Ziming and to let Ziming go slowly. Then Ziming put down the microphone, and Suhan and Du Peng walked outside with Director Liang to the door. Ziming was taken aback when he saw two women standing in the door. These two women are not others, they are Sister Ping and Zutao. Seeing Ziming approaching, Zutao immediately ran up to Ziming and said, "Are you the capitalist who wants to invest in the Spring Festival Gala? What you said just now is so good. I adore you so much." Before Ziming could speak, the face of Director Liang next to him was immediately pulled down. "Which department are you from? Is this number of studios you can come in casually? And this Boss Zhu is an important cooperation of our CCTV partner. How can you be a capitalist? Why are you a little comrade so rude and give others such a casual hat? Why do you say that? What is your intention?" Listening to Director Liang's criticism, Sister Ping immediately stood up and apologized and said, "I'm sorry, Director Liang, Tuo Tao is still young and naive. Please don't care about her." Seeing what else Director Liang wanted to say, Ziming persuaded him at this moment, "All right, Director Liang, I believe she didn't mean it, so don't hold on to it, and I am a capitalist." After talking, Ziming asked Zutao, "Hello, what's your name?" "My name is Zutao, Zutas is Tao from Zuku." Zutao replied, "It seems that we are my family. My surname is Zhu, with a single name. I am very happy to meet you today. You are so smart and beautiful. I think you must be the #1 host of the Spring Festival Gala in the future." Ziming said. Zutozan smiled, "Thank you. I will definitely work hard." Chapter 189 Chairman Du. "Ziming, why are you interested in that little girl named Tuo Tao? Seeing that your eyes were straight just now, should I find a way to help you inquire?" As soon as he walked out of Studio 1, Du Peng took Ziming aside and asked him, "I think that little girl is also very interesting to you. She sees you with bright eyes." "I can see it, and to be honest, that little girl is really tender." Seeing Du Peng's lustful expression, Ziming felt a black line in his forehead. Although he did stare at the little girl for a long time when he saw Zutao just now, he can't blame himself, after all. But her favorite CCTV hostess in her previous life, and a well-deserved sister in the spring evening of the later life, now suddenly sees her on CCTV, it is impossible to be indifferent. But Ziming couldn't explain this to Du Peng, so he looked at him indifferently and said, "I said, you kid, don't think everyone is like you, okay? I just see her aura, and she will become CCTV has the potential to be the head of Hudon, and the girl looks so young, she is still studying now, and now she is only doing an internship at CCTV. You, the third generation, should not harm others." Du Peng spread his hands and said helplessly, "Well, Ziming, you are a gentleman, and I am a Gao Yanai who does no evil." "What are you talking about here?" Su Han's voice suddenly came from behind, and Ziming and Du Peng's discussion with Zitao ended here. Ziming said, "It's nothing, just ask this guy what's next." When he said this, Ziming felt that he was also degenerate, and he learned to lie to girls, but there was no way. He could never tell Su Han that he was talking about Zitao with Du Peng just now, and Du Peng also wanted to. "Can you arrange it for yourself?" "That's not honesty, that's too." Not to mention Ziming, and Du Peng certainly wouldn't. Du Peng only said, "I don't need to make any arrangements next. My father said he wants to see Ziming." "Master Du wants to see me?" "Why?" Ziming asked in surprise. In fact, Ziming could not but be surprised. You must know that Du Peng's grandfather, Du Zongyuan, is the vice president of the country. If history remains the same, he will be elected this year, the president of the country, even if he is so rich now, but in the face of such a big man, he still needs to look up. I don't know the specific reason, but I think it has something to do with Nanjiang's stock market and your exclusive naming of the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. Du Peng guessed. Du Peng's guess cannot be right or wrong. The key is to think about it like this now. When they were discussing this here, Liang Gang, the deputy director of CCTV, came over, and he asked, "What is the boss of Dushaza talking about? So happy, don't you know if the two are still satisfied with the row of the Spring Festival Gala today?" Ziming turned around and said to Liang Gang, "Director Liang, don't worry. As long as there is no major change in the program of the Spring Festival Gala, I will name it exclusively." "Thank you very much, Boss Zhu," Liang Gang said. "I personally believe in Boss Zhu. It's just that you have seen the situation of our Spring Festival Gala crew just now. Our financial situation is very tight. Even the makeup rehearsal couldn't be done for the first time. The actors were still dressed in their usual rehearsal costumes." It really made you laugh at Boss Zhu. Ziming understands that Liang Gang said this deliberately, but it is true to think about the Spring Festival Gala of the future generations. Let alone rehearsal with makeup. It's okay to wear costumes even during rehearsals, and it's only half a year to prepare for rehearsals. Compared with later generations, the situation of the Spring Festival Gala is really not one or two. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Liang Gang, "Chairman Liang, I understand your difficulties. Then you see if this is good. We will finalize the contract tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and we will give you the money." "Thank you very much for Boss Zhao's support to our CCTV Spring Festival Gala." Liang Gang said, "Don't be surprised, Boss Zhao, because the situation of our Spring Festival Gala is a little too bad." Ziming nodded and said, "I also see the situation of the Spring Festival Gala crew. I can understand the mood of your deputy director." Liang Gang asked again, "Well, what are the plans for Du Xiao and Zhu Boss next?" "If there is no arrangement, I would like to invite two of you to dinner. I know there is a restaurant nearby that has pretty good dishes." Taipei Liang next time. "Now we are going back to my grandfather," Du Peng said. When Liang Gang heard this, he quickly said, "It turns out that Chairman Du has invited me, so don't dare to delay. There must be important things. Du Xiao and Boss Zhu will do your business first." Ziming and the others nodded, and after bidding farewell to Liang Gang, they returned to their car. Du Peng started the car and drove east to Chainan Avenue, and then drove into a small road next to Zongnanhai from a gate without any signs. After driving in, although there is no sign, from the armed policeman guarding the door and strict inspection, Ziming can know that this is the side entrance of Zongnanhai. Entering the side entrance, Du Peng drove the car to the door of a very quaint office building. This is the office of the central office outside the Zhongnan High Wall. My old man should already be here, Du Peng said while turning off the car, and then led Ziming and Suhan into the building. Ziming, who accompanied Suhan on Chainan Avenue, knew that Zhongnanhai had a row of tall walls. When he came in just now, he did not see that wall. Ziming didn't think much about it at first. After all, the entrance inspection is also very strict. But now it is. I didn't think this is the central office's office location outside of Zhongnan, and it is also the place where the central leadership meets the public in private. Ziming thought about this, followed Du Peng into the building, and after another inspection, they were led to a reception room. After a while, the secretary of the central office came to invite them to go. Du Peng's grandfather, Du Zongyuan, is now the vice president of the country and an important leader of the country. His number of meetings is limited, so Ziming asked Suhan to stay in the reception room, and then Ziming and Du Peng followed that man. The secretary came to another room. This is a very ordinary office. Walking into the room, Ziming saw an old man with grey hair sitting in a chair drinking tea. This old man was Du Zongyuan, the nominal #1 leader of the future country. It is basically the same as the photos seen on the internet in Ziming's previous life, so Ziming can recognize it at a glance. Ziming had never met a national leader, but ordinary leaders would not wait for people like this. But this time the person Du Zongyuan wanted to meet was his grandson, which is another matter. Ziming and Du Peng walked over. Du Peng yelled "Grandpa hello." Ziming yelled "Chairman Du hello." Du Zongyuan smiled and nodded. He beckoned Du Peng to sit next to him, then looked up and down Ziming a few times and said, "You are Ziming?" "Sure enough, a young hero." "In front of you, Chairman Du, I can't be called a hero. Revolutionary seniors like you are the real heroes of our country," Ziming said. Du Zongyuan waved his hand and said, "Don't be too self-facing. Although this is the first time we have met, I have heard too much of your name in the past 6 months. Comrade Yunfei and Peng Ping are also with me. I've said a lot of your things, your deeds, everything is beyond the reach of ordinary people." "Okay, you sit down first. Don't be cautious. We are just chatting casually today. Don't be too nervous." Ziming just sat down. Even though Du Zongyuan said so, Ziming still didn't dare to relax at all. He just sat half of his ass, waiting to meet Du Zongyuan's topic. Facing Ziming's sitting in danger, Du Zongyuan didn't say anything. He just said, "I believe you came here today and guessed what I'm going to talk about. But before that, I also want to thank you for Peng Ping. I heard that when he went to Nanjian to do business, if it weren't for you to remind him, if you didn't help him in the mall, he would be deceived, and he would be embarrassed outside." "Chairman Du, you are being polite. I am just drew a knife to help when the road is unfair, and I have a lot of money at the time. I also understand that Du Peng has been cheated by others, and I can't understand the bullying behavior of them all." Ziming say. "Then what did you think after you heard that Peng Ping is my grandson?" Du Zongyuan asked. Ziming was taken aback. This question seemed casual to Du Zongyuan's question, but it was a difficult question in Ziming's view. Obviously he was because of his family background, but this matter. "You can do this, but you absolutely can't say it, but if you don't say it, then you appear to be too hypocritical." Du Zongyuan is not a fool, how can he not guess? Ziming thought for a while, and then said to Du Zongyuan, "Chairman Du, before answering your question, may I ask you a question first?" Du Zongyuan nodded and said yes. Ziming asked, "Does Chairman Du think Du Peng is smart?" "Of course. I am not a grandfather who praised my grandson. Peng Ping really has some brains." Du Zongyuan said. "That's it. Actually, I'm not afraid of Chairman Du. You said that I was selling myself and boasting, because I also feel that I have a bit of a brain." Before Ziming's words were finished, Du Zongyuan interrupted him and said, "You are indeed not boasting, you are arrogant. You can sell the first piece of land in the country, you can solve the land speculation boom, and you can also sell the stock market. To do it, to solve the stock market crash, these things can be done by someone with a little bit of mind. It is clear that a very smart big man can do it. Ziming scratched his head and said, well, anyway, it shows that I have great potential. In this way, the understanding of Du Peng and I should be regarded as a strong alliance. What a strong alliance, you kid, really can talk. Du Zongyuan laughed and said, in fact, he asked this question on purpose, just to test Ziming's resilience and thoughts, but Ziming did not disappoint him. Although Ziming's answer sounds a bit unacceptable, in fact Ziming didn't lie that he didn't know Du Peng's identity or anything at the time, and he didn't care about him. Instead, he changed it to answer in this way, saying that he knew Du Peng's identity, but still had a good relationship with him. This is a strong alliance and is good for both parties. When Du Zongyuan wanted to come, even if he asked himself to answer, it was almost like that. This Ziming was really not easy. Chapter 190 Talking about Reform Part 1 As Secretary of the Central Office came in to make 2 cups of tea for Ziming and Du Peng, and placed them in front of them, Du Zongyuan said to Ziming, this is Shifeng Longjing. Several CEOs recommended it to me back then, and I was also favorite drink. Because of his family, Ziming didn't know much about tea, but he vaguely remembered that Longjing was divided into several names, and Shifeng Longjing was one of the best quality. But even if Ziming doesn't understand it, it doesn't matter. A person who can be called the boss by Du Zongyuan doesn't have to think about it, but he knows that his identity is not simple. And how can the tea recommended by this person be worse? Ziming bowed his head and took a sip. The fragrance of Longjing refreshed him. Ziming didn't know how to taste tea, but in fact, he didn't have time to savor Ziming at this time because Ziming knew very well that he had asked himself before what Du Zongyuan's grandson thinks. These are just appetizers. What Du Zongyuan wants to say later, that is today's highlight. Sure enough, after seeing Ziming taking a sip of tea and getting ready over there, Du Zongyuan said, I know that Nanjiang's stock market was founded by you. Everyone said that you have extraordinary opinions on the stock market. What is your opinion on the development of Nanjiang's stock market? I think it is very necessary. Ziming answered directly without even thinking about it. In fact, the stock market is not what people see. It is just buying and selling stocks in it to make money by speculation. His essence is a capital market. It is an important part of the entire financial economy. Even from a certain perspective, the stock market can even reflect the development of the local economy. I know that many people are skeptical of Nanjiang's stock market, thinking that it is a crime to rush into the stock market without any laws and regulations. But I think that Nanjiang's economy is still in its infancy, and the most scarce thing is capital. The stock market can just help Nanjiang raise funds from the whole society for his development, which is very important. Ziming said. Ziming, your idea coincides with Liuyang's idea of doing it first and thinking later. Du Zongyuan said with a smile. Ziming shrugged and said, that's because I also agree with Liuyang's idea. Even if I insist on getting the stock market out first, I am actually implementing Liuyang's development idea. Du Zongyuan nodded and said, indeed, there are some things that should be done first, and then we can do it after we think about it. The opportunity has long been missed. But when it comes to doing things first and then thinking about it, many people at home and abroad are talking about our current reform and opening up. The market economy we are engaged in is taking the capitalist road. Regarding this issue, I know you are meeting with an American economist. I discussed it with Nordriman, but I still want to hear if you have any new ideas. Du Zongyuan said. Du Zongyuan's words solved a mystery in Ziming's heart. It seems that the central government did know when Nordriman came to China, but because of some reasons he didn't know, no one received him. No matter what the reason is, it has nothing to do with me, and it is difficult to clarify political matters. Ziming put this question behind his head. He replied to Du Zongyuan, Chairman Du, I think that thorough public ownership is essentially privatization. On the contrary, thorough privatization is essentially public ownership, just like the United States before World War II. Like the reforms in the United States, it is actually a bit on the road of socialism. Do we just say that the United States is a socialist country? This is obviously impossible. I remember Mr. Yang said at the beginning of Reform and Opening Up that the purpose of Reform and Opening Up is to make the people of the country prosperous. This is the same as the purpose of our party and the country at the beginning of the establishment. Then since the purpose is the same, Ziming said, this socialism is something else. I think this kind of quarrel is meaningless. What you said makes sense. But sometimes quarrels are inevitable. Although you say that there is no point and you don't want to quarrel, it doesn't mean that everyone thinks like you. Du Zongyuan reminded Zuming. Indeed, for many people in China, what they are best at is opposing. No matter what you say, he can always pick out a lot of faults. This kind of person is the most annoying. Ziming thought about it and said, Chairman Du, if this is the case, then we can also firm up a new concept called the socialist market economy. Ziming's answer can be seen clearly brightened Du Zongyuan's eyes, but he calmly asked Ziming, why is it called a socialist market economy? Can you add socialism to this market economy to change it? Is it possible? The market economy is of course the market economy, but some of the things in it will change. Just as some developed countries call their market economy a social market economy. Don't look at just adding two words, but there are some details in it. The problem will change. Ziming said, as for what I call a socialist market economy, it depends on how we define this socialism. I remember reading in textbooks before that the so-called socialism is to make everything public, all food and drink are rationed, and even the most basic commodity exchange is not allowed. Ziming asked, but this is true. Is it socialism? Du Zongyuan shook his head and said, this is definitely not. And this road has been proven wrong. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China for so many years, the whole country has not been shaken off poverty, and it is even getting poorer. This is definitely not socialism. In other words, it is not the socialism we wanted at the beginning of the revolution. I agree with Chairman Du, Ziming said. I think that instead of going to those extremes, it is better to think about socialism as a social ideal for achieving social justice and common prosperity. Du Zongyuan happily clapped his hands and said, yes, social justice and common prosperity. Socialism should be like this. So since this social ideal can be achieved with a market economy, and in addition, our domestic situation cannot copy all foreign systems, then our economy can be called a socialist market economy. Ziming said. Du Zongyuan stretched out his hand to light up Ziming and said, you little comrade, don't look at your age. The skill of riding a wall is really amazing. Du Zongyuan's words are actually a very high praise for Ziming. The socialist market economy sounds like a noun, but as Ziming said before, this term includes both public and private aspects. If putting it on the political front is to take the middle route, which is like riding in the middle of a wall and not falling down on both sides, sometimes it can be regarded as a very clever political attitude. Facing Du Zongyuan's praise, Ziming said with some embarrassment, in fact, I am also thinking about myself. After all, only the market economy is more liberalized. Talents like me can make more money. Du Zongyuan laughed and laughed. It's good to make money. It should be more profitable for those who are able to work harder. If everyone is smart or average, no matter how much work they do, they are smart or average, and everyone gets the same money, then the society will not be lifeless. Is it right? Speaking of this, Du Zongyuan suddenly thought of something. He asked Ziming, by the way, I heard that you have already launched a pilot program for the restructuring of state-owned enterprises in Lianyang. This is a rare pilot and a new direction for reform. What is your view on the reform of state-owned enterprises? The reform of state-owned enterprises is necessary. After all, the original state-owned enterprises only want to get promoted and get rich, and they don't care about other production. If the production efficiency is too low, they must be restructured. Ziming said categorically, of course this restructuring. You must also be cautious, because state-owned enterprises are also enterprises and are very valuable things. Under this value, there will be a lot of. Du Zongyuan thought about it with a grim expression, and then said, From the current state-owned enterprise pilot reforms across the country, there are a large number of. Then, Ziming, do you mean that it is not suitable for reforms now? Ziming shook his head and said, Chairman Du, I didn't say that. I just said that reforms must prevent riots, and the reform of state-owned enterprises should not be comprehensive reforms, but selective reforms. No matter how they are reformed, we must control some industries that are related to the lifeline of the country in our own hands. Looking at foreign countries, as early as the reform before World War II, many countries have begun to take over some of the country's pillar industries. If we throw this out now, wouldn't we be going back? Ziming said, in my opinion, even if those pillar industries need to be reformed and transformed into a shareholding system to enhance competitiveness, they must be carried out on the basis of ensuring that the largest share is the state. Listening to Ziming's words, Du Zongyuan's face became more and more serious. He asked Ziming, why do you think of this? This question caused Ziming's heart to jump and immediately made him realize that what he said just now was a minefield. Judging from the memory of his previous life, the dispute over the central line should have entered a white-hot stage at this time, and it will not pass. An official showdown will be coming this year. Thinking of this, Ziming said, Chairman Du, in fact, this matter is what I usually think out of my mind. Chairman Du, you also know that flat-headed people like us like to talk about national affairs when there is nothing to do. Facing Ziming's answer, Du Zongyuan was stunned for a moment. He realized that he might have been too attitude, so Du Zongyuan immediately eased his emotions and said, don't be afraid of Ziming. What I said just now has no other meaning, it's just me. Unexpectedly, the central government has been arguing and arguing for more than a year. It is such a simple logic here. This really makes the central government feel ashamed. How could Ziming not understand that Du Zongyuan said that he wanted to dispel his worries? But Ziming knew better that the political environment of this era was not as relaxed as that of later generations, and he had no background. Once he was involved, it would be the result of being crushed. If you cannot participate, you must not participate as much as possible. So Ziming said, in fact, it's nothing. After all, the central government is from the perspective of the whole country. It must consider more things. Compared with the central leadership, my vision is much narrower. I am afraid I can't think of too many things. Du Zongyuan took a deep look at Ziming and uttered two words, slick. Chapter 191 Talking about Reform Part 2. Of course, Du Zongyuan wanted to scold Ziming for being slippery. In fact, Ziming was indeed slippery. After realizing that he had spoken too much, he immediately changed his words after talking about the topic of minefields and said that his vision was narrow, and he could only think of so much. As the vice president of the country, how could Du Zongyuan fail to think that he was deliberately backing down, and he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore for nothing else, just because of what Ziming said just now. Those things are definitely not a narrow-sighted person. Those who have said it, the person who can say that, his vision is at least on the same level as that of the country's leader. But now that Ziming wants to skip this topic, Du Zongyuan can also understand that after all, he is just an ordinary person. Without the support of a big family behind him, once he is involved in the political vortex, he will only be killed or taken as a scapegoat. There is no possibility of retreat. It is not easy for this person to be able to stop the car at a critical moment, and to remain so calm in front of his country's vice president. To put it in a very common saying, this will become a great weapon in the future. This may be tacky, but in Du Zongyuan's opinion, it is the best evaluation of Ziming right now. Ziming chuckled, and didn't pay much attention to Du Zongyuan's scolding. Of course, Du Zongyuan would not hold on to this question. Since Ziming didn't want to interfere in politics, he would jump over it very cooperatively. So Du Zongyuan thought for a while and said to Ziming, I understand that you have concerns. This is normal, and I won't say anything about it, but I hope you can take this question seriously. Ziming felt something from Du Zongyuan's serious tone last year. Ziming straightened his back. Du Zongyuan went on to say, "You are a businessman, then I think you should have noticed a very strange phenomenon in our country. That is our country. The prices of agricultural and sideline products and primary industrial products in China have always been low. The central government now hopes to adjust this situation. What is your opinion on this price issue?" The door of Zongnanhai is really not easy to enter. The Ziming sighed in his heart, because the question that Du Zongyuan raised is a more troublesome question now, and it also involves many aspects, even the political level from the past, the present to the future, and it is very sensitive. A bad answer may be possible. There will be problems. Regarding this, Ziming thought about it for a while and said, "There is a problem with prices that are too low or too high, but I think the key lies in the formation of this price, whether it is caused by the market or artificially suppressed. If it is with the former, the market can adjust itself with a little guidance, but with the latter, this situation will be a lot more troublesome." Du Zongyuan nodded and said, "This situation is like this. The current domestic grain purchase prices are high, but the sales prices are low, so the state has to subsidize this. From an economic point of view, this is unreasonable and does not follow economic laws. But our country, it is a low-wage system. If the state does not subsidize this and let go of price increases, the people will not be able to buy things. If wage increases are implemented on a large scale, they will worry about inflation. Therefore, this is a dilemma." Is this the background to the first round of price breakthroughs in the late 1980s? If you really want to say like Du Zongyuan, this price issue is really a very difficult thing to do. Ziming thought this in his heart. He didn't give the answer directly for the first time. Instead, he asked again, "Chairman Du, how did the Central Committee decide now?" At present, Chairman Dong has decided to use the method of actively raising prices and wages to carry out price and wage reforms. Du Zongyuan replied, "No, this will definitely mess up." Ziming denied immediately. Du Zongyuan asked why. Ziming analyzed, "It's very simple. As an ordinary person, if he knows that prices will rise tomorrow, what will he do today? It is to buy all the things he needs while the prices are low. Of course, these one or two don't matter, but if hundreds of millions of people all over the country are doing this, wouldn't there be a panic buying frenzy? Isn't it easy to get into trouble? There is more important point. Rising prices across the country will cause severe inflation and make the money that ordinary people have in the bank become less valuable. Then once the people find out that the $10 they saved yesterday have gone in, they will only be saved today. I can buy something for 5 yuan. What will happen? Everyone will run wildly. The result is that the country's credit goes bankrupt, the financial system collapses, and social turmoil. Ziming added, "This is already abroad. It has been confirmed countless times, and every financial crisis basically has this plot. Then what if banks raise interest rates so that people's deposits can keep up with inflation?" Du Zongyuan asked again. "It's not even better." Ziming said categorically, "If it is simply printing money, it is not raising prices, but artificially creating inflation, just like the legal currency and gold round coupons issued by our country after World War II. Similarly, it has no effect at all other than plundering the wealth of the common people and making ordinary people's lives more and more difficult." Ziming said this with emotion, because it reminded him of his previous life. It was when his father was dying of illness and was about to fail. Suddenly, all prices in the country soared, making his family suffer. Life becomes more and more difficult. Ziming remembers that at that time, he and his mother depended on each other at home. If it weren't for the help of the neighbors around, they would even be out of food. Of course, not only myself, but other people's homes were not much better at that time. After all, the 760 factory had just been restructured, and many people were unable to pay wages. It is for this reason that, under various unreasonable policies, the originally well-off factory area has become a beggar village and a slum. In addition, Ziming also remembered that there were indeed a lot of panic buying frenzy and bank runs across the country at that time, which almost led to catastrophes, but fortunately the central government stopped the opening in time and stabilized the situation. Calm down, otherwise something will really happen. But even so, the situation was stabilized at that time, but the hidden danger was still laid down, so that at the end of the 90s, the central government had to start another vegetable basket project to continue to think of ways to allow most people to eat. Du Zongyuan glanced at Ziming and said, "Whatever you have, just say it all at once. Anyway, there are only a few of us here. No matter what you say is right or wrong, no one else will know, even if you are true." People said something that shouldn't be said, and everyone will forget it when they get out of this door. Ziming nodded and said, "This is Chairman Du. I think the price increase may seem to be to subsidize farmers, but I think farmers can't get any benefits." "Why is this again? Hasn't the grain purchase price increased?" Du Zongyuan asked in surprise. "Food prices have increased, but the state subsidies have been cancelled more. This is not so much an increase in prices, but rather a lightening of the country's burden," Ziming said. "Then prices have started to rise. The price of food has not risen in a real sense, so the lives of farmers are getting more and more difficult. Who else would be willing to grow land? Without human beings, what would hundreds of millions of people in our country eat?" Facing Ziming's questioning, Du Zongyuan was silent again, because Ziming's question also hit the nail on the head. However, Ziming, who has the memory of later generations, couldn't help but hit the nail on the head. "You must know how many years the central government has been engaged in the three rural issues. This must be said to be a correction of previous errors. And there is one more point. The reason why so many genetically modified foods are rampant in future generations is that the agricultural population is too small and the food is not enough, which can only force the country to engage in genetically modified food." In his previous life, Ziming faced these useless methods, but now he is reborn and has the opportunity to present all this in front of the future president of the country. Ziming must seize this opportunity, otherwise Ziming himself will hate myself. Listening to Ziming's pinpointing sentence after sentence, Du Zongyuan fell into deep thought again. After a long time, he sighed heavily, and then Du Zongyuan raised his head and asked Ziming a seemingly irrelevant question. "Listen, said that during the last conference call with Nanjiang, you rejected Chairman Dong Zhen's invitation to work at the State Council. Why?" "First of all, I think I am not suitable for being an official. I can be a consultant for party and government agencies, but I am definitely not suitable for working in agencies. And I now have many companies at home and abroad. I am an official while doing business ways to ensure their own integrity. In addition, I think everyone should have a clear position of their own. Not everyone can be an official." Ziming thought about it and said, "I remember that there was a deputy prime minister back then. He could have become a grassroots leader very well, but he was artificially promoted to the position of deputy prime minister. Didn't it make him suffer alive? The same is true for me. I could have become a capitalist very well, but I became an official because I was greedy for power. The result could only be bad luck for myself." A flash of surprise flashed in Du Zongyuan's eyes, because Ziming's evaluation of the deputy prime minister was the same as Yang's evaluation of him. But who was Yang? Now the country's de facto supreme leader, but he is just an ordinary person. But it's really surprising that he can have this insight. In fact, Ziming has not said a little bit here, that is, the reason why he refused Dong Zhen's invitation is simply because he knew that Dong Zhen would definitely fall. But this would not be easy for him to say in front of Du Zongyuan. If it were Du Zongyuan hearing this, he would be shocked. After all, the central undercurrent is raging, and even they can't tell what the future will be. Ziming, an ordinary person who doesn't understand the inside story, can make such a judgment, which is shocking. "You are quite self-aware," Du Zongyuan said to Ziming with a smile. "Then I won't force you to do that, but I invite you to be a non-staff consultant of the central government now. This is always okay, right? You have this. How can a good talent not contribute to the country? Since Chairman Do you have said everything to this point, I can't refuse it. Ziming said. You kid, have I wronged you by inviting you on behalf of the Central Committee? Du Zongyuan said angrily. Ziming hurriedly shook his head and said, of course not. I'm always in the dark. Du Zongyuan shook his head, then spit out the words, it's really slippery. Chapter 192. In the leadership office of the office building on the right street of the central office, Vice President Du Zongyuan sat on the sofa and meditated. At this time, Ziming and Du Peng had already left, leaving him alone in the entire office. I don't know how long it took before Du Zongyuan lowered his head and raised his hand to check the time. He picked up the phone on the table next to him and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Du Zongyuan said, hello, Mr. Yang, I'm Du. Central Plains. If Ziming is here, he will definitely get nervous, because judging from what Du Zongyuan said, his call must be made to Yang Dingo, the current leader of the central government, and Yang Lao. Then since Du Zongyuan would call, it's not hard to guess some of the purpose of this call today. I just left Ziming. I talked to him. He is still reluctant to come to the Central Committee, but he can accept to be a non-staff consultant of the Central Committee. Du Zongyuan said, yes, I understand, so I didn't force him. In his words, it is not difficult to tell that he is pessimistic about the price reforms that the central government is about to carry out now, and he also bluntly said that if we continue to do so, it will definitely cause trouble. After saying this, Du Zongyuan was silent for a while and listened quietly to what was said there. After a long time, he said, okay, Mr. Yang, I will come back and talk to you in person. Then Du Zongyuan hung up the phone, smiled and said, this Ziming. Don't look at his young age, it's really not worrying. Speaking of Du Zongyuan, he got up and left the office. At this time, Ziming, who was uneasy in his mouth, was talking and laughing with Du Peng in the corridor. Ziming, you guy is too courageous, you dare to speak like this in front of my old man. Du Peng said. Ziming spread his hands together and said, your grandfather called me today because he wanted to hear these things. If I didn't say that, I'm afraid I would disappoint him. That's true, but Ziming, your insistence on not coming to the Central Committee is a very correct choice. Now the Central Committee is too messy. The various forces are interacting with each other and there is no unified thought. It feels a bit of a mess. Even Ziming, with the ability to reach the sky, it is difficult to come to this place. Du Peng said. Whether you can display your skills is the second thing. What I am worried about is getting into murder, Ziming said. Du Peng stared at Ziming in surprise, but Ziming didn't stop on this topic. Ziming thought about it for a while and then said, but it will definitely not work if you want to continue like the current Central Committee. It's too complicated. No one knows how to go in the future. It's time for the central government to unify its thinking. Du Peng, you can pass on what I said just now to Chairman Du. Du Peng stared at Ziming blankly. His face was full of shock. As Du Zongyuan's grandson, his influence in the family made him have a high political consciousness even when he was young, so he fully understood what Ziming meant. There were some things Ziming couldn't say directly to his father. It would appear disrespectful and a little arrogant, and it would be difficult for the other party to accept it, but if it was conveyed by himself, it would be more acceptable. This approach is indeed a detour, but there are some things that can't be helped. Thinking of this, Du Peng gave Ziming a thumbs up and said, Ziming, you guy is really speechless, you are a cow. Come on, why do I listen to you more like a curse? Ziming made a ha-ha and walked to the original reception room to pick up Suhan. But don't look at Ziming's lightness, but in fact, Ziming has already had a lot of cold sweat behind his back at this time. But the winter clothes are too thick to see it. Because even if Ziming is reborn, his previous life is just an ordinary person, someone who has not even seen the county governor, and now suddenly sitting in the same office with the vice chairman of the country and chatting, it is naturally stressful. let alone talking. Some of these major events in the country are related to the future direction of the country. Fortunately, Ziming's psychological quality is excellent. If this is to be replaced by an ordinary person, I am afraid that he will not even speak his words. After all, it's still a bit scary to think about it afterwards, but Ziming will not worry about the past. As a reborn person, being annoyed by the past is the same as looking back after going to the toilet. Not only is there nothing significant, on the contrary, it is disgusting. Of course, there are some exceptions for people with special hobbies. For normal people, just rushing away and looking forward is the most important thing to do. Ziming is doing this now. Walking into the reception room, Suhan stood up and asked Ziming with concern, "How is it?" Nothing happened, right? Before Ziming had time to speak, he talked to Du Peng, who came in behind Ziming first. "Sister Xion, I think it is absolutely unnecessary for you to worry about this guy, because for this guy's brain, you might as well worry about him. Worry more about worrying about other people." Ziming laughed and scolded Du Peng to get out, and then he said to Suhan, "I'm fine. Chairman Du just asked me some economic questions. There will be nothing wrong with this." Suhan breathed a sigh of relief. Ziming took Suhan's little hand to relieve her, but found that Suhan's little hand was a bit cold, which surprised Ziming, because even though the winter in Yanjing can be 10 degrees below zero, it actually feels it doesn't feel too cold, let alone the heating in the reception room of the central office. Wearing only 2 singles for Ziming may not feel cold. Of course, this may be Suhan's poor physique, but no matter how bad it is, it shouldn't be like this. Facing Ziming's puzzled gaze, Suhan lowered his head and said cowardly, "This room is so big, I am worried about you." Ziming smiled. Suhan's answer showed that she had a psychological effect, but Ziming didn't expect that Suhan actually had other reasons at this time. Still the same as when he came, Ziming took Suhan's little hand and followed Du Peng out of the building, got in the car and left the compound. When the car drove out of Feiyu Street and came to Chainan Street, Ziming looked at the sun outside and said to Du Peng, "You can just find a roadside and let me and Xiaohan down. I'll take Xiaohan around, bask in the sun." Du Peng nodded and said, "It's okay, the weather outside is good. It's good to take Sister Xion for more walks." While talking, Du Peng parked the car on the side of the road. Ziming and Suhan got out of the car. Du Peng left Ziming with a sentence of "Call me anytime if you have anything," and then drove away. Ziming took Suhan's little hand and walked along Cheng'an Avenue to Xidan. Although Xidan in this era has developed, it is far from reaching the feeling of a commercial center in later generations. Therefore, Ziming also wants more. "I just walked with Suhan and didn't mean to go shopping or buy anything." In addition, Ziming took advantage of this time to carefully recall the plot of the dialogue between himself and Du Zongyuan just now. Ziming suddenly discovered that the questions Du Zongyuan asked himself always revolved around reform. There must be a problem here. Ziming was affirmed in his heart, because first of all, as the vice president of the country, Du Zongyuan didn't have much time to chat with himself. In addition, Du Zongyuan was old and he didn't have much energy to circle with himself. With this in mind, and contacting the current situation of the central government and the situation in his own memory in his previous life, Ziming can basically conclude that Yang Lao and his family might have to do something. Although the time is not right with the previous life, his previous life is nothing more than ordinary people don't know much about the central government's internal affairs. Perhaps at this time, Mr. Yang and the others may have also taken action. After all, the price breakthrough in that society was indeed aroused. In addition, Ziming is not sure whether his appearance will bring any changes to the central government. It would be okay if he was just an ordinary businessman, but he helped Nanjian to create a stock market, capital market. But there are things like that. The ability to change the times. Ziming was just thinking about this while pulling Suhan on the street, when Suhan suddenly yanked Ziming, Ziming, be careful of the car. Ziming came back to his senses. Hearing the sound of the car's engine behind him, Ziming looked back and saw that it was a Santana with the embassy license plate. Ziming hurriedly leaned aside 2 steps. I still remember that in his previous life, Ziming remembered that he had seen such a statement on the internet, saying that you must give up the car when you see the embassy in the capital, because otherwise you will be the one who is hit by the unlucky ones. After all, others, if you are a foreign guest, the relevant departments will not take care of the foreigner's affairs. Maybe you will be charged with ramming the foreigner on the other hand, so you will cry without tears. This is a joke, but it is true. The embassy has diplomatic immunity and can indeed be independent of the law, and cannot be prosecuted without arrest. This is an international rule, and it is the same no matter which country it is in. Because of this, Ziming pulled Suhan back to the side of the road after seeing the license plate of the embassy. However, the embassy car did not directly drive past, but stopped in front of Ziming and Suhan. The window rolled down, and a middle-aged Western woman came out and said in Chinese with a unique Western accent, "Hello, how do you get to Yanqing University?" Facing this question, Ziming felt a little puzzled, because Yanqing University is one of the most prestigious institutions of higher learning in the capital. It shouldn't be ignorant for the embassy staff who are frequently active in the capital. However, Ziming didn't think much about it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. So Ziming said, "If Yanqing University, there is still a way to go northwest. Do you know where the old summer palace is? It's almost there. Yanqing University is very famous. You should know all about it when you get there." "Okay, thanks." Suddenly, there was a sound like a lark, and Ziming subconsciously looked down at the car, and suddenly felt that his heart missed a beat in a moment. It was a gorgeous face, small ruddy lips, tall nose, a pair of apricot eyes as bright as sapphires, and golden hair hanging randomly on both sides, looking exquisite like a Barbie doll. Although Ziming in later generations has not seen those photos of women like dolls on the internet, they are mostly the credit of science and technology, but this is pure and natural. The difference is not 1 or 2 points. But stunning is a momentary matter. The middle-aged woman seemed very dissatisfied that the girl spoke without permission in front of her. She badly reprimanded her with words that Ziming could not understand. At the same time, she rolled the car window and then the embassy car just drove away. Seeing the back of the car driving away, Ziming felt stunned. Suhan beside him suddenly said, "Ziming, shall we also go to Yanqing University? I have never been there yet." Ziming looked at Suhan in surprise. Chapter 193 Goodbye Doll? Wyoming Lake is one of the most famous landscapes in Yanqing University. Anyone who comes to visit Yanqing University will be no different from not visiting Wyoming Lake if they don't come to visit Wyoming Lake. Ziming and Suhan walked side by the lake. Since this is a school, the current social atmosphere is still very pure and conservative. Ziming is not too blatant and walks hand in hand with Suhan in the school, unlike later university couples that are commonplace. Even if an 8-year-old man and an 18-year-old girl kissed intimately, it's not so surprising. On the contrary, it's hard to figure it out without a couple. When they ran into the embassy car in Lingjing Hutong and heard that they were coming to Yanqing University, Suhan suggested that they should come too. Actually, Ziming still didn't understand why Suhan came, and asked her that she had never attended a university, and now that she has finally come to the capital, she naturally wanted to come and see the university she wanted to see most in her heart. Ziming didn't quite believe this, but she could only let her go. It's just that it's winter, the surface of Wyoming Lake is frozen, and the trees around the lake are bare. Although there is snow, compared to other seasons, the Wyoming Lake in winter is not so good looking, so I wanted to raise Suhan's interest. Ziming suddenly asked her, "Xion, you always said that you like Yanqing University since you were young. You just clamored to come here to have a look. Do you know the story about this Wyoming Lake?" "I only know that this is the private garden that the emperor gave to Hessian in the past. This lake is the largest and most beautiful lake in the garden." Later, the Qing dynasty was overthrown and it was changed to a university. I don't know what name to take, so it's called Wyming. The lake is over. As for the story inside, I don't know, Suhan said. You don't know Xion? But there is actually a big and incredible story in it. Ziming paused deliberately and saw that Suhan's appetite had been successfully lifted before he began to tell the story. It was still before liberation. There was an alien who had come to Earth for more than 400 years. He was in Yanjing, as a university teacher. He discovered that the celebrity who was very popular in Yanjing at that time was actually his student. What is even more incredible is that he discovered that this female student was actually very much like a widow he saved 400 years ago. They were just like that. Fate bumped into each other. Later, the female student's house suffered a lot of changes. He accidentally discovered that he was not his parents, but the child who was wrongly held in the hospital. Later, the professor did a lot to help the female student find his biological parents. When they came and went, they had feelings. When one time confessed that a female student was about to agree to the professor's pursuit, the professor suddenly suffered a car accident and lost his memory. Ziming continued. During the process of treating the professor, the female student discovered that the professor's blood type was very special. The female student was frantically searching for the professor's blood type inside and outside Yanjing City, but at this moment another woman who had a crush on the professor took advantage of her vacancy. I went to take care of the professor every day and got the professor's favor. The female student came back and saw that she was very sad. She jumped from the hospital upstairs and was seen by the professor. This stimulation restored the memory of the professor. He remembered his favorite still, this female student. He used his extraterrestrial abilities to save the dying female student. The female student woke up. When she was happy and thinking about being with the professor, the professor told her that he is an alien and will return to his home planet soon. Ziming couldn't bear to go any further when he said that, because he found that Suhan was already crying. Suhan choked up and asked Ziming, what happened then? The professor returned to his mother star, and the tears of the female student turned into this lake. No one can sum up this unparalleled love affair in a few words. So he called him Wyming. Ziming replied, is this true? Is there such a poignant love legend in Wyming Lake in our school? Suddenly there was a voice behind him. Ziming looked back and was startled, because he didn't know when he was surrounded by so many people. Where did these people come from? Faced with this problem, Ziming wanted to say that it was completely nonsense. Ziming didn't know if there were any legends and illusions in the Wyming Lake. But Ziming was sure that what he said just now was nothing but nonsense, and he remembered what he said. The plots of Korean dramas are mixed together like kneading dough. But looking at so many rainy faces around the pear flowers, Ziming couldn't help feeling that the plot of this Korean drama really had natural lethality on women. These people, they were obviously studying here, and they could believe it, which made people believe. Very speechless. Perhaps, I listened to what others said too. Ziming replied nonchalantly. He didn't dare to tell the truth, because Ziming couldn't be sure if he told them the truth, he would still be able to walk out of the school alive. Hello, I belong to Yanch. I would like to ask you to tell me more about your story just now. I want to write him into one. I believe this must be a great story comparable to Romeo. The quiet-looking girl with glasses and shoulder-length hair came up to ask Ziming Dao. The girl spoke, and the other girls next to you all said something to you and me. Yes, classmate. Please tell your story again. It's so touching. I'm so touched that I almost cry. Now, this is the talented girl of Yanda University. Her literary level is very high. I believe she can definitely portray this story perfectly. Looking at the hopeful gazes of these talented women of Yan University, Ziming felt a little overwhelmed. In the end, Ziming couldn't help but toss them "I have to leave beforehand," and took Suhan's little hand to fly. Fled the scene. Ziming and Suhan stopped when they finally got rid of the girls of Yan University after running for a long time. Why are we running, Ziming? Wouldn't it be enough if you tell them the story again? Suhan Jiao panted and asked Ziming. This question made Ziming feel a little embarrassed, because the story Ziming said before was simply drawn out of those Korean dramas he combined with later generations. He didn't know what he said, how to repeat it. However, Ziming is not easy to tell Suhan about this, because he was afraid that it would ruin Suhan's feelings, so he shrugged and said, "Who knows what these young women from Yandu are thinking about in their heads, in case if you don't let me go after listening, it's troublesome. I don't want to stay here overnight." Suhan gently patted his chest, panting, and giving a look at Ziming, who was very shameless. Suhan was sensible and didn't bother with this issue. She looked around and suddenly saw a familiar vehicle. She asked Ziming, "Do you think that's the embassy car we saw on the road just now?" Ziming looked in the direction Suhan was pointing. It was the car they had just now. Ziming looked up. Not far away was a house that looked a bit like a club. Ziming guessed there should be an auditorium or a speech center. It seems that some people from the embassy came here to listen to lectures or make speeches. Just like to prove Ziming's words, when Ziming's voice came down here, there was a loud noise from there. Ziming said to Suhan, "It seems that I didn't guess wrong." Ziming just finished speaking. Suhan didn't have time to say anything, so he hurriedly walked out of the two students. They said as they walked, "That foreign girl is really dumb." "What is it?" "It's because of myself that I read more in a developed country. In a few years, the book has come to us and stepped on the market." Does she think that's how good they are in foreign countries? Our Yan University will be no one. But the person next to him put forward a different opinion. "But she is indeed very good. I heard that she also went to another school yesterday." "She stayed in that school for 3 days, but no one could say anything." "Win her," the student still said unconvincedly. "They are them, but here is Yan University. We are all proud Yan University students. We still have so many seniors here." That foreign girl just speaks a little with her mouth, but if she compared with theoretical knowledge, we don't lose much to her. "Okay, let's not say more. Hurry up to find a senior. But we can't let a foreign girl look down on our Yanda." The two students talked while walking, and didn't notice Ziming and Suhan next to them at all, or they didn't care when they noticed them. "What are they talking about?" Suhan asked Ziming curiously. "This should be the speech center or something. The foreigner who came by the embassy car came to Yandex to argue about something. It seems that Yandex should have lost very ugly, so these two people went to rescue soldiers to help." "Yes." Ziming analyzed and said that because Ziming had been to Hong Kong City University and participated in a lecture, he also had a certain understanding of the situation in the university. After listening to Ziming's analysis, Suhan immediately said, "Then Ziming, shall we go in and listen?" "What's so interesting about this?" "It's all professional players who are debating some professional things. We can't understand it. And the foreigner doesn't speak Chinese. Those of us with low cultural level can't understand it even more." Ziming say. Suhan still insisted, "That's not necessarily true. I think there is a Chinese-speaking person on the embassy car. Anyway, if you don't understand, let us come out again." "What if you can understand?" "Ziming, you are not giving is the central government an economic advisor? It might be good for you to listen to this debate." Ziming had no choice but to obey. "Well then, let's go in and listen." After Ziming finished speaking, he pulled Suhan into this large lecture hall. This lecture hall was an amphitheater. Ziming and Suhan came in through the back door. After they came in, Ziming saw the people standing on the stage at a glance. People, a very strong black female, and 2 whites, and these 2 whites were the 2 people Ziming met in the embassy car. Ziming's gaze was immediately attracted by the young white girl. It was not that Ziming had never seen a beautiful woman. In fact, whether Suhan, Lin, Muking, and Tang Ran were next to Ziming, they were all very beautiful. Even Ziming was still in Hong Kong. The city has a relationship with Zhou Lin, the #1 beauty in Hong Kong. But the beauty of these people is not the same as her. If you compare other women to ink paintings, then this white girl is an exquisite oil painting. Standing there makes people feel so unreal, just like the West, made by craftsmen in the most beautiful proportions. Dolls are average. Chapter 194. I practiced exercises from my sincerity. 2 more. The second one is here. There are 3 more in the evening, and I ask for your support in various positions of the small square film. The white girl standing on the podium is as beautiful as a doll and fascinating, but her beauty still cannot conceal the tension in the lecture hall at the moment. In the seat below, dozens of students from Yan University stared at the podium, clenching fists with both hands and looking anxious. Obviously, they were not paying attention to the beauty of the white girl, but something else. At this time, the white girl on the podium suddenly spoke. Her voice was still as clear and pleasant as a lark. Ziming still couldn't understand what she said. It didn't seem to be English, it seemed a bit like German, but fortunately the middle-aged person beside her, the woman, immediately translated her into Chinese and said, I heard that Yanqing University is also the top university here. Why are your classmates so useless to go down? Don't you justify yourself? The words of the translation fell, and immediately below a student patted the table and said, What are you talking about? Do you really think you are a superior saint? We don't bother to argue with you who distort the facts at will. The following Yandexiu said that the middle-aged woman above was translating at the same time. After the translation, the white girl shook her head and said, Is it the Chinese way of debating? I already think you have lost, but you are not reconciled to fail, so you have to express it in this way. You said that I distorted the facts. So I would like to ask what I distorted. Who said that? How can your decadent bourgeois theory pollute our spiritual world? You are doomed to fail. Someone shouted below. Do you not know what you have misrepresented? You have to ask us. Your fallacies can only deceive a 3-year-old child, so we won't believe you. Someone shouted something else. Rotten bourgeois theory? I am afraid that only you can say that, said the white girl. Under our decadent bourgeois theory, at least our people are free. We can breathe every inch of air freely. Shout out what you want to say in any corner, and you will not worry about the bureaucrats, because there will be a system to supervise them. Only slaves will be locked in huge cages, and only slaves will be brandished by slave owners, with the whip driving away and doing hard things. I dare not have a complaint. Yan University is very smart, and immediately heard the irony of the white girl. They yelled unceremoniously, You are a slave, and your whole family is a slave. The white girl frowned slightly and said, Do you only care about your self-esteem and abuse it for no reason? You were the one who scolded people first. Could you just allow your state officials to set fires and not allow our people to light the lights? Is this the freedom you advertise? Then it seems that you are all just wearing hypocritical masks. In fact, as long as it is exposed, the following will be ugly. Someone shouted again below. Is that the case? Then I am sorry that I used the slave as a metaphor, but I apologize to my own words and deeds. It does not mean that what I said is wrong, because I think this is the case. Even it can be said that slaves will not praise slavery, but you will. The white girl pointedly said, You always shout that your system is good. But history has proven that your system is the least efficient system. The system will weaken people's sense of responsibility, will make you more and more irresponsible for everything, and will also become a trend. Human behavior and way of thinking are formed in a specific environment. If I remember correctly, this is what you said earlier, right? Then I just pointed out some of your problems and told you to be free. That's the solution to your problems. But what about you? You're calling me mercilessly, God. I'm a lady. The white girl regretfully continued. Then what is this? I can tell you very responsibly that this is the thought, and thought is only generated in the environment of. You who have thoughts don't respect people, let alone persuade people with reason. You will just slander and slander blindly. Isn't this like an ostrich with its head buried in the sand? It's a self-deception. What the white girl said was like a slap on the face of every student in the classroom, making them feel a hot pain on their face. They stared at the white girl on the podium, even though the white girl was very handsome, beautiful, but in the eyes of these students at the moment, She is more like a devil with an angelic appearance. Listening to the white girl's words, Suhan whispered to Ziming, "This foreign girl is too arrogant. Why don't you go up and teach her, Ziming?" Ziming shook his head and said to Suhan, "This is all Yan University students. I am an outsider who is not qualified to play on their behalf, and don't you just want to come in and listen? Let's see how these Yan University students fight back." The reason why people are called humans, I think the most important thing is that we have human civilization, and our human civilization has all the rights that God has given us. The white girl paused when she said this, and then continued, "First of all, we are all equal. Then we must have the right to respect each other, and of course, we must be free from fear and hunger, and cure diseases. The right to health. But the most important thing is that we have the right to all freedom, whether it is our speech, actions, or thoughts and beliefs, should be free from any interference and restrictions, but I don't see it here. Although you have been promoting these things all the time. From what you just said, you believe in your theory very much, but it is a pity that your leaders have abandoned this theory first, or are in a contradictory state of semi-abandonment and non-abandonment." The white girl said, "Your country wants to learn from our Western style, but you don't want to give you freedom. As a result, you are still looking forward to it stupidly, but you have forgotten that slave owners will never be able to give slaves freedom." If the white girl's previous words slapped all Yan University students, then what she said later was just slapped continuously, or slapped the students at the scene with no temper at all. This surprised Ziming. What is the situation? Ziming still remembers what the state of the students were when he was at Hong Kong City University. All of them were extremely excited. But why are these students here like this? Is it because that white girl is very beautiful? The students should be the hottest time, and Ziming watched them all clenching their fists, wishing to poke their nails into the flesh, and some even burst into bruises on their faces. Obviously they were very angry. At this moment, Ziming suddenly remembered that before he and Suhan came in, he heard the words of the two Yan University students at the door. It seems that this white girl should have debated here for many times, and every one of them was a complete victory, so that even though these students are so angry that the volcano erupts, they still have the courage to say a word in front of the white girl. The white girl raised her head high, like a domineering queen, looking at all the Yan University students condescendingly and saying, "I heard that this is the top university in this country, but it seems that it is nothing more than that now." To say that what the white girl said just now was just slap all the Yan University students, then her words at this time are like a sharp knife inserted into the hearts of all the students, making them vomit blood with anger, but there is no way. After all, every word that others say is justified and well-founded, but her own words are always as naive as pediatrics in front of her, and they are easily dismantled by her. At this moment, every Yan University student in the audience was glaring at the white girl on the stage, trembling with anger. It is conceivable that if the person standing on the stage was not a beautiful white girl, but a foreign country, for a man, I'm afraid the angry students in the audience will rush to beat him up. Some students were annoyed by pulling their hair, or lying on the table with their faces in their hands. They were all muttering, "Who else? Who else can help Yanda restore our dignity and teach this foreign girl?" Suhan seemed to be infected by this pessimistic and angry mood. He turned his head and called Ziming easily. Ziming looked back at her and understood Suhan's meaning. "I know. Then I'll give it a try," Ziming said, squeezing Suhan's face gently. When Ziming and Suhan were talking below, the white girl's speech on the podium continued. She said, "This is the country I have always longed for, but I came here alone and the situation here shocked me. The people here are ignorant and have no quality of self-cultivation, especially the kind of numbness to freedom and being tamed by the violence of the rulers, which makes people feel incredible." When the white girl was speaking, the middle-aged woman beside her was also doing simultaneous translation. This has been the case since the beginning, but this time her translation was not finished yet, and a laugh came from behind. Although it was very light, the white girl heard it. She looked up at Ziming and said, "God, what happened?" The white girl originally wanted to criticize Ziming euphemistically, but she didn't expect Ziming to laugh more happily. The white girl was taken aback. She turned her head and looked at the middle-aged woman next to her. The middle-aged woman said in Chinese, "What the hell are you laughing at?" Ziming also knew that it was very impolite, so he forced a smile and apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I'm lost. I really don't understand your language, but the pronunciation of your language sounds very similar to Chinese. I heard this lady just now. I said that I came to Hebei province and I practiced the exercises from my sincerity, so I couldn't help but laugh." Hearing Ziming's words, the people in the whole lecture hall were taken aback for a moment, but then they all laughed. Chapter 195 Freedom 3 Shifts? Third more. Thank you Helpless 123 inches for your support and monthly ticket support. Many people have a habit of learning foreign languages. That is, they like to mark the foreign language with Chinese pronunciation, and then use the Chinese pronunciation to pronounce the foreign language. This will be more convenient to learn, but it is also easy to form a Chinese-style foreign language. But this method has developed to later generations. A kind of internet culture called Conga has been formed, and I am afraid that people who started to use this method did not expect it. The reason why Ziming can bring everyone to laugh is because Ziming played with this stork. Now Ziming is completely sure that the white girl speaks German, because the two empty ears that Ziming picked up just now are the two most popular German empty ears on the internet in later generations. On the podium, the white girl said dissatisfiedly, "Are you laughing at my pronunciation?" Ziming shook his head and said, "No, this is just a way for us to entertain, because we have a habit of directly converting the pronunciation of a foreign language into our language. But this is sacred. You can't make fun of this." The white girl refused to give in. Ziming spread his hands together. "Well, I think free Westerners can accept this joke. It seems that I think too much. Maybe the mutual respect you advertise is just an argument, just like diplomatic rhetoric." Reliability. As Ziming finished speaking, cheers broke out at the scene, just because Ziming's words just satirized the white girl very well, and sighed for them, even though they didn't know each other. Ziming, I don't even know if Ziming is a student of Yan University, but here, there is only the Chinese identity, so Ziming can make 10% for them. It is worth cheering for Ziming. The white girl looked at Ziming with a pretty face. "It seems that you are the next challenger." Ziming still shook his head. He stood up and walked down the stairs and said, "I don't want to be a challenger, but your statement makes me feel ridiculous. Hello, beautiful and charming lady." "Hello." The white girl was stunned at the beginning. Seeing Ziming step by step, she seemed to feel a little familiar. Ziming said to this, "Do you think I am a bit familiar? You, why are you? You, why are you always?" In the face of Ziming's Chinese-English mingling, and with the comprehension of Chinglish 20 years later, the middle-aged white woman next to him suddenly didn't know how to translate. The white girl looked inexplicable. "God, you, what are you talking about?" "I just want to ask if you were the person I met just now when I was asking for directions." "What are you asking? Don't you know that your question is a taboo for girls?" Compared with the white girl who didn't understand at all, the students from Yan University below reacted quickly and laughed again. So you can say that for these two sentences, "This classmate, you're really a genius. I really kneel down. How can you think of this way of explanation? It is literally correct." In addition to these, there are even a few Yan University girls shouting "I love you" to Ziming, even though they still don't know Ziming's name. Listening to the laughter below, the white girl also understood something. She asked Ziming, "Is this also your Chinese entertainment?" "It's vulgar." "Is it vulgar?" "Maybe, but I think it's caused by your incomprehension of our thinking mode. You always said that we were slandering and verbalizing you. What about now? Why are you not treating you? Do things you agree with are vilified and abused?" After Ziming finished speaking, the following Yandex cheered for him again. and returned to his body in the same way. This classmate played so beautifully. It seems that you are different from other people. The white girl put aside her contemptuous attitude. Her face became serious. She said, I do advocate freedom and demand respect for freedom, but the freedom I am talking about is not a matter of consideration. As far as he is concerned, he is not playing these clever and rogue tricks. Ziming nodded and said, well, since you talked about freedom, then I will follow you to talk about the freedom you admire. In fact, the freedom you admire is nothing more than a political game played by a group of rich people. Nothing, for example, in the United States, as early as 100 years ago, some people said that American democratic politics was nothing more than the two parties taking turns on stage to play a seesaw game. The United States is indeed governed by two parties, but this is also selected by all American voters, one person, one vote. You are free to choose who you choose or not to choose. The white girl said, you are right. Your congressman and president are indeed selected by all voters, one person, one vote. They have also legally formed a government, but is this government serving small groups or serving the majority of voters? The voters. I can't take care of it. At most, I will vote again next time, and then reincarnate again. Is this the freedom and democracy you want? Ziming went on to say, if I remember correctly, the word democracy should come from Greece. At that time, Greece was still a slave city. So is this democracy a democracy for all the people or just a minority of slave owners? What? There is no way to make it clear. The white girl pondered for a while and said, it is undeniable that any country has an interest group. This is inevitable. Everyone's vote is to contain the existence of this interest group. If you give up your vote, let this interest group exist. If you grow up alone, that's the real. On the contrary, with votes, we can choose another freedom. It's the freedom to choose another interest group. Ziming added, you can also choose to give your own speech. Just like that black leader, there will be many people supporting you. The white girl said with some excitement, if you are dissatisfied with the current government, you can still march and gather. These are all it's free, not like you here. Ziming smiled and said, really? According to your statement, everyone will talk if they can agree, or they will take to the streets to demonstrate, even threatening violence. This country will not be messed up, the laws and all kinds of what is the meaning of the relevant system. You are indeed free, but the price of this freedom is the chaos of the whole country. Then in the chaos, all your rights are not guaranteed. Can this be regarded as freedom? The white girl was silent, obviously bewildered by Ziming's question. Ziming carried forward Tai Zuyi's style of chasing the remaining brave to the poor, and then said, looking back at history, there are many examples in the world that tell us that if we are blindly idealized, we hope to build an ideal paradise in the world overnight, but the result is often we'll fall into hell. You are a German. So let me take the situation in Germany as an example. After the defeat of World War I, you established the Weimar Republic and implemented the most advanced Weimar constitution in Europe at that time. At that time, almost all Europeans believed that, from then on, Germany will rise from the ruins of failure and become the freest, most democratic and wealthiest country in the world. What is the result? Ziming asked and replied, I won't talk about the Nazi Party and World War II, just say that since the founding of the Republic, it seems to have opened a door to true freedom and democracy. But the Germans stood at the door and were stunned, like a group of people. The peasants in the countryside came to the gate of the palace. They didn't know what to do and didn't know what to do. The latter situation was that people with different opinions in the parliament were insulting each other all day long, arguing, and changing the cabinet in 15 years. Outside the parliament, thousands of Germans are starving until your head of state appears. The Germanic nation is the most rigorous and outstanding nation in the world, but it is this freedom that has harmed you. Why did your head of state stand up? It is because all the Germans were starving at the time. He took advantage of the fact that the Germans would rather be stable at the time. Don't have a democratic mentality for food and clothing. and thus control the political power. Ziming said, "Your German history has already clarified the problem. Unscrupulous freedom is not the solution to everything. Blindly idealizing freedom will only bring turmoil to your country and nation, bad consequences." "Now," Ziming said at last, "as a German, you don't think about it at all. You don't think about how to prevent your country and nation from making mistakes. Instead, you are still talking about it in our country. What is your intention?" The white girl took a step back subconsciously, as if Ziming's sonorous words pushed her back. "Okay, well said." All the students at Yan University below were shouting in applause. They clapped vigorously to Ziming, and shouted desperately in applause. The enthusiasm almost overturned the roof. These Yan University students can't help but applaud Ziming, even though they still don't know Ziming's name. What Ziming said just now was a sigh of relief for all of them, because just now, this white girl was a white girl. People, they all overwhelmed them all. They were so embarrassed by the white girl that they couldn't refute them. The humiliation made them want to die. Until the appearance of Ziming, he defeated the white girl as if it was a ruin. From the initial jokes to the later theoretical examples, the white girls could not refute it. This made their suffocation finally found the direction of venting. At this moment, Ziming is the god in their hearts, and they are willing to use everything they have to applaud Ziming. The white girl took a look at the stage, and then said to Ziming, "You are good at debating, but freedom is still needed, especially your country is now reforming and opening up." Ziming still shook his head and said, "Freedom is relative. I believe you should have read the theory of the wealth of nations. The market is always controlled by an invisible hand, just like the state capitalism practiced throughout the world since the Great Depression." "It is true." "It seems that I am too naive." The white girl showed a bright smile. "I am very happy to meet you today, Chinese gentleman. Can you tell me your name?" "Of course, my name is Ziming," Ziming said. Hearing Ziming's answer, the white girl opened her eyes. "So you are that Ziming?" Chapter 196 Idle Ziming 4 more? Broken push. The fourth one is here. Bow and thank Blue Townite for your monthly pass support. After the previous debate and the support of Yan University students on the spot, it can be said that Ziming will not be surprised no matter what the white girl has to say in front of her, but she suddenly asked such a question, and it really surprised Ziming was a little confused. "Are you that Ziming? Why is the name Ziming so famous?" This era is not as developed as the internet in later generations. Whoever is famous will know the whole country within minutes. The current information is very blocked, that is, even in Nanjing where they have developed the stock market. I am afraid that there are not many people who know themselves. Otherwise, Zhang Li and Li Hu at the Yanjing Hotel would not treat themselves like that. But how can this white girl ask such things now? It sounds like she knows herself. Has her reputation spread across the ocean to Greater Germany? The white girl also saw Ziming's doubts. She explained to Ziming, "I have indeed heard your name. I believe you are no stranger to the name Nordliman, right?" Ziming was relieved. "So are you also a student of Nordliman?" The white girl thought for a while and replied, "Mr. Nordliman did teach me, but I am not strictly speaking of his student. But I met him in New York before and he praised me. The development of China, especially he told me about the construction of the Nanjing capital market. In this place, Mr. Nordliman specifically named you." Sure enough, Ziming knew it well. In fact, Ziming had already guessed this when she mentioned Nordliman, and now she told the truth, which was basically the same as her own guess. "This makes me a little flattered," Ziming said. "No, on the contrary, I think you should be proud. From what you said just now, your thoughts seem to be different from those of other people. They all have some exaggerations and extremes, but you are a little more rational and seem like something. It's the same to see through the essence," the white girl said. Ziming shook his head and said, "You may have misunderstood me. I just want to say that we Chinese are very modest and cautious, just like you Germans." The white girl waved her hand again and said, "No, no, Mr. Ziming, you have misunderstood. Although my mother tongue is German, I am not German. I was born in Vienna. The music capital of the world is indeed a good place. It seems that there is a lot of noble and beautiful ladies like you, Ziming said. The white girl chuckled and said, thank you. In this closed country, you are one of the few who can open your eyes to see the world and understand the world. I am very happy to see you here. The white girl took the initiative to reach out to Ziming. Please remember my name. My name is Caitlin. Teresia Caitlin. Caitlin's outstretched arm wore long lace gloves. Ziming was a little surprised at this, but before Ziming could speak, the middle-aged woman next to Caitlin explained to her, my lady has a special status. He can't shake hands with lowly men casually. Ziming frowned and felt a little annoyed, not only explaining herself, but also in the high-pitched tone of this middle-aged woman when she spoke. As if Caitlin was able to shake hands with herself wearing gloves is such a great honor. Not only should she not, if you are dissatisfied, you should bow your head to thank you. If this were replaced by the young students below, I would not be able to bear it, but Ziming thought of the embassy car she was sitting in, plus the strong black female bodyguard next to her, and the middle-aged woman named her Miss, who wanted to come to her. He really had some status abroad. He was not a nobleman himself, and he really didn't understand some things. Ziming put it down after thinking about it, and shook hands with Caitlin. The moment Ziming and Caitlin shook hands, the Yan University below suddenly burst into enthusiastic applause, as if this was not just over the debate, but a friendly meeting with foreign guests. And we had just won a decisive victory. There were even some people with good deeds chanting words like Golden Boy and Jade Girl are made in heaven, which made Ziming a little helpless. But I can't help but say that the feel of shaking hands with Caitlin is quite good. Even though there is a layer of lace gloves, Ziming still feels the softness of Caitlin's skin, which makes people love it. At this time, Caitlin smiled playfully and said to Ziming, if you don't let go, your female partner will be angry. Ziming subconsciously turned his head and looked, and saw that Suhan was hurriedly walking down the stairs. Ziming hurriedly let go. Turning around, he just saw Caitlin's sly smile like a little fox, which made Ziming react. I said that on purpose. But why? It seems that he has just shook hands with her, so he won't be too bad to hold her hand. But after a short while, Ziming understood that it was probably this proud Austrian girl who was not convinced that she had lost to herself just now and deliberately tried to make her happy. Ziming shrugged helplessly. No way. He can't care about so many girls like this doll, right? Okay, I'm leaving. It is my greatest fortune to meet you here today, Caitlin said to Ziming sternly, but I think with your talent and vision, Mr. Ziming, you should not be limited to this. The closed country is now gone. The real business tycoons do not distinguish between countries. The whole world is the stage on which they perform, and so are you. Ziming nodded and said, thank you. One day I will go abroad, but not now. Really? Then I can wait to see your news on the news. But I remind you, don't be surpassed by me. I also have a lot of wealth in my hands. Caitlin finally left these words, and then bid farewell to Ziming, and left the lecture hall with the middle-aged woman and the black female bodyguard. And when Caitlin left, Suhan also walked down the stairs and came to Ziming, asking Ziming, how are you, Ziming? What did she say to you? Ziming shook his head and said, it's nothing. She just launched another challenge to me. Ziming said this very seriously. Perhaps others would take Caitlin's last sentence before leaving as a joke, but Ziming saw a trace of firmness in her sapphire eyes. Ming didn't understand why she was so firm. Perhaps she was not convinced and lost to herself in the debate, or is the pride of her identity not allowing her to make such a joke? But anyway, this challenge must begin. Ziming didn't want to lose to a foreign girl as a rebirth. When Ziming came back to his senses, he found that the podium had been surrounded by Yan University students. Everyone looked at Ziming with excitement. They waved their arms and cheered for Ziming, as if Ziming was saving the hero of the world. You are amazing. You actually said that the foreign girl fled. You are my idol. That is to say, the foreign girl really thought she was invincible after winning a few people. Now she is not persuaded by others, We just want to educate her. We Yanda cannot come to step on the court. Classmate, which department do you belong to? The speech you made just now was really wonderful. Too inflammatory. People can't help but want to applaud for you. The enthusiasm of these Yan University students is hard to resist, and the words you say to him also make people one of the first two big people. Ziming had to say. Everyone is quiet. I think it doesn't matter who I am. It doesn't matter if I win that foreign girl. The important thing is always ourselves, and our enemy is always ourselves. As long as we continue to study hard and enrich ourselves, we will stand on top of the world sooner or later. Ziming's words aroused everyone's emotions once again, and everyone raised their arms and shouted, yes. Ziming took this opportunity to leave a sentence. You guys work hard, I have to leave beforehand. Then he took Suhan's hand and walked out of the lecture hall. But these Yan University students who have fallen into fanaticism obviously won't after letting Ziming go so easily. Seeing that Ziming was about to leave, they chased them out crying like children abandoned by their parents. As the so-called room leak happened in the evening rain, Ziming ran out of the lecture hall and saw a group of female students of Yan University outside. When they saw Ziming, they immediately exclaimed, it is him. He has not told the story about Huiming Lake. Finish. We can't let him go. Ziming was too surprised, and a shout came from behind him, yes. He can't be allowed to go. He is very eloquent, and has substantial theoretical knowledge and social experience. As long as he joins the debate club, he will be able to lead the club in the world, winning glory for the country. This undone shouting blocked Ziming. Are the current students so fanatical? At this moment, Ziming really wants to shout to them, don't do this, Lao Tzu is not Brother Chun. It is not worthy of your belief in this way. Even if you believe in me like this, you will not get eternal life. But in the end Ziming didn't call it out, because first of all, these were his fans. Although they just became fans, they are also his own fans, aren't they? As their idol, wouldn't it be a little more humane to hurt them so much? So for everyone's happiness, I can only be a little bit cruel to myself. Ziming thought this in his heart, and then pulled Suhan Zayazi to run, and those Yan Die Ziming fans naturally chased after him. No one knows. This scene has been observed by two pairs of eyes. In the car with the embassy license plate, the middle-aged woman opened her mouth and said, Your Highness, the young people in this country seem to be very passionate. Just a debate made them so enthusiastic about Ziming. Caitlin sat there quietly, her blue eyes looking at Ziming's back until she disappeared from the field of vision. She said, which country or nation is not a fanatical young man? Me too. That Ziming is indeed very enthusiastic, charismatic, his eloquence and his knowledge are impeccable. If I were them, I think I would be fascinated by him. But you are not, Your Highness. The middle-aged woman reminded her with a slightly displeased tone. Of course not, you don't need to remind you, just do what you should do, and you don't need to point your fingers. Caitlin said in a cold voice, and then leaned back on the chair and gave the black woman in front of it commanded. Drive. The black woman skillfully started the car and drove away from the campus of Yan University. Chapter 197 is about the future of the motherland. 5 shifts? Fifth more. The small square film has been written very hard, and the story of the outbreak is guaranteed to be cool. Please brothers and sisters in various positions to support the small square film. On Zongguancun Street, Ziming and Suhan were leaning on the telephone poles and panting. Ziming raised his hand to help Suhan wipe the sweat from the tip of her nose, and said apologetically, Sorry, I hurt you. Tired of running? Although Suhan looked a little panting, she still smiled and shook her head to Ziming and said it was okay. But I really didn't expect the students of Yan University to be so fanatical. If they were caught, we would really have to spend the night at Yan University. Ziming said this, and looked back with lingering fears, as if it was true. There will also be those fanatical students who want to pull them into the club to find their signatures and ask him to tell them the story of Huiming in a Korean drama routine. Later, Ziming took Suhan to find a cafe on the street and sat down to rest. He did not wander in the street. First of all, he was tired. Second, although the current Zhongguancun had formed an electronic street, it was compared with later generations of Zhongguancun. This era is still a lot worse. Even now Zhongguanyuan has no shadow. It's just an electronic shopping street, and it's not interesting. After a while, Du Peng drove over in a hurry. He came directly to Ziming's side and opened his mouth and said, "I know that, Ziming, you guys can't worry about it anytime. You guys go shopping. A campus idol can be found in every street." I really kneel down. Du Peng's words made Ziming very unhappy. Damn, Du Peng, you can't spray some kind of good things in your mouth. Anyway, I didn't do anything harmful in school, didn't I? It's the students who want to worship me. Could it be that I can stop it? If someone else said this, Du Peng would spit on him and scold him for being narcissistic. But Ziming said this and Du Peng had no temper at all, because it was the case. In the end, Du Peng languished like a rooster who had lost a fight and said, "Ziming, you guys really trying to take all good things to yourself and you will not give others a way to survive." Facing Du Peng's evaluation, Ziming felt very helpless. At the moment, this situation needs to use a very silly saying from later generations. If excellence is also a sin, then I am already sinful. Being worshipped is a very happy thing, but Ziming, who has a mental age of 50, will not be trapped in it and unable to extricate himself from it, ye all day long. At this time, Ziming thought of another thing. This was also the reason why he called Du Peng over immediately after he left Yanjing University, so Ziming asked him, "Have you heard of the name Teresia Caitlin?" Teresia Caitlin? Du Peng frowned. "I seem to have heard this name before, but I can't remember it. What's the matter?" "This is a foreign girl I met in Yanda University. She was in the car of which embassy, and she was accompanied by an interpreter and a bodyguard. She was in the lecture hall of Yanda University and promoted freedom of thought and was hit by me. I was also hit by Yanda for this reason. Those students admired and chased her. Based on my judgment of her, she should have any special status." Ziming analyzed and retold to Du Peng what had happened just now at Yan University. After listening to Ziming's words, Du Peng felt a little strange. He was surprised. Ziming said that this unidentified foreign woman may be promoting liberalism on various campuses these days. What is she doing? Isn't she afraid of really those students are angry? Can't she get out of campus? But at this time, a flash of lightning flashed across Ziming's mind, and a huge thought rose. Eastern Europe has changed drastically. Eastern Europe drastic changes? What Eastern European drastic changes? Du Peng was baffled by Ziming's words. Ziming did not answer Du Peng anything, but suddenly said to Du Peng, "Du Peng, can you get in touch with your grandfather now? I have very important things to tell Chairman Du. It is very important and has a bearing on the future of our country, life and death." Ziming's tone was very serious. Although Du Peng didn't understand what was wrong with Ziming at all, with his trust in Ziming, he immediately rushed to Zhongnanhai with Ziming. The so-called drastic changes in Eastern Europe refer to a series of events in which Western countries used various means to instigate political revolutions in countries under the control of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. As a rebirth, Ziming knew that this was the most important series of events at the end of this century because of the drastic changes in Eastern Europe. The relationship between the two countries directly affected the development of the entire world situation, led to the disintegration of a superpower, and ended the nearly half-century Cold War between the East and the West. This incident is a history that most people are familiar with in later generations, but since Ziming came back from his rebirth, he has been thinking of ways to make money, and has always deliberately avoided politics. Du Peng's chat reminded Ziming of something suddenly. It is said that freezing 3 feet is not a day of cold, so the outbreak of drastic changes in Eastern Europe is certainly not caused by 1 or 2 days. There must be a lot of foreshadowing in advance. According to the information disclosed by later generations, these foreshadowing are basically such propaganda to sell out his own set of freedom theory, starting with the most passionate youth, step-by-step brainwashing, and finally achieve the goal of regime change. What Western countries do is nothing more than a set of Cold War mentality, achieving the goal of destroying the Eastern camp and making the Eastern camp self-defeating. As a large Eastern country, Western countries have no reason to let it go. My old man is inside now. It is not convenient for him to come out, but he will give us permission to enter. Du Peng's voice interrupted Zhu Ming's thoughts. Zhu Ming nodded and said, "Let's go in." Looking up, Zhu Ming saw the worried expression on Du Peng's face. Zhu Ming knew that in Zongnanhai, no one could go in if they wanted to. If you can't give a valid reason, you might get into trouble. Zhu Ming patted Du Peng on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I still have a sense of measure." Now that Zhu Ming has already said this, Du Peng has nothing to say, but Dian is Dian after all, and the rules are very strict. Although Zhu Ming and Du Peng have entered, Su Han cannot enter Zhu Ming. So he had to let Su Han stay outside, but Zhu Ming didn't expect that this stay would leave another right and wrong. Zhu Ming and Du Peng got in another car and entered Zongnanhai. They stopped in front of an old building. Du Peng took Zhu Ming out of the car and walked into a lounge. Du Peng's grandfather, Du Zongyuan, was here. Seeing Zhu Ming and Du Peng coming in, Du Zongyuan looked up and raised his hand to let them sit down. Du Zongyuan said to Zhu Ming, "I heard that you asked Peng Peng to contact me. Is there anything important?" Du Zongyuan said this very casually, but Zhu Ming could understand the meaning behind it. If he couldn't tell a really important thing and tease a vice president, he would really have 9 lives. Especially through the phone number that Du Peng contacted just now, Zhu Ming knew that Du Zongyuan was actually talking to old Yang at this moment, and the crime was even greater. But Zhu Ming didn't regret it. Perhaps even the people who had experienced it could not remember everything that happened back then, but now that he encountered it for himself, Zhu Ming felt that he could not just let it go. In this big event, if you make a right bet, then you who will save the future of the country will bet yourself a huge political bargaining chip. In addition, I think of the scene of being chased by the enthusiastic student fans on the campus of Yan University. Zhu Ming feels that he is not for himself, even for his lovely fans. He must do something. Thinking of this, Zhu Ming raised his head firmly and said, "Yes, Chairman Du, it is a very important matter, and it has a bearing on the future of the motherland." Du Zongyuan squinted his eyes because he could see sufficient confidence in Zhu Ming's eyes. Although he had only met Zhu Ming today, through those conversations, he had a certain understanding of Zhu Ming. In his opinion, Zhu Ming is definitely not such a reckless person, so he really has something to do. "Then you can talk now," Du Zongyuan said. Zhu Ming slowly exhaled a sigh of breath before he said to Du Zongyuan, "Chairman Du, I found that Western countries may be infiltrating our country through some means, and they are preparing to carry out subversive activities on our entire country." Du Zongyuan was shocked at the time. He fixed his eyes on Zhu Ming and said, "What did you say?" "You say it again." Zhu Ming repeated it again. After listening to Zhu Ming's answer, Du Zongyuan took a breath. It can be said that he had thought about Zhu Ming's eagerness to come over to find his reason before, but he never thought that Zhu Ming would actually do it. Give one such answer. Foreign forces want to subvert the entire country? Isn't this a fantasy? Even if this is the case, the central government has not yet obtained information. How did you, an ordinary person, know? Is it possible that you have a special intelligence network abroad? It is estimated that Zhu Ming will be coaxed out if this is replaced by someone else, but Du Zongyuan just bowed his head and pondered for a while, and then asked, "Why do you say this? Do you have any information?" "No, I'm all guessing," Zhu Ming answered honestly. Du Zongyuan was stunned, feeling that his thinking was a little bit different from that of Zhu Ming. "You just guessed it?" Zhu Ming nodded and said yes, and then he retold to Du Zongyuan all the scenes that he had experienced in Yanqing University. "Chairman Du, you are a revolutionary predecessor. I believe you should know that the students in our country are very passionate. They oppose all unjust things. They are also willing to sacrifice everything for their ideals. Because of this, many of our revolutionary movements before liberation were initiated by students. So now, as far as I know, In Eastern Europe, Western countries are already plotting to overthrow the powers of all socialist countries. First is Poland. Now the social situation there has been turbulent. I believe that countries like Hungary, Germany, etc., following the turmoil, even the big brother Soviet Union may not be able to withstand these turmoil. Ziming finally threw out his own thoughts. Then, since the situation in Europe has risen, what about us? I know that Western countries definitely don't treat us as their own. Western countries have always adhered to the law of the jungle. Since we are not friends, we must be opponents. Then when they are engaged in subversive revolution in Europe, they will certainly send people into our country to engage in subversive actions. I don't know what they will do, but propaganda like this is definitely indispensable. As long as the country can pay attention to this and conduct strict investigations, I believe it will be reaped. Ziming Jian believed. Chapter 198. Ziming, you are waiting. Ziming, what you said in front of the old man just now was too absolute, right? In the car of the central office, Du Peng said to Ziming that they had left Zongnanhai in the car at this moment. After all, it was not where they stayed for a long time. More importantly, Du Zongyuan would not be indifferent when he heard the news. It is also necessary to immediately notify other central leaders whether it is a meeting to discuss or take immediate action. Always come up with a plan first. These are not Ziming can participate, Ziming can only leave first. Facing Du Peng's words, Ziming just shook his head and said, I have to say absolutely. Du Peng said, I understand your concerns. You are worried that the old man will not believe what you say. But have you ever thought that what you said is just your guess? You can't produce any evidence at all. Is it certain that Western countries will do this? What if they don't? There can be no surprises. Ziming was very sure in his heart, because it was the history of his previous life, and even the textbooks, so he would never remember it wrong. On the other hand, it has only been more than half a year since I was reborn, and what I did was all in the country. It is impossible to have any impact on the world situation. Then some major events in the original history will still happen, especially like subversion. The Red Camp is such a near-decisive moment. It's just that Ziming couldn't talk to Du Peng about this kind of thing, so Ziming had to smile and said, I hope this will only hurt me at least, so that the whole country can be stable and united. I think it is worth it. Ziming originally said this casually, but in Du Peng's ears, Du Peng was in awe of Ziming. He said to Ziming with a serious face, I didn't expect Ziming to be such a hero who can give up righteousness. Don't worry, even if there is an accident in the end, I will definitely help you with the old man. Even if my leg is interrupted at home, I will roll around in front of the old man. Ziming glanced at Du Peng. He didn't expect that he would be so serious when he said so casually, but he couldn't explain it, so let him misunderstand. Du Peng, can you guys say something nice? How come your tone is like I must be unlucky? Ziming said in a bad mood. During the conversation between the two people, the car drove back to the building of the central office outside. When Ziming got off the car to pick up Suhan, the staff of the central office told Ziming that Suhan had left. This surprised Ziming. She's gone? Did she say where she went? It seems to be going to the Xidan shopping center. The secretary of the central office replied. Ziming thanked the secretary, and then got into the car with Du Peng and went directly to Xidan. On the way, Du Peng said to Ziming, don't worry. Didn't he just say that someone from the central office would follow? In a prosperous place like Xidan, nothing will happen. I'm not afraid of something. I'm just a little surprised why she came here alone. Won't she wait for me to come out to buy something? I really don't understand. Ziming said. If you don't understand, don't do it. I'll find out later when I see Sister Xiuan. As Du Peng said this, he stepped on the accelerator to speed up the driving speed. Zongnanhai is very close to Xidan, and the capital is not the first block in this era, and he soon arrived in Xidan. Parked the car at the entrance of the shopping center. Ziming and Du Peng got off the car and walked towards the shopping center. At the door, they saw a female secretary wearing the uniform of the office. Ziming went up and asked her, hello, comrade, may you be accompanying me? Did Suhan come here with you? Why are you here alone? The female secretary said, "Hello, comrade, that's it." Comrade Suhan said she wanted to go shopping alone, and said she didn't need to accompany her. "Let me go back alone. I heard that you were coming, and I'm waiting for you here." Ziming asked where they were separated, and took Du Peng upstairs in a hurry. Du Peng felt a little puzzled by Ziming's appearance in such a hurry. In fact, Ziming himself didn't know why he was like this, but Ziming felt it in his heart. "There is a feeling that my heart is very unsteady, as if something bad is about to happen." When he arrived on the 3rd floor, Ziming stopped by a sentence from the side, "I am another powerful son." It seems that the little girl is going to be innocent. These words made Ziming's heart beat. He immediately rushed over and asked, "Which little girl did you say is going to be innocent? Where did what happened?" Ziming was very worried, and all the questions were wrong. The man was also frightened by Ziming's aura, and replied blankly, "Just in the bathroom over there." When he got the news, Ziming hurried to the direction he pointed, but when he passed an intersection, he was stopped by 2 gangsters with yellow hair. "Hey brother, don't go ahead. That's not the way you go." Ziming glanced at the 2 yellow hairs and said, "Get out of the way, I have no time to ink with you here." A yellow hair said, "I didn't expect a thorn to come today." Listening to the accent, "You are not a native of Yanjing? Tell you, Yanjing is not a place where you outsiders are arrogant, so please hurry up." "Fuck off, this is nowhere." Ziming wanted to say something. He heard a scream from over there. Ziming's heart tightened. He pushed away 2 yellow hairs and rushed inside, only to see a young man blocking the door of a bathroom. "Yes." He laughed inside and said, "Don't be afraid, little sister. Come out and have fun with your brother. Don't you want to buy clothes? My brother can buy you a lot of beautiful clothes. As long as you accompany your brother well, my brother will give you one. How about a fun night?" "Rogue, I don't know you. Get out of here." "I'm going to call someone." A woman's voice came. Ziming's voice was very familiar. It was Suhan's voice. "It seems quite spicy." "Yes, I like your personality." "I don't know if you have such a personality when you are in bed." The young man then laughed and even reached out to Suhan. "Damn." Ziming cursed and was about to step forward. His hand was held. Ziming turned his head. It was the 2 yellow hairs. "Friend, do you not understand human language or something? My brother didn't tell you just now. There is nothing about you here. It's still too late to get out of here." The words of the 2 yellow hairs came to an abrupt end here, because they saw Ziming's eyes. They were extremely murderous. The cold air was as if it were cold to the bones, allowing them to touch Ziming's eyes. At the moment of Ming's eyes, they felt that their souls were trembling in fear, and they let go subconsciously. They felt that if they didn't let go, maybe this person would really kill themselves. After breaking free of the 2 yellow hairs, Ziming strode forward in a hurry. In the bathroom, the young man was pulling Suhan's arm in a rogue, and Suhan was struggling desperately. "Stop!" Ziming rushed forward with a roar, pulled the young man away, and shielded Suhan behind him. When Suhan saw Ziming coming, he threw himself into Ziming's arms and cried out, "Ziming, you are here. I'm so scared." Ziming hugged Suhan's delicate body and patted her back to comfort her. "It doesn't matter, Xiaohan, I'm here. No one can bully you." "Mom B, where's the bastard?" "You two are really fucking useless. Didn't you let you keep the door?" The young man's voice came from behind. Ziming turned his head and was stunned, because the young man's face Ziming recognized that he was Nuji, the manager of the Resplendent Song and Dance Hall he met in Nanjian. Nuji obviously recognized Ziming, and he sneered, "Who am I?" It turned out to be Advisor Zhu. "You can really meet you everywhere. Why don't you make a good development in Nanjiang and run to the capital?" "It's none of your business," Ziming said. "Yes, it's none of my business where you are, but the younger sister behind you is my target, and that's my business." Nuji said. "You are talking nonsense. I don't even know you." Suhan said. Ziming patted Suhan's hand to calm her down. Ziming said to Nuji, "I have seen a shameless person, but I have never seen someone as cheap as you. I tell you, Xiaohan is my girlfriend." "Really? Why don't I know?" Nuji said deliberately. But it doesn't matter, because from now on, she has to be my girlfriend. I'm going to fuck you. You have a problem with your brain, right? Ziming scolded. Ziming couldn't help but be angry. Ziming had taken Suhan as his own woman for a long time, and his own woman was almost caught by this. The guy was indecent, and now he arrogantly said in front of him that Suhan was his target. If Ziming was not angry, he would really become a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Nuji laughed. He said to Ziming, "You fucking dare to scold me? Do you really think that you are so awesome? What do you think this is? I tell you, this is Yanjing. It's the capital, and it's my territory. You fucking thought you could be here alone? Do you believe it or not? My brother will kill you in minutes." When Nuji finished speaking, he heard a voice outside. "What if you add another one?" It was Du Peng who was talking. He walked in with 2 iron hooks and said to Ziming, "I'm sorry, it took a bit of trouble to find a guy just now." Ziming shook his head and said that it didn't matter. Du Peng turned to Nuji. "Little girl, you all know that this is Yanjing. You dare to be so arrogant? Do you believe my brother will give you a scoop every minute?" When Du Peng spoke, he deliberately knocked on the iron hook in his hand. Nuji was so scared that he took a step back, but he still insisted, "Du Peng, come if you have a seed. You dare to return to Yanjing, I am telling you that you have already irritated Brother Dan, and you will be cleaned up in minutes when Brother Dan comes back. I don't know if Brother Dan will clean up us in minutes, but now I can clean up you in minutes." After Zuming finished speaking, he took advantage of Nuji's unprepared punch to hit him in the face, and the 2 yellow hairs next to him were about to make a move. They watched Du Peng knocked on the hook again, and said coldly, "I see who dares to move. You ... you bastard dare to hit me?" Nuji looked at Ziming incredulously, covering his face. "Damn it! Did you come out of shit? Your mouth smells so bad." Ziming said that he kicked Nuji's waist again, and kicked him directly to the ground. Nuji raised his head and was about to stubbornly say a few words, but suddenly he saw the iron hook in Du Peng's hand and was frightened. He jumped up, dropped a sentence of Ziming, "You wait," and ran out. Chapter 199 ? The second one is here. Bow to thank Cross and Vertical Broken Galaxy for your support. Nuji ran away. Naturally the 2 yellow hairs would not stay here, and immediately followed Nuji out. After driving off Nuji, Ziming turned his head back and looked at Suhan. Suhan also knew that he had done something wrong. He lowered his head and said to Ziming, "I'm sorry, I don't know it will be like this. But if you want to buy something, you can wait for me to come out from Zongnanhai. Don't you need to be so hurry?" Ziming said. In fact, this is what Ziming finds the most incomprehensible. He doesn't understand why Suhan wants to come out to buy things at this time. "Can't you wait a minute?" But Suhan looked down and didn't know how to answer. Du Peng came over and said, "Okay, Ziming, anyway, it's best if there is nothing wrong with Sister Xion. Please go back and talk about it. It can only be there." Ziming took Suhan out of the shopping mall and returned to the Yanjing Hotel in Du Peng's car. Du Peng was very witty and delivered to her room. Ziming and Suhan came to her room and closed the door. Ziming couldn't wait. Asked, "Okay, can I talk now?" Suhan seemed to hesitate while biting his lip, which made Ziming a little strange. But before Ziming could speak, Suhan suddenly raised his head. "Ziming, will you wait for me?" Ziming nodded subconsciously. Suhan picked up her pocket and walked into the bathroom. Looking at Suhan's slim figure, Ziming felt very strange, because listening to Suhan's tone just now seemed to make an important decision. General, what decision did she make? Ziming didn't understand, but he believed that Suhan would definitely give him the answer. Ziming waited for Suhan in the room for a long time before the bathroom door was opened again. Ziming looked up and his eyes lit up. Suhan was wearing a white shirt, but his clothes seemed a little smaller. Suhan was towering and crisp. The chest stretches the clothes very tightly. The lower body is a knee-length skirt with 2 legs covered with black silk and a pair of fiery red high heels. It looks so delicate and smooth, even with the eyes, you can feel this. The smoothness and softness of the beautiful legs in double stockings. Suhan put her hair up proudly, with a light makeup on her face, Her beautiful and pretty face was full of shyness. She was very embarrassed under Ziming's eyes. "How is it? Okay. Is it good looking?" Ziming swallowed, and said with difficulty, "Of course it looks good, but Xion, you..." Before Ziming finished speaking, Suhan came over and interrupted Ziming's words. "Don't say Ziming, don't say anything. I just want to give myself to you today and everything to you." Suhan's voice was very soft, but at this time, Ziming's ears were like a thunderbolt on the blue sky. He was shocked. Ziming was not a Martian. Of course, he could understand Suhan's sentence. What did he mean? He could also guess that Suhan went to buy this dress today to surprise himself. But what Ziming didn't understand was why Suhan did it. However, Ziming didn't have much time to think about it, because Suhan came over and lowered his head and kissed Ziming's lips. After saying this, the warm touch came and Ziming's eyes widened. But Ziming's surprise was limited to this, because when Suhan came up personally, there was no next step. Suhan opened his eyes, and saw the doubt in Ziming's eyes. Suhan was aggrieved again. "Ziming, I won't." Ziming laughed happily. This Suhan is really too simple, but it is no wonder that this era is not as developed as the internet in later generations, and domestic male and female education is originally a taboo. How would you let Suhan, a female girl, understand this thing? But Suhan was even more anxious when seeing Ziming's smile. "Sorry Ziming, am I stupid and useless?" Seeing Suhan's expression that was so eager to cry, Ziming quickly said, "How come? If you are experienced, then I will be angry." "Really?" Suhan looked at Ziming with suspicion. "Of course. Well, since we can't, we will practice slowly in the future. Now you have to take a good rest. Today you are surprised." Ziming said that he was about to get up, but Suhan was unwilling to let Ziming get up. Facing Ziming's puzzled gaze, Suhan firmly said, "No, after today's events, I want to understand." "Leave it to you. I don't want to wait any longer, unless you refuse to want me." "Xion, what are you talking about?" "How could I not want you?" As far as Ziming said, I didn't continue to say it, because Ziming saw the firmness in Suhan's eyes, and Ziming finally understood what determination she made just now. So now that she has made this determination as a girl, is she going to have to procrastinate as a man? Or, as she was worried, would he refuse to want her? "Of course this is impossible," Ziming said. And then Ziming sighed and said, "Okay, Xion, I understand your intentions. Since you don't know how to do it, let me teach you, and you can give yourself to me without worry." When he said this, Ziming felt awkward, because he sounded like he was being forced to go to bed by a woman. Throwing away these boring thoughts, Ziming stretched out his hands to hold Suhan's pretty face, and kissed her pink mouth, softly sticking out the tip of his tongue, tasting the sweet and soft lips of the woman. Although Suhan took the initiative to kiss herself before, it was a kiss she gave away. It feels different from Ziming going to kiss her now. Therefore, when Ziming kissed her, she could obviously feel the girl's body stiff. Even her lips felt a little cold. However, this was a matter of a while. Under Ziming's guidance, Suhan was quickly lost. With Ziming's arm around his neck, Suhan responded enthusiastically, and the shy little tongue was quickly lost. Captured by Ziming, Ziming hooked up the little fragrant tongue, sucking it greedily like a demon, thrusting the tip of his tongue into her mouth, feeling the softness of the woman's lips. Kissing is also a personal effort, especially the tongue kiss of Ziming and Suhan chasing each other. After a while, Ziming and Suhan were out of breath. Looking at Suhan's pretty face like a flower, Ziming asked, "How do you feel?" Suhan shook his head shyly, "I don't know." "Then let's keep going down. Can I teach you the following things?" "Okay?" Ziming asked again. Although Suhan still didn't understand some things, the sensitive nature of the woman seemed to make her feel something. With a soft cry, she buried her head in Ziming's chest and gave an inaudible "hm." This mosquito-like sound ignited the flame in Ziming's heart. Ziming picked up the woman in his arms, and amidst her exclaims, he hugged her to the bed. Lying on the bed, Su-Han covered her face shyly, but showed her whole body unguardedly in front of Ziming. Ziming gently opened Su-Han's hands, looked at Su-Han's shy eyes and asked, "I to continue, are you ready?" This time Su-Han did not answer. In fact, there is no need to answer at this time. Ziming lowered his head and kissed Su-Han's lips again. With his previous experience, Su-Han did not blindly let Ziming invade. Sometimes he would carefully stick out his own little tongue to tease Ziming. Although it was just that, it was this shyness of refusing and welcoming that made Ziming even more excited. Excitement is not enough, and action is needed. Ziming originally held Su-Han's pretty face in his hand, and moved downward as the kiss progressed, and came to Su-Han's towering chest. Ziming kissed the woman while unbuttoning the woman's clothes. But after a few attempts, he couldn't unbutton it. Ziming felt a little annoyed. He turned to look, and it turned out that Su-Han's clothes on his chest were too stretched. It's tight, the button is pulling tightly, and it is difficult to untie it with one hand. If one hand doesn't work, then two hands. As a man, he can't even untie a woman's clothes, right? After finally unbuttoning the buttons, Ziming felt a bounce, as if Su-Han's chest was a little bigger, and at the same time, Ziming heard the shirt's relieved sigh. "Xion, why did you buy such a small shirt? You seem to be holding back your baby." Ziming laughed. Faced with Ziming's shame, Su-Han blushed like an apple. "I don't know, it is the size recommended by the salesperson. I tried it and it was fine." "It seems that it's not that the saleswoman is jealous of your good figure, or that you just developed again," Ziming said. "I didn't." Su-Han couldn't say what she said, because she felt that the last layer of protection on her chest was also pulled down by Ziming, and then Ziming buried her head and kissed her chest. Su-Han's pair of chalks held Ziming's head, and she didn't know whether to push Ziming away or to hold him tighter. A tingling sensation came into her mind from her chest, making her feel that her strength seemed to be at once. Suddenly, she was evacuated by the magical power, her whole body was breathing softly in confusion, and bursts of strange feelings rippled away like water splashes, paralyzing her body and thinking. Su-Han had lost the ability to think at this time, and followed Ziming's movements like the most obedient slave. When Su-Han came back to her senses, she suddenly found that her last lovely pair of pants was in the middle, pulled out from under his feet. "What?" Su-Han yelled. The woman's reservedness and shyness made her subconsciously stretch out her hand to cover it, but Ziming couldn't let her do as she wished, directly stretched out her hand and pulled her hands apart, and Su-Han suddenly showed it without reservation, in front of Ziming. What a perfect body this is. In his previous life, Ziming hadn't downloaded all kinds of photos and videos on the internet, but none of the women in the hard disk could compare with Su-Han in front of him. Ziming felt dry-mouthed for a while, although Ziming still had many questions in his mind at this time, such as why Su-Han did this today, his purpose of buying these clothes to lure himself, etc. But at this time, Ziming decided throwing all these things behind. First eat the pleasant girl in front of you. So Ziming lowered his head and bit Su-Han's earlobe and asked, "Xion, I'm going to start. Will you give me all yours?" Ziming's words seemed to be magical, so Su-Han couldn't even think of rejection. Su-Han took the initiative to grab Ziming's neck, and under Ziming's actions, he obediently separated his legs, followed by a burst of tears. Su-Han knew that she had finally become Ziming's woman. Chapter 200 Reasons 3 Shifts? The third update today. Bowen thank Reader 90 for your support. The passion continues. Ziming, you are my man. The only man in this life. On the big bed in the Yanjing hotel room, Su-Han was lying in Ziming's arms. She stroked Ziming's chest, and at the same time murmured unconsciously. Ziming held her slender waist, soothing the aftermath of a woman's excitement. Ziming's eyes looked to the side. A few drops of scarlet and glamorous glaring on the white bedsheet, like blooming flowers, represented Su-Han's purity and her determination to surrender herself completely to Ziming. Recalling Su-Han's determination just now, Ziming sighed in his heart, bowed his head and kissed the woman, and asked her, How is it? Is it better? Suhan shook her head slightly. She raised her head to look at Ziming and said, Ziming, I will be yours from today. Ziming disagreed. Do you think so? But I don't think so. Suhan didn't expect Ziming to say this. He was stunned at the time. His emotions looked very low, and the expression in his eyes dimmed. Is it? I'm sorry, it seems that I am passionate. Regardless of what Suhan was saying, Ziming continued to say to himself, no matter what you think, Xiao Han, in my opinion, you have been my woman a long time ago, or you have always been mine. Woman. It's just that you didn't plan to hand yourself over to me completely at that time. Did you? These words made Suhan's body tremble fiercely. She raised her head and looked at Ziming with a pair of tearful misty eyes. Ziming, are you true? Ziming squeezed her soft face, and said affectionately, Wixio not only looks so beautiful, but also has such a gentle personality. We can also cook good dishes. I want to have such a perfect woman in my dreams. It's just that you know about my situation in the past. The family conditions are not good, and I was expelled from the factory, so it's always out of reach for fairies like you. Women usually become blind with eyes in front of their lovers, especially beautiful women, because they are accustomed to thinking with their ears at this time. Ziming's series of words made Suhan feel as sweet as eating honey. The previous loss suddenly disappeared. She buried her head on Ziming's chest and said, how can there be anything? I don't have you either. That's so good. Ziming knew that Suhan had returned to his senses. The situation just now shocked Ziming. Although it is very fulfilling for a man to make his woman scream in the bed, the problem is that this woman is the woman he loves. It's not the lady who spent $200 on the phone by the bedside business card. If something really goes wrong, she still won't forgive herself. By the way, Xion, why did you think of going to the shopping mall to buy clothes today? Ziming asked curiously. Facing Ziming's question, Suhan bit his lower lip and said embarrassedly, Ziming, I said, don't you be angry. Okay, let's talk about it first. As long as you don't tell me the results of the end of the world will come out. Ziming said. Suhan lowered his head and gave a hum, and then said her thoughts one to one, and Ziming felt a little bit ridiculous after hearing Suhan's answer. From Suhan's words, Ziming knew that she actually had a good impression of herself when she resold the treasury bills together. This Ziming is not surprised. After all, if she doesn't have a good impression, Suhan's simple and conservative personality is not. Will beg myself to sleep in the same room with her. However, the appearance of Lin Muking made her feel a crisis, because Lin Muking was more beautiful than her, and more importantly, Lin Muking was confident and mature, making her timid and unworthy of Ziming. But she didn't want to give up, so she just worked hard to get closer to Lin Muking's direction. Originally, as she stayed with her at the 760 factory for a few months, she gradually felt that she could grasp her heart. But this time she came to Yanjing and experienced everything on the road, including dinner with the deputy director of CCTV. And the incident of entering Zongnanhai made her, a humble girl, feel that she is getting farther and farther away from her own world, and she is less and less confident. When I went to Lingjing Hutong, I ran into the embassy car and saw the beautiful and exquisite foreign girl like a doll on the car. She felt that she recognized the reality. Originally, she wanted to give up, but she didn't want to give up like that. In this entanglement, she made up her mind to surrender her whole person to herself, not willing to leave any regrets in her life. After listening to Suhan's answer, Ziming really felt that she didn't know what to say, but Ziming also understood why she had to go to Yanjing University at that time. She had never been to Yanjing University because of one aspect. The reason, but more importantly, she felt that she was not worthy of herself, so she wanted to help herself find the foreign girl who felt worthy of her. This idea is very incomprehensible, but women's minds are sometimes so incomprehensible. Thinking of this, Ziming was very dissatisfied with a knock on Suhan's head and said, I really don't understand what you think. We've known each other for so many years. We've been together since junior high school. Can't I lose you? Suhan clutched her head and said aggrieved, I don't know, because I have a bad reputation. I'm afraid you will despise me, and you are so powerful, you can make a lot of money, but I'm just a rural girl and I don't know anything. You give me the 760 factory. I don't care about it. I almost lost the factory. I think our distance is so far away, and Sister Mew King and the foreign girl named Caitlin are both prettier than me. That's why you bought the same clothes as Mew King's sister? Ziming asked. Yes, I thought you would like it, even if you think of me as Sister Mew King or that foreign girl, everything is fine. Suhan said. Ziming shook his head and said, what a fool, how could I treat you as someone else's substitute? You are you are no one, you are unique. And the Nuji you met today is not a good person at all. What if Du Peng and I are one step late today? I won't be bullied by him. I won't be bullied by him even if I die. Suhan said as if swearing. It's not worth it. Ziming said. Suhan, I don't care what you think. You will be my woman anyway. I don't allow you to do such stupid things anymore. I want you to be safe from any danger. Do you know? Suhan looked at Ziming's indisputable eyes, and nodded after a while and said, I see. Ziming smiled. This is my little woman. I'm not a little woman. Suhan muttered. Yes, my Xiao Han is not small. The place that should stand up is quite the place that should be upturned. Ziming smiled, and at the same time, his hands touched Suhan's quite upturned place, and his fingers were still gently twisting the delicate beaks, causing Suhan to breathe quickly. Farewell Ziming, so sensitive. At the end of Suhan's words, he turned into a fascinating yin. This made Ziming stunned for a moment. After all, it was the first time between himself and Suhan. It smelled like eating jujube and didn't have much taste. But looking back at this moment, Suhan's body seemed really sensitive and couldn't stand it. Tease. In order to prove his idea, Ziming moved his fingers twice. Suhan groaned and raised his head unbearably. The white and slender neck was as graceful as that of a swan. It took a while for Suhan to recover. She opened her eyes and protested to Ziming with dissatisfaction. What a hooligan. I was a gangster. Beauty, do you regret seduce me? Ziming deliberately raised Suhan's chin and said, I don't regret it. You are arrogant. I will seduce you too. Suhan said without admitting defeat. But the shy expression on her face betrayed her heart at this time. Ziming looked down at Suhan. Her pale and pretty face was blushing because of her shyness, her picturesque eyebrows tightened, her eyes seemed to be misty and hazy like a mist, and she looked particularly charming and seductive. The ruddy pink mouth opened slightly, revealing neat white teeth. The plump breasts fluctuated with breathing, and the whole body was twisted slightly because of the teasing just now. All of this provoked a man's desire of gasoline. Ziming could not help but kiss that attractive red lips. Facing her lover's request, Suhan will not refuse at all. Whether it is Ziming who wants to kiss her lips or suck her fragrant tongue, she will give willingly. There is such a woman who completely let go of herself. Of course, Ziming is not limited to kissing. His hand follows Suhan's naked back all the way down. Ziming knows that Suhan's body is sensitive, so he moves with his hands. Suhan's tender body also twisted slightly, as if her hand was a hot iron block, making her want to escape, but she was infatuated. Suhan's skin was delicate and smooth, and Ziming suddenly remembered the stockings she had just wore, and thought of the exchanges between herself and the chief beauty reporter of Hong Kong Island Finance and Economics when she was in Hong Kong. Ziming is not a stocking control, but the smooth and tender feeling is fascinating. What if I let Suhan wear that black silk now? Does she think she is a pervert? A sweet voice pulled Ziming's thinking back. You go inside a little bit, I'm so uncomfortable. Yes, I am holding such a charming girl in my arms now. What else do I want to do with those useless things? The woman who satisfies herself first is serious. With this thought, Ziming rolled over and pressed the woman under him, pulled her arms apart and pressed her on the bed, looking condescendingly at the pretty face. Beauty, how can I do you? Suhan turned her head. She didn't dare to look at Ziming. It seemed that Ziming's hot gaze would make her body even stranger. She murmured softly, I am already yours. What do you want? It's not at all as you like. Suhan's voice was soft and soft, like a cat barking. Hearing in Zeming's ears, all of his sanity suddenly exploded. He lowered his head and roughly kissed the woman's lips and waist at the same time. Push it hard and let them become one again.